Nation. And to those who bleed orange and black,
It is out of here.
good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
All righty. All right, Giants, we see you. You're hanging around. And 49ers, we see you making some cuts. And Trent Williams and Brandon Aiyuk, we don't see you because you're still not here on a Wednesday, August 28th. But a fun baseball game last night. A splendid Wednesday awaits. We are a week and some change away from the 49ers opener. Monday, September 9, Giants baseball again tonight with Kyle Harrison on the bump. I got Marcus Boucher on the bump next to me. Sitting to my left, good morning, Marcus. Happy Wednesday, brother. Wednesday.
Murph, happy hump day, or should we say baby Friday for you, taking a couple days off?
Big time, baby. No, actual Friday for me. Yeah. So people know, I know I took 2 weeks off earlier. I've got a little run of time off here, guys. Don't worry. I still love you. And I love talking to you. Just every now and then, you got to go somewhere, And this is, this one's worth sharing, actually. A buddy of mine I've known since 6th grade. Met him in 6th grade. He's getting married in Scotland.
Wow.
Right? This is where he lives, by the way. This is not a destination wedding. It's actually where he lives.
He lives in Scotland,
His second wife took him to Edinburgh, Scotland, and then that didn't work out, so he's trying again.
So his second wife moved him to Scotland where he found his third wife.
That's correct. That's
Wow.
correct. And I'll be doing a reading at the wedding. So
Life works in mysterious
apparently
ways.
it's going to be kilts and everything. We're in Edinburgh. Apparently it's a big deal. If you say Edinburgh, they'll frickin' beat your A, dude.
Whoa, real
they'll
quick.
take you outside
now,
and beat you.
you said kilts. Does that include you wearing one?
Nay, brother.
Oh, come on. It should be the entire wedding party. Everybody at the wedding should
wanna
be
see me
wearing
in a
kilts.
kilt?
I do for the content.
Supposedly what you're supposed to wear into the kilt.
Oh, what do you wear,
As
Nate?
God made you.
Oh.
Supposed to come as you came into the world, baby.
Hey, now.
Oh yeah. Let it breathe, baby.
I mean, I just want
Let it breathe.
the image of Murph's legs, since he doesn't show them off enough at work.
I didn't yesterday either. I played golf. Shout out my good friends Jim and John from Provident Credit Union. We were out in Danville playing. By the way, they'll crank up the heat out there.
Oh, it gets hot in Danville.
It gets almost as hot as Levi Stadium.
Almost as hot as Santa Clara, Murph.
But I wore pants. Everybody else was wearing shorts.
Because you're a professional.
I had to be exactly. Who wears shorts to a meeting? The Don doesn't wear shorts to a meeting. But anyway, I got in the car, drove, had a wonderful day. Thanks to Jim and John and the good people of Provident. Although I will tell you guys, just to be totally transparent, I had a harrowing, horrifying, almost unspeakable 3-hole battle with the Shanks. Yeah, buddy.
Uh-oh.
But the Shanks is like, and for those who know, if you know, you know. And it's kind of like, in your world, it'd be the Yips throwing the ball from like second. Remember, you're old enough to remember, you're too young to remember Steve Sachs, Dodger second base, and Chuck Knobloch in your era.
Chucky.
Just couldn't make the throw from second to first.
Yeah.
There's been catchers in the past. Did you have any catchers that you remember that?
Well, shout out the movie Major League, where the catcher has the yips and has to start memorizing like centerfolds and Playboy little bios so that he could throw the ball back to the pitcher.
I forgot that detail. That's a good one. I'm due for a major league hit. It's been a while.
Can't go wrong.
No, I'm definitely due. I've been thinking about that too. You're pushing me up. Maybe I'll watch it on the flight to Edinburgh. But anyway, I got a horrifying 3-hole battle with the Shanks. How embarrassing too. Because, you're out there with some business partners and you're having a nice, and they're just, and you know what, I want to credit these guys because they just didn't say a word.
No heckling?
No.
Where's the fun?
No, you can't.
I would have been behind you in the tee box being like, Brian Murphy is starring in Shawshank Redemption.
See, this is why we can't have you. This is why we can't have you out at nice places.
I know,
buddy.
this is why I'm not invited to the golf courses.
Although I will say, and we'll get to the Giants in just a sec here, but I was, for about 4 or 5 years, the Giants and 49ers had a little pro-am, a little golf event. Do you remember this before Pebble Beach?
Mm-mm.
God, you were probably in high school. It's like 2011. Where were you in 2011, bro?
2011 was my freshman year of college, yeah.
Anyway, so Pebble Beach, the big week in February, used to go down and do the show all the time. Huey Lewis, Bill Murray, Ray Romano, the whole deal, right? But the Niners and Giants had like a little Tuesday event. Tons of fans came, and it was like Mike Krukow played, and Bruce Bochy played, and Kipe played, and Dwight Clark played, and Brent Jones played, and Will Clark played. It was really fun, and I was supposed to be they only played 5 holes. They played 1, 2, 3, 17, and 18. It was really like a fun little event. and it was supposed to be good-natured for charity, and I was supposed to be the mic guy, the roast guy. They told me, roast them. So I had a microphone. I was like roasting these guys. So my line for Dwight Clark was, rest in peace, Dwight. We love you. I said, ladies and gentlemen, Dwight Clark. And this is a big tee box packed and everything. And he said, I said, we all know and love the catch. Now get ready for the shank. Ladies and gentlemen, Dwight Clark.
Not bad.
And he was like, oh, yeah. You know what he said to me? He goes, you mother father.
Wow.
He said, well, I mean, he was laughing. He wasn't serious. But then he came over and kind of got me in a headlock, punched me a little too hard. You know, one of those things, huh? And so anyway, so you can joke about the shank in that situation. Not in this one. They stayed quiet, and then eventually we worked our way out of it.
Yeah, I see it all the time, like on TikTok or Instagram, all the video reels I watch. There's like this one group of guys that has like a heckling course. Like it's almost like they go to a course and there's a bunch of celebrities. Like Bill Burr showed up and they started heckling him. Like, I don't know if this is like a tradition or something.
You talking about the golf course?
At a golf course, yeah.
Okay,
no,
okay.
This is at an actual golf course. I'll look it up and I'll send it to you and Tony during the break.
Please do. Please do. Maybe I should. Maybe my business relationship with Providence will improve if I heckle the guy. All right? So anyway, fun day. You yesterday, anything exciting?
No, nothing really. Hung out, watched the baseball game, watched the Gigantes.
And it was
did some laundry.
Surprisingly good game.
Yeah, it was a really good game.
Giants lead 1-0. Brewers lead 2-1. Giants lead 3-2. Brewers lead 4-3. And Giants win 5-4. In fact, let's start the day off on the right note and call that thing in. Pat Burrell from Milwaukee calling MLB commish Rob Manfred. Manfred said, wait a minute, you're calling me? Aren't you guys like the ultimate 500 boring squad? We're over 500 now, you empty suit. Put it in the books. San Francisco Giants 5, Milwaukee Brewers 4.
Beautiful baseball. Beautiful baseball. Screw you. Screw you.
Let's go, San Francisco. Let's go, Giants.
I love you.
Say hey, say Willie, that Giants kid is great.
I like that. Thank you very much. Enjoyed it.
All right, we're hearing it, enjoying it, Willie and Blake. Okay, and get ready for the strobe light. By the way, see when Chorio and Adames homered for the Brewers yesterday? They go all in on the strobe light.
Oh,
See, it was like black and light and black, and it was like the whole stadium goes.
You could
black.
barely see their mascot sliding on the slide anymore.
I know, right? So everybody likes to hit the strobe light just like the Giants do. You ready? Crank that strobe light up. Matt Chapman, number 21. Keep it up. Grant McCrae,
Hello.
number 3. And I have a confession to make. So the family's having dinner, and we have the Giants game on. All right? This is what we do. We have the Giants game on in the background, and we have access to the TV, and Yaz was up. And I just said to I said, you know what, guys? Let's be honest. It ain't happening with Mike Yastrzemski. And Doug goes, I've been trying to tell you. I'm like, it's just kind of a constant string of 239, 38 ribs. You know, it's just, I'm like, he's a really good guy, and I enjoy talking to him, and he's a good defensive player. I said, but just the at-bats are so... And here's the pitch. Crack! Out of the park. They laughed their butts off. What were you saying? What were you saying?
Yeah, Dad. You work in sports, Dad?
Mike Yastrzemski, number 11. Well, that was a huge... Because the Brewers' bullpen is their deal.
Also, was it in Milwaukee when you were wearing the Yaz jersey and you had the heckler yell, hey, Yaz!
No, remember he was calling it Yaz.
Yaz.
Yaz. Yaz. That guy wanted to beat my so bad. I turned around. He was like a high school wrestler. He was like a wrestler.
You saw the cauliflower
I saw it, and I saw the forearms and the shoulders and the
immediate red flag.
Yeah, he was wearing shorts too, and he looked kind of cut. You know what I mean?
You see those ears just turn around and shut the hell up.
My offense was standing up and cheering when the Giants scored a run, and he was hammered, and I was wearing a Yaz jersey. Said number 5, Yaz on the back. And he's going, hey, Yaz! Yaz! This went on for innings at a time. Innings. My buddies were howling. They're like, you going to talk to him? You going to talk to him? I'm like, no, I'm not going to talk to him.
Absolutely
They're
not.
like, Murphy wants you. He wants you, dude. He's talking to you. I was like, no. So, great win. What does it mean in the long run? Who knows? But better to be over 500 than under 500. And who knew the Giants were going to win with three long balls?
6 hits total last night, 3 long balls.
Not the usual.
No.
not the usual way they do it, against a really good team, against a team that tried to kind of knock their spirits out with a couple of homers. Once again, fourth straight time a starting pitcher did not really perform at a high level. Logan Webb 5+, 4 runs, had to go out, and they had to go get him. It led to Landon Roop, which we need to talk about the situation with Robbie Ray and Jordan Hicks going on the IL.
It also led to Camilo Doval having a good start to that inning, striking out the first 2 batters he saw, and then worked himself into a bases-loaded jam. But it was good to see Doval work out of that.
Kind of Doval's career in miniature, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Where, like, the overwhelming stuff, he strikes out 2, and then he just kind of takes a mental vacation, walks a couple guys, and then somehow gets out of it. Grant McCrae with a nice break on that ball that went to deep right, left center. And Grant McCrae, I mean, I'm getting way, way ahead of myself after only 11 games, but center field controversy next spring? Jung-Hoo Lee, Grant McCrae? I mean, Mike Krukow actually planted the seed yesterday. He goes, I mean, at the very least, he's trade bait because Jung-Hoo Lee ain't going anywhere.
That is true. Jung-Hoo Lee's got the longest contract Farhan's ever handed out to a position player.
There's just little things about McCrae you like, though. You know what I mean? He yesterday he walked, stole second, created a balk, and scored on a ground ball.
Yeah, to me, I think Grant McCrae becomes next year's Mike Yastrzemski, where you could put him out in right field maybe as a utility fourth outfielder.
You want to waste that fleet foot on a corner?
I mean, right now, I think there's a legit argument to have an open conversation about Grant McCrae versus Luis Matos next year.
Man, see, yeah, this is it. This is where we're at. All right, Giants get the win. 49ers cut down day, and it's notable for something we need to talk about, and that is, as successful as the 49ers have been, do the Niners and John Lynch deserve criticism for so many draft picks getting cut? And we'll talk about that on the other side. We'll get the guest list from Young Tony. We're still giving away 2 Niners tickets to the opening day and a $250 Levi's gift card. You'll know. You'll hear the cue to call. But stay tuned. It's a happy Wednesday, or Friday for some of us who are headed to Scotland for weddings. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Center.
Now watch this drive.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Stay locked into KNBR all day for your chance to win 2 tickets to the 49ers season opener presented by Levi's. When you hear the cue to call, be caller 11 to 415-896-KNBR to win 2 tickets into the 501 Club to see the Niners take on the Jets on Monday, September 9th. Plus, you also win a $250 Levi's gift card. And stay tuned. We are going to give these tickets away at 8:30 this morning. This is all furnished by Levi's, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
It's hard to hear a lot of drama when you're in the middle of training camp. You're just waking up and you're practicing and you're in meetings all day. Then you go home and you just go to sleep. So there's not really a lot of time to hear the drama and the outside noise. But like for us as the 49ers, like I know that the guys who are going through contract negotiations, they're doing what they think is best for them. And we all support them in that. And as players, we're just going to show up there. We're going to practice every single day and just see what we can get out of the guys that are practicing. And so, I got to ask, like, how tough is it that Trent Williams is there? And, well, yeah, he's a Hall of Fame first ballot guy, and he's going to play really good football for a long time. But I'm getting incredible reps with our backup left tackle, Jalen Moore, that I wouldn't get otherwise. And, if Trent's not playing, I have no idea what's going to happen. But I'm getting these valuable reps with Jalen. And when Trent Williams shows up, he's inevitably just going to be amazing again. And I'm not going to really need that much practice with him because he's just better than everybody else.
George Kittle, you know the voice, you know the name. George Kittle on Pat McAfee, I guess, talking about, obviously, what's the drama like without Aiyuk and Trent Williams? He's like, I'm just practicing, man. And when Trent Williams comes back, I'll practice against him, and he will be back. Now, Niners made their 53-man roster yesterday. There was no Trent Williams on it.
Where you see?
However, there's, paperwork issues that allow room for Trent Williams to come back. They kept John Feliciano and Ambry Thomas on the 53-man, even though they'll go on the ice. What you would do is you would take Trent, put him on the roster, and just slide Feliciano to IR. So they're making room for him. It's like, expecting a guest. Guests are coming over, clean up the house. You know what I mean? So Aiyuk, however, also on the 53-man roster, just because he's never not been part of the team. He's been with the team all summer long. He just hasn't been on the practice field.
But it was interesting to see that the 49ers decided to keep 7 wide receivers on the roster yesterday, including Brandon Aiyuk, including Ronnie Bell, who was a guy that we all thought would be on the bubble with Chris Conley and Jake McCowing and Ricky Pearsall. But because of the uncertainty around Brandon Aiyuk, right now, currently, they're keeping 7 wide receivers, which they did not do last year. Only had 6 on the total roster.
Because Aiyuk may not theoretically be ready for game 1.
Yes.
He may hold out into that. So you would need extra bodies for sure. Well, there you go. So Aiyuk and Trent, still no movement. However, room for both on the roster. No trade was made, et cetera there. You heard him talk about, you heard George Kittle talk about Jalen Moore. The Niners only kept 2 tackles. Colton McKivitz and Jalen Moore, which indicates that, they think Trent Williams will be coming soon. Didn't Deshaun Jackson tell us in the Cooler of Content, I just talked to Trent. He'll be there shortly.
Yeah, apparently him and Trent Williams are buddy-buddy, and he's the one that told us earlier this week or even last week that Trent Williams was on his way, but here we are now sitting here still waiting on Trent Williams to show up. And there were some reports yesterday from Josina Anderson saying that Trent Williams wants to get paid, and that the 49ers are between a rock and a hard place because Trent Williams is not playing around. and there's going to have to be some give and take, some back and forth.
Wouldn't they technically, given that he protects the quarterback, wouldn't they technically be between, wait for it, a Brock and a hard place?
Ah, there we go.
Oh.
I see you working, Murph.
There you go. Thank you very much. Yeah. This whole situation, is this now, I think Kawakami suggested this, the Niners having 2 stars out this long, at what point do you start looking at Jed and say, hey, listen, Jed, we crushed you the first 10 years of your tenure. You deserved it. You hired Kyle and John, and then you've gone on a run, and nobody's crushing you anymore. Everybody loves Jed now. Well, that's an overstatement. Everybody's sort of proud that Jed, well, that's an overstatement too. What are we with Jed? We're sort of accepting that he's finally found his footing. How's that? Is that the right phrasing?
I like that take, and it feels like most 49er fans were happy that Jed was kind of taking a step back and not being a public figure. And then last year, right before the Super Bowl, he came out and said some things that kind of rubbed people the wrong way. And I think most people would just like it if Jed just stuck to writing the checks.
Just stay back. Well, and that's the thing. He's not writing the checks right now. Now, in defense of Jed, he'd be like, bro, I've been writing checks. Yeah. My wrist is sore. I've been writing checks for the last several years, right?
And just paid McCaffrey this offseason.
How many checks can I write? So that's what he would say. And Niner fans would say, don't tell me about the labor pains. Just show me the baby. You're the guy. You're Eddie. Eddie did it. Uncle Eddie did it. You do it. So the Niners having those 2 guys out this long, where it's now beginning to almost obviously affect the preparations for the Monday night September 9 opener.
Absolutely. And now it feels like it's becoming a trend, if it wasn't already a trend. After seeing the holdouts of Debo and Nick Bosa and, of course, the effects that it had during the regular season. But if I'm Brandon Aiyuk, I'm looking at what Nick Bosa did last year and saying, hey, he showed up the Wednesday before the season started last year, got a big payday. I'm going to try to do the same thing. And that's kind of the standard that they've set now with these negotiations.
Yeah, again, but is Brandon Aiyuk Nick Bosa?
No.
He's not.
No.
I mean, at this point now that CD has signed and Justin Jefferson has signed, I'd be like, okay, bro, you ain't those guys. Time for you to come on in. Now, again, I always side with players over owners, always. In this case, I would say, okay, Brandon, I know, get as much as you can, but I feel like we've gotten to the point where he's probably has gotten as much as he can. Yeah. If it's 28 or where, that's like probably a pretty good contract for him, So again, not to be an owner's guy. Now, to switch it back to criticizing owners, at what point does Jed put his foot down and say, I'm trying to field a championship team here, get these guys in? That now I'm starting to look at him. Like, dude, you're writing the checks. Get it done.
Well, especially if it is a difference between $26 and $28 million. If we're talking about a $2 million difference, with the way that the 49ers front office is able to restructure contracts, which they've done multiple times over the last couple of years. As soon as Nick Bosa got paid last offseason, guess what? Trent Williams and George Kittle both had their contracts restructured to move around some of that signing bonus. There are ways to manipulate the cap.
Yeah.
So even if you do have to give Brandon Aiyuk $2 million more, to me, it's worth it. And then in a year or two, you can restructure his contract and move around some of that money, and it won't affect you on the cap space.
Yeah, again, I go back to Alec Baldwin, Glengarry Glen Ross. Only one thing matters in this life, gentlemen. Get them to sign on the line that is dotted.
Coffee is for closers.
There it is, buddy. There it is. 209's feisty this morning, saying it's bad take. They've signed several top players, top of the market, including Trent. Fair enough. And now they need to sign more. I mean, that's just as simple as that, bro. Again, only one thing matters in this life. Are they on the camp or are they not?
No, I don't think it's the take that the 49ers have never spent money and they never will. It's not we're saying Jed York is John Fisher or anything like that, but it's the negotiation strategy of letting these negotiations linger into the regular season where there has been a negative effect on guys like Bosa and Debo.
925 says it's not about Jed not willing to spend. It's about the salary cap implications in the years to come. And that, I think, is a fair statement to say that's where 925, 209, and me and Marcus and Young Tony would all tap out because none of us have any clue as to how they can manipulate the salary cap. You better go to Farhan Zaidi MIT school and come back with your PhD. Then I'll accept your take on the cap.
The salary cap is not real. There's ways to manipulate it.
Yeah, it's brutal. So, all right, guys, let's get the guest list going on a Wednesday, August 28, 2024, 8/28/24. Young Tony and I were breaking down the royal and ancient game today. Because now that I'm done coaching, I've taken the clubs out of mothballs, and I played now 3 times in the last 2 weeks.
Wow.
Getting exciting. If only I was any good. And young Tony starts talking to me like, yeah, why don't you try this or that? He's giving me tips.
I mean, yesterday you're walking out and Tony's like, yeah, remember to sit down in that chair, Murph. I'm like, we got young Tony now giving golf tips.
Young Tone, thanks for the tips, brother. Good morning.
Good morning.
Are you planning on playing today?
Not today.
Okay.
Maybe. I mean, who knows?
You never know.
The day is young.
You live that kind of life. You're young, you're single. He's young, wild, and free.
Yeah.
He's young, single, and free. And so if somebody says, hey, at 2 in the afternoon, you want to go hit the links? He's like, yeah, let's go.
Why not?
And I know a guy, and I can get on the course whenever I want.
Look at this guy.
He knows the guy.
20. What is he, 25 years old? He's got it figured out.
He's that old? I thought he was like 17.
He's got it figured out, buddy.
Wow.
The edge of 17 with young Tony.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, thanks for the tips, buddy. And here's another tip. Buy new equipment, everybody. I had somebody say, look at my equipment. They're like, bro, you're killing yourself. My clubs are 20 years old.
What?
Yeah. At the time, I thought, hey, to me, 2004 was like yesterday. I'm like, no, they're new. I got them in 04. They're like, dude, it's 24. I'm like, oh.
20 years old.
When did that happen?
Then what's going on with all these commercials I hear about the Golf Mart?
You know what? I could do with some trade from the Golf Mart.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, no. They don't. I don't get that.
Hook a brother up.
I
That's a
don't
great
get
call,
that.
yeah.
I don't get that.
Wow.
I was talking to somebody in the account thing. They said, you got a bad A. He said, you better get a new guy on that account.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, I know.
Come on, Scotty.
Hopefully, I was walking out yesterday. Mike Kohler put a little bug in my ear that there might be a new client willing to come in, and they're golf club guys.
Ooh.
I'm willing to.
Now we're talking.
Let's sit down and break bread, baby.
Let's sweeten that
break
pot
bread.
a little bit.
Let's go. All right, Tone, what do we got, bud?
All right, well, coming up at 7:30, we will get Mike Krukow on the show. The Giants are 67-66, 5.5 out of that third wild card spot.
And speaking of like personal things like clubs and everything in business, remind me, we want to do something I have to mention some stuff about the Junior Giants coming up because we have a McCovey Golf Classic and we want to get a great crowd out there. And also our stretch drive, too. We're still continuing it. So I want to mention that, jrgiants.org, for all you generous people out there, and also the McCovey Golf Classic. But I'll mention it more with Kruk at 7:30.
Nice. We have the big hit at 7:50, cooler content at 8:15. We will talk to Sean Estes, who was doing pre and post for the Mariners series. We'll get his take.
Love talking to Sean.
Love Sean Estes. Eric Branch at 9:15. We'll talk 49ers roster cuts.
Branchy.
Some big moves.
Yeah.
And then Grant McCrae, ladies and gentlemen, at 9:30. Back-to-back games with a home run.
Grant McCrae live from Milwaukee. Just had Tyler Fitzgerald yesterday. We're the place where players go to hang.
We're getting speedsters back to back.
Should I tell him how does it feel kicking Jung-Hoo Lee out of his job?
Uh-oh.
In fact, let's address that on the other side on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Giants gamers, Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
As Yastrzemski swings, it's a high fly ball deep right. Frelick going back at the track, at the wall. It's gone! And just like that, the Giants go back ahead. Mike Yastrzemski hits a 2-run home run.
Listen to Joe Rizzo calling those bombs. We already played the B-52 strobe light, which I really get a kick out of, by the way. I hope y'all do too. I know some of you don't, but guess what? We're still going to keep playing it. Surprising to see the Giants gut out a win against a really good team. Honestly, this is the kind of game they lose, right? That is what they beat bad teams. I heard, I was driving home from Danville yesterday. Shout out Danville. And was listening to Diamond Notes with my man Copes. And he pulled out the number that the Giants are 33-42 against teams that are 500 or better. I know. And I was like, well, thanks, Copes, for that. Mm-hmm. And so I was like, so they're going to lose tonight, right? And instead, they went in there, threw haymakers with a really good team, a team that could, I don't know if they could mess with the Dodgers or the Phillies in October. Maybe the Brew Crew can. I mean, they seem to, last couple of years, they've made it, and then they don't really make a dent in October. They're definitely not a star-laden team for sure, but they're a solid squad. And by the way, I love their unis. Love those unis.
It's a classic uniform.
I also thought the Mariners Sunday creams were chef's kiss, man. Those were beautiful. The ones Brian Wu was wearing.
Yeah, those are good-looking jerseys.
With the Navy Mariners with the gold trout line and the hat. That hat that they're wearing on the Sunday is the hat that Declan Murphy bought at Cooperstown.
Oh, was that the $80 hat?
No, dude, that's the other hat. Man. Oh, bro, that one. That was at the O Club.
I still can't believe that.
Well, talking to me.
$80.
I still can't. Why do you think I was meeting with the Provident Credit Union guys yesterday, dude?
Got to take out a loan for that hat.
I had to talk to my guy Mo for a loan. Anyway, the Brew Crew, solid team, and the Giants answered the bell at several different critical junctures yesterday.
And how about yesterday when you see all those young guys on the field for the Milwaukee Brewers, whether it's Jackson Churio, who broke the scoreboard taking one deep off of Logan Webb, or Tobias Meyer, the pitcher who was on the mound yesterday, who used to be in the Giants system.
Couldn't believe I heard that. They go, yeah, he was in the Giants for like 3 weeks. I was like, wait, what?
Yeah, check this out. I looked it up yesterday. On July 7th, 2022, the Guardians traded Tobias Myers to the Giants in exchange for cash consideration. He then pitched 3 games with the Sacramento River Cats before being DFA'd for Dixon Machado.
Farhan, bro.
Remember Dixon Machado?
This is like right now, you've just taken me down the Farhan rabbit hole of all time. Got him from the Guardians for cash. Stashed him in Sac for 3 weeks. Mm-hmm. Traded him for Dixon Machado. I ladies and gentlemen, I rest my case. Yeah. That's it right there. You know what? The defense has nothing further to say. Or right? The prosecution has nothing.
I can give him credit for getting a guy like Tobias Meyer, who was in the Rookie of the Year conversation this year with the Milwaukee Brewers, but also just like we talk about the never-ending moves. It's like, all right, if you think you found something, you should probably let it last longer than 2 or 3 appearances with your Sacramento club. And now he's looking like a really good pitcher this year for Milwaukee.
It's kind of remarkable. By the way, speaking of Milwaukee, the very talented Brian Anderson, who you know from the NBA, is also the Brewers broadcaster. And he'll join Papa and Lund at 10:50 this morning. Okay, so Grant McCrae, who's going to be on our show at 9:30. There was a really funny meme over the weekend. And somebody, I don't know, these people who are more skilled than I am do these things. But somebody, it had a pic. It's hard to say this. Had a picture, hard to describe, picture of Steven Duggar and a picture of Grant McCrae. And above Steven Duggar, it said, died 2022. And above Grant McCrae, it said, born 2024.
Are we talking about the resurrection of Steven Duggar?
Is that a meme where you guys do born and died? No, is that something you young kids do, where you do died and born?
Not that I can recall.
I can see where it could be a bit. You know what I mean? Something about, you guys could do that with anybody. Like, just anybody you want to riff on. You could say, this thing died and this thing was born. And I was like, first of all, it was very funny. Second of all, it was very clever. Third of all, it was well executed. Fourth of all, I was like, holy yes, is this right? Is all we're watching here is just Steven Duggar all over again? Because Duggar, while nice, eventually didn't have any staying power.
No.
Was found to just be just wasn't enough of a bat.
He had some flashes.
We called him Stevie Doubles for a while there. He got hurt. Remember he dislocated his shoulder.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. There's some flashes, there's some similarities, but I think big picture, you're not looking for Grant McCrae to just be Steven Duggar.
Exactly, but I'm saying, is he Steven Duggar?
I don't want to go there quite yet.
And I was thinking, like, I was going to look this up because already with 3 bombs in his first 11 games, I'm going to say that's like more than Duggar. Yeah, Duggar's first season in the bigs, he was 24 years old. He had 141 at bats. He only hit 2 bombs. I mean, McCrae's already hit 3 in 11 games.
And how many bags did Duggar swipe?
He stole in his that year. He stole 5. Yeah, and then the very next year he stole 1.
Yeah,
he was not a base stealer.
He's not a speed threat.
No, he was not.
So
you would
that's
think
the
he
difference.
would have been, but he was not.
Right? Grant McCrae to me has more of that speed element. It's a guy that I talked about going out and watching him a bunch down in San Jose. It felt like he was with the San Jose Giants for a minute, and he put up a 20-20 season and constantly hit it at the top of the order with a high batting average. So it's a guy that has bat-the-ball skills, has a little bit of pop, as we saw last night, and has the ability to swipe some bags if you need it.
Now, he does strike out, and Bob Melvin does address this after the game. But I'm joking, not joking, but like there's kind of a little flash there with him that you like. I mean, right now he's hitting, what's he hitting? He's hitting 333. Pardon me, that's not true. Right now he's hitting 308. With 3 bombs, 4 ribs, 973 OPS. Now, again, this is only in 39 at-bats, so a very, very chill amount of at-bats. But still, there's like a little bit of a flash, and that's what we're looking for right now at this point in the Giants franchise evolution. We're looking for a little bit of a flash. And you start thinking, wait a minute, this guy's a center fielder. He's born center fielder. Like, born. Not, you mentioned earlier, corner outfield. I'm like, I don't even know what you do. It's like, would you put Jung-Hoo Lee in a corner?
No, I would stick Jung-Hoo Lee in center field, put Grant McCrae out in right field, because we know how hard it is to play right field at Oracle Park. You essentially need 2 center fielders to play out there.
Let me ask you a question. After only watching this amount of games, does Grant McCrae get better jumps than Jung-Hoo Lee?
I don't think so. I think Jung-Hoo Lee, off the crack of the ball, has a quicker first step.
It's interesting.
Like Grant McCrae is great defensively too, but like off my memory, it's just like it seemed like before the ball was even hit, Jung-Hoo Lee was headed in the right direction.
I'm going to leave that one open for debate.
Okay.
I mean, it's very early days, very early days. But just to my naked eye, and who am I? I'm not freaking, whatever. I'm not Casey Stengel. But to my naked eye, I feel like he gets slightly better jumps than Jung-Hoo Lee. Now, again, this is a very fine point, very hard to define. We don't have any stats for this.
This is all analytics.
Actually, do they have stats for this?
They probably do, to be honest with you. They track everything these days.
I mean, I'm not dogging Jung-Hoo Lee at all. No, I like him out there. But I was like, a couple times with Grant McCrae, I've been like, look at that. That's kind of classy.
And that's why when we were talking about this earlier in the show, I mentioned maybe him as a Yaz replacement. Because even though Yaz went deep last night and has showed some great defense out in right field, I feel like we're past the point with the Mike Yastrzemski experiment. Now, how long does Farhan want to hold on to his golden goose? Because he was kind of the first repurposed prospect, repurposed tool that he was able to have success with here in San Francisco. But I think at the end of the day, you're talking about Yaz being a 4th outfielder. I think you're better off going with a guy like a Grant McCrae, like a Luis Matos, maybe even like a Wade Meckler.
I'm almost thinking, the reason why I'm bringing it up is I'm almost thinking Jung-Hoo Lee would be a better right fielder than McCrae.
Interesting.
I don't know. I'm something I'm kicking around. I'm workshopping it. I'm in the lab. The idea of McCrae in center and Lee in right. Now you have 2 you want your corner outfielders to be 30 homer guys. Of course, Giants don't have 30 homer guys.
Yeah,
no matter
it doesn't matter. They don't have them anywhere on the roster.
I mean, you don't have that classic big hulking right fielder who's going to hit bombs. But anyway, it's just something to chew on.
And let me ask you, have you seen enough of Grant McCrae to pencil him into the outfield next year?
916 just texted in and said, pump the brakes. I get it, 100%. We're just kind of spitballing right now.
Pump that back
there's a little.
bit.
In fact, he's going to be on our show a little bit. The guy might go 0 for his next 100. I don't know. But I'm just saying, there's just little tiny signs. I was worried about him when he struck out. I think he struck out like 6 times in back-to-back games the other day. And I'm like, does he look overmatched? And right now, he seems to be finding his footing a little bit. We'll see.
Yeah.
Let's let it play out for a few weeks. Yeah.
I mean, small sample size. We were all sitting here a few months ago talking about Luis Matos being the left fielder, right fielder of the future because he was the NL Player of the Week. The first time the Giants have had one since, 2018?
You're 100%. And we just talked to Tyler Fitzgerald yesterday about adjustments. Yeah. And they'll adjust on you, and you'll be your A is back in.
Yeah, but it is good to see good signs and flashes from Grant McCrae, because this isn't like some random repurposed 66 roster move of Farhan Zaidi. This is a guy that's ranked top 15 in the Giants prospect system, so it's a guy that they actually have hope for.
A Giants draft pick they picked fairly high in the first 3 or 4 rounds. So here's Bob Melvin after the game yesterday on this guy, Grant McCrae.
It's been great. And, you worry, this guy's not even been on the roster yet. We saw him in spring training just a couple of times to back up in, road games. And now all of a sudden he's the everyday center fielder. So give him a lot of credit for the work that he's put in. And it kind of looks a little different. You have a guy out there with tremendous speed. He's got power on top of it. There's some swing and miss, and that's kind of what you worry about at the big league level, but there's also some hard contact. So it does not look at this point in time like has not been up for this.
Yeah, again, listen, people on the text line, yes, of course, we're couching the entire thing, and we're just spitballing right now that the guy has arrived, we're evaluating him, and there's some things to like. A couple people with Marcus, they think Jung-Hoo Lee's a better defensive player. Okay, fair enough. I'm not going to go to the mat on this one, but I'm just going to say I'm workshopping it. I'm keeping my eyes open. Somebody says he misplayed a ball against the White Sox. I don't remember that. Oh, wasn't that like a Sun ball? That's right. In that first inning game, I think, wasn't that a Sun play?
Oh, man, you're asking me to remember the White Sox series? I tried to delete that from my memory as quick as possible.
The White Sox were here. Anyway, something to think about. The kid had a nice day yesterday. He made a nice kid. He broke really nicely on a ball that Doval gave up that deep drive to left center, and he broke really nicely on it, made it look easy.
With the bases loaded.
Yeah. Doval, jeez. It was a mess. So anyway, the Giants got the win, and they go again tonight with Kyle Harrison. They're one game over 500. I mean, what are you gonna do? I mean, just watch the game, see if something fun happens. Chappie, get to 25. We'll get to 25.
He's got a chance. 21 yesterday. He gets into these hot streaks. What are we down to? 29 games left. I think there's a possibility he gets to 25.
25 would be a nice number, wouldn't it? Yeah. All right. So that's the Giants. The 49ers, though, obviously back in the news. 53-man roster. John Lynch is going to talk today at 2:45, and so we'll let we've been the only people the last 2 weeks to have a chance at him about Aiyuk and Trent.
Exclusive.
Now we're going to see what those old beat writers down there. Let's see what the ink-stained wretches do with John Lynch down there in terms of Brandon Aiyuk and Trent Williams and their draft record. We need to talk about that and the 53-man roster next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. It's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
We are still stuck in the mud here on Brandon Aiyuk, who is on the roster because he reported to training camp. Trent Williams, who I'll get to in a second, is not counting against the roster. So at this point, they get into the practice schedule this week, and they're going to practice this afternoon. And sort of the understanding was that at this point he would practice, so we're going to have to see if he's on the field this afternoon with the San Francisco 49ers. But again, no closer to an extension or a trade there than we were the last couple of weeks. On to Trent Williams, who seems like he is intent on proving his point that he deserves more guaranteed money and a raise on that contract, expected to make around $20 million this upcoming season. Perhaps he will carry that into the regular season.
NFL Network, that was Mike Garafolo. Thank you for the help on that. Using key phrases like "we're no closer" and "we're stuck." Sounds like a lot of things in my life, by the way. Closer and stuck. Brother Young Tony with "stuck in the middle." Steelers real. I'm impressed. That would have been something I would have said. Does Young Tony know? He does know it. Now, can I go with? We're going to stay on the theme of stuck. Now, I'm a big Huey Lewis and the News fan. However, not a huge fan of their cheesy song "Stuck on You." Do you know that one? "Stuck on You"?
No.
Okay, well, we can put it down if we want.
We've played this on the show, and Marcus and I were talking about this the other day. Good song.
Where are you with Huey Lewis and the News in general?
They're fantastic. I've heard all their music.
Is that a Young Tony?
No, I've definitely heard of them.
Okay.
I couldn't name you any of their songs.
Not a single one. Great. We'll have something to look forward to at 9:57
Cole
today.
just told me Back to the Future?
Well, yes. Power of Love. Dun, 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 dun.
I've definitely heard the songs. I just can't give you the actual titles.
Okay.
Yeah, and this is why we have a sponsored segment teaching young Tony what he learned today, but you're going to have to stay tuned for 9:55 for that segment, because this segment and the Murph and Marky Show is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Redwood Credit Union offers auto loans with competitive rates and personalized services because your journey matters. Redwood Credit Union, for all that you love.
Well done. Well done, Marcus. And guys, here we go at 49er roster cutdown day. So, first answer, were there huge shocks? No. Second answer, were there some interesting things? Yes, some interesting things. So
interesting.
Let's start with number one. We talk about the running backs. I just kind of wrote down a bunch of notes. We'll just take them in order here. The running back situation. Elijah Mitchell, he's out for the year. Were we anticipating this?
I thought there was a chance that Elijah Mitchell could have just been a roster casualty just because of his injury history and that number on the salary cap. So I was surprised because obviously we've heard about all preseason long how he has been dealing with those injuries, with a hamstring injury, I believe. I didn't think it was that serious that he'd be shut down for the entire season, though.
I mean, I hate to even put this out there, but because Christian McCaffrey's coming off one of the great years you'll ever see, right? One of the great years in 49ers history. There's no guarantee he plays all 17 games. He has a calf strain right now. So now you have Jordan Mason and who? Well, the answer is Isaac Guerrero. They're trusting the hamstring.
Here we go, rookie.
And instead of Elijah Mitchell, who led the team in rushing a couple years ago, Patrick Taylor, who I spent precious little time thinking about in the preseason. I don't know if you guys down with Patrick Taylor?
No, I would agree. I thought Cody Schrager got more run time than he did.
They did not.
Like even in the week 2 preseason game where Jordan Mason did not play, it was not Patrick Taylor, it was Cody Schrager in that situation.
Schrader, I was surprised by that. They're hoping that he can sneak back to the practice squad, which is, by the way, gigantic. So when I was covering the team, practice squad was 5 players. It's now 16 players, bro. It's a lot of players. So anyway, just to give you guys a brief bio on Patrick Taylor, the 49er, he's obviously a running back who has had a little bit of NFL experience. He came out of Memphis in 2019, undrafted. Was with the Packers from 2020 to 2023. He has 261 rushing yards in his career. So he's kind of anonymous. But anyway, he made the team. Elijah Mitchell out, and they hope to put Cody Schrader on the practice squad. Now we get to the other interesting ones. Danny Gray. 3rd-round draft pick 2022. 3rd-round draft pick 2022. Didn't make the team.
Yeah.
Cut. Now this begins now. Stay with me. A list of draft picks who didn't make the team. Cornerback Sam Womack, 2022 5th-rounder.
Sammy Womack.
Who 2 summers ago had a splashy debut. I remember specifically talking to Tim Ryan about it.
Preseason football against the Packers. I believe he had 2 interceptions down at Levi Stadium.
And man, I saw him have one of the worst reps you'll see against who was this last game against? The Raiders?
Yeah.
Did you see where he bit early on a fake and then got beat late, gave up on a play?
Yeah.
He got beat early. Then the throw was underthrown, I believe. The receiver had to come back to it, and Womack had given up on the play and let the guy score.
Yeah, didn't really try to make a tackle.
Bro, I was like, that's like the one rep the Niners will be like, that's it. We don't need this guy.
I saw that play, and I thought to myself, there's the nail in the coffin for Sammy Womack. Darrell Luter ended up getting that roster spot instead.
Right. So that's 2022 3rd-rounder, 2022 5th-rounder. Now, 7th-rounders, it's hard to crack guys for 7th-rounders, but Jalen Graham. And wasn't Kruger on our show yesterday saying he wanted Jalen Graham to stay?
He was talking Jalen
7th-rounder in 2022 did not make it. Now, again, these guys can come back to the practice squad.
Yes.
Okay, now we move on to 2023. You ready for this, bro? 3rd-round tight end Cam Latu.
Oh.
Cut. That's a big one. That's a big one.
I mean, especially when you look at the roster and the 49ers only having 2 tight ends listed on their current roster right now.
Usually they keep 4.
At least.
Yeah.
So this tells me that this is not the finalized roster, that maybe there could be a trade coming in for a backup tight end. I mean, we talked a lot about Logan Thomas this offseason and whether or not that could be another weapon for Kyle Shanahan. He was released yesterday.
He was too. And then Braden Willis, the 2023 7th-rounder. So that's 5 draft picks from the last 2 years who got cut. And so you start saying, are they missing? Are they missing too much? Somebody texted and said, that's BS. Every team misses. Go through the league, which I have not done.
Yeah, I mean.
But real quick, I went to, I said, let's just take a division rival. I went to the Rams. And I looked at their 2023 and 2022 picks. Almost all of their 3rd, 4th, and rounders. In fact, all of their 3rd, 4th, and rounders from the last 2 drafts are still on their team. So that's just one comp right there.
And you mentioned the 2022 draft class with Danny Gray as a 3rd-rounder. You know who else they took in the 3rd round that year? Ty Davis-Price.
There you go.
Another one. You know who they took in the 2nd round that year? Drake Jackson, who has not panned out into really anything at defensive end. Now he's on the PUP list with another injury.
So weird because they also have had these incredible hits.
Yeah.
I mean, when you say hit and miss, you're literally talking about a John Lynch draft. And, obviously it's enough that they're one of the best teams in the NFL for the last 3-4 years running,
yeah,
obviously.
To your point, we're talking about this 2022 draft class. The last pick of that draft was Brock Purdy, who might be the only quarterback from that entire draft class that is still on the same roster that drafted him only 2 years later.
Cam Inman did a nice exercise, and good to have Cam back on KNBR this week. Here's the 3rd-rounders under Lynch and Shanahan. Going back to 2017, Akello Witherspoon and C.J. Beathard, or as a caller famously called him, I think C.J. Beathard's the guy.
Beathard.
See, he just got released in Jacksonville
He
yesterday.
did. It looks like Mac Jones is going to be QB2 down in Jacksonville.
So Keller Witherspoon, C.J. Beathard. 2018, Tarvarius Moore, Fred Warner. Does that make up for almost everything?
All-pro
You
Fred.
took Fred Warner in the third round. 2019, here's one that hurts, Jalen Hurd.
Yeah.
That's one, people have texted in saying they're getting Jalen Hurd vibes off of Ricky Pearsall. I'm like, well, let's just, the same way we're pumping the brakes on Grant McCrae, we're pumping the brakes on
Yeah, don't put out that
right
bad
there.
energy. I don't need those vibes around Ricky Pearsall.
Ready for this one? 2021, Trey Sermon.
Treyway.
That's almost like Ty Davis Price. I would confuse Trey Sermon and Ty Davis Price because they're both third rounders with great pedigrees who just didn't catch.
Yes, who never panned out.
And their names both start with T. Ambry Thomas is another third rounder.
Yeah, the guy that's got a broken forearm did make the roster, but he's another one of those guys that might be moved to the IR to start the season.
You mentioned 2022, Ty Davis Price and Danny Gray.
Ty.
Now, last year, Cam Latu in the third round. However, Jair Brown was a third rounder.
Yeah.
Jake Moody was a third rounder.
Your boy, Jake Moody.
How do you feel about that? I don't know.
Well, that's the thing. Again, I remember going back to that draft class and, seeing the live reaction from John Lund in the war room when that draft pick happened. And the next day, my take was, I'm not as mad about wasting a draft pick on Jake Moody because you obviously needed a kicker to replace Robbie Gould. I was more upset with them drafting Cam Latu in that third round when you obviously had a need at right tackle with Mike McGlinchey leaving. You didn't invest in the offensive line or even defensive line in that third round, and now we're talking about Cam Latu a year later being a completely waste of a draft pick.
Well, your hindsight, your on the spot analysis was right. 2024, Dom Pooney. Now that one hits. So in 2017, since 2017 to now, the only third round hits are Fred Warner, Jair Brown, Jake Mooney, and Dom Pooney. That's a lot of misses. That said, again, they're hitting in other weird places.
Yeah, and we're
Dre Greenlaw.
And we're still looking at arguably the best roster in the entire NFL, even with those misses.
And of course, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. More roster news. Talanoa Hufanga makes the team.
Hey, way to go, Huff.
I kept hearing PUP. So then whether he will play week one or not, we don't know, but this is great news for the DBs and great news for this guy who was, coming off that big major injury last year.
Of course, for the people who are unaware, if you were placed on the NFL's PUP list, you have to miss a minimum of the first 4 games of the season. So, yeah, there's a big possibility he's not out there week 1 against the Jets, but hey, maybe week 2 against the Vikings, against Sam Darnold, Hufanga could be back on the field.
And then the one that made me most happy, Chris Conley. I'm a Chris Conley guy, and I'm not talking about the former MTV host who now does those, Make-A-Wish things on ESPN. You know that guy?
No.
Yeah, you know this guy.
Chris Conley?
Well, it's C-O-N. It's a different guy, obviously.
Yeah,
it's not him, but I'm making a joke.
Yeah.
Chris Connolly, he was an MTV host, and then he's doing all these ESPN, whenever you see, the Make-A-Wish things, they're 10-minute features on a Sunday morning. Young Tone, you feel me on this? I think you
I
recognize.
just looked up his name. I know this guy.
Yeah, this guy.
I was more of a Carson Daly guy myself.
You hear the piano, it's a Sunday morning. You're doing that rare time when you're watching SportsCenter on a Sunday morning and they got nothing, and they do Chris Connolly went out to Omaha, Nebraska, and visited an 11-year-old kid.
Okay.
And then you hear the piano tinkles and it's a drone shot of Omaha. He's Sammy Smith loves baseball. And then you find out the kid's got some sort of disease.
Okay.
And he wants to meet.
Wow, I had no idea this dude was on
something.
MTV back in the day.
Oh yeah, he held it down.
Wow,
he held it down on MTV. He was like their movie guy. He would be like the guy who do the press junket with frickin' I don't know who would be a movie star from the early Julia Roberts.
Okay,
I don't know. Anyway, but Chris Conley, the different one. I love that guy. I'm all in on him on special teams. I'm all in on. I hope he gets on the field. I want to see him on the field.
And that was the battle for the last spot in the wide receiver room to me. It's whether or not you wanted to go with the veteran Chris Conley or if you're going to stick with Ronnie Bell. Turns out they ended up keeping 7 wide receivers on the roster, but of course, that's because of the uncertainty with BA. So if he's not out there week 1, at least you got guys like Ronnie Bell and Chris Conley who could step up more of a special team role, but you get what I'm saying.
Did we roll in that Bob Saleh sound that Waterboy sent to the
we got it.
To the system? Because Saleh now is officially checked in on the Trent Williams, Brandon Aiyuk. This is our buddy. He knows these guys, right? Bob Saleh. Actually, did Trent come post Saleh? I'm trying to remember. But anyway, here's Bob Saleh, New York Jets head coach. Now it is Jets versus Niners. This time it's personal. Here's Robert Saleh at his press conference in New York being asked about the 49ers.
Fully expect Trent Williams to walk on the field and still be his all-pro self with a newly minted contract, I'm sure. And Aiyuk, I'm sure he'll be there. But yeah, you keep an eye kind of a side eye, but right now it's all tunnel vision towards them and only them. But I'll say this, with or without them, they're still a championship roster. You know, they've got some dudes all over the roster. It's going to be a fun game. It's going to be a great challenge.
That's an interesting quote. You know, like in this day and age now, everybody does a pull quote and makes a big deal out of it, whether it's ESPN, Get Up, or our social team. They'll pull a quote. So the phrase that sticks out to me in the aggregators era is, with or without them, they're still a championship club. Is that true? 808 KNBR. I'd say that's not true.
I'd say
that's coach speak is what it is.
I would say without Brandon Aiyuk, but with Trent Williams, the answer is yes. But without Trent Williams, the answer might shift to no.
Right. That's why I said with or without those two.
Yeah, if you're missing both, I mean, look at the 3-game losing streak last year. A lot of people focus on Deebo Samuel's injury. Trent Williams was the big reason to me they went on that 3-game losing streak. Look at Brock Purdy's numbers in those 3 games.
Without question. Without question. That's why I take it. I mean, again, I know it's coach speak for Saleh, and he's doing the whole, Lou Holtz thing, and you would never dog an opponent. But I would say that that's an overstatement. That with or without them, they're a championship roster. No, that's not true. Without Trent Williams, they're not a championship roster.
Without Trent Williams, the 49ers might have one of the worst offensive lines in the league. Like, I'm just being completely honest with you. You take Trent Williams off that line. We were talking about the roster this morning. If Jalen Moore and Colton McKivitz are your only tackles on the entire roster, that's an issue. That's a problem protecting Brock Purdy.
Yeah. I mean, so they're going to, again, Deshaun Jackson told us he's coming in. They leave the roster spot open. I mean, everything says he's coming back. Except for, who was it, Josina Anderson? They're not playing around?
I mean, we had Jeremy Fowler earlier this week saying that this contract situation could linger into week 1. And yesterday, Josina Anderson said she talked to 2 different sources. The first one said that they're hearing Trent Williams wants to be paid, like the very important piece he is. She also went on to say another league source also added this morning, San Francisco is between a real rock and a hard place because Trent Williams is not playing around. Something may have to give unless you're allowing for a big adjustment next season without Trent.
Sounds like Josina being a little agent, what am I saying here? I wouldn't say puppet, but she's speaking for the agent.
She's got her sources.
By the way, speaking of media celebrities like Josina Anderson, did you guys see, this surprised me, and congrats to the happy couple, that Dave McMenamin and Malika Andrews got married.
I saw those photos yesterday.
Congrats to the happy couple. Shout out NBA beat writer marriage there. Can we just say it? I'm just being honest, and with all love to the guy, he's out of his league.
Wow.
You know what I mean? He's out of his league.
On 50,000 watts, Murph.
I mean, Dave McMenamin, congratulations for the absolute bonanza of landing Malika Andrews as your wife. She's a beautiful and talented woman. I mean, McMenamin's a nice piece. He's a nice piece on the roster, but he's not the championship guy. I mean, she's absolutely fabulous, So anyway, he must be fabulous too. So Dave,
of course,
he's probably a wonderful human being.
Sounds like we got to book Dave for the show now.
And let the couple. I'm going to see Dave. Congrats, man. I mean, so anyway, I kept looking at the account like, is this fake? They had wedding pictures and everything.
I know. Everything was posted yesterday. I was shocked when I saw
reaction?
it on time. I was like, I didn't know this was allowed. Is this kosher? Is this an HR violation? What's going on here?
And she's Oakland. She's Oakland's own.
That's it.
So I wonder if the wedding, usually you get married in the bride's hometown.
I'm disappointed that the Murph and Marcus show was not invited.
Shout out to McMenamin. You know what? You know what I'm going to say to McMenamin? I'm going to give him the shack. I owe you an apology. I was obviously unfamiliar with your game. So, anyway, guys, and then we'll end this segment with this 916 with a salty text. I love a salty text because it riles people up in the morning. He says, Saleh says with or without them, they're a championship team. He says, no, they're not. When did they win it all?
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Hey, yo.
Yeah, he's not lying.
I've seen a lot of those texts over the last couple of weeks when we talk about the Super Bowl hangover. They go, how are you hungover when you didn't win the Super Bowl?
It's the Super Bowl because you specifically have to call it the Super Bowl loss.
Yeah, you still went out.
Nobody's saying the Chiefs are having a hangover.
No, too busy going on tour with Taylor Swift.
By the way, does Travis Kelce need to play football anymore?
No.
Did you see what he just signed with the podcast deal?
$100 million with Amazon?
What are we doing?
Oh, man.
Let's start podcasting with Amazon.
Yeah.
$100 million with him and his bro. So, I don't, is this guy going to be, is he going to burn to win on Sundays when he's got Taylor Swift, he's got Silk Sheets, Taylor Swift, and a $100 million podcast deal?
It's hard to wake up in the morning and do road work when you're sleeping in silk sheets.
I think Raiders are going to sweep him this year.
Oh, let's go, Murph.
But I'm having my eye on the Harbaugh Chargers, buddy. Post elevator, Post out. There's no stopping them
After
now.
the Chargers went in there and pulled it down.
That's just, I mean, who's got
Pull it down?
Who's got it better than this?
Who's got it better than us?
I mean, you just kind of wish you could be there with them.
Yeah, I'd say the Raiders, who are not locked in an elevator, who beat you, 65-3 last year, had it better than you.
Yeah, they were kind of mailing it in.
Yeah.
Hey, what
it
were you
wasn't
guys,
Jimmy, but
what
all
were you
right.
guys? Who was it? Aiden?
Aiden O'Connell and Zamir White.
Now it's Gardner?
Gardner Minshew.
All right.
Pro Bowl quarterback Gardner Minshew. Give my boy some respect.
He's hanging out with some celebs, I see, too,
Yeah,
on
he
Twitter.
is. He's just trying to make the Raiders great again, Murph.
Now proudly sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. And speaking of the mid-segment reads, I hear we got a new commish on the KNBR Fantasy Football League.
This is true.
They say, can we riff? Because Derek Papa's the new commish. He goes, yeah, I guess Copes is stepping down from everything. And then he said himself, can I riff?
It's a good riff by the commish. I'm here for the riffs.
All right. Let's get ready for Mike Krukow at 7:30 on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Who's got it better than those guys that were on that elevator?
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Good morning, Seamheads. Murph and Marcus keep rolling. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the-sports-leader.
Chapman to drive, hit out to deep right center, going back Perkins, onto the track, looking up, it is gone! Now McCrae, he launches one, high and deep, right field, way back, it is gone! And there's no doubt about that one. Grant McCrae over the Giants bullpen into the second deck, and the Giants lead 3-2. As Yastrzemski swings, hits a high fly ball deep right. Frelick going back at the track, at the wall. It's gone! And just like that, the Giants go back ahead. Mike Yastrzemski hits a 2-run home run.
Hey, Joe Rizzo with a rare bout of good news for this beleaguered Giants team who gets 3 home runs yesterday. Now, don't forget, they stranded a ton of runners yesterday. Oh, yeah, they'll strand them, but instead they drop the bombs like the Gap Band here, and the Giants steal one in Milwaukee, 5-4, and go one game over 500, pick up no games on the Braves. They rallied in the 10th inning, I think, to beat the Twins. So, I mean, I don't know. You know, listen, all you can do is just keep winning and see what happens. I would just like to see them finish north of 500, if that's possible. I think it might be difficult given their schedule, and it could get sideways. It could get ugly. Robbie Ray goes on the IL. Jordan Hicks goes on the IL. Mm-hmm. But, hey, let's enjoy for one day. And we called it in already with a few home run calls, too. So, Marcus, what did you think last night?
I mean, especially on a night where you did not get the best Logan Webb performance. Not saying Logan went out there and got absolutely rocked, gave up a couple home runs. Jackson Chourio, who's one of the most young, exciting baseball players right now in the big leagues.
Brother, 20.
Put one off the scoreboard off Logan Webb yesterday, but the Giants were able to battle back with a couple bombs of their own. You heard the highlights of 3 home runs yesterday, but Murph, to your point, even with those 3 home runs, they had 6 total hits on the day. Matt Chapman had 3 of those hits, and they still went 0 for 9 with runners in scoring position.
Yeah, dude. In fact, I think it was the second inning, runner on second, nobody out. I think it was. There were 2 different situations. They had runners on second with nobody out, and they couldn't advance them. Mm-hmm. Bro, I keep going back. I keep dusting off this story. So there was an old Yankee named Frankie Crosetti. All right, this guy played. I think he played with Ruth. I'm pretty sure he played with Ruth, but he lived for a long time. He was from Stockton. He lived in the Bay Area.
Hell yeah.
And he used to show up at A's games and when the Yankees were in town and just kind of hang around the cage. Frankie Crosetti. No, I guess he played with DiMaggio. Not Ruth. I think I had that wrong.
Oh, a couple Bay Area boys.
Sorry, exactly. Well, he played 32. Was Ruth on the 32 Yankees? He was with the Yankees from 1932 to 1948.
Wow.
Nice run, huh?
Wow.
Can you imagine being in New York from 32 to 48? Frankie Crosetti out of Stockton. But anyway,
hell of a name.
I just remember one day he said, he was talking about baseball, and he's like, the old in my day thing. But he had this quote stuck in my head. He goes, runner on second, nobody out. The way we were raised, by hook or by crook, you're getting that guy to third base. I was like, by hook or by crook? I mean, I never used that phrase, but now I will use that phrase. Forget it today. Forget it. Forget it. They cannot advance a runner from second to third with nobody, and that's bad freaking baseball, dude. That's bad baseball. So in a way, they almost deserve to lose these games, saved by the long ball. But how about playing some good, sound, freaking Frankie Crosetti baseball for once? Do you feel me?
Nah, I feel you, Murph. The problem is, The analytic department does not feel you.
Yeah.
They don't want to. They don't want to give away outs.
What are you, 80 and 82?
Yeah, But like the whole purpose of the game is to score more runs than the other team. So if you have to sacrifice an out here or there for a team that can't score runs with runners in scoring position, maybe you should use that strategy.
Shout out Lake Mary, Florida, and Taiwan.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, so anyway, back to
the Little League.
Back to the positive stuff. Two guys came out of that to me were talking points. One is Grant McCrae. We're having him on today at 9:30. And, it's 11 games. So everybody chill out. We've seen any number of Giants come up. Casey Schmidt last year. Luis Matos, NL Player of the Week. Yep. So obviously, just please, people, holster your rage at the radio guy who's getting too far ahead. Obviously, there's millions of miles to go in this guy's career. However, he is a high draft pick. He is a farm product. He's somebody that theoretically should help the Giants win games. And I kind of like some of the things I'm seeing. Not everything. He strikes out a lot, getting to our point. I think he struck out with a runner on second yesterday with nobody out. He tried to get a bunt down, couldn't get it down.
I think you're right.
Yeah, and wound up striking out. I love his jumps in center field. Marcus says maybe not. I don't know. We can discuss.
No, I'm not saying I don't like him, but in comparison to Jung-Hoo Lee, I still think JHL has the better first step than Grant McCrae. Not a knock on Grant McCrae, just Jung-Hoo Lee is a 5-time Gold Glove winner out in the KBO.
I wondered, again, I haven't seen nearly enough, but I've seen there were two specific plays where I liked his jumps. And I was like, oh, hey, I like that. That's classy. And I remember I need to get my memory back and watching Jung-Hoo Lee. It's been so long since I watched him play baseball,
I miss it.
You loved his jumps?
Oh, dude, I loved his jumps. I loved his hard 90s out of the box. Like, he was just a guy who played baseball the right way.
Also, you want to talk about a guy who get a run from second to third with nobody out?
Yeah.
As somebody put it on the text line, he said, you guys talking about whiffing all the time. Here's a guy who didn't whiff. Jung-Hoo Lee didn't whiff.
That's a different brand of baseball that he's playing. But I think it's more interesting to look at next year's outfield because I think we're all assuming that Jung-Hoo Lee is going to be your center fielder, your leadoff hitter. Elliot Ramos is probably going to be your 3-hitter playing left field. And then you look to right field. And the future of a guy like Mike Yastrzemski, I think you turn the page. You move towards the kids. Whether that's a Grant McCrae, a Luis Matos, a Wade Meckler, I think that's the conversation that we're having now. And I will say that Grant McCrae does have a better first step than Luis Matos.
Okay, yeah, for sure. I mean, Matos defensively is an enigma to me. I'm not really sure if I have a book on him.
He gets weird reads, but he's able to make up for it and chase down balls. It just kind of looks, he had the 2 home run robberies in the same spot that Jung-Hoo Lee got injured. So he'll give you the flashy plays, but he doesn't get the best reads right off the bat.
Let me ask you this. Is an outfield of Ramos, Lee, and either McCrae, Matos, or Meckler, is that a playoff roster?
Depends what's going on with the rest of your roster. I think those are all pieces moving forward, and when you're talking about homegrown pieces, but again, this Giants team is missing a middle-of-the-lineup bat. I don't know if any of those guys, Elliot Ramos is your middle-of-the-order bat right now.
Ramos is hitting third on opening day, period, end of story.
But to your point, you will love some more power maybe in the corners, but playing at Oracle Park, we know how important defense is. And you know that you need at least damn near 2 center fielders, one that can play center, one that can play right field because of the wall.
You suggested McCrae and right. I rolled out there last hour to much disdain from the listeners and Marcus that maybe Jung-Hoo Lee and right, McCrae in center. Again, early days. I'm not putting that in ink. I'm not going to jock blog about that. But I'm just saying, I want to watch this guy play center some more. And I was wondering, is there something about Jung-Hoo Lee's skill set that would help in right center field?
Yeah, to me, it just comes down to who is more comfortable playing the wall. And it's one thing that we should point out with Elliot Ramos. When he first got called up and was playing right field, threw out a couple of guys in the first couple of games. I thought he read balls off the wall extremely well.
You want him in right then?
So I think that's a possibility. Maybe a Luis Matos or Grant McCrae in left. Now, again, that's a conversation for the Giants to have, and the importance on defense, whether it's playing the wall or covering Triples Alley, which is the priority. And I think they'll have that problem. But it's a good problem to have when we're talking about good defensive outfielders.
Do you know where Bryce Eldridge is getting his reps in minors?
First base.
See, he had another big old honking one last night.
He's a big old boy. Yeah, he's up to 18 now on the season, I believe.
And they're stylish, too. They're big. I mean, I know you don't get any extra runs if a paint scraper versus a 450-footer. But he'll hit a big, majestic home run.
He's got McCovey Cove power. Yeah. Like, we're looking for splash hits, and it feels like that splash counter hasn't moved in weeks. I don't know if it's moved all season long. Bryce Eldridge has that kind of power.
The other guy from last night, I said there were 2. The other is Matt Chapman. He hits number 21 last night. And this is something Susan Slusher wrote about last week, and we haven't really talked about because we're distracted by other things. But his future and the fact that he can opt out and the fact that he could be in line for a big contract. And the question is, how, as a Giants fan and as a Giants front office, how much are you willing to go with Matt Chapman? We know the Giants don't like going long-term. The only guy they've signed for any long-term deal is Jung-Hoo Lee.
Yeah.
But we like that because he was 25 years old. He's a young kid. Matt Chapman, by the way, is 31, and his birthday is in April. He will be 32 next April.
Matt Chapman's well into his 30s.
How many more days, how many more really good years does he have? Now, he's having a classic Matt Chapman year right now. Like, it is vintage Matt Chapman. He's performing to his baseball card. Can he continue to do that for, if he wants 4 years, $25 million, 4 years, $100 million? I mean, first of all, would he, I don't even know if that's what he's looking for. I read Susan said 9 figures is being discussed.
Wow.
Which seems crazy, right?
Which we know that was not his market this last offseason when Scott Boras decided to go out and dangle him out. Matt Chapman is a Scott Boras client, right?
Yes.
So he's got, all the clients ended up on the Giants this offseason. But I remember the report that Boras and Chapman passed up on the 5-year, $100 million contract offer from the Toronto Blue Jays. I don't see Farhan offering even that type of contract to a player that is past 30 years old.
Yeah, he has a player option for $17 million next year. Why would he do that when he thinks he can get 4 for $100? I'm just throwing 4 for $100 out there. My question is, and we'll have to discuss this at a later date because we're up against it. Mike Krukow's coming on. But just have you guys seen enough? If you go by analytics, we talk about analytics. WAR, he's one of the 10 best players on both sides of the ball in baseball.
Yeah, and we know the glove's going to play regardless. But I think a lot of people are scared that he could turn into Evan Longoria and what his contract looked like with the Giants.
240, it does nag at you, but 21 bombs.
Oh, no, go ahead. Murph's got to blow his nose.
I had to sneeze right there. Wow. 21 bombs on a team for the Giants, a power starved team for the Giants is freaking Aaron Judge, you know? So, anyway, stuff to discuss as we move forward. We'll discuss with Mike Krukow.
Yeah.
On the other side. Big hit today will be Niners. And you got something else for me?
Oh, I was just going to give you a quick update because my guys Tony and Cole are doing some in-show research. Surprising that we get in-show research when Cole is here and not Curly. What a coincidence. But they're telling me that the last splash hit for the Giants was on 420. Hey, Patrick Bailey bobblehead day when he went 4 for 4 and put one in the bay.
Oh, Patty Bailey. Is he coming back soon?
They haven't hit a splash hit in 4 months.
They need Pat Bailey back.
Yeah.
They do. Okay, stuff to talk about with Mike Krukow next on The Sports Leader.
Hi fans, my name is Jung Lee. I love you.
Oh, we like our Amici's pizza, and we like it for busy families on the go. Back to school time. I do know the deal. You guys are running around. So am I. What about the craziness of a back to school night? That'll mess with you. Like, oh man, we forgot. We got back to school night. So Amici says, do the half-baked pizza. Because the half-baked pizza means that you can eat it whenever you want. 5 minutes. You're like, okay, we got home finally. We're home at 8 o'clock. Slide that thing in there. Beautiful. Half-baked pizza. And I've had them. They're really good. Actually, low-key, I'm kind of a big fan of the half-baked pizza. And here's the deal. For the rest of August, if you order any size half-baked pizza online from the menu category scroll bar at Amici's.com, Amici gives you 20% off that half-baked pizza. I'll say it again. For the rest of August, any size half-baked pizza online from the menu category scroll bar at Amici's.com, Amici's gives you 20% off that pizza. It comes out of the oven piping hot and fresh. Very underrated factor. All right, so you want the ultimate ready when you want it back-to-school meal for your family? Amici's delivers.
I just want some pizza.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, we love our Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays with Mike Krukow. He's brought to us by NorCal Honda, your Northern California Honda dealer. See your NorCal Honda dealer now for sedan fine savings on every model. Mike, they've won 67 games this year. This was one of the finer ones to go into Milwaukee against a really good team, to not have Logan Webb have his best stuff, to have Tyler Rogers with sort of heroic performance and 3 home runs. It was kind of a really nice win. Nice way to start the day, Mike. Good morning.
Hey, morning, Mike.
I hope your weekend was good. And it's a nice off day, which is rare. And, they had their fantasy football draft and they had a little camaraderie. Milwaukee's such a cool town in so many ways in that it surprises you. You're not overwhelmed like you are in Chicago or New York. It's a little more subtle than that, but it's a very cool town. Good place to, kind of rub elbows and spend some time together as a team. Anyway, they roll into game one, and they come back and win it with Yastrzemski's 2-run homer, and then the bullpen shuts it out. And we always have a little bit of drama in it, but it was just a nice, clean win. And I thought that they played well. I mean, they made good plays. I just thought that when you go into a city like Milwaukee or any town that has a team that's contending or is in first place, the one thing is that they don't beat themselves. So from your perspective as a team, you can't beat yourself. You can't walk people. You can't make errors. You can't miss cutoffs. You have to cut off the gaps, turn doubles into singles. And it was really on display last night. That's how Milwaukee wins. They played a good game and got beat. So that was a really big, significant win for the Giants. And now, they can hope to win the series and maybe even more than that.
Mike, you mentioned some of that drama in the bullpen. We got to talk about that 6th inning yesterday with Camilo Doval. Comes in, strikes out the first 2 batters, works himself into a bases-loaded jam, but then is able to work out of it. What were your thoughts on Camilo's appearance yesterday?
Well, when he left to go down to the minor leagues, he was underneath everything. So his mechanics were completely screwed up 100% of the time. And then when you go down there and you start working on mechanics to try and correct the problem, to get your hand in a higher position, you'll find it, but it's oftentimes it's hard to lock it into where you can have access to it every pitch. So, we've talked about this before. It's the same thing with hitters. You'll have 3 good swings. You'll have 3 good pitches. You'll have 2 bad ones. You'll have 4 good ones. You'll have 1 bad one. And that's kind of how his inning went yesterday. He was on top of some and he had good stuff. And he 3-pitched one guy, but it was just abusive. He didn't get a swing off and it was just see you later. And then all of a sudden he's underneath it again and he's all over the place. He's got a flat breaking ball and his fastball is all over the place. And then he gets up top again. I credit him, and then he persevered and got through it because that was important. Because when you're going through a spell where you're a little inconsistent with your release, you are prone to have a bad inning. One bad pitch, a guy could take you deep. But he pitched through it, so I thought that was a big plus for him. I don't think he's ready to close yet because he's a little inconsistent with it yet, but I think he's getting closer.
So many different little angles from last night. We could continue to talk about Tyler Rogers' bounce-back performance and then Ryan Walker again. But I do want to go to the position players. The 2 guys who homered yesterday, Matt Chapman and Grant McCrae, are both kind of talking points this morning. Let's start with Chapman. Susan Susser wrote a story about, he can opt out after this year and, usually being smart, thinking he can get a longer-term deal. He probably will. So, Mike, to get into the boardroom a little bit here and pick your agent, player, front office brain, how seriously should the Giants engage him on a long-term deal? Do you think it's something that fits? He is turning 32 next April. Does that give you a little bit of a red flag and just what he's brought to the team and what he would mean to a team on maybe a 4 or 5 year deal?
I think he's got a 4 or 5 year deal in him physically. He's played every game. And the way he plays and the way he runs, and he plays hard. So I think he's in really great shape. I think he takes care of himself. I think his work habits during the season are exceptional. I mean, you don't even have to acknowledge the work habits in the offseason when you see him come into spring. But more importantly, I think he's an anchor. And I think just like Jung-Hoo Lee, I think he's an anchor in center. He anchors the defense in the outfield. You have to have an anchor in the infield. We've had Brandon Crawford anchor the infield for 13 years. I mean, it was nice when you have a middle infielder that can anchor, but when you feel the presence of a third baseman, it makes everybody on the left side better. And I think the left side of the infield is the most important. There is no side that isn't important, but I think the left side's a little more important simply because there's more right-handed hitters in the league. You have to have a guy on that left side of the infield side be just as good as Chapman, because it takes pressure off of the shortstop going to his right, and really shows up right now because that's not the strong side for Tyler Fitzgerald. So bottom line is, I think you need him. I think of all the guys who have opt-out clauses in their contract, I think he's the guy you go after, and hopefully he's here for 4 or 5 more years because we love watching him play.
Mike, you mentioned Jung-Hoo Lee being the anchor in the outfield for the Giants. It's a topic that me and Murph were discussing this morning when talking about Grant McCrae. Between the two defensively, who do you think gets a better read off the bat and has a better first step out in center field?
That's a great question. I don't know. I mean, I think McCrae's that good. I didn't think I would say that about anybody after I saw Jung-Hoo Lee. I thought his first step and his route running is just exceptional. And then you see McCrae, and he's the exact guy. And who's got the better arm? Well, I mean, they both have great arms, and they're smart arms. I mean, I love every bit about their defensive game. So you could imagine in our ballpark having those two guys in the outfield. I mean, that's remarkable. And from a pitcher's perspective, that solves a lot of issues. Then you take Ramos and put him in left field. And, he was playing center field, so we know he can cover some ground and he can make some plays. I think that's an exceptional outfield. The only question to me is whether or not McCrae can hit enough up here. I mean, he was really he's been really fun to watch. I mean, he's got power. I like the fact that he showed bunt yesterday. I think that's where his future is, to really, really work hard on your bunting with his speed. But and again, we talked about it a little bit earlier last week. I do think he needs to beef up his strength level in his upper body a little bit, because I think the one weakness he has right now is the top of the strike zone with the fastball. And his best defense right now is to not take it. He can't lay off it. Yesterday I saw in an at-bat, it was a situation where he needed to get something out of an at-bat, runner at second, less than 2, nobody out. He needed to have a productive out. And they pumped high fastballs by him and he struck out. And, in a 1-run ball game, that was a big get for Milwaukee to get that out by way of the strikeout. And I do think it's just too inviting for pitchers to pound him upstairs. So I think he needs work on that part of his game to be able to, be strong enough to get to that high fastball or be disciplined enough to lay off of the high fastball. But I love what this guy's showing. I think he's a big league player. I just, he has some areas with which to improve. But if you can imagine him and Jung-Hoo Lee in the same outfield, that's scary.
I like everything you said there. We've had a lot of fun talking about it, and I agree with you. I've watched him take a couple of jumps and that's classy. Like, he looks good out there. So I'm not sure if there's a stat for jumps, balls off the bat. But to me, he looks at least as good as Lee. And it makes you wonder, would one be more again, we're getting way ahead of ourselves here, but why not? We're just spitballing on the radio, getting people through their commutes. But just for fun, if you had to put one of those two in right field at Oracle Park specifically, where it's big gap in right center, funky wall, arm, is it possible that Lee would be a better right fielder than McCrae? Or I don't know. Is there any? I'm just spitballing here, Mike. I don't know.
No, that's an interesting concept. I think that the captain of the infield, because of his experience, I think it would go with Jung-Hoo Lee in center field.
Yeah.
I think that McCrae is athletic enough to learn it. He's watching one of the best ever to play right field, Yastrzemski, and the Giants over the years have been blessed with really smart right fielders. Randy Wynn and Jose Cruz and Ellis Burks and who I'm missing. I mean, there's probably 3 or 4 other guys that have really played a very cerebral right field in that ballpark, which you have to do.
Yeah.
I do think that McCrae is smart enough to do that, and certainly athletic enough to do that. But I mean, but just think about how much ground those two guys could cover.
Yeah. Like I said, just kind of a fun conversation, and I like what you said there about learning from Yaz and all of that. So anyway, fun one. But before we let you go, we got to get to a couple other things. Tyler Rogers, I think he's a guy. I don't want to say people take him for granted. Some people don't like him. Some people love him. He had the terrible game in Seattle that was just so tragic. And he comes back, and he's in a high-leverage situation, Mike, and there were some big moments last night, and that's a great team. He's a really good team he's pitching against. And he winds up getting, who was the guy he made look so terrible on the swing? Was that Churio or Adames, one of the two? I mean, Mike, only he can get those swings. But what do you think? That was an important outing. That's the positive. But also Bob Melvin signed a little warning flag after the game. He's like, you hate to keep going to these guys in these close games, but we have to.
Well, that's who they are. I mean, they're the close game team. I mean, they've been losing a lot of these one-run games. It's so important that they start winning these one-run games. And the one thing that we've always taken for granted is just how good that bullpen's good to allow them the opportunity to even have a chance in these one-run ball games. That big blow-up in Seattle for Tyler Rogers was, it happens to everybody, and a little bit of an aberration, but he was right back out there the next outing, there was no residue in his mind whatsoever. And I think that's what I love about the guy. He doesn't go out there and there's nothing that's clouding his brain when he goes out there and he drops his funk. His funk is as good as anybody's in the league. And I don't know, there's nobody like him. There is nobody like him, and he can make a good hitter look like a fantasy camper, which is actually, a high entertainment value, which I appreciate.
It's true. I think it was Adames, was it? Anyway, it was just so bad. Anyway, it's fun. Last word, Mike, before I let you go, is Kyle Harrison. Somebody sent me a stat. The Giants are 14-8 in games he starts, and that's pretty cool. I mean, he's, and also, though, it's late August now. It's almost September for this young lefty. So what do you expect out of him tonight?
I expect him to give him a chance to win. I've expected him to do that every time he's gone out there. What I've seen with him has just been really, really positive, solid growth. When he first came up, 2 pitches, kind of a lazy breaking ball, everything with fastball up across the letters, 2-dimensional. All fastballs, 4-seam. He's still 4-seam and everything, but although he's listening to the pleas of, come up with at least a sampling of a 2-seam fastball just to cleanse the eye of the hitter. But with the growth of the changeup, my gosh, it's such a great pitch. And now he's learned that, okay, if I have a slurry breaking ball, it can still be effective against right-handed hitters if I can consistently pound that outside corner, which he does. And if you notice the times when he's really dominant, he has that outside strike with that slurve, and he's not missing out over the plate. I mean, he's come so far in such a short amount of time. So I expect him to go out there and dazzle. In this modern day and age, you don't have to go 7-8 innings as a starter. You can go 4, 5, or 6 and still make a healthy contribution, and that's what I expect out of him tonight.
I'm going to steal last bit of your time here to say we had a big Junior Giants board meeting yesterday, and we want to try to rally people to the Willie McCovey Golf Tour. It's so great to keep Willie alive and well in the annual McCovey Golf Classic at Harding Park, Thursday, September 26th. Which the Giants players and celebrities are out there, 18 holes. So everybody go to jrgiants.org to learn more about. You can get a foursome. Foursome spots are available. GiantsCommunityFund.org. How about me giving the wrong website? GiantsCommunityFund.org. I think JR Giants still works, but GiantsCommunityFund.org. And Mike, we also want to tell everybody that we're still donating on the stretch drive. We're extending it, $50 to sponsor a Junior Giant, and you get a Tyro Estrada bobblehead while supplies last. And Tyro got robbed of a home run last night, by the way. We didn't even talk about that. How about that when they challenged the home run catch, Mike?
Well, and it was a crew chief challenge, too. It wasn't a Giants challenge. Just a remarkable play. Oh, yeah. Just, a little reminder that, hey, you are in the big leagues. These are the best in the world. And that was a best-in-the-world play right there.
Really was. So, anyway, Mike, thanks for letting us use some of your time for the Junior Giants. And enjoy Kyle Harrison. I'm off Friday. You'll have Marcus and Dieter. I'll talk to you next week. Have a good one.
Had a bit.
Mike Krukow. And once again, I'll remind everybody, so it's get this thing right. It's the McCovey Golf Classic, Thursday, September 26th. I'll be there. Come on out. It's really fun. This is for the Junior Giants, guys. It's really important to support these programs. I hear the stories all the time from up and down the state of California. So many kids get so much out of this, whether it's on the field or off the field, in belief and confidence and leadership and all that. So GiantsCommunityFund.org to get a foursome at the McCovey Golf Classic. There will be, you get the players out there. Lots of times they get players, current players, former players. And if you can't make the tournament, you can still support us by donating $50 to the Junior Giants Stretch Drive. And again, GiantsCommunityFund.org. Thanks, y'all, for listening. I appreciate you. 49ers, big hit. The 53-man roster, what does it mean? Is it a championship roster? Next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Stay locked into KNBR all day for your chance to win 2 tickets to the 49ers season opener presented by Levi's. When you hear the cue to call, be caller 11 to 415-896-KNBR to win 2 tickets into the 501 Club to see the Niners take on the Jets on Monday, September 9th. Plus, you also win a $250 Levi's gift card. This is an incredible contest, and we want you to stay tuned. We are going to give these tickets away at 8:30 this morning. It is all furnished by Levi's, and you can find official rules at KNBR.com.
Hold it now.
This is The Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Coming out in that first game again with the entire country watching, what do you think we're going to see from these 2024 49ers?
Man, hey man, I ain't gonna give you too much of a head start, man. But you turn the TV on, you sit back in your couch, and you turn the TV on and you watch, and we get on the show after, you ask me and you tell me what you think.
Deebo Samuel. Oh, was that a warning shot to the Jets there? Monday night, September 9. Cannot wait. It's been way too long. The NFL makes you wait way too long, but we're going to do it. And now we have news. Good morning, everybody. It is our big hit. By the way, I want to thank Mike Krukow for a good discussion. The Grant McCrae stuff with Jung-Hoo Lee was interesting, as was his strident belief that of all the impending free agents, Matt Chapman's the most important one to sign, assuming ahead of Blake Snell, too, even. Yeah. But anyway, that was all brought to you by NorCal Honda, your Northern California Honda dealers. See your NorCal Honda dealer now for sedan. Find savings on every model. Two other bits of businesses before we get to the 53-man roster and some more sound. Number one, Kyle Shanahan's going to speak to the media at 2 o'clock, and John Lynch will follow shortly thereafter, and both of those will be broadcast on KNBR during Tolbert and Copes. And, of course, you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Okay, well, when Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch speak to the media, what are they going to say about Trent Williams and Brandon Aiyuk? You say that Josina Anderson had something from the Williams camp that was ominous?
Yes, this was a report yesterday from Josina Anderson saying that she is hearing that Trent Williams wants to be, quote, end quote, paid like the very important piece that he is. She then added on additional context saying that she heard from another league source that San Francisco is currently between a real rock and a hard place because Trent Williams is not playing around.
Or, considering who he protects, a Brock in a hard place. Thank you. Thank you very much. Listen, I chalk that up to negotiations. That's just, that's what you do. You say saber rattling, they call it. Saber rattling, when you rattle your sword. I'm going to come attack you, right? So, I mean, we all expect Trent Williams to be there on Monday, September 9.
Ooh, I'm not sure about that.
Okay.
I think there's a possibility that it's Jalen Moore and Colton McKivitz as your starting two tackles, and then you're in trouble.
That's not an ideal scenario.
Like, it seems to me that Trent Williams is really digging his heels in the ground. Like, since we're over here paying so much attention to Brandon Aiyuk, it sounds like Trent Williams is serious about showing his value. And what better way to show your value than to not show up week one, have Hassan Reddick or whoever's playing for that Jets defensive line wreak havoc, and then really force the hand of the 49ers front office. I mean, we saw it last year with a guy like Chris Jones and the Kansas City Chiefs. He sat up in the suite for the first game of the season. I think that there is a possibility that happens with Trent Williams.
Okay, well, duly noted. And the question is now, at what point does Jed start to come into focus? Kawakami brought this up yesterday, and I was nodding my head as I looked at that. I said, okay, first of all, we've been saying all along, a pox on both houses. Brandon Aiyuk should pretty much know his value at this point. And again, I'm half Bolshevik. I always side with the players over the owners, man. I'm labor over management all the time. But in this case, I kind of feel like the labor, Aiyuk, has reached like his point. He's reached his price point. And I think it's a fair price point. I always do think that they should take money from the owners as much as they can. But I think we're at the point where we know the money you can get, bro. And this seems to be, I think it's fair, too.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a fair market value. And over the last couple of months, we've broken down every wide receiver and how much money they're paid, whether we're talking Devontae Smith with the Eagles, $25 million per year, Devontae Adams with the Raiders, $28 million per year, Ross St. Brown, $30 million per year. Like, you can figure out with the rest of the wide receiver contracts what is actually a fair offer for Brandon Aiyuk and where he ranks. He ranks somewhere between the 9th to 12th best wide receiver in the league, which should result in money between $26 to $28 million.
Listen, this whole thing goes under my bummer summer because now it's August 28th, and they're not in. Now, I'm gone Thursday, Friday. Ooh, we're off on Monday.
That might be good news for Brandon Aiyuk and the San Francisco Giants.
The Giants looking to sweep the Brewers, right? And when I come back on Tuesday, we're all off on Labor Day. When I'm back on Tuesday, Will Brandon Aiyuk and Trent Williams be in the fold? 808 KNBR.
It felt like we asked this question earlier this summer when Murph took 2 weeks off, and we said, will Brandon Aiyuk and Trent Williams be signed with the 49ers by the time Murph returns?
Well, you get Dieter's takes Thursday and Friday, right, with you. Now, George Kittle went on Pat McAfee and was asked about the drama surrounding the Niners. It's the D word, distraction, George Kittle.
You know what? It's hard to hear a lot of drama when you're in the middle of training camp. You're just waking up and you're practicing and you're in meetings all day. Then you go home and you just go to sleep. So there's not really a lot of time to hear the drama and the outside noise. But like for us as the 49ers, like I know that the guys who are going through contract negotiations, they're doing what they think is best for them. And we all support them in that. And as players, we're just going to show up there. We're going to practice every single day and just see what we can get out of the guys that are practicing. And so, I got to ask, like, how tough is it that Trent Williams is there? And, well, yeah, he's a Hall of Fame first ballot guy, and he's going to play really good football for a long time. But I'm getting incredible reps with our backup left tackle, Jalen Moore, that I wouldn't get otherwise. And, if Trent's not playing, I have no idea what's going to happen. But I'm getting these valuable reps with Jalen. And when Trent Williams shows up, he's inevitably just going to be amazing again. And I'm not going to really need that much practice with him because he's just better than everybody else.
I mean, typical answer from Kittle, good answer. We got to focus on what we can focus on, blah, blah, blah. But he did raise the possibility of Jalen Moore at left tackle against the Jets.
Oof.
Yeah, he's played there before. He's not a disaster, but he ain't Trent Williams.
No.
Obviously.
And the drop-off between him and Trent Williams is gigantic.
So you'd have to just game plan for that, right?
Oh, and not even having Trent Williams on that offensive line. I said it earlier. I mean, this is not a star-studded offensive line.
No.
We know that they do not invest high draft picks in this offensive line. So whether we're talking about a Colton McKivitz or a Jalen Moore, that's a problem if you don't have Trent Williams. Even on the inside, we're all hoping Dominic Pooney turns into a dude and maybe they hit on that draft pick. But Aaron Banks hasn't played a single snap this preseason with that broken pinky. So if it's Nick Zakelj out there next to Jake Brendel and no Trent Williams, then yeah, we're talking about a big flaw in this 49ers roster with that offensive line.
And you may not, you can't, you're just going to have to roll Brock away from that side. You're going to have to run it a lot more. You have to run to the other side. So you have to completely game plan for a non-Trent Williams offense. George Kittle Cut 2 asked on the Pat McAfee show about what happens when Trent Williams does show back up, if he shows back up.
Oh, yeah. No, as an NFL football player, not everything's guaranteed. It's the NFL. It's not for long. So, you want everyone to take advantage of the situation that they're in and make as much money as they possibly can and, do what they've dreamt about since they were kids and make money for their families. And so, we all have their backs and we understand the position that they're in. So, there's no bad blood or anything like that. So, whenever they show up, whatever happens, it's pretty seamless. You're just right back into the flow of things.
Okay, you hope. Obviously, missing training camp, we've talked about this forever. Debo was affected by it. Bosa was affected by it. Will CeeDee Lamb be affected by it in Dallas? I don't know. By the way, if with fantasy football coming up, CeeDee Lamb, now that he's back in the fold, he's back into the first round, WR1.
Back in there as a first-round draft pick.
All right, good. So,
Brandon Aiyuk, not a first-round draft pick, though.
No.
Which is why he doesn't deserve $34 million per year.
Debo Samuel went on The Insiders. Is this NFL Network? Is that what this is? Talking about what we talked about, the hangover effect of losing all these huge games the last couple of years. So Debo talked about the hangover of the NFC Championship and Super Bowl losses in back-to-back years. Cut Q, Tony.
I've lost two Super Bowls, lost the NFC Championship. Well, I lost two of them. And it's kind of like that fire that I got. I'm trying to put myself in a position to be the best I can every day in, day out. And so just taking advantage of every opportunity I had this offseason for is being in the best shape possible and able to come back and help my team.
Now, he appears to be in the best shape possible. And the question is, too, going forward, if this is the Hunger Games between Aiyuk and Debo, will Debo be the guy who winds up being the long-term guy here? If the 49ers, one of the things we haven't been bringing up is, can the 49ers just wait this out and tell Aiyuk you're playing on your fifth-year option? Because otherwise he has to give up game checks. He has to give up. Then he's got to get on the field.
Yeah, I don't think Brandon Aiyuk would ever go the route of a guy like Le'Veon Bell, where he decided to hold out for a full season. Then we saw his career fall off a cliff. Now, we mentioned CeeDee Lamb, Jamar Chase. There's reports yesterday that he's going to show up for week 1. He's a guy who actually took off a full year of college football, still came back with a first-round draft pick and was phenomenal as a rookie. So maybe with wide receivers, it won't affect them that much. But going back to Debo Samuel, his holdout affected him. And now we're talking about Debo showing up, wearing number 1 on his back. It looks like Debo's in the best shape of his life. And if we're talking about the Hunger Game situation, what's that little area in the middle that has like all the weapons? It seems like Debo got to that island first before Brandon Aiyuk, and now he's locked and loaded for the regular season. BA is not.
Were you a Hunger Games guy?
I watched the Hunger Games, but I couldn't tell you what happens movie by movie. I saw the first one and maybe the second or third. No, am I reading books? Hell no, Murph.
Young Tony.
No chance. I can't read.
Hunger Games, dude.
I loved it. Yeah, all the movies are really good. I didn't read any of the books. And by the way, Cole just chimed in back here. It's the cornucopia is what you're referencing.
Debo got to the cornucopia
my
first.
kid, I told you, they're just tragic non-readers, just awful. I told you they're on the Boucher plan.
Yeah, look how well it worked out for me.
But he did read the Hunger Games book and loved it. Wow. That was a really good book. I think he listed, people say, what's your favorite book? He lists that. I said, you mean what's the only book you've ever read? All right, so anyway.
Sounds like me with The Outsiders.
Yay, there you go. 559 text in says, refresh my memory. And this needs to be addressed because almost every day somebody sends this in on the text line. Refresh my memory. Aren't these two gentlemen under contract?
That is correct.
And here's the deal. Yes. And 415 says, I'm a union dude, and I have been most of my life. But just because the economy changes inside an agreement's term, nobody gets to tear it up and redo their contract. Well, I got news for you, 415 and 559. That's not how it works in the NFL.
Yeah.
Because NFL is this premium, insane entertainment product that America craves like a drug. And the labor, the players, Trent Williams and Brandon Aiyuk, know that they are the providers of said drug, and they know that their power. So, yeah, I hear you, buddy. They're under contract. And you would honor a contract. I would honor a contract. We don't hold the power that Brandon Aiyuk and Trent Williams hold.
Premium.
They hold way more power, and even if it means betraying a current contract, they will exercise that power. That's how it is.
Yeah, Trent Williams is not a member of the Teamsters, Murph. He's not in any union. He's worried about himself.
Well,
He's worried about
in
getting
a players'
paid.
union.
That is correct, too,
Yes.
but their player union supports them to go out and get these contracts. And that's the thing with Trent Williams, which is why I thought it would be a simple solution. Pay the man some guaranteed money. Because he still is under contract, but these last couple years on the contract have zero guaranteed money. So when you're Trent Williams at 36 years old, when you're trying to cash in one last time, I thought it would be as simple as transferring some of that money into guaranteed money. Obviously, that has not been the solution. That's why I'm not a member of the 49ers front office. But I did not expect Trent Williams to drag out this long.
Man, I told you, when you hold the keys, man, when you got the stuff, you got the junk, you hold it out, and you pay for my junk. I got the stuff. Pay for it. Other development on the big hit as we talk about the 49ers finalizing their 53-man roster. Steve Young's comments on KNBR and Steve Young's comments on KNBR day 2. So he went on Tolbert and Cope's Monday, and Young Tone, this would be the one on the big hit sheet, Z21. And he had some strong comments about the relationship being stretched and strained by all this. Take a listen.
Nick Bosa was going to set the market. Trent's going to set the market. You kind of get it in a way. It's a bummer. Like, I wish that Trent would have done this earlier, or the 49ers, and I get all that. But Brandon, because of his youth and because he's not going to set the market, yet wants to set the market, says, I want to be traded. And then goes through this, I don't know how to put it, but it was like, bro, like, if you want to tear up the contract and do something big, then you might want to pick, you might want to go the 5th year and go prove it out, like, to make sure that everybody's on board with you setting the market. Or if you're going to ask to be traded, then when they make a trade that works for them, you got to say you're up for it. You don't say, oh, no, that doesn't work for me. Because then it was like, well, what do you want? And so there's been a back and forth that's been very, I don't know. They can get mended. It's not like they're like broken relationships, but it's stretched. It's strained. And I think at the end of the day, Brandon's now sitting in front of a contract that's probably 49ers have stretched as much as they possibly can. They don't want to set the market. They don't want to do it. They don't think it's the time.
Okay. Those are strong comments. It's a stretched and strained relationship. Like, it's gone from, it's supposed to be always, this is not personal, it's business, this is not personal, it's business. He's saying it can get personal. It
Absolutely.
can get stretched and strained.
And that's why over the summer, Brandon Aiyuk requested a personal sit-down meeting with John Lynch and his agent to kind of hash out what was going on behind the scenes. Because, of course, we need to talk about what's going on with Ryan Williams, the agent of both John Lynch and Brandon Aiyuk, and what's going on in these negotiations. I mean, at some point, at least my perspective of it, it looks like Brandon Aiyuk wants to be on the 49ers. Whether it's him out at practice down in Santa Clara or him traveling to Las Vegas, he seems like the kid that wants to go play with his friends. But his agent might be the parent grounding him, saying you got to stay inside until we get the contract that we want.
Actually, I think he has to be with those teams. Otherwise, he'd face those fines.
Yeah, but also we've seen it before with guys like Nick Bosa. They just wiped away those fines last year, but that's the difference. Brandon Aiyuk is not Nick Bosa.
Exactly. I think they wouldn't wipe away the fines for him. So anyway, Steve Young, interestingly, called in yesterday on his own. He'll do this on occasion. He called us from Pebble Beach one time out of nowhere.
Yeah.
And I guess he didn't like the way his comments sounded. Sometimes you say stuff. It's like sometimes this happens on digital. Yeah. They'll cut something from our segment. I'm like, I didn't say that. They're like, yeah, you did. You said it right there. I'm like, that's not what I meant. You know what I mean? So here's Steve Young calling into Papa Lund out of nowhere.
Dude, how about that? We got Steve from Palo Alto calling in about Steve Young's comments from Tolbert and Copes.
That's exactly what it is. Cut G, Tony.
Look, every player you've got, and Greg, I think what you said hit me like a ton of bricks. Every player's got to go do what they got to do to take care of their families. And so that part, that's when I said, you know what? Yesterday I was a fan. Like, I want everyone in. I want to go beat everybody. And I feel people coming from behind us, and I don't like it. And so, there's an emotional part of that, when you said that, Greg, that's why I called. It's like, you know what? He's right. I got to be very careful about this because you've got to give people the space to go cut their deals against an entity that has, again, we know the values, equity values of NFL squads. I mean, they've 20 times in the last 20 years.
Look at Steve having G Papa give him a little medicine there. And so G Papa was saying this is their one chance to get paid. You got to let them do it. This is why they don't honor these contracts. Again, I told you, it's a powerful drug, man. It's the most powerful drug in America, the NFL on your TV. And it's coming a week from tomorrow. Ravens Chiefs, right?
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
Who's going to watch it? Every one of us is going to watch
every
it.
single person, and everybody wants to watch it. Everybody wants to watch Brandon Aiyuk. And I completely understand both takes from Steve, whether it was on the afternoon show or on the midday show yesterday, because there are points to argue for both situations. But also, Brandon Aiyuk is going to get paid. Coming into this offseason, I thought we'd be looking at a contract around $24, $25 million. It was reported that the 49ers offered him 26. Maybe the Steelers were offering 28. The Patriots offered 32. So the money's out there, but it goes back to the Goldilocks example I was using the other day. Brandon Aiyuk's got to figure out what porridge is just the right temperature and what team he's going to sign with.
Last one is Papa and Lund yesterday. Steve from Palo Alto calling in about the difference between Aiyuk and Trent situations.
Like we've blown through some stop signs on both sides, and they're different. I think they're both different situations. Trent's situation is very different than Brandon's situation. I tried to articulate that in a very, whatever way I did yesterday, but they're different. And that's why, Trent's will get done. Because Trent was looking for guaranteed money and the best player in the league. That'll get done. The timing of it is weird. And I guess I should blame both sides, right? Because it's like the timing's weird. Like, we're going to get it done. Brandon's situation is different. And Brandon's situation is that, you mentioned it, Craig, that he saw the trade. He said he wanted a trade, and then he didn't want it. So now he's kind of put himself in a spot. Like, do I want to stay? If I want to stay, here's the deal. And if you don't want to stay, here's the deal. And I think I'm guessing he's just kind of waiting for someone to blink. And I didn't get the sense that that's a different situation.
Look at Steve calling in. Gotta love him. Steve Young on the leader. Monday and Tuesday. Steve, you want to call in right now? We're here for you, buddy.
Hey, yo.
808 KNBR. Anything we say. Does he have a take on Grant McCrae or Jung Hoo Lee? Who gets a better first step?
Yeah, give us the read.
All right, there you go. 49ers big hit. The 53. We didn't really get into the 53-man roster, which featured really the only notable thing would be cutting third-round wide receiver Danny Gray from the 2022 class, cutting fifth-round 2022 draft pick cornerback Sam Womack, cutting seventh-round 2023 linebacker Jalen Graham, and cutting 2023's third-round tight end Cam Latu and seventh-round tight end Braden Willis. That's five draft picks in the last 2 years. They wound up cutting, and Elijah Mitchell going on season-ending IR.
Yeah, also worth noting that the 49ers decided to keep 3 quarterbacks on their roster. Josh Dobbs and Brandon Allen both make the roster.
And Chris Conley made it, which made me happy.
7 wide receivers. Ronnie Bell's sticking around, too.
Is that the possibility that Aiyuk's holdout goes into week 1, right? And then Talanoa Hufanga, the biggest of them all, not on PUP, going to be on the 53-man roster. Will he play week 1? We don't know, but it's good news for the defensive backfield. Niners only have 2 tackles on their roster right now, Colton McKivitz and Jalen Moore.
Uh-oh.
So, well, that's the dealio.
Tacos didn't come.
A week from Thursday, the NFL starts, and a week from Monday, the 49ers start. All right, that was enjoyable. Thank you, Steve Young, for calling in. The cooler of content, always enjoyable. And then later on today, Sean Estes at 8:50, Eric Branch at 9:15, and the man whose first step rivals Jung-Hoo Lee, Grant McCrae, going to call in from Milwaukee at 9:30 on KNBR 104.5 and 680 The Sports Leader. I got a good friend, Steve Moskowitz, on the line on a Wednesday morning. Steve, good morning. You want to talk to us about ERC?
That's right. And there's 3 big areas of ERC. The first one is there's an awful lot of people who are just sitting back waiting for their checks, and they've been waiting and waiting. They say, what's going on? The bottom line is there's 3 different ways to hurry the IRS up. If you haven't received your ERC check yet, talk to us about how we want to expedite getting your check. Or if you received a notice and they said, no ERC for you, they rejected your claim, you only have 30 days to appeal. And the way the claims are looking, it looks like an AI computer disallowed claims. And what they disallowed it on, they don't even have the information. They don't even know if you qualify or not. We want to contest that. And if you're being audited, we want to represent you there. The bottom line is, anything with ERC, you're just waiting for your check, you haven't heard anything, you haven't received it, you've had it disallowed, or they're auditing you, call us. We want to take care of you.
Well, sounds great. Give him a call. That's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to moskowitzllp.com.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Stay locked into KNBR all day for your chance to win 2 tickets to the 49ers season opener presented by Levi's. When you hear the cue to call, be caller 11 to 415-896-KNBR, and you win 2 tickets into the 501 Club to see the Niners take on the Jets on Monday, September 9th. You also win a $250 Levi's gift card. This is an incredible contest, and we want you to stay tuned. We are going to give these tickets away at 8:30 this morning. 8:30. It is all furnished by Levi's, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. It sound right, boy.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the sports leader.
All right, cooler of content. I was just going over some stuff in the margins of stuff that we don't always get to. It is the cooler content. One thing I wanted to bring up is, did you see how freaking sweaty the Giants were last night? Did you notice that?
Oh, I noticed it with Tobias Meyer, too, the starting pitcher for the Milwaukee Brewers. He was dripping on the mound.
But the gray of the Giants uni it went from that standard light gray to like a deep gray. And Logan Webb looked like he took it out of the washing machine, dude.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Shout out those Fanatic uniforms.
No joke. So two things are true. One, apparently in Milwaukee, it was blisteringly hot and humid, like really uncomfortable. And two, those unis suck.
Yeah.
They absolutely suck.
They've been bad all year.
Tyler Fitzgerald had to make that great play, which we didn't talk about, that force out at second base. By the way, Mark Canha, what are you doing? First of all, he struck out in a key situation. The name basically had a throwing error that Fitzgerald saved. What are we doing with Mark Canha, by the way? Why is he on the team?
It's a great question.
Anyway, point is that Fitzgerald, when he got up from standing there, they showed his back, and it was so sweaty.
Hey.
It was like a boxing match or something.
Well, at least they were just showing his back, not showing off what Casey Schmidt was showing off in those preseason photos.
There's a little too much cooler of content there.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
A little too cold. Nice, Tony.
They call it swamp A, is what they call that. You know what I mean? They call that swamp A. And by the way, the other thing I want to say is that I know, there was a time in life when U.S. Open tennis was a big deal. And I wonder how much ESPN regrets that long-term contract, because they got it on all the time, and people are like, where's my football? But, I grew up in the era where Jimmy Connors and all those guys were winning U.S. Opens. There was a 5-hour and 35-minute match last night, the longest match in tennis history. I was thinking, I was like, who was managing that game? Tony La Russa? Oh. Anyway, back to the cooler. Just a couple of things on the margins.
Well, we have some tennis in the cooler today, don't we?
Oh, let's go to it then. Mm-hmm. There's your transition. Thank you, Marcus. That's why you're here, buddy, to keep me on the rails. Do you guys know who Carlos Alcaraz is?
I got to admit, I'm not familiar.
He's like the new Rafael Nadal. He's a young Spanish superstar.
Okay, I'm not a big tennis guy, Murph.
Didn't you like dabble? Like you and your buddies grab a racket and go whacking around?
Like we used to do it like in PE and stuff, but I was always the guy who treated a tennis racket like a baseball bat, and I would just launch balls across the entire campus.
Have you seen the Tom Hanks vehicle Bachelor Party?
Oh, I've actually not seen that one.
All-time classic, bawdy Tom Hanks, raunchy Tom Hanks, and he does that. He goes, his girlfriend's parents are very stuffy. They're country clubber, and they take to play tennis, and he's just cranking homers out of the yard, infuriating his future father-in-law.
Yeah.
I won't deny what you do. It's fun to do that. The only problem is then you got to go get the ball, you know what I mean? Because you want to keep playing. Anyway, Carlos Alcaraz is the new Rafa Nadal. He's Spanish. He's a superstar. He's young. He's brilliant. He wins majors. He's at the U.S. Open. He could very well win the U.S. Open. So he's doing the hit with Brad Gilbert, who's awesome, Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. And what does it do? I mean, this shows you the global status of our guy, number 30. He comes up. Now, Brad Gilbert is a huge Warrior fan and ticket holder from the East Bay, so that's got to be said. But here it is. Brad Gilbert and Carlos Alcaraz at the U.S. Open talking Steph last night.
You know who I find you the closest to, and did you watch him at the Olympics? Because when I watch you in practice, you have so much joy. My favorite basketball player, Steph Curry. You know, I feel like you have, for a tennis player, you have a little Steph Curry in it. Did you get to watch him in the Olympics a little bit?
I couldn't. I would have loved to come over and watch the, American States playing basketball, but I couldn't. The tennis schedule is always so tight, so couldn't find the time to go. But I've watched him. I watched Stephen Curry play in real life in Miami, and it was a joy. It was a privilege watching him play. I'm trying to do the same things as he's doing, in the basketball court. But it is difficult. But yeah, probably same games, same feelings that we try to put joy on games.
Nice, Alcaraz. He's only 21 years old, this kid.
So how soon are we going to see Carlos Alcaraz hit the night celebration on the clay?
Good call.
He's got to hit it, which, by the way, I should tell you this little nugget. Over the weekend, went to go see my mama for her birthday. We went out axe throwing, and we had to be split into teams. Me, my mom, and my dad versus my brother, my sister, and my sister's boyfriend. And we ended up winning. My dad hits the final shot of the game, axe, bullseye, and he turns around and he hits my brother with the night celebration. It was hilarious.
That is so good. That is so good. How is axe throwing? How is it?
It's fun. It's fun to do. You kind of like toss it like a soccer throw-in. Like you're out there just throwing sharp things at a piece of wood. It's a good time.
Is there you have to get it so it goes end over end? Kind of thing,
a couple rotation. Like they had a smaller axe you could throw like a baseball.
Is there any inherent danger in axe throwing?
Absolutely, because they're also selling you beer at the same time.
Holy moly!
So you're drinking while you're throwing axes.
What was your best throw?
Oh, a couple bullseye, Murph. I was spotting up.
How far out are you? 60 feet 6 inches?
Yeah, 60 feet 6 inches. I had to lick the fingers a couple times, throw a couple two-seamers in there.
Had you ever done it before?
I've done it once before with my sister also. We went up the rock and they're like, hey, you want to go throw some axes tonight? I was like, yeah, I like throwing stuff. I like drinking beer.
Let's have
Why
a couple
not?
Pops and go throw some axes.
Let's chuck some axes.
I love it. I love it.
I tried to get my brother to put an apple on top of his head, but he wasn't down for it.
That's we're gonna draw the line there.
Yeah, a little too dangerous.
LeBron James is next up in the cooler of content. He's on The Shop from Paris. This is about gonna play with his son Bronny, and this one's getting some traction here.
Have you thought through, not relationship, because you'll always be his dad, he'll always be his son, but what's your working relationship? Is he going to call you dad at practice in the locker room?
No, we already laid that. No, he can't. We already laid that down. He cannot call me dad in the workplace. All right, once we leave out of the practice facility and the gates close, I could be dad again. In the car, if we ride together. At home, I could be dad. No, he got to call me like 2-3 or Brian. Or, GOAT if you want to. That's up to him. I mean, it's up to him. But it's easy for me. It's easy for me because I've been calling him Bronny for so long. It's not like I've been calling, hey son. So it's easy for me. It's gonna be the adjustment for him. But we cannot be running down the court and he'd be like, Dad, push the ball up, Dad, I'm open, Dad, come on. Like, no, you cannot do that.
Very funny, very funny. Dad, I'm open, but in the middle of that was himself. He can call me GOAT.
Wow.
He can call me
Do
GOAT.
your kids call you GOAT, Murph?
No. They do not.
I will say, young Jack Loader on the digital team will walk into like a young Tony and say, "What's up, my goat?"
Okay. Is that what the kids are doing now?
I guess that's what the kids are doing.
Because the kids are doing. Young Tony, is that right?
No one is saying that. Jack Loader's the only guy I've ever heard to say that.
Well, he's maybe on the front end.
Yeah,
Maybe
well.
he and LeBron.
What's up, my goat?
How angry were you to hear LeBron call himself GOAT there? Buddy?
Yeah, it annoys the hell out of me. Yeah. He's not Michael Jordan.
Well,
He'll never be Michael Jordan.
Greg Silver and Mike Silver did a show together. Did he call him Dad? Dad, that's a bad take.
Right.
Dad, that's a great take.
That's a good question.
Did he call him GOAT?
Like
remember
Golick Senior and Junior were doing a show together?
They still have a podcast. It crops up on my Twitter feed.
Yeah. Does Derek Papa come in and say, "Hey, Daddy, Papa,
These
what's
are all
going
good
on?"
questions, and given the amount of nepotism here at KNBR, questions we'll have to address. All right,
Absolutely.
Very good. All right, well, that's it for the cooler content. You got a little Alcaraz, you got a little LeBron.
Thanks, my goat.
And my goat. How do you feel when Loader calls you my goat? You pleased with that or what?
It's just more weird, you know? We were at the Salesforce Tower, and I saw a goat right on the 61st floor, and I literally snapped a pic, and I sent him a text, my goat.
Wait, there was a goat at the Salesforce Tower?
Yeah, a fake goat, not a real goat.
All right. Hey, young Tony, you've never came down. Bronny, MJ, Bill Russell, Kareem, Wilt, Magic, Bird. Who's the GOAT?
Damn, that's a tough call.
Steph?
I mean, it's MJ or LeBron, in my opinion, and I am with Marcus. Michael Jordan's the GOAT.
Okay. I'm
6 championships. And by the way, never lost to finals.
Tell him, Tone.
I'm just saying it's open for discussion, just like Grant McCrae's first step.
That's it. Murph is just out here saying.
Right.
I'm just saying.
That's what we do here at Sports Talk Radio. We just say. Just like we talked to Sean Estes at 8:50, Eric Branch at 9:15, and the first step man himself, Grant McCrae, at 9:30. Congrats on the cooler of content, everybody. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Go if you want to.
Hey, Marcus Boucher here on a Wednesday morning, here to tell you about the Abundant Life Weight Loss Program. Have you been searching for the secret to losing weight and getting healthy naturally with no drugs or injections? The team at Abundant Life Weight Loss has the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every single day. Their weight loss program makes it easy to lose weight and get healthy naturally and safely. I started this program about a month ago, and I'm down 19 pounds, 1 pound away from reaching my goal of 20 pounds this summer. And hey, who knows? Maybe I'll tack a couple extra pounds onto that goal and keep on going. Because the best thing about this program is there's no counting points or calories, no exercising, no prepackaged meals, no surgery, no drugs or injections that have serious side effects. So if you want to learn more about the Abundant Life Weight Loss Program, schedule your free private weight loss consultation by calling 925-594-7110. That's 925-594-7110. Or visit online at abundantlifeweightloss.com. That's abundantlifeweightloss.com.
Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the Sports Leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Levi's is already lit as the 49ers come out of the tunnel.
Be caller 11 now to 415-896-KNBR to win 2 tickets to the Niners season opener. Presented by Levi's.
All right, Larry Kruger going to join Tolbert and Copes at 3:30 this afternoon. And, of course, Sean Estes is going to join us at 8:50. Eric Branch at 9:15. Grant McCrae at 9:30. I wanted to honor the text line. A lot of people wrote in during our big hit on the 49ers. It could spur a little conversation here, buddy. First of all, 707 comes in and says, well, first of all, we can't go to the text without Bruce Bochy, right?
Yeah, shoot me a text.
There it is. Buddy.
Now it's official.
We got to put that to some music bed.
Yeah, shoot me a text.
707 says, sounds like someone got to Steve Young. Do you think there's no way Steve Young called in because somebody from the 49ers got
No,
to
I think people would be surprised to learn that Steve Young constantly has KNBR 680 on his radio damn near 24/7. He's called into our show before. He has these random times where you throw up the bat signal for Steve Young and he'll call in. Maybe some advice that all of our listeners should have to never change from KNBR 680.
I think he listened one day. He was listening to the leadoff spot, and he was told to rip off his knob, and he did.
That's it. And then he hit me with the Waterboy, do your thing, Murph.
Waterboy, do your thing.
He also called in one time about the cooler of content.
Look, I understand. I walked into a hornet's nest with Waterboy.
Very good.
It's a hornet's nest out
here. You just don't get him like Steve Young. You just don't. He's a generational talent in terms of his ability to relate to people in the media and be a Hall of Fame player. They just don't make them like that. 623 says, are the Niners at a point salary cap-wise where they can't afford both Aiyuk and Trent, or is this just about next year? Well, these are all good questions because we don't know how you can manipulate the cap and how you can't. The general thinking for us lay people is that once you sign Aiyuk to a deal, you can move salary cap money to the back end of it, therefore giving you more salary cap space in the near future.
Yeah, I mean, that's the confusing part is like looking at the 49ers salary cap right now in this season. I believe they have around $20 million still in cap space for this season, but there's also a strategy of carrying that cap space over to next year. And again, now we're getting to the weeds. We should probably have a capologist on to talk about all this stuff, but moving the money, man, it seems like it's different year to year.
916 texts in says if Brandon Aiyuk holds out, can't they promise to franchise tag him next year and put him on the shelf for 2 years? That's one of those options that just never gets discussed. Play your 5th year, and we're going to franchise tag you. It's so funny because the franchise tag is out there, but it's like players are so angry about it. It's almost like it's like an act of war if you franchise tag someone. They did it to Saquon Barkley, and now he's an Eagle.
I mean, look at all the money that Kirk Cousins was able to make as a franchise quarterback.
You like that? You like that?
I mean, he got paid out back-to-back years. The Vikings franchise tagged him, got 2 huge contracts, and then gets his 3rd one from the Atlanta Falcons even after the Achilles injury.
By the way, on Saquon, are you a believer that he's going to have a monster year with the Eagles?
I think he's going to be better in real life versus fantasy football, if that makes sense. The discussion we were having with the boys the other day in the bullpen, I think he's going to improve that offense. But if you're looking for a fantasy standpoint, I think that they're going to have Jalen Hurts vulture away some of those touchdowns at the goal line. But then again, it's an interesting question to ask with Jason Kelce retiring if they're still going to do the tush push.
One of the Sando tier people said, and maybe get that Mike Sando quote on Brock Purdy from the sheet. I want to hear that. One of them said on Jalen Hurts, they said, I would like to evaluate him without the tush push. They said, that's like it's like his superpower, and if you take it away, he doesn't have a superpower.
And Jason Kelce is the man snapping the ball and driving that pile. He's the one responsible for the tush push.
Frickin' hate it, and I wish it was outlawed, and it wasn't outlawed.
It's not going anywhere.
It's brutal. And what did Mike Sando say to Papa and Lund about Brock Purdy's evaluation? Remember, he talks to 50 legit NFL voices, head coaches, coordinators, GMs. What did they say?
Yeah, absolutely. So when we talked last year, he was right on the border of tier 3 and 4, and you wondered how that could be, and it's just because he said he had 5 or 6 starts, and people were like, I'm just going to give him a 4 until wait and see. Now you've seen really good production the whole year. Of course, people point out, he's never heard this. He's got a great supporting cast. He's got an amazing play caller. But if you produce consistently, you're going to get some credit too. And I think if Brock Purdy has another year like last year, I think he'll move up more. even within Tier 2. Do I see him possibly going to Tier 1? I think he'd have to really stack him for a long time and see the complexion of the team change. And, he'll be getting paid at that point, and that becomes a whole different challenge to be that excellent. But I think he's solidly in Tier 2, and it would have been, wrong if he was lower than that.
Mike Sando on his quarterback tiers, same tier as Lamar Jackson and Justin Herbert, by the way, right?
Also, a same tier class that had Jalen Hurts ranked ahead of Brock Purdy, I believe.
Was he?
Yeah, I think he was, because Brock was down at 12 or 13.
Who would you rather have in the Niners system, Jalen Hurts or Brock Purdy?
I go Brock Purdy. Like, Jalen Hurts gives you more rushing ability, but we've seen how that's gone here in San Francisco with guys like Trey Lance constantly getting hurt. Brock Purdy executes the Kyle Shanahan system so clean, so well. Maybe Jalen might have a better deep ball, but overall, passing mechanic-wise, I'm going Brock Purdy.
The processor. That's what Steve Young keeps calling. He processes. By the way, dude, speaking of quarterbacks, I was listening on the way into one of the national shows, and they're already talking about Dak Prescott. His deal is up after this year, and they're saying he could go into free agency, and, they're talking about, I always liked the Dakotas, North and South. They're equally great to me, even though South Dakota has Mount Rushmore, which should be me 4 times. Dude, they're saying the Raiders, there's already footsie between the Raiders and Dak Prescott.
I mean, the Raiders have footsies with everybody who plays quarterback.
How would you feel about that? You have to feel good about that.
I mean, I'm not a huge Dak Prescott fan, if we're being completely honest with you. I thought last year him finishing ahead of Brock Purdy in the MVP voting was a farce. I think him being ahead of Brock Purdy on the quarterback tier list that we're talking about right now is also a farce. But again, when you're talking about the Raiders going with Gardner Minshew and Aiden O'Connell, Dak Prescott would obviously be an upgrade over those two guys.
So you're lukewarm, shall we say?
Yeah, I'm not going out of my way and throwing a parade.
I thought you would have loved it.
No, I don't love Dak Prescott.
Bring back Jimmy G to the Raiders.
No, we're not going there either.
209 says, you said that quickly. Yeah. 209 says, counterpoint. Why do teams then need to honor contracts? Teams hold power to, there's only 32 of them in the world that can offer these jobs. It's got to be a two-way street. 209, bro, we talked about this. The NFL is a powerful drug, and the drug is provided by Trent Williams and Brandon Aiyuk. And if the Niners don't have those guys, they don't have the drug. And then guess what? Then you don't have a team. So the player holds more power than the team. Yep. That's it. Unless, like I said, Le'Veon Bell, sitting out, that kind of thing.
Yeah, but that did not turn out well for Le'Veon Bell.
By the way, 925 says, I'm locked onto the U.S. Open tennis, and I would like to hear more about it, ... if we still had the top 6.
Oh. Yeah.
Very, very good.
I don't know why the top 6 disappeared, Murph.
Why, Novak? Why? Oh, man. 916 says, just guarantee Trent and don't cave into Aiyuk. Let him play out his year and walk to the Atlanta Falcons after the year. I mean, if you go back to that text about do the teams have power, the Niners could theoretically just stall it out and say, okay, you're going to play on your 5th year for $14 million, or you're going to miss game checks.
I mean, we talked about it earlier this offseason, about the 49ers not only making him play on his 5th year option, but then franchise tagging him once or twice if they really want to extend the window. Now, again, that's going to piss off Brandon Aiyuk. It's going to piss off his agent. So do you want a disgruntled wide receiver? Do you want those bad vibes in the clubhouse? That's the problem you have with taking that route.
That's the thing about the bad vibes in the thing. It's like, okay, at a certain point, then you're a pro and you owe it to your teammates to be good, but then they're saying you don't want to be disgruntled.
Yeah.
And you don't want to have this bad energy. And you're like, well, shouldn't you kind of be like somebody here? They're not happy with their contract, walking around poisoning the atmosphere at KNBR. Why is this guy so grumpy? He doesn't like his contract.
Oh, yeah. You should see me during the commercial breaks. I'm always unhappy, Murph.
510 says, I think it's fair to think someone called Steve Young. Well, I don't know about that. Again, I think Steve's... my impression is that Steve is a very thoughtful guy on his own, and that when he hears his own comments and hears Greg Pop on his comments, that he on his own calls in. That's just I've known Steve a long time, and that's what I would say.
And like Steve has that type of personality. When he does his interview, he's not doing it like a press conference. He's doing it like he's just hanging out with Tom drinking a beer. And that's why to him it's different hearing himself back and the context of us cutting it and reusing it and people picking up and using it on social media as headlines and stuff like that. Steve probably heard the context, was like, That wasn't exactly what I was trying to say, so let me call in to clarify.
I'm telling you guys, now that digital cuts our stuff up and puts it in there, you're like, isolated quotes can be a thing. You're like, wait, but I meant this or that. You got to be careful with what you say. And also, you do have to put things, quote unquote, into context, right?
Oh, Murph, we're now in the era of clip farming on Twitter. Where, like, there's a couple podcasts I know where they will intentionally, like, troll the social media audience. It'd be like us coming on air and saying, Brock Purdy's overrated. The Niners should go with Tanner Mordecai. And then we would laugh and joke, be like, that was a fake take that we're going to put on social media just to drive up engagement and to get more clicks.
Bro.
People are now clickbaiting and click farming.
Stop the world. I want to get off.
No.
All right. Did anybody read a book anymore?
No.
And 916 says, what happened to Brandon Aiyuk being at the finish line to sign last week? How many different false reports have we heard, right? Through the years, huh?
Whether it's B.A. showing up to sign or Deshaun Jackson telling us that Trent Williams is on the way to 49er camp. None of these reports are coming true.
707 says, I was listening when Steve called. He was listening to Papa and Lund. Yeah, that's what I said. He's the kind of guy who hears his stuff and says, I want to call in. He's got the kind of juice we put him right to the front of the line. And 4 and 5 says, you were talking about the sweat with the Giants last night. That extra humidity in Wisconsin is called corn sweat. It has to do with maturing corn releasing water. What? Really?
Corn sweat?
Somebody sent me that on Twitter. Really?
It's corn.
Now, I've had the corn in Minnesota, and it's outstanding. So, anyway, there you go. Thanks, guys, for all your thoughtful texts. Did I see Loader, the aggregator, come in here and take our quotes out of context?
What's up, my goat?
Did he call you a goat?
Breaking news. He wasn't listening.
Surprise.
Young guy at the KNBR gets his break, doesn't take it seriously.
How about the fact that Steve Young listens more to the leader than our own digital team?
Dude. Shout out our former producer who I used to hear him because when I drive in, I was locked in on the leadoff spot.
Yeah.
And I would be listening to Marcus's takes so we could have some fresh stuff. And then here would come arriving, by the way, I'm walking out of the garage. He's pulling in. So he's late. He's behind me. And all I can hear coming out of his windows. And I'm like, bro, you're not listening to Marcus?
Well, that wasn't the only thing you heard. You also heard this.
Oh, man. All right, guys.
Got to get that morning offspring in.
831 says, I watch you guys on YouTube, and Marcus looks like a tyrant during breaks.
Oh, dude, yeah. I'm out here just berating people in the bullpen.
What did you do to inspire that?
I don't know. Probably throwing balls at people, slapping Walt in the back of the head. I shouldn't be admitting this on air.
That's some good riffs there. All right, Sean Estes, Eric Branch, and Grant McCrae, Giants outfield, are going to finish the day. And again, that's it. We gave away the tickets to the Jets game. We're going to get the winner out there. But Sean Estes with some great takes. And the 67 and 66 Giants next on the Sports Leader.
Ladies!
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's always fun to chase down Sean Estes, who, of course, you see crushing it on NBC Sports Bay Area. We've had long-running relationship with Sean. He's always great on the radio, and he's got some thoughts, man. Giants are 67-66. They pulled one out last night. We've discussed many different things. Grant McCrae's first step, Jung-Hoo Lee's future, the outfield's future, Matt Chapman's long-term future, Bob Melvin pressing wrong buttons and right buttons. And it's a 67-66 stew that we will discuss. Sean, it's great to catch up with you, man. How are you, brother?
Hey, what's up, Sean?
What's up, guys? How are you? Been a while.
You've been playing golf with my buddy Doug, the pro.
Doug Acton, that's right. That's my buddy.
Yeah, you guys were up in the mountain regions smacking it around, huh?
We did, yeah. We had an off day last week. I was in town and shot up to Tahoe, played a couple rounds. Clear Creek. It's a good spot up there. Have you heard of Clear Creek?
I haven't. It's like new-ish or what?
Kind of. Well, it was built in, I think, 2009.
That's new for me.
But, yeah, I would say it's probably pretty new. If you're comparing it to, like, Cypress Point,
yes,
or
yes. Well, I'm
it's pretty new.
San Francisco golf guy, and they're all built in the 1920s.
Yeah, no, it's new then. Yeah, it's new. So, yeah, it's great track up there. And then played a little course called Genoa Lakes, which is down where I grew up, down in Minden, Nevada.
Yeah, I've played there, actually. That one's on the other side, the less touristy side of the Sierras.
That's right. Yeah. Well, you get a lot of people that come to Tahoe looking to play some golf, and they go and see the green fees over at Edgewood, and they take their bag and they head on down the hill to Genoa Lakes.
It's a true story.
So, yeah.
Hey, well, you guys, what got your? Here I am, just totally digressing off the Giants here. But what got your family to Nevada? Were you guys like in tilling the land in some way, shape, or form? Because where you grew up was not a highly populated area.
No, it was more. It was jobs for my mom, and I think they were in Sacramento, and then they ended up Sacramento for a year, and then they ended up. I think my mom's got a job with the school district in Douglas County School District. She's still there.
Okay.
So,
wow. Nice.
So I was 5 years old when they moved out there and spent all my schooling down there in Minden. So Minden, Gardnerville, Douglas High School.
And at a small
rivals of Carson High School, home of the Carson Crusher, Matt Williams.
This is like not highly populated area, but the scouts heard tell of a lefty with a fastball and a major hook, and they drove over. They drove over the mountains to go find him.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Well, they were thinking if a curveball could break like that in the high elevation, then let's see what it could do at sea level. I guess.
All right. Well, let's start with the positive. Last night, a gutty win for the team. 3 home runs, some clutch bullpen work. The young outfielder Grant McCrae. So I mean, I guess we're gonna go big picture, Sean, before we go to this some of the more specific stuff. I mean, are these guys just dead in the water playing out the string, or are you actually like, hey, man, 29 to go, you never know, strap them up and see what happens?
Well, I'm going to put on my player hat, and I'm going to say long way to go. And in that clubhouse, no one's throwing the towel in, that's for sure. And I think everybody, to a man, if you ask them in that clubhouse, they still believe they got a shot to do this. So. Because you've seen it happen too many times where, there's just teams make runs, teams go in the tank, they struggle down the stretch. I mean, how many games were the Giants out? What year was it? Was it 2010? Coming down the wire or San Diego?
Yeah, no, 2010. The Padres lost 10 in a row.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Thank you for clearing that up for me. I knew you'd have that knowledge. So things like that happen. And that's what's kind of what you have to bank on at this point. You have to bank on a lot of teams, really struggling down the stretch. And you still feel like that, as a unit, you're in control of your own destiny if you just go out there and you play winning baseball and you win, you can take series and maybe put together a streak or 5 or 6 games. That's how they're thinking, because they believe that they have the pitching to do it. They have the bullpen. They have the starting pitching to do it. They have the bullpen to do it. And, if you can have some nights like last night where you can knock the ball out of the ballpark, you feel like you got a shot, especially when you're beating really good teams like Milwaukee. So, I mean, that's from the clubhouse perspective as a player in the locker room, just saying, guys, we got a shot to do this still. And it's not over really till it's over, until you're mathematically eliminated. And that's just the mentality. From our perspective, and now I've kind of put on the media hat and the analyst role and all those in between, I'm less optimistic just because you kind of see the sum of the parts and you see what's happened this year. And realistically, they're a 500 team. And that's kind of the way that they played. They played against a team in Seattle. We just saw a series where they were looking themselves in the mirror against a team that pretty much is just built the same way. Really good pitching, number 1 pitching in the major leagues for that matter. And just a team that has a really tough time hitting, and especially hitting with runners in scoring position. They hit, they a little bit more power than the Giants do, but they have a tough time scoring runs. And they were able to, they lost 2 out of 3 in every game, but that's a 500 team. What's the Mariners record right now? I mean, that's kind of what the Mariners are as well. They're the same record, 67, 66. So, and if that's who they are, then they're not a playoff team. So that's kind of, I'm staying optimistic because I kind of, I tend to side with the players in thinking that it's not over till it's over. But, I just don't know if I see enough this year. If Robbie Ray's out for a significant amount of time, if Patrick Bailey doesn't come back and he's not 100%, then I worry even more.
Yeah, and Sean, it feels like that's kind of been the belief going all the way back to the trade deadline and the Giants' decision to not trade away Blake Snell. And look, Blake Snell has been fantastic in the second half, but the belief was that the Giants would have one of the best rotations in baseball down the final stretch and a chance to make the wild card. Well, since then, now Robbie Ray, as you mentioned, has been put on the IL. Jordan Hicks is back in the bullpen. So what do you think the plan is moving forward for the Giants' rotation dealing with those injuries?
Well, I mean, if I had to guess, I would say, so I think Bailey, they said that, he's going to be back as soon as his the days are up. His IL days are up. But with the obliques, you have to be cautious because they can come back in a hurry and they can come back worse if you're not 100%. So, I think it's been, and the reason why I say Patrick Bailey, obviously he hadn't been swinging the bat all that well prior to going the IL, but he saved so many runs behind the plate, and it's just been track meet. Nothing against Kurt Casale. He does a great job back there, calling a game, catching, stealing strikes, keeping the ball in front of him. He does all those things well defensively, but just the running game, they've been running all over him, right? And so, that's what Patrick Bailey shuts down. And in my opinion, it was the difference in the Seattle series. If Patrick Bailey's back there and he's locked down and guys aren't able to get, steal bases at the clip they were stealing them, the Giants win that series. They may even sweep it. That's how significant, a difference maker he is. So that's why they need him back, just really to control that part of the game. And it's just the runners, just base runners, even if they are base stealers, they second guess themselves when they have a guy that has a quick release and accurate arm to second base or even to third base. So it shuts that down. And then Robbie Ray, obviously you need another guy to go out there and give you some depth and, a guy that can go out there and strike guys out and can dominate a game. So, they don't have that right now, but I do think Bailey will be back. I don't know about Ray, but I think what they'll probably do is just stick with the 4-man rotation and they'll go bullpen game, in that 5th spot. And hopefully Robbie Ray's injury is just a 2-start where he misses a couple starts and you only have to, you have some off days that you can pitch guys on normal rest with the off day. So you can tinker with your your rotation that way. But I don't think that we're going to see anybody called up unless, they lose 5 in a row, then we may see a kid from AAA that they want to see. Before the end of the year if they feel like they're out of it. But right now, they're going to piece it together with the 4-man rotation and probably go bullpen games.
Sean Estes, the voice you're hearing on the UMA guest line. Always good to talk Giants baseball with the former Giants All-Star. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Just real quick, Sean, before I want to ask you about McCrae and Chapman, the Giants they're worst in the league at allowing stolen bases. I looked last year, they were 21st, so they weren't great. But how did they get from 21st to 30th?
Yeah, good question. I think a lot of that happened early in the year when there wasn't a focus on detail as far as holding runners on, keeping them close. Pitchers, a lot of that blame has to fall on the pitchers as well, just being slow to home plate. I mean, you saw the other night, even though Camilo had a nice game coming back from AAA, the first batter, he faced, there's a runner on first and third, and he's slow to home and the guy gets a good jump and, he steals second base easily. And now it's another 90 feet and base hit, scores 2, and he got out of that. But it's just kind of like the focus on that, right? You have, first of all, as a pitcher, you have to understand, like, I got to help my catcher out here. And what do I need to do? The pitch clock makes it a little bit harder because you can't hold as long. You have to get the ball and you have to be ready to go earlier so you have the opportunity to hold and get that base runner to get his feet stopped, They always say that's the best way to prevent a base runner from stealing is you get his feet stopped. You get him stuck out there at first base. And the only way to do that is if you hold and you have to be patient with that hold. Another thing is you got to vary your times to home, and then you also have to be quick to home at times. You got to mix in a slide step. You can't be predictable and do the same high leg kick every time. So, really, if you really want to break it down, you got to be a 1-3 or last to home plate. If you want to give your catcher a chance to throw him out. And that's just that wasn't the case early in the season. I think they've done a much better job of that as the season's gone on. It's been more of a conscious effort, and it's gotten better. And then since Bailey's been out, I think a lot of those stolen bases since Bailey, I haven't done the numbers on that, but it seemed like, I know the Mariners had 5 in one game. There was 3 in another. So, I think that those numbers are skewed a little bit actually since Bailey's been out, and really the games that he doesn't catch. I think that it's a conscious effort from the opposition when Bailey's not behind the plate to try to steal bases and put the pressure on whoever's back there. And Jackson Reitz, whenever he caught, he wasn't a strong arm, accurate guy. And obviously Kurt Casale, which we talked about, and he's not that guy either. So I think a lot of that, but if Patrick Bailey's back there, for 140 games a year, I think those numbers are different. And the pitchers, if they're a little bit more conscious about their times to home and there's more of a focus on that detail, then those numbers aren't as bad as they are.
Yeah, and Sean, to your point, I was actually surprised that we don't see the slide step incorporated more into a pitcher's wind-up or stretch, whether we're talking about Blake Snell, Kyle Harrison, or even a guy like Camilo Doval, who have had problems getting to the plate quickly. Do you think there's a belief that maybe these pitchers might be afraid of losing some velocity in the slide step, or why do you think pitchers are reluctant to go that style?
Yeah, well, Greg Maddux was a guy that would never slide step, and he's a Hall of Famer, and he just felt like that it was going to take – he wasn't going to sacrifice his ability to execute a pitch based on, being quick to home plate and making a mistake. And, if you're that good, you can do that, right? Because it's gonna take, 3 singles to score a run anyway most of the time. That was his mentality. And so he felt that, it didn't matter if the guy, but that's also why Greg Maddux, he always pitched to the backup catcher. He rarely threw to Javi Lopez because he wanted that guy that it was always a backup catcher that could throw. And he wanted that, guy that could catch and throw and receive. That's all he cared about. But not everybody's a Greg Maddux. So, I think a lot of pitchers will tell you that they don't want to sacrifice their execution because they're quick to home. I have a different mentality on that completely. I think it actually surprises the hitter a little bit when you do slide step. It makes them rush a little bit more. Now, if you're doing that every single time, obviously that you may sacrifice a little bit of command and velocity. I think there's a way to do it where you can be more of a tweener, where you can still be quick to home, but you can still get to your balance point and you can stay back and you can still execute a pitch. And I think that takes practice, though. That takes, in the bullpen and between starts, you have to mix in those slide steps just because, game time, things speed up a little bit and you have to be able to still execute. And that takes work. I mean, like I said, it's not just all of a sudden you're going to incorporate that in your game. All of a sudden it's going to work. It's something that we have to have a conscious effort on. And a lot of times maybe it's a spring training thing, so Blake Snell's a guy that, he just likes to pick up his leg and go because he feels that gives him the best shot to make his pitch. And, if you're striking guys out the clip that he does, you can afford to allow stolen base once in a while, but not everybody's like that. So like a Logan Webb who really relies on ground balls, getting guys out that way, and relies on, if he's going to give up a base hit, he needs a double play, right? So he wants to keep that guy at first base. He's got to be a little bit quicker to home, so that guy doesn't get a good jump and he can still keep the double play in order. So I think really it comes down to just, it has to be addressed to the pitching staff, and they have to buy into it. And then they also have to work on it in between starts. So it's not something you can just say, oh, okay, I'll start slide stepping now and incorporate it in a game and expect yourself to execute. That doesn't work that way. That's when you're going to run into some mistakes. So I think that's something that has to be addressed in spring training next year with this club.
These are the little things that make a difference for sure. Sean, we have a couple minutes left, but one of the topics, we have Grant McCrae coming on at 9:30. It's only been 11 games. We've seen a lot of players come up in 10 games and impress, and then they're gone. Luis Matos was NL Player of the Week. I mean, Casey Schmidt last year, all that. So we're not getting down the road. But defensively, you can tell he can play center field. Like, you can tell the jumps. Marcus and I were saying, I said, man, does he get a better jump than Jung-Hoo Lee? Marcus said, no. And then I said, well, maybe. And then I brought it up to Kruk. He's like, I don't know. Then we were like, is it good to have those two guys in the outfield together next year? Just spitballing. Ramos in left, Lee in center, McCrae in right, or McCrae in center, Lee in right. Is that something you're thinking about?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I don't know if McCrae's ready. I mean, people might say I'm crazy because he's hitting 308 and get a 972 OPS right now. So he's doing some pretty cool things right now in the big leagues. I just don't know if his bat's ready yet. But, I think he may need some more seasoning in AAA, next year when Jung-Hoo's back and from a bat perspective. But I could be wrong. I mean, he's going to get a lot of opportunity in September. And if he continues to gain confidence like he is and he feels like he belongs in the big leagues and, because there's going to be a time, the book's going to get out and, he's got some swing and miss, he's got so that's, something that, for a guy like that, although he does have a little bit of power, he's got to put the ball in play. And that's how you really utilize speed with a guy like that. You can't strike out a whole lot. So, there's going to be, time will tell with that, but I do believe that at some point I have thought about that, what a great outfield that would be. I think that you probably put Jung-Hoo and right, and you put McCrae. I think you leave McCrae in center. And we hadn't seen Jung-Hoo enough to really, decide who gets better jumps. All I know is that even if McCrae doesn't get a good jump, like he can run it down, right? Like he can make up for it with his speed. But I have seen great jumps, especially coming in on the ball. He's made some nice plays coming in where he's left his feet. He's not afraid to leave his feet. He's also not afraid of the wall in center field. So, those are a couple of things that you look for in a center fielder. No fear. Unfortunately, Jung-Hoo has the same thing, and he lost the season because of it. So there is a fine line there. But you love what you see out of McCrae so far. But I just think that, like you said, Matos, he caught fire. He won Player of the Week, and it's hard to say a young guy coming up like that when they have a lot of success early that it's sustainable. From a bat perspective, but defensively, he's a big leaguer, and he's already ready to play defense in the big leagues, and that's only going to get better when he starts to understand, hitters and what they like to do, what their tendencies are, and just seeing more balls off the bat at the big league level. But defensively, McCrae's a stud. I think he's a center fielder forever, and that might be a discussion if they decide McCrae's our guy next year, that Jung-Hoo moves to right. But I don't think you can lose either way with those two guys.
Great discussion. We can go on and on. Love talking to you, Sean. We're out of time. Great seeing you on TV. Glad you're playing golf. Let's do it again soon, man. Look forward to seeing you, buddy.
Yeah, thanks, Sean.
Okay, guys.
There he is.
Good talking to you.
Sean Estes, always good. Always good. And again, there's something kicked around earlier, and I was like, I'm not married to this whole thing. I was like, what about the idea of McCrae? And again, I want to stress to everybody, don't save your texts. I'm not saying the guy is frickin' Mike Trout. I'm just saying, as this thing progresses, I'm keeping my mind open to watch him play for the next month. Is it possible that he and Lee in the outfield together would be dynamite? And where do you put each guy? I'm open to either.
Yeah.
So,
it's going to be something we'll talk about all offseason long when we're talking about the future of a Mike Yastrzemski or who's going to be that third outfielder with Jung-Hoo Lee.
Where's
Matos?
We want Matos to be like, I thought Matos was going to be like a 5-hitter. You know what I mean? So
we had Matos, then we had Grant McCrae. What happens if Wade Meckler all of a sudden reinserts himself into the conversation?
Do you trade any of these guys and get creative?
It's a good problem to have.
Well, good problem when you're 67 and 66.
Yeah, not that great of a problem.
All right, Eric Branch, 49ers breakdown. Roster, Aiyuk, Trent, Steve Young calling KNBR, all on the table next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch will both speak to the media this afternoon to address the 49ers roster cuts and to provide the latest update on Brandon Aiyuk and Trent Williams, of course. Stay tuned to the Sports Leader all day as Tolbert and Caboose will broadcast both press conferences in the 2 o'clock hour, and you can hear it all on the KNBR app and KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Now, back to Murph and Marcus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Overall, like me personally, I think Brock's decision making been outstanding since he stepped in the huddle. But overall, I think he's got a little bigger, what we call Bosa quads. But overall, I think like his decision making is through the roof, and he's always calm and poised in the pocket. I feel like his arm just got a little bigger.
All right, did he say quads? Was he talking quads?
He got the Bosa quads.
That's Deebo Samuel talking about Brock Purdy's quads.
Yeah. Which was actually a fun conversation that I had with Nick Bosa down at 49er training camp. He talked about his relationship with Brock Purdy and how nothing has changed. I said, Nick, his quads are huge. They've changed. And I asked him if he gave Brock Purdy his quad workout plan, but he said Brock's been working all by himself.
Was he very chill? No, he's been working on his
Oh,
own.
man, he's got his own workout routine.
Eric Branch has his own workout routine. It's to spare a few minutes for us at KNBR here on the Murph and Marcus Show. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher on the UMA guest line, San Francisco Chronicle ace beat writer Eric Branch. And Eric, while we welcome you heartily, can I open with a little good-natured ribbing, my friend?
I don't know. Okay, let's do it.
Did you have Tanner Mordecai making the 53-man roster?
Oh, golly. Gosh.
Hey, look at the bright side. I read you. Look at the bright side.
Yeah, I did throw in the caveat that it was either a great gut feeling or the remnants and after effects of the Poke Nachos in the Las Vegas press box. And it was obviously the latter.
I did. He did say that it could be an effect of the Poke Nachos. Are you? So, yeah, we're questioning Mark Davis, the freshness of Mark Davis's fish, causing Eric Branch to have a fever dream where Tanner Mordecai makes the 53-man, right?
Right. Okay. Now, listen, I've got egg on my face currently, but when Tanner Mordecai is leading the 49ers or some other team deep into the playoffs, I shall have the last laugh.
Okay, you heard it here first. I love
There it is. But, Eric, it is interesting that the 49ers did decide to keep three quarterbacks on the roster. Josh Dobbs and Brandon Allen still on that 53-man roster. What was your takeaway from the 49ers keeping three quarterbacks?
Well, I'm actually quite interested to hear who is the backup quarterback. That hasn't been announced. I think if you're just going on, highlight reel plays and excitement generated in the preseason, then it's Josh Dobbs, in a landslide. But Brandon Allen, I was particularly in the preseason opener. He's been much better than he was last year, which was his first year in the system. And he makes the throw, kind of that over the middle between the hash marks, kind of 20 yards downfield throw very well. He's not Brock Purdy-esque doing it, but it's a decent facsimile. And so, I would say probably, just given his experience, he's probably more comfortable in the offense. I don't know if they view him as, kind of running the offense better than Josh Dobbs. I think, more than most coaches, Shanahan probably doesn't emphasize, or prize, someone's mobility as much as some others. Not that he discounts it. Obviously, it's useful when the X's and O's break down. But anyway, obviously, it's certainly not up to me. I'd go with Josh Dobbs. He's done some actually, impressive things as a starter, and most notably last year in the league. He seems to be more of a gamer. But it's conceivable that they just feel more comfortable
with Brandon Allen and his ability to run the offense.
Talking to Eric Branch here about the 53-man roster the Niners named, which is, of course, fluid and can change and will change as in injuries, et cetera, et cetera. But we go to the tackle situation. Colton McKivitz and Jalen Moore are the only two tackles on the roster, which seems awfully thin. So what does that tell you, your spidey sense, your sixth sense? Does that mean they are confident that Trent Williams will enter the chat and be on the roster and there's room for that?
That was my thought. It's set up kind of perfectly. As you mentioned, there's only two tackles there, which seems to scream they need a third. That third is on the reserve did not report list. And there would be a simple kind of a roster machination in which John Feliciano, who is on the 53 but just had knee surgery and is expected to be out until the middle of the season, they would put him on short-term IR, and then in theory they would put an all-pro left tackle back on the roster, being Trent Williams. So. It was in contrast to what they did at wide receiver, where they kept 7 wideouts. They usually keep no more than 6. And, you have to, wonder/believe if that's due to, Aiyuk's kind of up in the air status. Like, will we have him for week 1? Well, if we don't have him for week 1, then we still have 6 wide receivers that are available. So there's some good news there, reading between the lines, some tea leaf stuff, and then potentially bad news that, if they are indeed confident about Trent Williams, they don't share that same optimism perhaps about Brandon Aiyuk.
Yeah, it is interesting when you break it down that way, Eric. And there's also been some reports earlier this week that the Trent Williams contract situation could linger into the regular season. We saw a guy like Chris Jones last year with the Kansas City Chiefs watch that week 1 game up in a suite. Do you think there's a possibility that the 49ers are playing week 1 against the Jets without Trent Williams?
I do think it's conceivable, despite the 2 tackles we just discussed. I think it's interesting. Early in training camp, I asked Nick Bosa, basically the question was, do you think you won contract negotiation last year? I forget exactly what he said, but his smile and laugh kind of said everything. He made the 49ers blink. I don't think another player during the Shanahan-Lynch era can really say that. And I wonder, there's a reason the 49ers, when it comes to contracts, they don't like to make exceptions. They don't want to, break precedents. They have very specific things they put in contracts. And, you make an exception. Then we say, well, hey, you did it for him, right? So I do wonder how much, with Trent Williams, who I think his situation is very analogous to Nick Bosa as far as his importance to the team. I mean, Nick Bosa is a corporation. It's Nick Bosa, Inc., and he was ready to sit out games. And he knew he had the leverage of, good luck without me. And I think it's very similar with Trent Williams. Good luck without me. And, particularly, Trent Williams is a different stage of his career. I'm not saying he's ready to hang it up. I think there's still, things he wants to accomplish and play for. And he's talked about, playing until, he's 40. I don't think he has the leverage, or I don't know if he's using it. I don't think it's legitimate to say he's, ready to walk away if he doesn't get it what he wants. But I think he's certainly ready to, September.
Eric, last one for you. Eric Branch, San Francisco Chronicle, beat writer for the 49ers on the Yuma guest line, and Grant McCrae, Giants outfielder, in just a few minutes. The fact that so many draft picks got cut, Danny Gray, Sam Womack, Jalen Graham, Cam Latu, Braden Willis, do you think it's fair to criticize Lynch and Shanahan's drafts, or is it more fair to say, look at the guys they hit on, the Brock Purdy's, et cetera? How do you think it compares to other NFL teams? Are they missing more and getting lucky? What's your take?
Well, I think what they did yesterday when they waived 5 recent draft picks, from 2022 and 23 draft classes, confirm what we thought. Those were kind of weak, are looking like weak drafts. There is a really incredible exception with Brock Purdy that really saves them, and Jair Brown, and maybe you can make an argument for Jake Moody. But other than that, there are 18 guys. Those are two 9-man draft classes, and of the other 15, I'm not sure. There's a lot of keepers there. I mean, if you just look at 2022, Drake Jackson, Ty Davis-Price, Danny Gray, Spencer Burford, Sam Womack, Nick Krukow, Kalia Davis, Tyreek Castro Fields. I mean, that's underwhelming, and I think I'm being polite. And then, of course, it ends with Brock Purdy. So it's like, fair to say, like, it doesn't matter. And it kind of doesn't matter because you got a franchise quarterback at number 262. But, again, I think what they did yesterday, and I think Ronnie Bell is, in danger of losing his spot. And if they do eventually waive Ronnie Bell, then that means of those 18 picks, only 8 will be on the current 53-man roster.
Kind of speaks for itself. So there it is, Eric. Always great catching up, man. And Tanner Mordecai, 2027. That's what we're thinking, right?
Well, I don't know. That could be coming sooner than you expect.
Ooh, okay. All right. Hey, listen. I heard he had some great throws. The great quote from John Lynch. I thought it was Purdy. There it was. So, all right. Always good catching up. We'll keep reading you for your bold takes, Eric. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Eric.
Be good.
Eric Granch of the San Francisco Chronicle. Grant McCrae, Giants outfielder, next on the Sports Leader.
This is KNBR, and this is Murph and Marcus on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader.
Now McCrae, he launches one high and deep, right field, way back. It is gone. And there's no doubt about that one. Grant McCrae over the Giants bullpen into the second deck. and the Giants lead 3-2.
It must be fun for Grant McCrae to sit in a Milwaukee hotel room and hear Joe Rizzo's call of his home run last night. A big part of the Giants' 5-4 win over the Brewers last night. They get it going after it again tonight at 5:10 with Kyle Harrison on the hill. We've never had Grant McCrae on the morning show on KNBR on the Giants flagship. So, Grant, we want to give a warm welcome. It's the Murph and Marcus show. I'm Brian Murphy. He's Marcus Boucher. We want to congratulate you on making the big leagues and welcome you to our show on KNBR. How you doing? How's Milwaukee this fine Wednesday morning, Grant?
What's up, Grant?
Hey, guys. Thank you guys for having me on. It's cool, man. It's a little gray and gloomy out today, but it's a nice little day out.
Hey, I got a quick question. There was like a lot of sweat on those jerseys last night, man. Were you guys dying out there last night?
Yeah, it was real humid last night.
Oh, man, it was soaking through the road grays like crazy. Hey, man, let's talk about last night before we talk about the big picture stuff. Great win for the team, and that story about you hitting that home run after Tyro got robbed. Mm-hmm. Can you catch us up here on what happened after the game? You guys were chopping it up. Tyro gets robbed, so you decide to put one where they can't catch it.
Yeah. I don't know, man. Honestly, like, they asked me about it last night. They were like, how'd you feel about it? And I was like, I don't know, dude. I was just trying to put the ball in play, but I hit that ball a lot farther.
Yeah, and great. You've done a good job putting the ball in play since being called up to the big leagues. 11 games, 3 away batting average, and last night was your 3rd home run. What's been the biggest adjustment for you in your first week or two here at the big leagues?
Just really emphasizing putting the ball in play. And, I'm still having that strikeout and swing and miss issue, but, I'm doing the work off the field, trying to figure some things out, and it's been working. So hopefully we can just keep that up.
Grant McCrae, the voice you hear, Giants outfielder, and played 11 games in the bigs now. He's had some fun moments. So, Grant, what should Giants fans think about your power? Because, they look, when people see speedy center fielders, they think contact. But you got some pop.
Yeah.
You got a little pop in your game.
I mean, yeah, dude. I guess it just showed up a couple years ago. I mean, that was never really my game, was to hit home runs. And, up until 2 years ago, I was only hitting about like 4 or 5 a season.
Yeah, and Grant, that's what stands out to me when I went to go watch you play down in San Jose, where you hit 21 bombs and had 36 stolen bags, was a 20-20 guy down there. Talk to us about that combination of speed and power and how you think that factors into your overall game.
I feel like I can just do it all, honestly. I mean, I can bunt for hits. I showed bunt a couple of times last night. My first big league hit was a bunt, but I still got power. I still had put him out anywhere. So, I just feel like I can, be a big factor and change the game in multiple ways.
No, it's a positive. Grant McCrae, the voice you hear on the Yuma guest line. Milwaukee, the Giants are taking on the Brewers tonight. He had a great game last night with a home run and a walk, a steal, a balk, and a run scored. Take us through that, man. Take us through that.
Well, just I had the pitcher timed up. It was on a hit and run, too, and, I think it was a pass ball. I'm not really too sure what happened. But third base, I was just timing him up. He didn't really seem like he wanted to pick over. So I knew I could steal third if I got the right jump, but they kept getting the red light on me. So I was just trying to see if I could, stir him up a bit, get in his head. And sure enough, I did.
Grant McCrae, Giants center fielder, is the voice you hear on the UMA guest line this morning. And Grant, we got to ask you about your family ties to the game of baseball. Of course, your pops, Rodney, had a cup of tea at the major league level, also coached a little bit. So what was it like growing up around MLB clubhouses, and how much did that influence your game?
I mean, it just really, just showed me what I'm getting myself into. Like, I knew at a young age, like, I wanted to be a baseball player. And, I've always been hanging around like the guys. And it just showed me what I'm getting myself into come, like, 6 years later as an 18-year-old. So, it helped me a lot and really gave me a perspective of what I need to do to get to the big leagues.
It's awesome to have that. Gives you that. And that gets, next question is about the mental part. We were talking to a couple guys, whether it was Mike Krukow or Sean Estes, guys who are former Giants. They're saying, hey, man, he's showing like he believes he belongs. That's the big thing, right? So there's so many talented players in the minor leagues. guys come up, and then Grant, can you talk to us, Grant, about the mental game of believing you belong?
Well, I mean, like, you see it. You know how it is. People, like, treat you differently when you're up here. The cameras are on you. The lights are on you. The stadiums are bigger. They're louder. And, you know, you really just got to, like, prepare yourself. Be like, this is what I want to do. This is where I belong. And they believe in me, so I should believe in myself too, you know?
Yeah, and Grant, now you have an opportunity to play at one of the best ballparks in the entire country, Oracle Park. Now, in your 11 games with the Giants, we've only seen you out in center field. I know in the minor leagues you moved around a little bit. Have you had the opportunity to at least take some fly balls in right field, or maybe even take some balls off the bricks? Or take some balls off the bricks, I should say, Grant.
Honestly, Dave, you know, just told me that I would be playing center for right now, so my main focus has just been getting my reads in center, but I'll still do my throws and everything from the corners, just so I get my feel for the corners still.
Have you experienced those arcades out there? What do they call them? The arcade arches out there and those crazy bounces at Oracle?
No, I haven't experienced those yet. But when we were playing the White Sox, I think one of their outfielders had one. But me and Yaz have been talking a lot, trying to prepare me for, you know, those plays. And I think we've been doing a good job of, you know, just controlling the outfield and especially balls off the wall so far. So, you know, hopefully we can keep improving. And, yeah.
Yeah, that leads to our question, because Jung-Hoo Lee obviously gets signed from Korea to play center. And I wonder how you reacted to that in the minor leagues. You're like, damn, I thought that was kind of my gig. Or, hey, man, cool. He can play center, I'll play right. Or flip. You play center, he plays right. Have you even thought about these things?
I mean, when he first got signed, I was like, oh, all right. Like, that's cool, because I knew we had Matos on the 40-man. I knew we had Mecca on the 40-man. And they were up and down, so I was assuming that they were going to get a chance. I wasn't on the 40-man roster this past offseason, so it didn't really affect me. But, I mean, honestly, like, once I met him and everything, I, you know, thought he would be a good addition to the team. And, you know, as long as I'm on the field, I could care less. But I'd prefer to play center. But if I got to play right and he's in center, then, you know, I told him a couple of days ago, I said nobody would want to play us if we were in the outfield. Mm-hmm. They just want to head ground balls the whole time.
Yeah, and it seems like that's a possibility next year with both you guys in the outfield, and maybe out in left field. Elliot Ramos will be the third member of that outfield. I'd love to talk to you about his relationship with you, if he's giving you any advice for a guy that was cut in spring training and then turned into an all-star this year. This is a guy that's been up and down in the Giants organization. What's your relationship like with Elliot Ramos?
Me and Ramos have always been pretty cool, you know, since I got drafted. You know, he's just like, just been a good friend, good teammate. You know, if I ever needed advice, like, I kind of would just gravitate towards him just because he had all that pressure on him at one point. And, you know, he was just trying to, you know, coach me up, like mentor me a little bit. So just having him around, I feel like it's helped a lot. But the rest of we got a lot of young guys on the team too, so they've been helping me out as well.
Well, I mean, yeah, think about the guys under 25 on this team right now: Kyle Harrison, Hayden Birdsong, Grant McCrae, Elliot Ramos. I mean, Pat Bailey. These are all. I mean, Bailey might be 25, but anyway, the point is, Giants fans looking to the future. Just getting a little personal here on your strength and your weight. Like, what do you weigh in? What do you want to weigh? Do you have a goal to pack on muscle, or is this how you're going to play?
I'm about like 190 right now. My appetite's been fluctuating since adjusting to the big leagues and everything, but I'm normally around like 195, close to 200. You know, off season I really just try to focus on my mobility and just make sure my body's right, ready to go, and take a beating for the next season. So just try to get as strong and as agile and mobile as I can.
So
my main goal.
So you're not looking to stack on 10, 15 pounds of muscle?
No, I still got to be able to keep my speed.
Yeah, and there is obviously ample pop in what you're doing. We see it on the swing. Is there a swing comp? Some people have been like, we see when you get a hold of one, some people were kicking stuff around going, there's something there. Like, is there a swing comp you've been going with, or somebody in the bigs who your model left?
No. No, I just try to be me.
You haven't heard?
I've gotten a few texts that people have been saying that my swing looks like Ken Griffey, and I'm like, oh, I don't really see that, but
dude, I have a 16-year-old kid at home who's a baseball nut. He goes, Dad, is that Ken Griffey's swing? I said, well, somebody else wrote in Darryl Strawberry. Have you heard that?
No, I haven't heard that one, but him and my dad are pretty close, so that's kind of funny.
By the way, your dad, he lit it up, man, and that's kind of what you grew up with. Your dad's got a big personality, huh?
Yeah, man.
he was fun to talk to.
I'm actually about to go sit down and have breakfast with him.
Oh, you got to tell him the boys from KNBR said hi, because a couple of the boys met him on the rooftop at the Hotel Via.
Yeah, and I got to say, Grant, your dad was extremely proud of you, was talking up your game. What did it mean for you to have him there when you hit your first big league home run?
You know, I just thought it was a cool moment for our whole family. I always crack jokes with him since I was in high school that I was the better baseball player, better outfielder, the better hitter, and he would never admit it until I hit a home run or I made my debut, and he told me I was a better player the night I debuted after the game, my first game, and then I hit the home run, and he's like, all right, now you're definitely better than me. So for me and him, I think that just settled the score a little bit.
Definitely. And he was, and your mom, I went over to say hi to her. She had tears. She was crying. It was great. Sis is super. Quick plug for her. She's an athlete too, right? Your sister?
My sister, yeah.
She plays college softball. Is that right? Did I hear that?
Yeah, she plays college softball at Grand Canyon.
Oh, that's cool, man. Hey, last one is sort of just a small picture, small potatoes question, but bunting. How important is it to you? How much do you work on it? Is it a part of your game?
Yeah, it is a part of my game. I mean, for me, I'm one of the fastest guys, I think, in the league. And, it's a free hit if it's down. And, I haven't been getting them down as of late, but, it is a part of my game, and that is something that I do spend time on. So, I'm just going to have to clean that up and, really emphasize on getting them down. And when that happens, they should look out.
Hey, a real pleasure getting to know you, Grant. When you guys come back to San Francisco, we'll pop in the clubhouse and say hi face to face.
For sure, man.
Oh, and all the listeners are fired up, man. We got tons of Giants fans listening. They're looking to the future. You're part of the future. So thanks for making some time. Go have a great breakfast with Pops and have a great game tonight. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Grant.
Thank you, guys. Y'all have a good one.
There he is, Grant McCrae, off to breakfast with Dad.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, how was it's funny. I saw him last night on the postgame, and I thought he was a little quiet. And I'm like, oh, man. He's got a chill vibe to him that has a charisma.
I was going to say a chill confidence, too.
Definitely, there's a confidence. That must come from having a dad in the bigs.
Yeah.
Do you like the confidence?
I love the confidence. In baseball, if you don't have confidence, you don't have a chance.
Oh, dude, you are 100% right. Well, he just said to him, he told Jung Hoo, can you imagine that? I love that cut where he goes, can you imagine the two of us in the outfield? They're just going to hit ground balls. All right. So I don't care, right? Center, right, whatever. But then again, we do have Matos. You do have Meckler. You do have, depth is never a bad thing.
You got options.
Yeah, but, all right, something 25 and under, right? That's what we're looking for. I'm curious to see how he plays for the next month.
Yeah, let's see how he does down this final stretch of 29 games. But if he does something even remotely close to Elliot Ramos, then maybe we are talking about Grant McCrae locking up one of those spots next year.
How about him? He said, it's so funny because D. Murph last night said, is that Ken Griffey's swing, Dad? I'm like, bro, don't ever say Ken Griffey. But he just said some people texted him. I was talking to you guys off the air. There's something to the swing. I don't know if it's Strawberry. I don't know if it's Griffey. Whatever. There's something to it.
There's just something about those left-handed swings, man.
Yeah, with pop.
Yeah.
When you get a hold of one, it looks real pretty. Doesn't look good when you hit like a nubber back to the mound.
No.
But anyway, there you go, guys. That was an enjoyable day. Let's sign off with a little Sutter Health medical report put on the doctor of baseball and young Tony. There's always something. This one's music on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
But when I came back in, I was like, I got you, Poppy. I got you. I got your back. Don't worry.
Bigelow tea. Every season is Bigelow tea season. It's the number one tea in the Bay Area. If I need a cup of tea, you walk into that break room. We got Bigelow tea stacked up. I go English breakfast. Nice, soothing, tasty. If you're making your living behind a mic, of course you want to take care of your vocal cords. Bigelow tea, tasty, soothing, gets you going, baby. Gets you going. So why wouldn't you grab a mug full of your favorite Bigelow tea and tea proudly.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Oh, I see what's going on here. Tonight's a big night here in the Bay Area, down at the corner of 3rd and King. San Francisco's own Steve Miller Band, along with Journey and Def Leppard, rocking the house. And guess who's going to be there? This dude, Marcus Boucher. Lucky you, buddy.
Not just me, Murph. The entire Boucher family, mom and pops, are driving down from Rockland to come to get a little Steve Miller Band, Journey, Def Leppard.
God bless them. Have a great time, man. Journey, Def Leppard, and there's a lot of hits being played tonight. Young Tone, down with Def Leppard. Are you a Def Leppard guy?
Yeah, sure.
You don't know Def Leppard.
As a kid, I was like, they spelled it wrong. That's like, they can't do that. It's DEAF, LOLEOPA. Oh, I get it. It's a rock and roll band. It's a rock and roll band. Styx is spelled wrong too.
Yeah.
Actually, no, the River Styx. So anyway, good for you, buddy. Sorry I can't break it down with you tomorrow.
I know. I'm bummed out you're not going to be here tomorrow and Friday.
And I say this with great love and affection. I need a big old honking laugh check, but I'm sure Dieter will be happy to break it down with you. So, I was just on Twitter right now, and Dieter was sending out a salty anti-Pajemski tweet. Are you ready for that tomorrow morning, bright and early?
Tomorrow. I'm sure he'll have salty takes on Def Leppard spelling their name wrong.
A real quick before you get to the doctor of baseball, I'm just reading on Twitter that the waiver wire is active, and 3 Niners that got waived got picked up. Offensive lineman Jarrett Kingston, who was their 6th-round draft pick out of USC, got picked up. Sammy Womack got picked up, and so did the running back Cody Schrader, who I kind of liked. But you can't keep them all. They took Pat Taylor over him. Interesting. So anyway, those are 3 guys they can't get back. We'll continue to give you more of those as they happen. And Frank Gore Jr. is signing with the Brills practice squad. It's kind of cool, huh? So anyway, a little NFL waiver wire action for you.
Yeah, way to go, Frankie Jr.
All right, now get your stethoscope out. Yeah.
I feel like I'm a doctor in baseball.
Time now for your Giants Health Report, sponsored by Sutter Health.
All right, we've got updates on 2 different Giants players today. The first one, Robbie Ray. We've been talking about it for the last couple of days. Ever since he exited his last start with hamstring tightness, he is now officially on the IL. But joining him is Jordan Hicks, who just made the move from the starting rotation to the bullpen. Here was Bob Melvin yesterday giving us the latest update on Jordan Hicks going to the IL.
Yeah, he's really had a tough time bouncing back here for a while now. And, his shoulder's been stiff. Some body stuff, but mostly the shoulder, and that's a concern. Coming out of the rotation and pitching out of the bullpen, tried to back him up and back him down to a relief role in a couple innings, 3 innings, and now that he's back into 1-inning roles, he's still not responding well. So with the shoulders a little stiff with a guy like him, we're going to have him here for a while. We want to make sure he's healthy. So hopefully this IL period allows him to get through all this stuff and comes back gun blazing like we know he can do.
Of course, Jordan Hicks reaching a new high of innings pitched this year at the major league level, and it seems like that wear and tear is taking an effect on his body. He lands on the IL with Robbie Ray, and that is your Giants Sutter Health update, sponsored from the doctors who never stop answering your questions, the cardiac specialty centers that never stop helping hearts. Sutter is more than 220 hospitals and clinics that never stop caring for Californians. SutterHealth.org.
Gotta be honest, that one bummed me out. I was driving back from Danville, and shout out to the good people at Provident Credit Union for a great round of golf yesterday. Jim and John, you guys are awesome. But I was driving listening to my Giants pregame. I love my Bowmel. I'm always going to get info, and I heard that. I was like, damn, that's not good. Not good. No positive way to spin that. A guy pitches this many innings. Now, the stuff Melvin was saying, sound like it's not going away anytime soon.
Especially when you throw in the fact that he's on, a 3 or 4 year contract.
4-year deal.
And he's getting shoulder injuries now at this point of his career. The positive news was his velocity was back up after moving to the bullpen, but still dealing with some shoulder issues.
And Robbie Ray, too, no good, too. And by the way, I know we're going to get to young Tony, but this thing is just burning. Already getting some traction. This U.S. Open fan, did you see this? A guy probably not too different in age from me. Looks like he's coming back with 2 cocktails to try to charm a young lady next to him. And right as he arrives with the cocktails and sits down, a guy behind them comes with 2 cocktails, and she looks and reaches for the guy behind him. She has 2 dudes flat out hitting on her, and she just on national TV chooses the one guy, and the guy who doesn't get chosen just has this look on his face. Then they cut away back to the action. It's now gone major viral. Have you seen it?
No.
Type in U.S. Open. The name of the drink is Honey Deuce.
Ooh.
Like, it's a $23 cocktail, which, by the way, nowadays is like your average sporting event.
Oh,
It's a
wow.
vodka-
I'm looking at the video right now.
So here comes this guy. He's kind of like, looks like he's kind of in my demo there, like in the early, he's in his well into his 50s.
That's a
But he's
bold
kinda-
move.
And the guy behind just swoops in and hands her a drink.
Oh, man.
She looks like she's with neither guy. Looks like she's open to flirtation.
But you should probably ask the lady if she wants a drink before just walking up
Well,
with a
that
drink.
the guy behind her, I'm assuming, did the same thing.
I mean, we
Like,
got open
I'm going to buy
competition
this
out
gal
here.
a drink. Like, when's the last time you went and bought a gal a drink and just brought it to her?
Never. I will make eye contact with a girl, I'll have an actual conversation, and then if it gets to that point, I will buy her a drink. But I'm not saying a woman's obligated to talk to me just because I buy her a drink.
Okay, interesting. Stuff
I've got standards,
once again,
Murph.
Stuff that you and Dieter can break down
That's
tomorrow.
it, me and Dietz.
All right, young Tony, here we go. Yeah.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now.
I'm going to miss this the next couple days as I'm off for a wedding in Edinburgh, Scotland. How about that? Shout out my buddy Neil. I've known since 6th grade.
Ooh, that means I got to teach young Tony a couple things.
Well, apparently Dieter was not into this. He was like, why are we doing this? What is this? Why can't I be talking about Aiyuk?
Same thing goes for the guest list. He was like, what is this?
Yeah, well, he just,
Welcome to the show, Dieter.
Thanks for listening for 20 years.
Yeah,
buddy.
See you tomorrow, Big Dietz.
This is all sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. So this one was an NFL insider said that the Niners were stuck with Aiyuk. And then Tony rejoined with Steelers, We Are Stuck in the Middle. I said, hey, look at that. I said, you could have gone with other stuck songs like, I said, it's not my favorite Huey Lewis song, but you could have gone with Stuck With You. And he's like, huh? Do you know this one? It's kind of it's not Huey's finest.
Ooh.
Stuck With You. It's a little.
This one did not stick with me, Murph.
Yeah. So you could have come back with this, and just any chance we get to prop up the great Bay Area icon that is Huey Lewis, we're going to do it. And then you were like, I'm not sure I'm familiar with his total catalog. And then young Cole, who's in today, said, sure you do. Get Michael J. Fox on the skateboard right now. One of the great opening credits rolling. Where are you with Back to the Future? You good?
Oh, I'm down with the Back to the Future.
You like to ride the skateboard? Put on your down vest, Michael J. Fox, and pump the skateboard down.
I'm still waiting for that hoverboard, by the way. They had those hoverboards a couple of years ago. Those had wheels. Those were not real hoverboards.
It's 2024. Shouldn't we be having it?
We should be on hoverboards.
Come on, Huey, take us out, baby. As we tell you, it's time for a change. Think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change, tune-up, and smog experts. Huge Niner fan, Huey Lewis. And you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader. See you next Tuesday, buddy. A Cumulus Media Station.
No, he got to call me like 2-3 or Brian.
Okay.
Or GOAT if he want to.
I've watched him. I watched Stephen Curry play in real life in Miami.
But when I came back in, I was like, I got you, Poppy. I got you.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
A lot of drama being chatted about your team outside. Do you guys hear it inside or no?
There's not really a lot of time to hear the drama and the outside noise. But, like, for us as the 49ers, like, I know that the guys who are going through contract negotiations, they're doing what they think is best for them, and we all support them in that. And as players, we're just going to show up there. We're going to practice every single day and just see what we can get out of the guys that are practicing. And so, I got to ask, like, how tough is it that Trent Williams is there? And, well, yeah, he's a Hall of Fame first ballot guy, like, and he's going to play really good football for a long time. But I'm getting incredible reps with our backup left tackle, Jalen Moore, that I wouldn't get otherwise. And, if Trent's not playing, I have no idea what's going to happen. But I'm getting these valuable reps with Jalen, and when Trent Williams shows up, he's inevitably just going to be amazing again, and I'm not going to really need that much practice with him because he's just better than everybody else.
That is George Kittle as he was promoting his new direct TV spot on Pat McAfee, Nothing on the Roof, which we played for you yesterday. We maybe have to reset that one, but it's all about the drama. What does soon mean? We'll get into that conversation. Everybody's still talking about Brandon Aiyuk. and Trent Williams. We got cut down day to discuss as well. Now that we have the initial 53, not the final 53, that is always churning, but we have the initial 53. We'll get into that conversation as well. We had Mike Sando on yesterday to talk about the QB tiers. We'll dive a little bit more into that as well. We got a ton to get to, plus the Giants win in Milwaukee. And that's the team, that's the type of team that you want, that athletic Brewers team. So we'll discuss that as well. Lots of things on the agenda on a hump day. Good morning, my friend.
And we're going to talk to Brian Anderson, the TV voice of the Milwaukee Brewers, among other things. He also did the Astros and Phillies last night with Justin Verlander on the mound in Philly, and basketball with TNT and TBS for one more year at least. So we'll talk to BA about probably the most shocking, pleasant surprise of the baseball season, what the Pat Murphy and the Milwaukee Brewers have done, trading away their ace Corbin Burns in the offseason. And they have one of the best records of the National League, so we'll talk to BA. But first and foremost, we'll talk about one of the teams that has the best record of the NFL, and that's the 49ers. John, I'm at Levi's. It's a busy day today around the NFL. Starting at 9 o'clock, you could claim some guys that were released yesterday. Carolina Panthers were very busy. They claimed 3 cornerbacks, which is, what are they? How many are they going to put on their roster? Like half their cornerback room they claimed. And we'll see what else happens. And starting right now, 3 minutes ago, you could also establish your 16 or 17-man practice squad with the International Pathway Program players. So the schedule for the Niners has been pushed back a little bit today. Kyle's going to talk before practice at 2 o'clock, and then John Lynch is going to talk at 2:45. They are going to practice in the 3 o'clock hour, John, and then tonight they have the big dinner, the Player for a Purpose dinner for the 49ers Foundation, and everybody's there, which leads to Brandon Aiyuk. And we are getting a report today from Mike Garafolo, probably of all the national insiders, has been on this the most. I think he's got a direct line to Ryan Williams, his agent, Brandon's agent, and John Lynch's agent for that matter. But the word is that the plan is they're treating this like the first day of Jets week, that Brandon Aiyuk is going to practice today, John, at 3:10, out there for a walkthrough at 3 o'clock and practice at 3:10. And it sounds like Brandon will practice today.
That's huge news, because that's really, to me, getting to this point is how effective can they be? You said this at the beginning of the week, and I agree 100%. Trent Williams, Matt Mioka's got a new piece out today that Trent Williams has nearly $5 million in fines. So I don't know how all that's going to work out. It puts a little bit more web into this whole thing. But to hear Brandon Aiyuk is going to practice, all I care about is, are you going to be ready for the Jets game? Because once they start losing game checks, as you said, that's really the deadline. You'd like them in before that, but that's really the deadline when you start digging into their game checks. And I think that both guys will be here by then, but it's how effective will they be? Well, if Brandon Aiyuk is practicing, then I'm cool. And that also means that they're getting there. They're getting close, and we used that term yesterday, soon. You know, I drove by there's like a Greek place in this plaza by my house, and they've had a opening soon sign for like 8 months. So I hope it's not that kind of soon. I hope it's like,
is it a Suvla?
Yeah, it is, and it's by my house, and I drive by it every day.
Suvla.
Oh, me too. And I'm like, when are you opening that thing?
Drop George Contos' name. He is tight with Suvla.
Is he?
Yeah.
But they have this sign out there, opening soon, and I'm like, I thought of that. Yeah,
Was
I
that
thought
the
of you
Matt
yesterday.
Barrows? Was that the Matt Barrows tweet about Trent?
Yeah, because I thought of you yesterday, and I thought, damn, that sign's been up for 8 months, and there were some guys doing some construction. I literally walked up to him, and I go, look, I do a radio show, and we talked about soon. I said, what's soon? I said, you guys have had this up forever. And he goes, it is opening soon. I go, well, when? So I thought of the same thing.
Talk to the building contractor.
Right. Exactly. But if he's practicing, then that's my whole point.
Aiyuk?
Yeah. If he's out there, then okay, he's getting ready for the Jets, and then whatever else happens. I think they're going to get done before week one. It's just being ready.
I mean, if he's practicing, what he's doing is acknowledging one of two things. They're going to get the deal done this afternoon and extend him, or he's going to play under his rookie contract. For Ryan Williams, his agent, and Brandon and the 49ers to come to this agreement that he's going to practice. That's the whole point of not practicing, is to, you can get hurt in a walkthrough like Yadam did, Ike Yadam. So if he's practicing today, he's cool with either playing under the fifth-year rookie option. And John Lynch is going to talk at 2:45 right before they take the practice field, so we'll get an update on that. or they may announce an extension. There is a big dinner tonight, so Larry Baer always liked doing that at the Play Ball luncheon. So we'll see. This is big business. Now, for Aiyuk, he will definitely play against the New York Jets if he practices today and he's back. He doesn't have to play every snap. We talked about this with Nick Bosa last year, John, and the Niners had a huge lead at halftime, and then like the third play of the third quarter, they run 19 structure full. Brandon has that Deke leader of a block. McCaffrey goes down the sideline, and the game was over. So Bosa's overall snap count in Pittsburgh opening day was less. But when you go quarter by quarter, I think he played like every snap of the first 17 of the game. Now, a lot of those were 3 and out against Kenny Pickett and Pittsburgh's inert offense. So he wasn't out there for long drives. So for Aiyuk, he's going to play. But what you got to do, he can run all the routes, and I don't know exactly what he's been doing, but you can run all the routes on air. He has to get on, and I don't know if they're going to do a padded practice today. So they're going to work out today, and they're going to work out tomorrow. Then the whole weekend they're off, and I'm not sure when they're going to come back next week. Would it be Labor Day Monday like they usually do for a Sunday game, or Tuesday because you're playing Monday? We'll figure that out later. But 2 padded practices, maybe. I'm not sure if they're padded or not, or spiders or shells or whatever they're going to do. But I'd like to see Ike Yadam, who has not practiced much lately with that ankle injury, just run bump and run with Brandon Aiyuk in practice. Just get up on him. Brandon can run routes, but can he do it with a guy leaning on him, his balance point, all of that, just getting off, bodies around him and just acclimating to playing football. Now, for Brandon, you don't have to play him every snap, and we'll see what they do with Ronnie Bell. Having a seven-man wide receiver room is interesting. If Aiyuk is officially up and practicing, does Ronnie get moved somewhere else, or how do you do that? The Niners have had 7, in past years for a while. With Lamar Hurd that year, they had 7, and then he wound up getting hurt, and they wound up moving him. But anyway, it could be a temporary thing just to get Aiyuk up. So, yes, if he practices today, he's going to have the day tomorrow, an extra bonus practice next week, and then it'll be Thursday, Friday, Saturday. It'll be full practices next week. One will probably be a padded practice, and then the walkthrough on Sunday and go play Monday night. So he'll be able to play, maybe not 100% of the snaps. But for Trent, this is where you get into it, because you don't typically sub out tackles in the NFL. You can. You do it in the preseason when you're evaluating guys or giving a guy a series or two. Even if the Jets signed Hassan Reddick, or we were talking about Nick last year in Pittsburgh, if Reddick signs the day before the game, they can put him as a third down pass rushing specialist. He can still have a role with Trent, and I'm sure he's been working out like a madman in his gym in Houston. But the same thing, putting on shoulder pads, football pants, cleats, just blocking one-on-one, which he missed in camp with Nick and Leonard Floyd. I mean, if he wants to get paid, whatever that means, but hopefully it's soon. But right now, I mean, how many can Trent Williams play the entire game? That would be harder for a 35-year-old left tackle that has not acclimated his body to football shape at all. So maybe you have to rotate Jalen Moore in. I don't know how you would do it. Trent gets a couple of series. Jalen Moore comes in for a series. If you get a long one, 12, 13, 14 plays, can Trent last? He was gassed last year in Pittsburgh when they had that long opening drive to open the season and scored a touchdown, and they passed Aiyuk. So great sign that Aiyuk is practicing. Get him out there and get his body up to football shape with football contact today. And then hopefully you get Trent in right away, John. And then for Aiyuk, I think he can play enough snaps to be impactful in the game and to be the starting X. And you could sub out, Chris Conley and Jawan for him. With Trent, at this stage right now, what are your thoughts on Jalen Moore having to take some snaps in the opener, even if Trent does start the game?
I don't mean to disrespect anybody, and it's not Jalen Moore's fault. It's just he's not Trent Williams, and the drop-off is so big. So and especially because I think the Jets are that good defensively now. If they don't have Hassan Reddick, Robert Saleh is still, that one seems a little nastier than what's going on here with the 49ers, because there's a history here of those two guys, and there's not with Reddick and the Jets. So I don't know how that's going to turn out, but they're playing a really good defense, and it just makes me nervous that Brock Purdy on his blind side is going to have Jalen Moore, and Robert Saleh knows Jalen Moore, and so he knows how to attack it. There's just a massive drop off, and it's not really Jalen Moore's fault. It's just Trent Williams is that good. He is the best left tackle in the league, and I think you have to adjust your offense. And as we've talked about, it's getting him in, but it's getting him in on time. That has passed, but I don't think he can be as effective. And you bring up a great point, which is, Brandon Aiyuk comes in, he's a little bit gassed, you can sub him out. Nick Bosa comes in late, he's a little bit gassed, you can sub him out. You have a second team. Your offensive line doesn't come out. So how many snaps can realistically, as good as Trent Williams is, he's still 36 years old, how many snaps can he realistically play? If on average, an offense, you get 65 offensive plays in a game, how many can Trent play? Can he play all 65?
Yeah, he has to play them like Trent. But we've seen Trent play with bad injuries, and he's still gutted his way out there. If he wants to be the first $30 million a year tackle, hell, brother, you're playing the whole game, and you're going to have to figure it out. I don't know. That'll be the performance staff and looking at his cardio when he gets in here.
But it's also injury, right? The whole thing is,
well, they'll know what they're doing.
You want to make sure that he's not going to hurt himself, right?
But you got to be effective as well. And Jalen Moore has improved, and you could slide protection his way. But Colton's going to have, some one-on-ones then. So the other thing I've always wondered, and we're getting off topic here, they do have third down situational pass rushers and change the front, go to a NASCAR or a gold rush, a turbo. In the NFL, I've always wondered, why do you leave the same tackles an offensive line in for every snap? If you want to have a big, huge, Becton kind of guy, Mekhi Becton, weighs 350 pounds, play tackle, have him be your rundown. Now, it's a little bit of a tip-off of what you're going to do offensively, but this is also defensively when you go to your nickel and you bring in lighter ends. The biggest mismatch in the NFL is when these edge rushers come in like Leonard Floyd, going up a guy like, Jalen Moore, who weighs over 300 pounds. It's a whole different athlete as far as get-off time, 10-yard splits, 40-yard dash. So, and Jalen is good in pass protection. Trent's obviously great in pass protection and obviously is a roadblock raider on the left side, although I think you can run right a little bit with Pooney and McKivitz this year. But anyway, I just wondered, and we're getting off, it has nothing to do with Trent in this game, but why doesn't the NFL ever evolve? It is so situational by down and distance at every position, really, except quarterback and maybe cornerback and linebackers. One linebacker stays out there. Why didn't they ever evolve to the matching up of the speed edge rusher in the nickel defense by bringing in a guy that's lighter, that has great feet to play tackle, that plays at like 295 pounds and not 325 pounds?
Maybe just because of continuity, right? I mean, there's so many things to pick up, and now you're bringing in different guys, and is everybody on the same page? Because they talk about how an offensive line has to kind of work as one and the continuity of it, and if you're bringing guys in and out, maybe you're having a problem with that continuity and who's picking up what and communication and all those kind of things. I don't know. Just taking a guess, I would think. By the way, a few names, if people care about the practice squad. Chase Lucas is coming back, defensive end Jonathan Garvin, and wide receiver Tay Martin. So we're piecing it together. 16, 17
Jay
guys.
Lucas is a really good special teams player.
Yeah. So there's 3 so far. We'll keep you updated on everything. All right. Now that we have the initial 53, and I emphasize initial 53 because this thing will move around a little bit, what are the thoughts? Where are they good? Where are they great? And where is there a little bit of concern with these 49ers? We'll get into that coming up next. Pop and Lund, thanks for hanging out. Only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Can't get enough Steve Young. He was on with Tolbert and Copes a couple of days ago, then called in to clarify with us yesterday. All you have to do to hear it all is go to all of our social media, KNBR apps, KNBR.com.
Faithful, there's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the Sports Leader.
Hello, friends. Thanks for joining us. Happy Wednesday. Hope you are well today. Bottom of the hour. Mike Garofalo from the NFL Network has the latest on Trent Williams and Brandon Aiyuk. Is it any different? It seems like it. Brandon Aiyuk could be practicing today, so we'll let you hear that. As far as cuts are concerned, how are we feeling about the initial 53? Where are they great? Where are they good? Where could there be some questions on this team? What do you think as you look at this initial, and we say initial 53? What do you think?
I'm going to wait until the waiver claims are going on right now. The practice squads are being established around the NFL right now. And let's just see, where it all goes. They got to fill up the tight end room. Is someone going to scoop up and take Eric Saubert? Hopefully the Niners will be able to get him on the roster. There are a couple of injured players, obviously. They got to be slid from the 53 to IR. So, they're just this is the roster manipulation, and it's towards the bottom of the roster. So right now, and I thought this last year when they lost so many free agents, Mike McGlinchey, Daniel Brunskill, Azeez Alshire. Could have used him in the Super Bowl last year with the injury to Dre Greenlaw. Could you imagine having Azeez in the Super Bowl? May have been the difference in winning and losing. I mean, it goes on and on. So right now, my initial reaction is they are star-laden. The Niners have 9 Pro Bowlers and 5 first-team All-Pros and 9 guys that made the NFL's top 76. But it's the bottom of your roster that does fill out special teams. If you get into injuries, are you deep enough at the offensive line position? The fact that they brought up Talanoa Hufanga, is he going to be able to play at some point the first quarter of the year? I think they're deep in some areas, deep obviously at running back and be able to let Elijah Mitchell go. But here's one that's a bit of a blow. Cody Schrader is now a Los Angeles Ram. We wondered about Cody Schrader and Isaac Guerrero competing, and frankly, at times during the OTAs and the minicamp, Schrader looked like a more instinctive runner. He doesn't have the speed, obviously, quite the opposite of Guerendo's got the 4.33, and Schrader runs a 4.61. But huge numbers at Truman State, D2, for whatever that is. But then he goes to Missouri and leads the SEC, the Southeastern Conference, in rushing, and he looked good. And he had a couple of moments in the preseason, but they had to cut him. The L.A. Rams have claimed Cody Schrader on waivers, and so look at their running back depth chart in L.A., John. Kyron Williams. Sean McVay said yesterday Kyron Williams is going to play, is going to be their number 1 starting punt returner this coming year, which is interesting. I thought he'd be more of a kickoff returner than a punt returner. Maybe he does both. But they're going to have him run back punts this year. They got Blake Corum, the Michigan running back, and Ronnie Rivers has been there a couple of years. But now they add Cody Schrader. I assume they're putting him on the 53-man roster, not the practice squad. But let's just wait a few hours here. Waiver claims started at 9 a.m. our time. Practice squads are being formulated now. At 10 o'clock it started. So let's wait and see. I think the practice squad with some of these veteran guys like Rock Yassin is going to be huge to get him back on your practice squad. And obviously the tight ends. You Saubert go to the practice squad, and Logan Thomas, how do they do that? What happens with Mason Pline? So there are a lot of guys out there. You just have to see if they do wind up on the Niners 16 or 17-man practice squad.
I got a bunch of updates for you. So another guy they're losing Jalen Graham to Adam Peters and the Commanders. He knew Jalen Graham when he was here, so that's a guy that's going to leave the team. Mason Pline is going to come back, the tight end.
Practice squad?
Yep. Tanner Mordecai to the practice squad. Ben Barch to the practice squad. Evan Anderson, defensive tackle, who they gave that $280,000 to. He's going to the practice squad. So what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 so far. Mason Pline, Chase Lucas, defensive end Jonathan Garvin, wide receiver Tay Martin, Mordecai, Ben Barch, Evan Anderson. So we've got 7 that they've got, and they've lost Graham to the Commanders and Schrader to the Rams. So a lot of stuff.
I mean, right away,
right there.
The Cleveland Browns and our friend Paul DePodesta and Andrew Barry and Kevin Stefanski and Jimmy Haslam, they have 4 quarterbacks on their roster. So I don't know what they're going to do with famous Jameis Winston, but they put 4 on their 53. The Niners don't have 4 on their 53, but they have 3 on their 53, and they added Tanner Mordecai to their practice squad. That is really interesting. Only because now, and we're going to hear from Mike Garafolo a little bit here, and Aiyuk is going to practice today. Now that you cut your team down, and you're down to 53, then you'll build your 16 or 17 person practice squad for practice today. You're back up to a good number there in the NFL, 69 or 70. But still, they have 4 quarterbacks. I can't remember the last time the Niners had 3 on the 53, John, and the 4th on the practice squad. I think that just tells you we can't let Allen or Dobbs go. If we do, they're going to get scooped up, or we fear that, whether it's reality. And we like Tanner Mordecai so much that we're going to bring him back and put him on the practice squad. And the thing is, and there may be situations where you rotate them around and Mordecai can run, but it's just hard to get reps. Starting today, where they're going to treat it like the Jets week, Brock Purdy's going to take all the 1 reps. It'll be interesting to see who starts to take the 2 reps. The 3 reps are scraps. So if you're Tanner Mordecai, there's other practice squads that are probably better for you to be on to get reps in practice, but you want to be around Kyle Shanahan. You want to be around Clay Kubiak and Brian Griese and those minds in this offense right now, and more than half of the league is running Kyle's offense right now. I think it's interesting, that you got 3 on the 53, and they did keep number 4, Tanner Mordecai, and put him on the practice squad. That's a lot of QBs around here.
T.Y. McGill to the practice squad, defensive tackle. That makes a lot of sense. You always need defensive tackle depth. They lost 2 more guys. Jarrett Kingston, a draft pick out of USC, who actually looked good at times in the preseason. He goes to the Panthers. And Samuel Womack, a couple years ago, we had those 2 picks against the Packers. He goes to the Colts. So they lost 4 guys. Jalen Graham, Schrader, Kingston, and Womack with other teams. And what are we up to on the practice squad? 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 guys on the practice squad, so about halfway there. So that's what we've got.
16 or 17.
Outlets.
So
yeah. All right, let you hear this, because this is big news today. Expected to practice today is Brandon Aiyuk, which is both a good sign for being ready for the Jets game, but also a better sign that he's going to get something done, that he's actually going to go out on the field and practice. We'll let you hear the audio when Mike Garafolo and the NFL insiders talked about it. By the way, did you see Debo? Debo's just doing the tour, man.
I saw Debo.
NFL insiders
saw
too.
Kittle. Kittle was on McAfee.
Yeah,
and Debo was on the insiders.
Yeah, so we'll play some of that for you later as well. But BA practicing, we'll get into that. It's Pop and Lund on the Sports Leader.
Faithful, filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Pop and Len, thanks for joining us on a Wednesday edition of the show. Keep you up to date on practice squad additions, losses, those kind of things. They are coming fast and furious. But the big news today, expected to practice, Brandon Aiyuk. So what's going on with Trent Williams, Brandon Aiyuk, the latest. Here's Mike Garafolo of the NFL Network, and then we shall discuss.
We are still stuck in the mud here on Brandon Aiyuk, who is on the roster because he reported to training camp. Trent Williams, who I'll get to in a second, is not counting against the roster. So at this point, they get into the practice schedule this week, and they're going to practice this afternoon. And sort of the understanding was that at this point he would practice, so we're going to have to see if he's on the field this afternoon with the San Francisco 49ers. But again, no closer to an extension or a trade there than we were the last couple of weeks. On to Trent Williams, who seems like he is intent on proving his point that he deserves more guaranteed money and a raise on that contract, expected to make around $20 million this upcoming season. Perhaps he will carry that into the regular season.
All right, there you go.
That's kind of big news. He's going to practice today. We've been waiting forever. The hold-in is over now. Is he going to have it come sign some kind of a contract extension or an agreement just to go back to practice, continue to work at it, or negotiations over, and he's going to work under the $14.1 million plus rookie fifth-year option? So, again, John Lynch going to talk to the media at 2:45, Kyle at 2 o'clock, because they're busy right now. The schedule's all been pushed back. You got the dinner tonight. So they normally do it, but it also is practice squad day and claiming guys off waivers as well. So it's busy. In other news, you told the people about the 49ers bringing Chase Lucas back. They have also brought Tracy Walker III back, the safety, and the assumption is the plan is to put him on the practice squad and then elevate him for week 1 with Talanoa Hufanga not being available. So he would be the 4th safety up on opening night against the Jets with Jair Brown, George Odom, Malik Mustafa, and Tracy Walker III. The other big news is Eric Saubert is back. Eric Branch is reporting, but not on the practice squad. They have put Eric Saubert on the 53-man roster, the veteran tight end. A couple of years in Atlanta, a year in Chicago, one in Jacksonville, the last couple of years in Denver, and half a year in Houston. So he does know the offense from being with Bobby Slowick. So those are the guys you wanted to get back, some of these veteran guys, John. Chase Lucas, Tracy Walker III, and the tight end Eric Saubert.
There you go. So, man, that's a long group. Let's get back to Aiyuk for just a second and what Mike Garafolo just said right there. So a couple of things at play. A, he's getting ready for the Jets, which is huge. But B, we've sat here it seems like forever, for months and months here. What's this mean? What's this mean? What's this mean? What's that mean? What's this mean? Well, if he's on the field practicing, does that not just send the biggest sign that they're dotting I's and crossing T's? I mean, if they were nowhere close, he wouldn't get on the practice field, would he?
No, it could be. First of all, as a football player, he's back. He's going to put on, I don't know if they're going to have a padded practice today or spiders or whatever they're going to do, but he's going to put on football pants, cleats. He's going to go out there, maybe shoulder pads, and he's going to get ready to play a football game. It's less than 2 weeks now. What are we, 12 nights away? So you're going to have a practice today, a practice tomorrow. They're off all weekend. Now, he'll probably stay in the area and may just run routes with Brock and the quarterbacks, and you can get Isaac Yiadom out there over the weekend, and, they can run, bump, and run, and Charvarius Ward didn't get any preseason reps. Everybody. I mean, just, Renardo Green. So you want him to run routes against great elite corners like he's going to see Sauce Gardner. And I expect the Jets now, and Robert Saleh said it the other day, we fully expect Brandon Aiyuk to play. and Trent Williams to play, and we're preparing that way. So, does Sauce Gardner just follow him around wherever he goes? That is what Sauce does. Aiyuk's an X. You can get up on him. So just that. And then so you want him to just run routes and bump and run. So he's back with his team. He was in the building, and he's watching film and watching some practices live and watching film back. And he's being a student of the game, the so-called mental reps, but he needs to get physical reps now and go out and play. So he's preparing as a professional football player to play professional football. That's first and foremost. The professional part is he gets paid. So I don't know. John will address this. He could do it with no extension and just work under the fifth-year rookie option of $14+ million. He could just come back, and hey, he's still under contract. They haven't fined him. I don't know if they get him on the field. They threaten to fine him at some point, but he is practicing today. That's the word, and we'll see it. It's not until it'll be at 3 o'clock. So just getting on the field with his teammates and preparing to play the game. In all the games. You got a game in Minnesota right after that, so the season comes up on you fast and furious, and just to get him back as a football player. The contract, I don't know. Ryan Williams and John have an agreement whether they're extending the contract, and that'll be done by 3 o'clock today, or just work under the existing contract. We're not going to extend you. That'll be the deal, or we'll try to continue to extend you up until the opener or beyond. I have no idea. But the big news is, and it's big news, Brandon Aiyuk is going to practice today.
Yeah, I think it's huge news. And I look, I'm speculating, as we all have speculated. I take this as a great move. Would he play on the 14? We've said this from the beginning. He's made 12 in his career, and we talked about this with Steve Young yesterday when he called in. They're in opposite ends of the spectrum. The Trent Williams situation is he's 36 years old saying, look, I'm still the best. I'm not going to take some little – I'm not saying that's what Christian McCaffrey did, but when I first saw this thing on Trent Williams, I thought, they're going to guarantee some money, do this, a little that. This thing's going to get done quickly. And when Josina Anderson yesterday said he wants, real money, he wants this thing done. This is his last one. As far as Aiyuk is concerned, this is his first one. So $12 million is a lot of money. We're sitting here and guys are driving around their car going, hey, I'm busting my ass all day. $12 million's a ton. But in retrospect, it's not a ton to a football player, but if he's not going to come and lose to me $800,000 a week, which would make this whole point moot that he's held out this long or held in this long or however you want to call it. So Brandon Aiyuk's going to play, and he might play on the 14 because that's $800,000 a week. It's a lot more than he's ever been paid. Trent's not going to play on it no matter what. He's got enough money. So it is a different situation with Aiyuk. Having said all that, I'd be surprised after all of this if they didn't get something done, because it seems to me that they've got to be pretty close. We've heard that. So the sign to me is he wouldn't be practicing if they weren't close.
First of all, he's got to practice. So it's just a report by Garofolo, and it was the plan is for him to practice. What is that based on? I assumed he already took his physical, and he passed everything. So he's able to just go on the field and practice. Normally a player, when they come in, they have to do that, but he's been here, so I assume that's not a holdup. I don't know if there's more negotiating going on with the contract or not. It's 10:40 in the morning. They're not going to be on the field for activation until right when John Lynch is talking, and then they start practicing at 3 o'clock. So they're a long way to go. They're hours away. Was there a premise or a caveat to him practicing that there would be a contract done, and they're just putting it to writing it up? Or is he agreed to practice either way, and he would practice under the rookie deal? So I don't know. We'll find out in the coming hours. The other one is Trent. And, the reports that we're getting, Josina Anderson's tight with Trent. He wants to be paid. What does he want to make? Double what the highest paid tackles in football make? What is paid? He's saying he wants to be the highest paid tackle in football, I would think. Do they have to get that up? The magic number, I think, for Brandon Aiyuk has been $30 million a year, trying to get up to that number. Who's going to make more average annual value, Brandon Aiyuk or Trent Williams? Is Trent going to get up and be the first $30 million a year tackle in pro football? And, how are they going to guarantee the money? So it's one thing that Aiyuk, is going to hopefully practice today, although that's just early morning speculation and things do change. Kyle will talk at 2 o'clock and probably give us an update on what the plan is an hour before practice. But When did they get Trent in here? Yeah, he's scheduled to make $20.8 million this year. None of it's guaranteed. $23.4 next year. None of it's guaranteed. And $33.1 the next year. None of it's guaranteed. So how do they do that? And does he? The kind of the rumblings is he wants $30 million a year to be the highest paid tackle in the history of pro football. Wirf's got his restructure, and I think Wirf's personally is the closest to Trent in football. The left tackle in Tampa Bay, 28.1. Penei Sewell's really good. He plays right tackle, though, with a right-handed quarterback, so it's not the blind side at 28. And Christian Darrisaw, who Trent kind of took under his wing in Minnesota, $26 million. We'll see him in a couple of weeks from Sunday. But anyway, if he wants to get 30, plus he's going to get fined $5 million for missing 3 preseason games, John, and I don't even know how many practices at $50K per. How does he offset that and still justify getting to 30? So I don't know. But Aiyuk, hopefully the news is accurate, and he is going to practice today. But the paid for Trent Williams, what is that? You're stumbling on the word soon. Trent is going to sign soon, agree soon. What is paid? I mean, he wants double what Wirf's got. That'd be 56.2. Damn.
I the way I'm interpreting it, and it could be 100% wrong, is Christian McCaffrey did a deal in which, some money was moved around. He got a few more bucks. I think he got 2 years added, whatever it was. It wasn't that it was funny money or dummy money. It wasn't. It was real money, but it wasn't like this, crazy thing. And it sounds to me like Trent, as you're pointing out here, kind of wants this thing completely redone. And he wants to be the top of the top, and he's not going to take some little, here, we'll guarantee a couple of bucks, this, like some minor, let's move the shells around. No shell game here. I think he wants paid means he wants to be the top now, the top later. He wants a whole new contract. Isn't that what it sounds like?
No, I don't know what it means. But with all due respect to Christian, and you know how much I love Christian McCaffrey, I think last year he was the best player in the NFL. He did win the Offensive Player of the Year, finished third in the MVP, but I thought overall he was the best football player on either side of the ball. Trent's right there, but Trent plays a position that pays. Left tackles make a lot of money. After quarterbacks, John, and now wide receiver and maybe edge rushers where Nick is, tackles are right there. Christian does not play a position, and it's. I mean, a lot of it is just the way they use the position in the NFL. McCaffrey's not that guy. He's never coming off the field. First, second, third down, fourth down. He's not coming off. He may even run back kicks. McCaffrey is that valuable. He's the gravitational pull Steph Curry of this team. He opens up everything, unlocks it all, as Tim Ryan says. But his position, he's already been the highest paid. They just guaranteed it more, and he's, a 30-year-old running back getting up there. Trent's a 35-year-old tackle, but there are guys that have played in their late 30s, and he wants to, he's Jonathan Ogden of his generation, whoever you want to name, Anthony Munoz. He's that guy. And he plays a position that makes not quite double what McCaffrey does, but about, $30 million versus Christian getting 19. So there's a big difference there. So just to guarantee Christian and give him some money is doable. With Trent, you're talking big money, as big as the Silverback is.
By the way, this fine segment sponsored our good friends at Redwood Credit Union, offering auto loans with competitive rates and personalized service because your journey matters. Redwood Credit Union, for all that you love. When Walter first put BA on the guest list today at 10:50, I thought, Brandon Aiyuk is signed, and we're getting Brandon Aiyuk the first interview.
No, it's Brandon Allen, your backup quarterback.
It's Brian Anderson, our good friend with the
we
Milwaukee
wanted him
Brewers.
Yesterday, but he was in Philadelphia doing busy. Verlander against the Phillies, and the Phillies won. But he does everything, NBA. He'll do Major League Baseball, the playoffs for Turner. They have the American League this year, so he'll do the ALDS and he'll do the ALCS. But he is the TV voice when he can fit it into his busy schedule.
He's very busy.
Of the Milwaukee Brewers.
Well, I want the Giants to become the Brewers, so I want to talk to BA.
Do you want to steal
that.
their shortstop, Willie Adames?
Yes,
is that what you want to do?
I want Willie Adames. I want all those athletes. I want that center fielder that stole a home run ball. I want the guys who steal all the bases.
Churio? You want
I want Churio. I want all those guys. That was 449, by the way.
You have Grant McCrae and you have Jung-Hoo Lee.
All right, let's do it. Let's talk to BA. Not Brandon Aiyuk. Not Brandon Allen. Brian
the only
Anderson.
BA that matters
That's
in
right.
our world.
We'll talk to him next, only here on the Sports Leader.
In the NFL, there is no margin for error. One mistake can change the outcome of a game. That's why 8 out of 10 NFL players have a Sleep Number smart bed. As the official sleep and wellness partner of the NFL, Sleep Number is proud to help players unlock their full potential through the power of quality sleep. J.D. Power ranks Sleep Number number 1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in store. Do you have a Sleep Number bed? Now you can get one during Sleep Number's biggest sale of the year. You'll save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Plus, you get free home delivery on select smart beds when you add a base. It ends Labor Day, September the 2nd. For J.D. Power 2023 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Only at a Sleep Number store or at sleepnumber.com, the official sleep and wellness partner of the NFL.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Thanks for joining us, Papa and Lund, on a hump day edition of the show, and we couldn't think of anything better to do than talk to our good friend Brian Anderson. He is awesome. From Turner and the Milwaukee Brewers, you see him all over, and he is one of our favorites. I will admit, though, when Walter put on the guest list today a BA, I thought, Brandon Aiyuk, he signed? Oh, sweet.
Brandon Allen, the backup quarterback? No,
we would
guy
much
makes
rather
more
talk to
than
Brian
all
Anderson.
of them combined.
Yeah.
The original
That's our
BA
guy.
from San Antonio.
This is our
Brian
guy.
Anderson.
Hi, BA. How are you?
There are so many better BA options than the one you got today.
Who else we got?
There's so many better Brian Anderson.
Yeah, I was going to say, you're not even the best Brian Anderson.
Oh, wow. Come on.
Didn't you guys have a BA on your team? You had a Brian Anderson, didn't you?
We did. Last year, he plays, he's in AAA with the Braves now. But, yeah, the Brian Anderson, yeah, I called one of his homers once. That was a strange thing to do.
Out-of-body experience.
Brian Anderson is homer.
Wow.
So,
how are you, brother?
You sound
his
name.
You sound good. I saw you in Philly last night with our guy Ron Darling, Verlander guy. He was okay, but Philadelphia, and they've not had the same one-loss record. But when you look at it, we'll start with the Brewers are shocking how good they are. And you're right there as far as best overall record of the National League. The Dodgers seem to have righted themselves, but they got some starting pitching in trouble with Glasnow. And Philly hasn't been the same team. So as you look at the three division leaders right now, and your team's going to win with the biggest margin, you're up by 10, going into the National League playoffs, how do you look at the Dodgers, Phillies that you saw last night, and your team, the Brewers, BA?
Well, I do think the Phillies and Dodgers will eventually push away and be the top two seeds. They'll get the bye. I think the Phillies have a chance. They're starting to right the ship now. They look good to me. I mean, I've said all along, and after seeing them last night, and we've had them back-to-back weeks now on TBS, that they are the most complete National League team. I think they're the most complete team of in both leagues. I think the Dodgers definitely have firepower. The first, five in that batting order, now that you include Teoscar Hernandez, is legit, and I don't think there's any better than that group, especially. But I do think the Dodgers have some holes, and I don't think the Phillies have any holes. I know they went through their struggles since the All-Star break, but to me, it's a matter of urgency for them. They've had a nice lead. They've, kind of gone around the wheel to get some guys rest, but their starting pitching and their bullpen is so good. And then their lineup, they play good defense. They run the bases. They've kind of settled in on one of their big holes was center field. And, they've got Brandon Marsh out there playing a lot of center field now. And they've got a great defender in Rojas to come in. So to me, the Phillies are still the class. The Dodgers have the star power for sure. And then I think the Brewers will end up in a wild card game, which is where they were last year. But they were in that game with a lot of young players, a lot of rookies, and now those guys are in their second year, and hopefully the Brewers will fare better. They got swept by the Diamondbacks last year in that wild card game, and then Arizona went all the way to the World Series. So I think Arizona was a little better than everybody thought. Hopefully the Brewers, though, will show better if they end up in that wild card game, and obviously if they get the bye, they're in great shape. It's been an incredible year with them, totally unexpected. It's supposed to be a reset year for Milwaukee. So it just continues to amaze me what they've done.
Brewers and the Giants tonight. Brian Anderson, voice of the Brewers and TNT Sports, and does a great job. You saw him last night with the Phillies and Ron Darling. Great stuff. What the Brewers are is what I want the Giants to be, because it's the ballpark the Giants play in. I love the athletes. Terang puts pressure on you. Churio puts pressure on you. Adames is great. I mean, I just think the way they reset, as you said, I mean, they start by losing Corbin Burns. Everybody thinks that they're in rebuild mode and the Central's wide open, and they just do what they do. They lose Yelich. They keep going. I love the way that they put this team together. The pressure from the athletes, the great defense, the play Perkins made in center field. I think that more and more teams need to look at this rather than just trying to wait for that 3-run homer. You mentioned Arizona. Arizona's athletic. The Brewers athletic. I just like how they're put together.
Yeah, and I agree, and that's definitely the next wave where the game's going. I mean, once the overshifting was banned. That really brought in the athletes back on the infield, and the Brewers were well positioned for that with Bryce Terang, who came up as a shortstop. But I mean, he's probably going to win the Gold Glove. If he doesn't, it would be a crime. But to have an athlete like that, and then, so now you start building back in the middle, back in the way you used to build teams, where you needed speed and defense, and you needed defense up the middle. Home runs are still going to happen, and they're important. But you do need to win on the margins, especially if you're a small market team like the Brewers, where, you know, I think the Brewers lead the league in infield hits, and they lead the league in 2-out runs, and runs just aren't a product of the hitter delivering. That's one of the misconceptions about the casual observer to the game. There's an art to scoring runs, and speed delivers more runs. Taking extra bases on base hits to right center, going first to third, that delivers opportunities to score runs. So all those things kind of work together, and when you have a lot of team speed and good base runners, which the Brewers do, pretty much up and down their lineup, that really creates more opportunities. So I think on paper, the Brewers would, from an analytics perspective, would look like a lucky team because their batting average balls in play is not, you know, what you would think of a team that's scoring the amount of runs they're scoring. They obviously hit homers, but not to the level that former Brewers teams have done. But they just do it every day, though. So now all the decisions you're making about what a team is, whether they're just having good luck in a stretch of time, they've kind of just been keeping that going. That's just the way they play. So it is a new brand of baseball, and it's kind of back to an old brand of baseball. I like that brand of baseball a lot. It's a lot of fun, very entertaining. The major question for the Brewers will be this. The Brewers play hard every game, and I hate saying it this way because I know fans will be like, don't all teams play hard? But they don't, especially, you know, the teams with older players or the big star players. You know, that's why the Phillies have gone through their little swoon. The Yankees have gone through their swoon. Dodgers had a little swoon as well. They just don't. But every team plays hard in the playoffs. So the fact that the Brewers have all these young guys that get after it every day, well, that advantage is not going to be there in the postseason because everybody's going to get after it every day in the postseason. So that margin is closed, and that'll be a major question to see how they would respond to the playoff scenario when the big stars are playing hard every day, and you know you're getting premium effort and you're getting premium bullpen with off days. So you're getting the best every day in the postseason. That'll be a major test for this particular Milwaukee team.
Yeah, and they, you may have to play the Dodgers coming up or Philadelphia in a playoff series. I was watching one of your games, and you were doing the game actually yourself, BA. You were, on TBS, but it was a Dodger-Milwaukee Brewer game, and it was really interesting. You guys had a graphic up on the screen about where you guys rank, and it's first, second, or third in all those not home runs, but on base percentage, infield hits, bunt hits, stolen bases. I love sprint speed. Different starters. Number one in baseball in just sprint speed. Different starters because you traded Corbin Burns in the offseason. You've had some injuries, and you got Devin Williams in the back end of the bullpen. With that magic pitch of his is so good. But I want to start by, David Stearns, obviously your GM for years is gone, and now in New York with the Mets. But then Craig Counsell. And it was shocking that he left Milwaukee and, his ties to the city and went to the Cubs and got paid as much as he did. And then this guy, Pat Murphy. Who's Pat Murphy? Is it Murphy's Pub outside of Wrigley? No, he was a bench coach there, and you guys like your beer in Milwaukee. He's been a bench coach there for 8 years, coached college baseball forever at Notre Dame and Arizona State, won over 1,000 games. I mean, is he the runaway winner for National League Manager of the Year this year?
He's got to be. I mean, that's been one of the – we were all curious. So, I mean, we've known Pat Murphy for a while. Murph, we call him Murph. I mean, we've known him, and he's great, and he brings a little, uncle vibe, grandfather vibe to the ball club, and the wise sage, he brings that. But as a manager, I think we were all curious to see what he would do. And, back to my earlier point, the one thing that Murph has done maybe better than anybody that's come through here is, and he's got a lot of young players to do this with, but they do play hard. They do have this philosophy, this concept of win the day, however that is. And, in baseball, like, not every loss matters so much. You obviously want to win more than you lose, but it's a very daily routine. And he takes losses really hard, like a college coach, to the point where I think the observers of the team are wondering, is this sustainable? This guy's 65 years old, and we got 7 months of this, and he's taking these losses hard. I mean, it bothers him. But so far, it's been good. They haven't lost more than 4 games in a row. At any point this year, they've never lost more than 4 in a row, which is remarkable for a team like this one. So, yeah, he's been a difference maker in a lot of ways. I think he really cares, and I think especially the young players, and he gives the veteran guys a lot of leeway, a lot of leash. He creates, he calls it his leadership group. There's the captains of the team, which is Yelich and Rhys Hoskins and Willie Adames and Freddie Peralta on the pitching side, Devin Williams. So they're the tent poles, and the players kind of funnel through that. He's basically created vice presidents, or if you want to get into more detail, like they're the player reps for the rest of the team in their specific categories. And it's been a great idea. I think a lot of managers have done that over the years, but they always rely on their veteran players for counsel and to have discussions with. But I mean, it's a real tangible thing that if a young guy's got a problem, go to your veteran player first. The veteran player will then come to the manager. The manager can work that out. Murphy's door is always open. He's good that way. He holds everybody accountable in his own way, which is usually humor. He's really funny. He looks like a stern football coach, but he's actually hilarious. And, he observes everything and nothing gets by him. His situational awareness is crazy good, and he's using that to his strength. So you don't get away with certain things. You don't get away with, the things that matter on a ball club that can start to shred a team. And he's done a great job at that, so I give him a lot of credit. His coaches are really good, and the players are, I hate to use that phrase buy-in because that's such a corporate phrase, but there is a lot of buy-in, like, hey, we're in this together, and we know we're the underdogs here. There's a little bit of that, land of misfit toys concept with this team. Everybody in the bullpen, except for Devin Williams, has been DFA'd in their career. The whole bullpen, and they're one of the best bullpens in the majors. So I think that's worked really well. Now, if they are a 500 team or a losing team, I don't know how that's going to go over in the clubhouse. But for right now, with a winning team, it works.
The real BA, Brian Anderson, joining us, of course, voice of the Brewers and Turner Sports, joining us, Pop and Lund here on the Sports Leader. I'm curious, the shortstop you guys got, you mentioned Adames.
He's just tampering, John. He's under contract. He's going to steal your shortstop now.
He has been awesome. Tampa doesn't often make mistakes in trades, but I think they'd like Adames back. But since he's been a Brewer, traded there in 21, but then 3 full seasons, 31 home runs and 24, kind of down last year and then back up, and he looked great last night, hitting another home run. Are they going to be able to resign him, give him his money in the offseason?
I don't think so. I mean, obviously they'd love to, but he's going to be behind Soto. He's probably going to be the most desirable free agent. I would have said Pete Alonso would have been on that list, but Alonso's had just an okay year and has some challenges, man. To have a shortstop like Adames, and it's all the stuff on the field, but it's all the stuff off the field too. Like he's an incredible uncle, Tio, to the young Latin players, and that's so valuable. I don't even know how to explain how valuable that is, especially with this team, with a guy who's 20, who's tearing up the league, Jackson Churio. For the Spanish speakers, the Latin players, he's a great leader to have in that role. He's also like just joyful, just generally his whole life. I've never seen him have a bad day, and I mean that. Like every day is like a brand new gift for this guy. He shows up to the ballpark. He loves the game. They have to tell him to not show up. Don't be here at noon. You can't. The doors will be locked, Willie. You cannot come to the ballpark because he just wants to get in his uniform. He loves being in his uniform. Like, how cool is that? I think it's one of the he's one of the great players in the game. He's one of the great ambassadors. He's always out there signing autographs. He's got his hand up for everything the Brewers ask in the community. He's the one to do all that, and that's not fake. He's not trying to do that for a contract. That's just the way he is. And so it's all of that, too. It's not just his talent on the field, which is significant. He's clutch. He's at his best in the seventh inning or later. The clutch stats bear that out, and your eyes tell you that, too. He's had a little problem defensively in the last 2 months, which is not like him. I don't know what that is all about. He had another error last night, but he's normally very steady at shortstop. Probably will trend as a third baseman at some point, but he's got a great arm. He's a really talented player, quarterback, great range, hits for power. So he's the whole deal. He's the whole package, and he's going to be one of the highest paid free agents this offseason. So Brewers aren't swimming in those waters, as you guys know. So your Giants should be, and the Dodgers will certainly be. The Yankees, I know Aaron Boone loves Willie Adames. He asks me about him every time I see him for the last 3 years. So, yeah, he'll be swimming in the deep waters, and you guys should be a part of that. I mean, he should be on a team like yours or like the Dodgers. Like that, he's that kind of player, and he deserves that kind of contract.
Yeah, the air total, I mean, he's had, years where he's had 15, 17 errors. He's got 17 errors on the year. The throw he made last night, he just didn't follow through.
Yeah.
But I saw the graphic last night during the game. Least defensive runs saved at shortstop, he's minus 12. Minus 12. The worst.
Yeah.
The worst. So, I mean, Tyler Fitzgerald is pretty good at shortstop.
Great.
You talked about
great.
You talked about moving Adames to third. We're not going to do that with Matt Chapman if he resigns. Could Adames play second base, BA?
Yeah, but I don't think you'd want him to. I think you'd want him to play short. The DRS numbers, and I understand those numbers, and they are what they are. But I also tell you, like the eye test, and you guys are an analytics team in San Francisco, so that is going to matter. But also, you have Zach Manesi in there too, and he knows Brewers culture as well as anyone. And the eye test tells you that Adames is a good shortstop. He makes plays. Now, these errors that have stacked up have all come lately. So he only had 4 errors in the first 2 months of the year. He usually makes all the plays. I don't believe that, Derek Jeter was always poorly graded on the DRS numbers and some of the advanced analytics with defense. It's just not a perfect science. Like, that's why scouts matter. I will say Adames has not been a great shortstop since the All-Star break, and I don't know why that is. A lot of those are throwing errors, but what I've seen, he's very good and very steady. He gets to a lot of balls. Positioning is still a big deal with the Brewers, so I don't buy that he's one of the worst shortstops at all. I totally trust him. To quantify that is hard because the numbers don't tell you that, but he's a good shortstop, and he's not going to sign somewhere to not be a shortstop. I promise. Not this time around.
Right.
Next contract maybe, but not this time around. So if you don't have a spot at shortstop for him, then you're probably not going to be in the game to sign him.
Yeah, plus he's in the prime of his career, like 27, 28-year-old guy.
Correct.
So, BA, always great to talk to you. Thanks for making the time. You're busy, and your busy season's coming up. You got the playoffs, and NBA is going to be back before we know it. So it's always great to talk to you. Thank you so much.
Great to be with you guys, as always, and we'll see you in San Francisco
Are you coming?
in a couple of weeks.
Are you coming?
Yeah, I'll be there.
Well, I know you're busy on Tuesdays with TBS.
You're buying lunch.
Well, here's what I was going to invite you. Are you going to be in town September 9th?
I am.
That's the opener against the New York Jets, BA.
Yeah, I'm not. I want to sit behind you. Matter of fact,
he did.
The Brewers. Are flying in early.
Yeah.
So there's a ton of Brewers that want to go to that game. So they all bought tickets and are traveling. Had to travel. He's a big Niners fan. He's a huge Greg Papa fan. So
Willie Adames, we'll put him on our sideline, but he's got to play second base here next year.
I don't know if he's on the list to go see the Niners, but we got a big group going to the Niners Monday night game.
You remember when Derek Carr had that preseason game against Seattle and threw the touchdown pass on Richard Sherman, John? B.A. was right behind me in the booth, giving me Derek Carr vibes. That he just came in to watch. He just came in to watch.
That's awesome.
That was the year they made me do the NFL on CBS. So which I'm never doing again. I'm never calling the NFL anymore.
Why?
Why? Because I can't be as good as Greg Papa, and if I can't be as good as Greg Papa, then I don't want to do it. You know, there's a standard here.
Yeah. But you do basketball and baseball, so he's saying he's better than me in basketball and baseball.
Yeah. I'm not saying that. At least I can compete.
There you go. You're
Love
the best,
you, brother.
man.
Text me before you come to town. Let's hook up.
I will.
Right,
I'm texting you. We're gonna. You're buying
I'm
everything.
buying you. Well, come to the game.
Tickets,
come to the
everything.
game. Come to
Let's
Santa
go.
Clara. I want BA to hang with BA in that game.
Yeah. Got to straighten it all out.
Take
There's
care,
no
BA.
better seat than standing behind Greg Papa call an NFL game, man. That is like one of my all-time great memories.
That is
all-time great.
I'm
memory. That's
insane.
watching an
I'm
artist.
insane.
That's watching
I'm insane.
Picasso. That's watching Picasso paint right there, baby.
Pablo.
Yeah.
I am Hemingway. Papa.
That's awesome.
Thank you, brother. See you in 2 weeks.
All right.
Thank you,
See you
BA.
guys.
Love you, man.
I will say I've done that on many occasions, and you guys have a lot of fun in the booth. I'll tell you that, man. It's a good time. All right, Brian Anderson, clearly, Willie Adames would fit on this team because.
What are you going to do? Are you going to move Tyler Fitzgerald?
Yeah, you can go to second. The thing is with Adames, the one stat that got me last night, I think it was Flem that threw this one out. He has, because the Giants did another Giants thing last night. I think they went 0 for 9 with runners in scoring position last night, but they did get the win.
They had 3 home runs last night.
I know. I'm just saying. They went 0 for 9. Willie Adames, with 2 outs and runners in scoring position, has an OPS this year over 1,000. Over 1,000. I'll take a throwing every now and then for that.
I trust BA. He knows the game, but he's a 220-pound shortstop. He doesn't
I'll take
look,
it. That's okay.
He does bother me as a
That's
shortstop.
okay.
How much? Well, first of all, how much?
What did Brandon Crawford weigh? More than that.
Thick. He was thick. He was thick.
His lower half was 220.
How much do you have to pay Willie Adames? Why don't you just go get your guy Bichette?
I like Bichette. I'm not opposed
Play him
to
at
that.
second base.
I'm not opposed to that. But Willie Adames, you don't have to trade anything. It's just money. They got plenty of that. Come on, nobody's making any money on that team.
You want Blake Snell or you want Willie Adames?
I want Snell, Chapman, and Adames. That's not too much to ask, is it, Farhan? You got some money. Let's do it.
Don't
You're
ask him.
shortstop.
Ask Franklin Templeton.
All right, we'll get back to the big story of the day. BA. We just had Brian Anderson on, but there's another BA, and it's a big story today. Not quite what you think, but we're getting there. We'll tell you next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
David Lombardi of The Athletic joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday to recap the 49ers cutdowns for the 53-man roster. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials. It is a perfect day to talk to our good friend, Steve Moskowitz, who has all the answers to your tax issues, including Steve. I thought we were done, but here we are. We're talking ERC again. What's going on?
ERC, there's 3 major areas. One, a lot of people are owed a lot of money, and they've been sitting and waiting and waiting and waiting. And they're saying, hey, what's going on? Where's my money? So, although you can continue to wait, there's 3 different things we can do to hurry them up. So we've been waiting for your ERC check. I'd like to talk to you about each of those 3. What if you got a letter from the IRS that says, you don't qualify, and they rejected you? You know, you only have 30 days to appeal that, and we think that the government's using AI that's way off. And sometimes lawyers have gotten in trouble with AI when they wrote briefs and they cited cases to judges that didn't exist, because we're seeing these letters denying ERC, and the IRS doesn't have the information to know whether the person qualified or not. And third, people are being audited over ERC. So the bottom line is this: whether you're sitting back waiting for your check, if you've been rejected, remember, you only have 30 days if you've been rejected, or if you're being audited, we want to talk to you about ERC, tell you what we're going to do for you, and do it all in our free consultation.
Do it right now. You got to call Steve, because if you've been waiting, you got to call right now. 888-TAX-DEAL. ERC check, 888-TAX-DEAL, or simply go to MoskowitzLLP.com.
I waited.
Enjoy KNBR in FM at 104.5 FM. Now back to Papa and Lund. Greg Papa and John Lund on the Sports Leader.
Hello, friends. We're going to give a little Brandon Aiyuk news. Now, what that means could be up to you. By the way, you can always interact with the show. 415-808-KNBR. That is both the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line and call-in line. Your choice, 415-808-KNBR. Put it in your phone at 415-808-5627. Here's what we know so far. So add to what we already said, wide receiver Trent Taylor and running back Patrick Taylor back to the 49ers in some way, shape, or form, probably practice squad to start. Eric Saubert.
Wasn't Taylor on the 53-man roster?
Trent Taylor?
No, Patrick Taylor.
I didn't think he originally made it, but I'll double check.
I think he did. Trent Taylor's back on the practice squad.
Yep.
Good news.
So Eric Saubert back to the 53, expected to the practice squad via various reports. Defensive tackle Evan Anderson, offensive lineman Ben Barch, defensive end Jonathan Garvin, special teamer and DB Chase Lucas, wide receiver Tay Martin, defensive tackle Ty McGill, QB Tanner Mordecai, T.Y. McGill, Tanner Mordecai, quarterback Mason Pline, the big tight end, safety Tracy Walker III. They've lost so far Jalen Graham to Washington, running back Cody Schrader to the Rams, Jarrett Kingston, offensive lineman to Carolina, and corner Sam Womack to Indy. So that is the update as far as the 49ers are concerned.
Yeah, and I think with Kingston, he played well against the Raiders on Friday in Vegas. I think they were hopefully getting him back on the practice squad. So him going to Carolina, they claimed 3 defensive backs right away today. And remember, they didn't have the first overall pick in the draft because they traded it to Chicago to move up to get Bryce Young. But they had the worst record in the NFL. So Carolina is claiming everybody, or a lot of people, because they're number 1 in the claiming order. When you, as far as the claim that a player gets waived yesterday, you claim them by your worst record from last year. So Carolina goes first. The Niners go 31st because they lost the Super Bowl. So Kansas City would be the only team behind them. So with Kingston, he went to USC, but he is from Anderson, California. Was at Washington State before. I think they were hopefully getting him on the practice squad, but now he is gone, and he's a member of the Carolina Panthers. So the big news today is will he or won't he? And Mike Garafolo got a lot of people excited by saying that the plan is, or the expectation, or the hope, or however he phrased it, is that Brandon Aiyuk would practice today. We'll see what Kyle says at 2 o'clock and John Lynch at 2:45, and they're on the field at 3 o'clock. Everything with Brandon, it changes day to day. It changes hour to hour. So the plan may not be executed. We'll see, but that would be great news if he is on the practice field. And then case in point, Jamar Chase he is not practicing today after Zach Taylor said he was going to continue to practice, and Zach said he was going to play their first game of the year, and Jamar Chase is not practicing with the Bengals today, John. So, his situation is even more money. Now, he was a year after Brandon, so he's got 2 more years on his contract. But a lot of guys in his draft class already got extended. So the Bengals are under a little bit of pressure to do it. Will he play with the contract in place with 2 more years on his rookie deal? And did you hear the report that Jamar Chase wants 1 penny more than Justin Jefferson? God. And they were teammates at LSU. I don't even know who started the gritty first. I think it was some video they saw, and they took it from that. But Jamar Chase, well, he's the one guy that could pass Justin Jefferson in all the categories. So is Jamar Chase going to play and practice? He practiced a couple of days with them this week, and now today the word in Cincinnati is Jamar Chase is not practicing.
Yeah, I'm watching him right now. There's a video out of him in street clothes while the rest of the team is practicing. For him, the problem is that the Bengals are the cheapest team in the league. I mean, they gave Joe Burrow the money, but we can go back to Carson Palmer and all the different things. The Bengals are just known to be penny pinchers, and if there's a year left on his deal, I think the Bengals have no choice. With 2 years left on the deal, they've come out and said that they're not going to do anything. So this is going to be a real standoff with Jamar Chase, because nobody's saying that he's not talented, and I think you hit it right on the head. I think there's an elite of 3, and maybe an elite of 2 with he and Justin Jefferson. I think you throw CD in there just because of what he means to the Cowboys.
How about Tyreek Hill?
Yeah, Tyreek's in there for sure. I'm surprised he hasn't kind of complained about his thing.
They did redo his deal and guaranteed a lot of money.
So, those are the elite of the elite, but I just don't know that he's going to get a deal with 2 left. As far as Brandon Aiyuk is concerned, if he does practice today, to me, that's just a huge sign, because he could absolutely play on that 14. There's no question. He's only made 12 in his career, and that would be a lot of money. And if he sits out per week, that's about $800,000 that he's losing that is going to be tough to get back. So, yeah, I guess he could, but I just can't believe that they would go through all this hassle back and forths and maybe he's getting traded, maybe he's signing, and this, that, and the other to just have him play on this option year. So, or not option year, I guess he was a first-round pick, so it's a 5th year of that deal. I think that it's a great sign if he does practice, but like you said, everything changes by the minute with him. I thought, it goes all the way back to he was picking out a suit to now this offseason with everybody signing. We just don't know. And I've made fun of the insiders who are great at their job. I mean, from Adam Schefter to all the guys in the NFL Network and all these guys that we trust in football, they're generally right. But even those guys, when they come on these shows now, and the biggest first question is Brandon Aiyuk, they're just making stuff up at this point. And I'm not blaming them for it. It's just, like you said, this thing goes left, right, upwards, down, and you don't know by the week, the hour, the minute, the day. So if Brandon Aiyuk practices, I think that's a great sign. If he doesn't, are we back at ground zero?
Well,
where the hell are we?
I think the one guy that has broken a lot of this is Mike Krukow from the NFL Network, and he seems to have a good relationship with Ryan Williams, Brandon's agent, and also John Lynch's agent. They had that one live hit he did during Inside Training Camp Live, and Ryan was behind him in Costa Mesa watching the Raiders practice, and it was a funny exchange. So I think Garofalo was connected with those guys. Locally, it's Matt Mayakoko, I think is the correct pronunciation of Mayoko. But nationally, it is Garofalo. So when he came out today, and I assume he got it from Ryan Williams, I have no idea. Exactly how did he phrase it, John? There's a level of expectation, and the plan is for Brandon to practice today because they are treating it like the first day back, and that's what he said. So hopefully that'll be the case today. If he does practice, that's a great sign because he's been at practices, but he has not practiced fully. Does that mean he's closer to an extension of a deal, or he is open to playing under the $14.1 million rookie option? Who knows? And maybe Kyle will touch on to the 2 o'clock and John at 2:45. But when they take the field at 3 o'clock today here at Levi's, hey, that'll be a major good sign if he's going to practice today and get out and prepare to be a football player in 12 nights against Sauce Gardner and the Jets, John. But right now, who knows what the situation is? That was a plan, or that's what they were hoping to accomplish today via Mike Garofalo. Now, we're hours away. It's only 11:29 in the morning, and they're not going to be on the field till 3 o'clock.
All right, so that's the latest on Brandon Aiyuk. Have not heard on Trent Williams. The latest from the Trent Williams situation was Josina Anderson yesterday, and I don't think this is great news when she said that he wants real money. I mean, money.
Paid.
Yeah, paid, which to me, and again, I'm interpreting this is what we're all doing through this whole process, but paid to me means no kind of, tweaks or adjustments or anything, kind of like what Christian McCaffrey got. And it's not that Christian McCaffrey didn't get anything. It was just kind of a tweak and an adjustment. And there we go, and good to go after he was, I don't even know, call him out. He just kind of missed some OTA time, and then it was like, okay, let's get this thing done, and they did. This thing doesn't sound like it's going to be as easy, and certainly with Monday coming against the Jets, this is going to be a big deal to watch. So if Brandon Aiyuk is on the practice field today, I think that is a great sign. Doesn't seem like there's any movement on the Trent Williams situation, but to just caution people, Jerry Jones said, about a week before, he wasn't, there wasn't really a lot of interaction between the Cowboys and CeeDee Lamb, and then all of a sudden it seemed like it came out of nowhere. 4-136, they had all the details, and CeeDee was in camp, and that's usually how it works. I know that this whole thing is kind of drawn out, but you're always minutes away from making a deal. So we'll see. I don't think they're going to miss any time. It's Monday night against the Jets when the real checks start flying. Although you got to look at the other side, which is, as Matt Mayoko reported today, Trent Williams has accrued nearly $5 million in camp fines so far. So if he's willing to do that, would he be willing? Would that tell you that he's willing to miss Week 1 against the Jets and a big paycheck?
I mean, right now, and we did get that optimistic tweet from Matt Barrows yesterday that Trent would sign soon. But like your Suvla in the East Bay, when is soon going to open? So I don't know.
Right.
But, I mean, just looking at the Jets, and I was thinking about this today, Kyle's gone up against defensive coordinators, some head coaches that he's been on the staff with, like Dan Quinn, obviously, Raheem Morris. I'd have to go through the whole list. But he seems like every guy he's had some tie with as a defensive coordinator, but none as close as Robert Saleh. Mm-hmm. Saleh was here and ran his defense, and D'Amico took it from there, and then to Steve Wilkes, and now to Nick Sorensen. Well, this is a guy who didn't work with him years ago in Atlanta or in Tampa Bay, or it was with the Niners on that Super Bowl defense. Just the worry, concern a little bit about Robert Saleh, and he mainly rushes 4 and drops 3 and plays a wide 9. You also got Jeff Ulbrich, who Kyle knows well. Brick, the defensive coordinator of the Jets, who reportedly the Niners wanted to bring in as DC here before even Nick Sorensen, a former Niner. And that first game, just if the Niners added any other tackles on the roster or the practice squad, or is it still Jalen Moore and Colton McKivitz? They're adding interior guys, Ben Barsh here and there, and they don't have any other tackles.
No.
They haven't brought Parker back or Hubbard back, so that's a good sign, I would think, that they're optimistic that Trent will be able to play. But just that Jet front and dealing with Hassan Reddick, and he's a major difference maker. Right. But the inside guy, they got Javon Kinlaw now starting inside with Quinn and Williams, the other Williams, Quincy Williams, and linebacker C.J. Mosley. How much will you heat up this offensive line and bring pressure? And Saleh does like, the A-gap blitzes and twisting like the old Pittsburgh Steeler, blitz in the middle. But they got great corners, obviously, with Sauce Gardner and DJ Reed, the former Niners. So is this the first time Kyle's gone up against a DC? It's got to be, because obviously he hasn't coached against D'Amico Ryans. But this is Robert Saleh, who knows the 49er offense inside and out. He also knows the 49er defense, some of it, and the principles. So this matchup, just going up against Gang Green, they're great players on defense, and Saleh's mine. Well, you'd like to certainly have Trent Williams in this game.
No doubt. I mean, I think the closest he's gotten is Dan Quinn, right? Dan Quinn knows his offense and has coached against him at times, but I don't think he's gone up against a guy that's been directly on this staff and then coached against him. So that's part of my issue is that, and this is a good defense. It's not just like Robert Saleh coaches it. This is a good defense, as you mentioned. There's a lot of good players on it, and you certainly want to have Trent Williams back. So we'll keep you up to date. By the way, the quote from Garofalo is, so at this point they get into the practice schedule this week, and they're going to practice this afternoon. Sort of the understanding was at this point he would practice, unquote. And
the
that's
understanding is he would practice.
Yeah, so that's the quote. So we'll keep you up to date if we hear anything differently, anything more added to practice squads and the such. We'll keep you up to date on that as well. But we're going to take a quick detour just because, as we were talking about with Brian Anderson, the Brewers are what the Giants need to be. We'll discuss that and more. It's Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here, and I got great news for homeowners. Mortgage rates are tanking. My friends at Loan Pronto have rates that start with a 4, the best rates in years. Listen, if your current rate is over 6%, you can dump it and lower your house payment big time. Loan Pronto has locked in folks recently at 4.99% APR. Whether you got your loan last week, last month, or last year, it is time right now to call Loan Pronto. Even if you're in the process with another lender, stop now and call Loan Pronto and ask about their zero-cost rate reduction home loan. You can lock in a lower rate with no closing costs in a matter of days. You can also do it with no paperwork and usually no appraisal. And if you act now, you could even skip your next 2 house payments. So call now. Loan Pronto can give you a rate quote in minutes with no hard credit pull and no upfront fees like those other guys. So call 415-808-5721, loanpronto.com, or 415-808-5721.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream your proud home of Giants baseball 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
As Yastrzemski swings, it's a high fly ball deep right. Frelick going back at the track, at the wall. It's gone! And just like that, the Giants go back ahead. Mike Yastrzemski hits a 2-run home run.
Hey, Joe. We haven't heard Joe Rizzo in a long time. Quick palate cleanser. The Giants win 5-4 over the Brewers. They get the home runs because runners in scoring position again, 0 for 9. But Yaz, home run, Chapman, home run. And this is going to be an interesting debate in the offseason. McCrae with a home run. And as Hunter Pence, who I thought was really, really good last night, as Hunter Pence was talking about, he's just got this smooth about him, the smooth swing, the smooth outfield play, makes things look really easy. And he stood out in this game because what the Brewers are, despite the loss, I think the Giants have to strive to be because of where they play their home games. And even BA, not Brandon Aiyuk, but Brian Anderson was telling us when we talked to him, Pop, was that, that's maybe where the game is going to go. And I'm looking at Terang putting pressure on him, and obviously Chiriot is one of the top prospects in the game, and Adames is athletic, and Perkins in center has stolen home runs, and I think the Brewers have 8 stolen home runs this year. They've got a lot of good athletes, and the Giants have the possibility of being able to do that because Fitzgerald is definitely a good athlete, and Chapman's a good athlete, and Ramos is a good athlete. They've got guys who can be athletes, but I think they can even do more with it. And like he was saying, steal some bases. I like what Milwaukee is, and I think the Giants can become that. Plus, Milwaukee's got a great pen, and they're kind of like the Giants in that way. They have a lot of guys coming in that throw funky different ways, kind of like what the Giants do. So, I'm looking at Milwaukee, I'm looking at Arizona, and I'm thinking because you play half your games in this ballpark, don't you have to transition a little bit more towards that?
They've been an amazing story. David Stearns, their GM, leaves and goes to the Mets, and we thought they were going to take Craig Counsell to New York to manage the Mets. He didn't go that route. And then Craig Counsell up and leaves, and he's from Milwaukee, and he goes to the Cubs and gets a huge salary there. And Chicago's playing better right now. The Cubs are actually
tied with the Giants, right?
Yeah, I think they're ahead right there, as far as ahead of St. Louis as well. But they're making their annual late season push. But the Brewers are 9 games above the Cubs in the National League Central. They have one of the best records in baseball. It's the Dodgers, Phillies, and them in the National League, and the Yankees in the American League. Baltimore was there. How have they done this? Pat Murphy's done a great job. Their one major star is Christian Yelich, and he's had a bounce back year this year. Was an all-star again, but he's currently on the injured list. So they're doing it with a bunch of, who are these guys? They are going to pitch Freddie Peralta, fastball Freddie tonight, but the other guys you're trying. We know Willie Adames. Jackson Churio's 20 years of age. He's going to finish either 3rd or 4th in National League Rookie of the Year to Jackson Merrill and Paul Skeens, and then Tyler Fitzgerald. And that's significant because there's 3 on the ballot. So you want to be in the top 3, not the top 4, because 4 gets you no credit. But to your point, Perkins robs Estrada of a home run, and he went way over the wall.
That was a great catch.
He's got 4 pullbacks this year. The Brewers got 8. Jackson Chourio could play center easily, but they're playing him in left, and Frelick is in right. So we've seen teams do this, have essentially 3 center fielders in the outfield. The Arizona Diamondbacks do that. Mm-hmm. They play Corbin Carroll in a corner a lot, and Jake McCarthy. It's amazing. So as you look at Grant McCrae, and obviously he is so smooth in the outfield. He's had 1 ball, I think, all the while he's been up right now. Couldn't you have caught that? He just had a misread off the end of the bat in Seattle in the game they won on Saturday. But otherwise, diving for balls coming in, easy glider on balls going out. He looks like Paul Blair. And we've seen a little bit of his arm. So when Jung-Hoo Lee comes back, could you take on the model of the Brewers in the outfield and probably put Jung-Hoo Lee in center? And, with the big right field and his throwing arm, you could play Grant McCrae in right field. Now, defensively, he could do it. There's no doubt. His speed plays. Offensively, when he first came up, I thought he looked like he was overmatched, but his second major league game, he hits a bomb off of Jesse Chavez, the former A, turned Atlanta Brave. All three of his home runs have been in on cutters coming in to him, and he has just destroyed the baseball. He's obviously can bunt a little bit. The play you're talking about last night, he walked, he stole second base, he got balked to third, and the pitcher was so rattled, he looked like you stumbling home from Danville at 2 o'clock in the morning. It was like, or Harry Carey, what the hell's going on there, Bob Uecker? Anyway, and then he gets to third in the ground ball, and they bring him in, and he scores. That's a Ricky run. And so offensively, he can do that. If he can turn the ball around with that smooth swing Hunter's talking about, and Joe Rizzo mentioned last night on the postgame wrap on radio, he had 21 home runs in San Jose. Grant McCrae had a 21 home run season, and I don't care if it was A-ball. The guy, he's got a quick enough bat in his path to the baseball. So initially, you thought he's so thin, he's going to get overpowered. He could handle heat in, and then he doesn't have to have great barrel rate because he's so fast. So, I thought initially, maybe a fourth or fifth outfielder. As you look at next year, and you got Ramos in the mix, and obviously Jung-Hoo Lee. Now he's got the Ricky Pearsall injury with the dislocated shoulder, so he's got to come back for that as a hitter, and it's going to be, how it'll affect him throwing. I think it's the other arm. But do you see an outfield next year of Ramos in left, Jung-Hoo Lee in center, and Grant McCrae is your everyday right fielder, and you let Yaz go, or what do you do with Yastrzemski? Grant McCrae, we got to see more of it. Obviously, defensively, running ability, he's going to be able to beat out infield hits, but can he drive the ball the way he's been driving the ball on this road trip?
I think that we don't have to admit it, but we're in mode of let's see what everybody can do. And Farhan kind of said that, but I think they're truly there right now because it would take a miracle for them. So I think you shift your focus, and I think McCrae's got to play every single day. Like a lot of young hitters, I think high cheese gives him trouble and he gets tempted by it. We saw him swing through one of those, so that makes me a little bit nervous, but I want to see. He's impressed me more. I didn't think, based on his minors numbers, that he would come up and hit as well as he has, but like you said, I'm just thinking about athletes. I want them to be like Milwaukee. I want them to be like Arizona. They hit 3 home runs last night, and that's great. Well, they do that on the road. They've hit the 5th most home runs on the road. They don't do that at home, which they have the least because of the ballpark, and that's where you play half your games. So I think that Farhan and crew have to think about the McCraes and the Fitzgeralds and really where they're going to play and how well they can they play, because Seattle went slider to Fitzgerald, and he's struggling with it. So now he's got to adjust back. There's so many guys on their roster right now that we have questions about because it's either a high fastball or it's a slider away or whatever. And so that's, we're still in those evaluation stages. But if we can just for a second play a little bit on the radio and say, hey, McCrae can be something. There's an athlete. Fitzgerald can, whether it's second or short, is going to be something. Chapman is an underrated athlete that you have to re-sign at third base. Now you're starting to transform your team. You get Jung-Hoo Lee back next year. Ramos is a pretty good athlete for his size as long as he's not playing center field. Now you can envision something where the team actually is pretty athletic, has a really good pen like Milwaukee does with a bunch of funky guys coming out of it. Pretty good defensive team if you add those guys in. Now you're seeing the vision, but I think the organization has to embrace that. You're not going to hit home runs. So stop going after Juan Soto's and Aaron Judge's, who you should have thrown $600 million at the way he's playing. But, and transform your team into the athletic, pitching, strong relief, good defense team that because you play 81 games in this ballpark that it needs to be. And hopefully we're seeing that. Because in watching Milwaukee last night, I know they lost 5-4, but they got a home run based on the fact that Terang was at first base and screwing with people. Same thing with McCrae at second base. McRae's at second base dancing there, and I think he kind of forced a pitch which was hit hard. I think that there's just so many good things to the athletes, and you can score runs that way, and you don't have to sit and rely on the home run. Those home runs they hit last night aren't going to be home runs at Oracle Park. And then what are you going to do?
I think just one last thought. Tyro Estrada is going to be big here these last 5 weeks of the year. Because Tyler Fitzgerald looks like, to me, he's a better shortstop than Willie Adames, but I don't know. I'm not going to say he has more power. I don't know if I would do that just yet with Adames. But if Tyro just cannot show something, you're going to add a second baseman. So if Adames wants to play short and coming up, how much will he cost? You're going to have to maybe move Fitzgerald. I would be reluctant to do that. But Tyro's athletic. I mean, I thought he was going to lead the team in stolen bases this year. Now, you got a lot of guys. I mean, you could lead off Grant McCrae next year and have Jung-Hoo Lee bat second, or you could keep him, 1 and 9 with Jung-Hoo leading off. Let's just see. The one area I think, though, is first base. And just seeing Rhys Hoskins, and now that he's another year away from the ACL tear in Philadelphia, to bring him back to Northern California, I think first base and a power hitter. I hear what you're saying at some of these spots. I still want a guy.
I'm okay with that.
Especially if you put an outfield of Jung-Hoo Lee and Grant McCrae together. How many home runs your outfield going to hit? Ramos may hit 30, but you're not going to get as much. And Chapman will give you homers if you re-signed him. You still got 8 home runs. And I think that first base would be the one spot where you got to get a power stick.
Yeah, and I agree with you 100%. And I do think this is part of the evaluation process is decide, and the Dodgers are really good at this, decide who are your core people that are core players you're going to keep, and then put other guys on the trade block. Your minor league system is not so that they can all come up and play for you. So, a lot of them are guys that you say, okay, these guys just don't fit in the organization in one way or another. So let's use these guys to go get those bats. I mean, I look at some of the guys down there when you got a 22-year-old DH. Do you really want that in your organization that you can't? Maybe there's a team out there. Right, in Luciano, maybe there's a team out there that really envisions him fitting within their organization. Well, can you package some guys? I know you have excess pitching, especially if you can bring Snell back. You got some really good young pitching. Can you turn and get a heavy stick that way? Because, as we've seen, I know Suare signed. It didn't work out so well, but can you find a stick, preferably to me, a right-handed stick, that you can put at first base where, like you said, you can put that in the middle of the order and put athletes around them, drive in runs. Got to figure out a way to get some better situational hitters on this team. But you can see that there's kind of a core of players that can be athletes. Now, the next step to that, too, is for the organization to embrace it. Because with Milwaukee and Arizona, they run. That's part of their philosophy. Doesn't seem like it's part of the Giants' philosophy to run.
Has been late in the year. I mean, they lost Jung-Hoo Lee, but bringing Grant McCrae here has been a big part of that, and obviously Tyler Fitzgerald. First base, you may just want to bring a guy in on a one-year deal. How long will it take Bryce Eldridge to make his way all the way to San Francisco? Next year, maybe start in AA and then go to AAA and then be up the following year in 26, John? I mean, how far away is Bryce Eldridge? He looks like he could be. Now, you could trade him, but he looks like he has the possibility of being your everyday first baseman.
Absolutely. All right, there's a little bit on the Giants to get the win over the Brewers 5-4, and of course we'll have afternoon baseball again today against the Brewers and the Giants. All right, let's get back to the big stories. The 49ers, the initial 53-man team. There's already been alterations to that. We got big practice squad additions too, and the big news of the day, Brandon Aiyuk, will he or won't he practice? We'll update you on all of that in the noon hour. Plus, we'll get Dante Whitner's thoughts at 12:30 on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Friends, it's Pop and Lund on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Big news of the day, will he or won't he? We're about 3 hours away from finding out if Brandon Aiyuk is going to be on the field for the 49ers today as they start preparing for the Jets. Officially, we have an initial 53-man roster. We'll give you a little bit on some additions to the practice squad and the such, but we should know, and it give us a big sign, if Brandon Aiyuk is going to get a deal done and play in that first game against the Jets. Originally, Mike Garafolo saying the following at this point: they get into the practice schedule this week, and they're going to practice this afternoon. Sort of the understanding was at this point he would practice, quote unquote, talking about Brandon Aiyuk. No new information on Trent Williams. My own thing is I think they're going to be back for that first week, so we shall see, because they don't want to lose money. But we have not heard anything. By the way, George Kittle, as part of that Pat McAfee show yesterday, said it should be seamless for Trent and Brandon Aiyuk to get back in the flow of things. That's what he said, seamless. So that would seem to be a good sign.
That would
seamless.
be, yeah. I mean, they're two great players. They both were All-Pro last year. Brandon was a second-team All-Pro, and Trent, again, a first-teamer for 3 straight years. So, I mean, What Garofalo said was the understanding is that he would practice. That was this morning. It was hours ago when he gave that update on Good Morning Football. It's already, afternoon of the East Coast, and it's noon our time, and you have no idea. There's a possibility Brandon Aiyuk does not practice today, so I don't know how we'll read into that. Again, John Lynch is going to talk to the media at 2:45 today, and that was just planned. That was just scheduled. I think it's his annual. The roster is set, and the 16, 17-person practice squad will be pretty much established by then, so we'll have a good idea on the roster. So he normally does it anyway, but it was just scheduled for 2:45. So Kyle at 2 o'clock, and then John Lynch at 2:45, and then they're on the practice field minutes after that, and we'll see if number 11 goes out there for practice or not.
And I'm sure they'll ask those guys if that's the case, so we may find out even before if Brandon Aiyuk plans to practice. As far as the initial 53 was concerned, I kind of put these in categories. I think it's pretty simple. Under great, you have the running back crew, the quarterbacks with Brock, Dobbs, and Allen. Mordecai back on the practice squad. Corners, love the depth in the corners. Ward, Demo, Yadam, Green, Luter Jr., very deep. Wide receiver crew, if we assume Aiyuk is going to be back, that's probably a top 3 to top 5 group. Aiyuk, Debo, Jennings, Pearsall, Cowing, Conley. So I put running backs, quarterbacks, corners, receivers as great, absolutely great squads. Would you agree with that?
I mean, you got to look at your starters and then look at your depth pieces and wide receivers. It's a big difference if Brandon Aiyuk is your ex-wide receiver or not, but I think Chris Conley can do a good job. So they are beyond deep, and they've got 7 on the roster right now at wide receivers. So when Brandon is fully operational, will Ronnie Bell be let go and then switch to the practice squad? We'll see. But wide receiver is the strength of this team, and when Brandon gets paid, Brandon's salary and Debo Samuel, and I'll put, because he was in the Netflix series called Receiver, George Kittle, he's half tackle, half wide receiver. Into that group as well as the 5 eligible. So the strength of the team, and they all make big-time money, are those 5 eligibles. And I told you last year when they were all back and practicing for that Steeler game, I'd put the 5 eligibles, running back with McCaffrey and Juszczyk, the wide receiver, obviously, with Aiyuk and Debo and Juwan Jennings, and then, the most complete tight end in pro football in George Kittle. I'd put that 5-some up against any 5-some in the history of the Niners, any 5-some as far as eligibles in the history of the NFL. And a lot of, some teams had nothing but Hall of Famers. Look at Pittsburgh with Franco, and Rocky Blyer was underrated, and obviously Stallworth and Swan, and they got through it at tight end. And the Niners have had some great groups. I mean, you had Jerry Rice and T.O. together with Brent Jones and, Ricky Waters in the backfield, along with William Floyd, or even going back to Roger Craig and Rathman and John Taylor. I mean, it's just, but this 5-some is loaded. And I think you would now have more depth. Ray McLeod. I think, Jacob Cowing can do that role. We'll see about Ricky Pearsall. And then obviously the underrated Chris Conley is a good pro. I would say at offensive line, you're stronger than people think you are. And the key is Dominic Pooney at right guard. With a smaller quarterback, and Brock is 6 feet 5/8 of an inch tall, they're going to pressure you right where he throws the ball in the midline, which is over the right guard. They're going to come at you with them. Sure, Quinnen Williams will line up at left tackle. He'll line up everywhere on their line. But Dominic Pooney is a big, strong man. Amazing that he's never played right guard before. Great in pass pro, but a bully in the run game. He'll have some adjustments, obviously. But then behind him, Feliciano will probably begin the year on IR. Nick Zakel's a young guy. Burford. You don't have that depth behind, assuming Trent is here, Jalen Moore. So, the offensive line, and we've seen this the last couple of years where you're paying a lot of money to Trent and the 5 eligibles. The backup at offensive line are what they are. And then over to the defensive side, when you're completely healthy, I think with Malik Collins and the Gravedigger, Leonard Floyd and Nick Bosa, that version of the Gold Rush is arguably as strong as when you had D Ford here with Nick on the outside and the Oregon Tall Furs inside, DeForest Buckner and Eric Armstead. Malik Collins and Hargrave are just different players. They're lower to the ground. And then you've got depth behind with Gross Matos, Jordan Elliott, Kevin Givens and Robert Beal. We'll see. Okawano also made it. The Dre Greenlaw injury is going to be interesting to see how they handle it. And Devondre Campbell's moving a lot better. Initially in camp, I had concern about his change of direction. He did not cover well last year in Green Bay. He's not Dre, but he's smart, and he knows how to get to his landmark, so I think they'll be fine there. Hopefully D. Winters is fully operational with the ankle injury. And then we'll talk to Dante Whitner at 12:30. I think the one area you've never been stronger at corner. You're going back years and years. When was the last time the Niners, probably the Dion group, go back to that group with Charvarius Ward and Isaac Yadam, and then obviously Demo inside, and then you got guys backing up at every spot with Renardo Green and Darrell Luter. You got a lot of players in that secondary, John, that can play. So I think they're stronger than they've been there. We'll see if they're able to bring Rock Yassin back. Safety, just assuming that at least for the first game or two, that Talanoa will not be up on game day. You're just young. Jair Brown is young. Does George Odom start and play? How does that impact you on special teams not having Gio? Will he do both? Will he have the stamina to do both? Will Malik Mustafa mix in some form at safety? What do he do with Tracy Walker III? So I'm glad we're talking to Dante at 12:30 as I go through this, the one area, just because they're young. And I think Jair's going to have a Talanoa-type second year. He's just a ball hawk. And I think his instincts are as strong as Talanoa. And he gets out, whether he's punching the ball out against the Raiders, intercepting the ball in the Super Bowl or against Tampa when he was summoned in when Huff blew out the ACL on November the 19th. He looks like a player, but they are young, unless George Odom mixes in. But even when you look at overall starts at safety, as any team that has designs on winning the Super Bowl have the most inexperienced starting safety core as the Niners have.
I would agree. We'll get into some of the questions as well, and then we'll have Dante on at the bottom of the hour, and I agree with you on the safety spot. So I put running back, quarterback, corner, wide receiver is great. Good. Kittle, they need some depth there. I know that, what is it, Tungus? Or how do you say that dude's name? Tongus.
I think it's Tongus. Jake Tongus.
So and there'll be some guys in the practice squad there. Obviously, the offensive line, Trent Williams are not edge a little bit. If Floyd is healthy, you mentioned the linebackers, Warner, but other guys, Campbell needs to step up there. The interior of the offensive line I'm fine with. I believe in Pooney. It's just that what happens is you see guys in the preseason just being awesome, and then you got to see them in the regular season. But I don't really have much concern about Pooney in that one. Love the defensive tackles, by the way. Collins. We haven't talked a lot about Hargrave. We were so excited about Hargrave last year. I think he was banged up more than people know, and I think that Hargrave is going to be a lot better. He's not one guy that we've talked about a lot this year, but people forget when Hargrave was in Philly, he wrecked the 49ers. This dude wrecked teams, and that's the guy I expect to be better. When we talk about what they've added in Collins and these guys and Armstead being gone, the biggest improvement I expect is Hargrave to be Hargrave, because he really wasn't that last year.
He was not, and he was early. He looked good early, and then he had a hamstring injury that he had to play through, and he lost some explosion. Had another injury later in the year. His overall numbers just weren't as strong as Philadelphia. He had 11 quarterback sacks that year, and they had just about everybody on their front had 10. But I think the guy that collapsed the pocket had opened it up for Fletcher Cox, and Brandon Graham had big years, and obviously Hassan Reddick. Their whole front, they had 70 sacks that year,
yeah, it was
which
ridiculous.
Is the most in football, going back to the 85 Bears or 86 Bears. He didn't have that total, 11 last year in Philly to 7 last year. But then he got healthy at the end of the year, and he had a good playoff run, good Super Bowl. So he did play later well, John. But I would agree with you. He wasn't himself, and he admitted it. I think he's in better shape now. So I think having Malik Collins next to him and then, behind him, maybe able to rotate. I think Jordan Elliott is underrated, the size of that guy and the bull rush ability. And you got Kevin Givens as well. So the heartbeat of this team, obviously the 5 eligibles on offense around Brock, and we haven't talked about the Brock star, but the real identity of the team, and it's changed since you brought in Christian McCaffrey and Brock Purdy, but it's always been since this team started winning is the D-line, the gold rush, and it's Nick Bosa. And now I think we can. Not the other groups just never lived up to the same standard of D. Ford and DeForest Buckner and Eric Armstead. I'll be anxious as we get into this year, 4 and 5, 6 games, maybe midway through the year, to begin to compare that 2019 group to Leonard Floyd, Javon Hargrave, Malik Collins, Yatir Gross-Matos, Jordan Elliott, Kevin Givens, Robert Beal Jr., and, of course, Nick. I mean, is it possible that this gold rush in 24 is better than the one of 2019?
As long as I think Floyd can be healthy from the jump, I think you're right. Because I think people are underrating what they've added inside. It's too bad to lose Armstead, but because of the injuries, he was getting a little bit older. Armstead wasn't Armstead, although he was great in the Super Bowl. Or he was great in the Super Bowl, and he was great in the NFC Championship game, forcing that fumble. But he had been banged up a lot. But I think that with these additions and Hargrave being Hargrave, I think that I agree with you. I think that the line can be really, really good. All right, let's get to some of the questions. You mentioned the safety. We'll get into that conversation and a few things that we're a little bit nervous about, and then we'll talk to Dante Whitner because he's a specialty in that. Plus, I talked to Dante a little bit before the Raiders game. He was sitting down with me in the pregame, and he had a really good idea on this receiver thing. Everybody's sitting there talking about, who could replace Aiyuk, or if Aiyuk can't play as many snaps, what will they do? Really interesting thought from Dante, so we'll get into that, too, at the bottom of the hour when he joins us at 12:30. It's Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Theater.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Mike Sando of The Athletic, he joined the show yesterday, our show, Pop and Lund, and explained why Brock Purdy was ranked 12th on The Athletic's QB tiers list. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
In the NFL, there is no margin for error. One mistake can change the outcome of a game. That's why 8 out of 10 NFL players have a Sleep Number smart bed. As the official sleep and wellness partner of the NFL, Sleep Number is proud to help players unlock their full potential through the power of quality sleep. J.D. Power ranks Sleep Number number 1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in store. Do you have a Sleep Number bed? Now you can get one during Sleep Number's biggest sale of the year. You'll save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Plus, you get free home delivery on select smart beds when you add a base. It ends Labor Day, September the 2nd. For J.D. Power 2023 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Only at a Sleep Number store or at sleepnumber.com, the official sleep and wellness partner of the NFL.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Follow KNBR on Facebook. This is Papa and Lund on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Papa and Lund, thanks for joining us on a Wednesday edition of the show. We will talk to Dante Whitner at the bottom of the hour in about 12 minutes about the initial 53 for the 49ers. We'll give you a little practice squad update. Looks like it's getting pretty complete on that, if we are accurate. So we will give you that one as well, and some of the issues that we may be facing. Plus, it was interesting. I had a conversation with him because in Las Vegas, the guys were getting ready to do the radio broadcast with you and Tim on TV, and Dante would sit next to me and tell me about what he would do with Brandon Aiyuk if indeed he couldn't play as many snaps or wasn't there. And he was saying, with the versatility offensively of this team, you don't necessarily just have to throw another receiver out there. He was talking about using more Juszczyk and using more McCaffrey and, moving different guys around and splitting out Kittle. And so he had some interesting ideas, so we'll talk to him more about that as well. But we were discussing the great things that's going on with the 49ers. But as far as questions, you hit on the first one, I think, especially going against Aaron Rodgers in week 1. The youth of the safeties, the edge depth. As long as Leonard Floyd is back, then that's not going to be as big of a problem. And obviously, if Trent is not back, that's going to be a major issue. But if everybody's back, really the only thing that is really glaring is those young safeties, like you said.
So when will Talanoa Hufanga come back? So they did not place him on the PUP list, or they took him off the PUP list and put him on the roster. So if they left him on the physically unable to perform list, he would have had to miss the first 4 games. So we have to assume he's not going to miss the first 4. He's going to play in one of those. So take New England out. You got the New York Jets, obviously, in week 1 with Aaron Rodgers and Garrett Wilson and everybody. Breece Hall's being underrated at running back. That guy's maybe the closest thing to Christian McCaffrey Alvin Kamara has been, but I don't know if he's being de-emphasized in New Orleans. He's got a little bit of a contract situation. He's unhappy. Alvin did not have a great year last year, but Breece Hall did. Heck, he actually caught more passes last year than Christian McCaffrey and Alvin Kamara. So, just that matchup, and it would mainly be with a linebacker, but, your secondary is going to be tested with Aaron Rodgers and the Jets' offensive personnel to be sure. And then Sam Darnold and his throwing arm and what Minnesota has. T.J. Hawkinson is still on PUP for them, so he's not going to play in that game. They are going to get Justin Jefferson back, assuming he's healthy, hopefully does not do the gritty. But he did not play against the 49ers last year when we went there in that Monday night game in October, and it was Jordan Addison that balled out. Now, Addison, John, I read, but I haven't seen it followed up anywhere. Has he been suspended for the first 6 games of the year or no?
I haven't seen that, no.
I saw that yesterday, but was there some kind of a DUI situation? So anyway.
Yeah, there was a situation where he was going way over the speed limit.
There's so many rumors you read, you don't know what's true or not.
But I don't know if he's been suspended or not.
And then incidentally, Rashee Rice, the young receiver in Kansas City, may not be suspended at all for his off-the-field situation with the cars. They just added Juju Smith-Schuster. I think they cut him or they're going to bring him back. And then you got the Rams, John. And it's, Matthew Stafford. Brock Purdy was just voted, along with Matthew Stafford, the 2 most underrated quarterbacks in football. I don't know why Stafford's underrated. He won a Super Bowl. He wasn't the MVP of the game, but, man, is he a good thrower when his elbow is right, and it was last year. And they've got Cooper Kupp, who was the MVP of the Super Bowl a couple of years ago with Puka Nacua. And Higbee's does start the year on IR, their tight end. But I'm with you. I think, the corners are going to be fine. I think teams may attack the middle of the 49ers and try to get behind Fred Warner and maybe test Devondre Campbell a little bit. But assuming Talanoa Hufanga misses 2 or 3 games to start the year and is back by the 4th game in New England, how do you get a lineup in the deep secondary? Jair Brown will be one safety. Is it George Odom? Is it Malik Mustafa? Is it Tracy Walker III? Adam Schefter reported today the Niners have put him back on the practice squad, and the assumption is the plan is to elevate him the day before the Jet game or whenever they have to do it on that weekend. Or maybe I think it's actually Monday morning when the league offices on Monday open to get him ready to play in that game. So who would start right away, John? Has Walker been here enough to do it? Odom's had the most snaps, certainly in training camp with Jair. But Malik Mustafa may be involved in a 3-safety package, or do you throw the rookie out there with the second-year safety? So I think we know who's going to start opening night at almost every spot, assuming Aiyuk is here and Trent is here. The one spot we don't know is the safety next to Tig, Jair Brown.
And almost any other position, I mean, not left tackle or something like that, but you just say, okay, youth is served, that's what we're going to do. But if you screw up at safety, it's there for the entire stadium to see. So given the history of the 49ers, we know a few years ago they went out and got Gibson to kind of fill that hole, and actually we thought it was going to be temporary, and it was a few years. He did a tremendous job. Just me personally, I think Jair Brown is going to be great, but he's still young. I can't believe that against Aaron Rodgers and the Jets in week number 1, as well as they know the 49ers, that you would put a first-year and a rookie and a second-year guy at safety. I just think it's too important of a position. I like Mustafa. He's going to be a good player. He hits. He covers ground. He's like a missile. I love the guy. But to put him out there against Aaron Rodgers with Jair Brown, I think is malpractice. So whether that's Tracy Walker or Odom, who's more of a special teams guy than a safety or something, I just think you have to have somebody calming in that secondary. And we had Jair Brown on, and he blew my mind in terms of coming in and being confident in the way he talked, and I like the guy a lot. But man, safety is just like you make a wrong step. I remember Adrian Tolbert against the Cardinals going over to get Larry Fitzgerald and Christian Kirk in that first game. I think it was the pandemic year where he scored on that on that post. I mean, you make one.
It was 2018.
Yeah,
2018.
I mean, you make one wrong step and you're beat for 6. And I just don't
Maybe
think you
17.
can do that.
Yeah, first play of the game.
Yeah.
And 75 yards over the top. I agree with you. I think it'll be Odom to start. And Odom has played a little bit. In 2021 with the Colts, he started 7 games that year. I mean, he's known as the best special teams tackler in all of football. So I don't know, will Brian Schneider still be able to use him on the new funky dynamic kickoff as a cover guy and a punt guy? He's your personal protector inside. He's not an outside gunner, but he gets a lot of tackles running down the middle. Can he do all that, or do you just pull him off teams and play him at safety? Well, ask Dante what he thinks. I do agree with that it'll probably be George Odom, assuming he's completely healthy. He had a bit of an ankle injury. He didn't play except for the opening kickoff against the Raiders, the last preseason game on Friday night. You've got Walker who could mix in, but he just got here. And then Mustafa, is there a package for Mustafa where you bring him in at a 3-safety looker and short yardage and goal line because he is such a thumper? So we'll talk to Dante about that. But we got to talk to Dante about B.A. He actually watched a practice next to B.A., I know, many weeks ago here in training camp. And what's the idea to not play as many wide receivers on the field and go more 22 personnel? Yeah. 2 running backs, 2 tight ends, and 1 wide receiver? Is that what he's saying?
I think he thinks that they're versatile enough to do some things, and he did. I didn't think he would. I said, you don't have to tell me, but off the record, you got to tell me. He told me right. He said what he said to Brandon Aiyuk, and he'll say it on the air because that's Dante. But suffice to say that he said, get your butt in there.
He's Dante's Inferno. He does not back off.
Exactly. He gave an opinion, believe me. He stood next to him and gave him an opinion. So we'll ask him about that, too. We'll talk to Dante Whitner. Safety's perfect time to talk to him, and then some other stuff because it was fun. I enjoyed sitting next to Dante and chopping it up a little bit. And like you said, we all know this, but he is certainly not shy when it comes to the stuff that you need to know. But by the way, we had that contest last week in which a young lady won a pair of tickets to every 49ers game. But never fear, we always have stuff to give you, like 2 tickets to see the Doobie Brothers September 8th at Concord Pavilion. Tune in between 10 and 1 during our show, Pop and Lund. We're going to give you the cue to call. You be the 10th caller when you hear that. Not right now, but when you hear that, put this in your phone at 415-896-KNBR, 415-896-KNBR, and you will win. Furnished by Live Nation. Find official rules at KNBR.com. Do we have a sounder today?
Hello there. The Doobie Brothers room, please. And I'll speak with any doobie who do be in.
Hello there. I be Roger Thomas. Which doobie you be?
There you go. Was that from What's Happening? That's from What's Happening, isn't it? Like,
really?
That's from the 70s. Yeah, well, that's where the Doobie Brothers were the hottest, 70s and 80s. So, yeah, I would say that, I think I'm right in that. Could be wrong. What's Happening? That was Raj and all that stuff. Anyway, all right. So when you hear that, you call, you win, enjoy. Dante's next, only here on the Sports Leader.
wherever you are around the globe. Stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Thank you so much for joining us. Pop and London, a Wednesday edition of the show. 53-man roster, practice squads, all that kind of stuff. Is Brandon Aiyuk going to practice today? Mike Garafolo, the NFL Network, saying that is the plan, but we shall see. John and Kyle are going to speak, so we'll probably find out before they hit the field at 3 o'clock, and if we hear anything, we'll let you know, so keep it right here on the Sports Leader. Our good friend Dante Whitner had a great chance to hang out with at the Raiders game in Las Vegas, did a little talking. He joined us pregame. And he joins us right now courtesy of the UMA guest line. Make sure you're following that, Dante Whitner. And when the Niners season starts, before and after all games, plus he's doing an analyst work again this year for college football. He is busy, and he joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's happening? How are you?
I'm doing great. How you guys doing?
We're doing good, man. We're just getting ready, man. We're getting ready. We're finally down to the 53. Preseason's over. It's real now, isn't it?
Absolutely. And this is what you prepare off season for the beginning of the season. You want to start all right. So congratulations to all of those guys that made the 53-man roster. There's many guys around the league who's looking for jobs and who probably never play in the National Football League again. So congratulations to everybody around the league that made the 53.
Yeah, your cell service is a little spotty, so hopefully it'll improve as we continue. So I'll ask a long question to give you time to recalibrate. But, I mean, a lot of big moves yesterday. One of the most significant was Talanoa Hufanga not staying on the PUP list. So he's on the 53-man roster, but they are going to bring Tracy Walker, the third, back on the practice squad. He could come up for the first game against the Jets. Just your thoughts on Hufanga, Dante. Have you spoken to him much during training camp, observed him running around, change of direction? For the kind of player he is, he's not a straight line fast guy, but he is instinctive. You know, when he pulls the trigger, he goes. Coming back off an ACL injury at that position is a concern. So, what are your thoughts on Hufanga bouncing back from the ACL?
Well, it's definitely a concern, especially when you play the defensive back position and everything is reaction based. And a lot of times he'll be in the box. There'll be guys around his legs and his knees, and he'll have to get accustomed to really playing with a reconstructed knee. I'm not sure if he'll actually play in these first 2 or 3 games. I actually spoke to him during training camp, and he said though he was cleared by the doctors, he still doesn't have the ability to just play without thinking about it right now. It's different when you're on the sideline with the strength coaches and you're just running and conditioning and you're really just breaking without anybody pushing you, like tight ends and running backs out of the backfield and wide receivers. So I think that initially they're going to have to ride with Odom and Jair Brown. And as Talanoa Hufanga starts to feel more and more like himself, they'll integrate him slowly. And again, this is a contract year for Talanoa Hufanga, who really doesn't want to go out there and re-aggravate the injury. He wants to be at 100% and his best when he steps on the field. So I don't know if we'll initially see him at the beginning of the season.
Our good friend Dante Whitner is going to join us every week throughout the season, 11 years in the NFL, first-round pick of the Buffalo Bills out of The Ohio State University and 3-time Pro Bowler, and author of one of the greatest hits in 49ers history against the Saints in that playoff game against Pierre Thomas. That was awesome. Are you comfortable with these guys knowing that week 1 is Aaron Rodgers and he's going to target young safeties? Or in Odom's case, he started some, but he's mainly a special teamer. Mustafa's going to be back there at times. We've talked a lot about the corners. The corners look solid. They look as deep as they've been in the Kyle Shanahan era. But is Aaron Rodgers going to look at young safeties and try to target them?
Well, that's a possibility. But with the way that the 49ers defense is set up and the strength being up front, with a variety of different guys that they can rotate and get consistent pressure on Aaron Rodgers, I don't know if it'll be a big issue this first game, especially since he doesn't have a lot of data to really know how to attack the 49ers defense because of new coordinators and because of, different tweaks to their defense. But I do feel like the safety position is a weakness on the team right now. And I continue to say this over and over, that this is the first year that the 49ers, they don't have an all-pro, Pro Bowl type of leader back there. Even Tashawn Gibson last year had the ability to line Jair Brown up, give him the details and the communication during the game. And they're going to simply rely on Jair Brown early in the season to be that veteran leader back there. So I don't know if it'll be as much of an issue game one because of the 49ers' ability to get after the quarterback, but somewhere down the line, it could become a potential issue.
Malik Mustafa, 49ers took him with a Trey Lance draft pick, number 126 overall in the 4th round. And I remember watching a training camp practice with you, and you thought, he's a ways away. That guy's not ready to play yet. But then we saw him in that first preseason game, and you were there, obviously, doing the game on radio with Fitz and Keena, and he made that play on the goal line. He had a tackle on special teams. He's had some dirty eyes, and people have gotten behind him, but he's a big hitter. I think he will be up on game night, the first night, the 48th address for the game, because he is good on special teams. Do you see him having a 3-safety package? What role would you be comfortable with Malik Mustafa in early in the year until Hufanga comes back, Dante?
Well, I think that they should have different packages where they put him somewhere near the box. And usually when you have a guy of his stature and his ability, physical ability to take on blocks and make tackles in the box, you put him at that will linebacker position. And right now they're using D. Winters and Flanagan Fowles. I believe that could be a role where he could carve out a niche. And early in training camp, he had a few struggles. They attacked him a little bit on the Ricky Pearsall deep pass, but he consistently gets better. And we've seen what his, what his niche is, and it's really contact courage. It's the ability to, run through ball carriers. But that's not enough. That's not enough to be, a starter in the National Football League. You have to have the ability to play in the deep part of the field. You have to be able to see motions and shifts before they happen because you're the quarterback of the defense, and you have to get everybody aligned and communicate before it happens. So I think that he is a little bit of ways from being a starter. But, in the NFL, anything can happen. You can have a guy twist an ankle, and then he's, forced into duty. So I believe the 49ers secondary coaches and that defensive staff is going to have him prepared. And even, with myself, I'm actually getting on with him tonight at 7:30 to watch an hour of film to help him, get the details down, know what he's looking at, formations, personnel, just to get him ready. Not saying that the coaches aren't doing a good job, but it's different when you have that experience. So he reached out to me, and I'm going to jump on and help him.
Nice.
No, that's good news, man. Dante Whitner's doing it. It's very cool. Just the defense as a whole, Dante, last year I think we could all admit that they just quite weren't what they had been in the past at that really high level. And now some new guys inside. Eric Armstead is gone. Dre Greenlaw is hurt. You got that depth at the corners. You talked about a little bit of concern at the safety spot. How do you expect the defense as a whole now that we have a 53-man roster to perform? Oh, okay. We just dropped Dante, so we'll get to Dante in just a second. And
I thought his line
get back on the
improved
line,
immeasurably from
yeah,
first
it did.
to
It was like all of a sudden
back.
it's gone. How about that? He's going to go.
Malik, and the one thing
that's pretty cool, man.
And they've because Malik's not a tall guy at 5'10".
Right.
Buda Baker's been a guy they've mentioned a lot. Ed Reed, but Ed Reed was so instinctive. Dante, John's got a question, but just to follow up on you watching the film with Malik Mustafa, because he's not a real tall guy and you weren't a real tall guy, do you see similarities in the way you played with the way Malik Mustafa plays?
Absolutely. And it all starts with strength from the ground. And you can tell that he really puts a lot of work in, with the squats and the lower body strength, explosiveness. He's not the fastest straight line guy, so I had him when it comes to straight line speed. But the ability to anticipate and to understand how to take on a lot of these ball carriers is vital in the NFL, and that's one of his strengths. So I do see some similarities, and the things that we're working on is just, okay, what are you looking at pre-snap? What's your depth? Where's the true middle of the field? How do you break on certain routes, and how do you make it look uniform and identical each and every time? If you can do that and have consistency, you can be a Pro Bowler. So that's what we're working on. We're just working on the small details so that he can apply it on game day.
Dante, I was asking you just defense in general, and so I didn't know how much you heard. But with, obviously Eric Armstead is gone, and they brought some new guys on the inside, and you're going to be missing Dre Greenlaw at the beginning of the season. Andre Campbell potentially is going to fill that spot. And we just talked about the depth at corner and maybe a little bit of a concern at safety. How do you expect the defense to perform versus maybe at the end of last year where they weren't quite to that level?
I think they'll be a lot better against the run. And when you go out and get Gross Matos and you get Leonard Floyd to apply pressure to the quarterback, and you add Malik Collins, who's a force on the inside, along with Javon Hargrave and Collins and all of these guys that they can rotate, I think that they'll be a lot better versus the run, and they'll keep the linebackers and safeties free to run and make plays. And that's what makes the 49ers defense go. It's the guys up front taking on blocks properly, taking on double teams so that you free up your playmakers to get to the football, and I think that they'll be great this year.
All right, we're at Levi's today, and they're going to be on the practice field in the 3 o'clock hour. There was a report this morning from the NFL Network and Mike Garafolo that there was an understanding that Brandon Aiyuk may practice today. I have no idea. He may not practice. He may practice, but hopefully it's today. But he's going to have to come back at some point and practice. Just the early days in reacclimating. Shoulder pads, football pants, cleats, running around, padded practice, having corners bump and run and lean on him. How does Brandon Aiyuk maximize, if it's today, tomorrow, weekend off, next week, and then obviously Thursday, Friday, Saturday, the full practices, if he does play against the Jets? How does he get his body ready to play against Sauce Gardner?
Well, it's going to be a difficult task, especially when you're a wide receiver and you have to run a variety of different routes. Your cardiovascular and your endurance has to be up. You don't want to risk injury with the breaks and the different cuts because you haven't been in training camp. So I think that it'll be very difficult to acclimate Brandon Aiyuk back into the offense right now and have him prepare for week 1. Usually what happens in these types of situations is the coaches will come to him with a package. And he'll have a certain amount of plays that he's out there, that he's accustomed to running. But it won't be the full package that we're accustomed to seeing Brandon Aiyuk. And again, he is vital in the running game as well because he pulls an extra guy out of the box. He's so good blocking downfield with the extra effort. So I think that it'll be very difficult to acclimate him back. And I think all along with Brandon Aiyuk, if he wasn't traded and if he didn't get a long-term deal done with the 49ers, I think that he had the ability and the confidence that he was going to play on a 1-year deal. Go out there, remain healthy, get his stats, and then get paid. So it could be a possibility that we could see Brandon Aiyuk on the field today playing on a 1-year deal.
Dante Whitner joined us, and you told me something really interesting when we were sitting in the booth in Las Vegas. You were saying that it's not as simple as, okay, Ayuk's out, let's just throw another X receiver out there. You were saying with the versatility of the chess pieces that Kyle Shanahan has, maybe that there's different ways that they can make up for not just the loss. Like I said, I think he's going to play against the Jets in week number 1, but just a limited amount of plays that he could play. There's other things that maybe Kyle can do offensively to offset his loss or at least him playing less.
Absolutely, and that's the 49ers offense in a nutshell. It's versatility. The second best route on the team is Christian McCaffrey. So you can deploy him to play wide receiver, the slot. Then you have Kittle who can go out wide. He can go in the slot. He can go in the natural tight end position. You have check. You have, run the ball with Christian McCaffrey. You have Deebo Samuel to change it up. Then you have Ricky Pearsall, who's probably going to play in that Brandon Aiyuk position. So you have a variety of different things that you can do. And with Kyle Shanahan, his offense is all about matchups. If you put a nickel defense out there with an extra defensive back and you have Kyle Juszczyk and George Kittle and Christian McCaffrey, you can load it up and run the ball at them. If they put bigger guys out there and they deploy it, now you open them up and you throw the ball. So I don't think it's as big a deal as people think it is with the versatility with personnel and the individual players that the 49ers have on offense.
Yeah, you could move it around at wide receiver. You can't at left tackle. You got to have a left tackle out there. Trent, you guys were teammates your last year in the NFL with Washington in 2016. You played with Trent. You know what a maniacal workout guy he is. Hell, he owns a health club in Houston, and he goes in the middle of the night when nobody bothers him. So we think he'll be in cardio shape, but again, football shape is different. And you don't see left tackles get rotated. In the preseason you do, but when you start playing real games, they don't start rotating left tackles. You could, I guess, a couple of series and then Jalen Moore in for one. I don't know. But assuming that Trent gets in this week, how much could he play? How effective can he be against the Jets on the 9th night of September?
Well, arguably, Trent Williams is the best player in the NFL and definitely the best left tackle in the NFL. So what he's doing right now at the age of 36 by trying to demand more guaranteed money, I believe that he's doing the right thing. He's probably has about, 3-4 years maybe left in the NFL, and he's just seen Tristan Wirfs set the left tackle market. So I understand where he's coming from in that perspective. Different from Brandon Aiyuk is he's not a quick twitch guy. He doesn't really have to, run that much. He has to, stand there, block a couple guys, get out on the screen. And with Trent Williams being 14, 15 years in the National Football League, he knows how to prepare his body for game day. So I don't really worry about Trent Williams being in shape or being able to play an entirety of a game like I do with Brandon Aiyuk. So if he shows up this week, I think that you'll see the same Trent Williams that you've seen over the last decade and a half. You'll see a dominant force, ultra strong, and definitely the piece that they need to get over the hump. You need Trent Williams out there if you're going to beat the New York Jets.
One last thing, Dante, and you answer this however you want. Tell us as much as you want or don't want to tell us. But when we were talking in Vegas, you were saying you did, obviously we saw you talking to Brandon Aiyuk as a veteran guy. As much as you want to share, what was your conversation like with him?
Get your money. There's only one or two other people. There's only one or two other people in the world that's in these circumstances. A wide receiver coming off an all-pro year. It was him, CeeDee Lamb, and Jamar Chase. I said, so you should be the happiest guy in the world right now. I know that it might seem a little uncomfortable having a hold-in where you have to be around the 49ers front office and coaching staff, and everybody's trying to pressure you to take the deal. I said, but you should have a smile on your face each and every day, and do not step on the football field until you sign a long-term contract that you're happy with. So that was part of our conversations, which I would tell any player, right? When it comes down to getting paid for your productivity and all the hard work that it takes to be a top NFL player, you deserve your reward. So I feel the same about Brandon Aiyuk.
Well said, brother. What's your college game this weekend? This your first one this weekend?
I don't have one this weekend. Ooh. I have one in 2 weeks. They scaled me back just a little bit. I had a super heavy load. So I'll actually have my full schedule today or tomorrow.
Okay.
Good stuff, man. You're the best. We appreciate it. We're looking forward to the season and talking to you every week, and we'll talk to you soon. Thank you so much for your insight, man.
Absolutely. You guys have a great day.
Thank you, Dante.
You're the best. All right, there is Dante Whitner. Really good stuff from Dante. We have a full practice squad for the 49ers. We'll give you that coming up next before the foreplay, the 4 pieces of sound you need to hear today or else. It's Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Leader.
Greg Papa here, and making the transition from work life to retirement can be jarring and disorienting, but it doesn't have to be. Greg O'Donnell and the team at the O'Donnell Financial Group are dedicated to achieving a smooth transition into retirement life, and they can help you prepare to retire at a time that works for you. Sooner than you'd think, you may have an entirely different lifestyle, but it doesn't have to be in one giant leap. The experts at O'Donnell Financial Group will help you craft a plan tailored to your desired timeline. Transition into retirement confidently and on your own terms. So don't wait. Contact Greg O'Donnell today. He's the CEO and founder of O'Donnell Financial Group for a free review of your financial situation. Call him right now, 866-496-2300. That's 866-496-2300. Or visit him online at odfigroup.com. That's odfigroup.com.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Can't get enough Steve Young. He was on with Tolbert and Copes a couple of days ago, then called in to clarify with us yesterday. All you have to do to hear it all, just go to all of our social media, KNBR apps, KNBR.com.
Hello there. The Doobie Brothers room, please. And I'll speak with any doobie who do be in.
Hello there. I be Roger Thomas. Which doobie you be?
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Friends, we have 3 49ers cuts about the things you would expect them to be, and then we'll let you hear from Grant McCrae, who hit a home run almost off his name last night. That might have been a first. That one he ripped to right, like his name was right there on the board, and it was like, that was pretty cool. I think he might have been the first guy ever to hit a home run off his name.
Didn't Buster hit it right off of Matt Latos' name?
I think you're right.
When he hit the grand slam in Game 5 in 2012, I think it was.
Yeah, I think that I think you are correct. By the way, go back and look. We should put this on the on YouTube and Twitch at some point, because I remember it. It was in Portland. His dad, Grant McCrae's dad, running through the flavor pack sign in AAA right through the wall in right field. Rodney McCrae. That was incredible. The guy caught the ball, hung onto the ball, runs right through the outfield fence and right center field, just right through the thing.
There were a couple of guys that did that in the minors at that time, but Rodney McCrae was the probably the most celebrated. Also, a very good NBA small forward with Ralph Sampson and Hakeem Olajuwon.
First and third in the draft, by the way.
Yeah, I often confuse the Rodney McCrae, Grant's dad, and Phi Slamma. No, he wasn't on that team. But he was on the Twin Towers. He was the small forward with Ralph and Hakeem.
Plus, he was great in college. His brother was Scooter McCrae, and they had when Louisville was they were good. They were really good.
Yeah, so you got to keep your Rodney McCrae straight.
Yeah, it's very difficult. All right, let's start here. This was the big story this morning that we discussed right out of the jump. Mike Garafolo on NFL Network, the current state of Brandon Aiyuk and Trent Williams.
We are still stuck in the mud here on Brandon Aiyuk, who is on the roster because he reported to training camp. Trent Williams, who I'll get to in a second, is not counting against the roster. So at this point, they get into the practice schedule this week, and they're going to practice this afternoon. And sort of the understanding was that at this point he would practice, so we're going to have to see if he's on the field this afternoon with the San Francisco 49ers. But again, no closer to an extension or a trade there than we were the last couple of weeks. On to Trent Williams, who seems like he is intent on proving his point that he deserves more guaranteed money and a raise on that contract, expected to make around $20 million this upcoming season. Perhaps he will carry that into the regular season.
All right, let's start with Brandon Aiyuk. The big thing is, and maybe we'll find this out before 3 o'clock when they're actually practicing, because John and Kyle are both scheduled to speak, and I'd imagine that's the first question of whether Brandon Aiyuk is going to practice or not.
Yeah, that was what time did Garafolo say that on Good Morning Football? It was before I walked in, obviously, at 10 o'clock. I think it was in the 9 o'clock hour, maybe earlier, but that was hours ago. We'll see if he does practice today. I think there was, based on him, what he reported, an understanding, but I'm not sure. And practice is a couple hours away, and the guys are preparing to practice and meetings. And John and Kyle have been locked up, and they did announce their practice squad guys off the cuts yesterday. And as far as wide receivers, they did bring Trent Taylor back. That's the only wide receiver.
And Tay Martin. Yeah, he's on the practice squad too.
No, I don't see Tay Martin's name on this list.
Yeah, I've got it. I've got the official release.
Oh, pardon me. It is. I got it as well. Tay Martin as well. So they got 7 on the active roster, and Ronnie Bell, and then Tay Martin and Trent Taylor. As far as offensive linemen, Isaac Alacorn, who is the International Pathway Program player from Mexico, and he can play tackle. But then you've got Sebastian Gutierrez, who picked up the fumble at the end of the game on Friday, the wild play with a couple of times he did. He's mainly a guard. Who else you got on the offensive line? Drake Nugent.
But he's a center.
He's a center. They really don't have anybody. Alacorn, I doubt, would be up on game day. He was on the practice squad with Dallas for 4 years, so he's a little bit further advanced than your typical international player. But they didn't really add a tackle. Chris Hubbard was not brought back on the practice squad. Brandon Parker was not brought back. As far as I know, John, they've not been claimed by other teams, have they?
No, not that I've seen. I had the 4 that had been claimed before, but none of those guys were an offensive lineman. Also, before we get to the next cuts, you and I had a healthy debate about tight ends. Tolbert was brought back. He's going to be on the 53, and then Braden Willis, but
Mason Pline's on the practice
and
squad.
Mason Pline is also. They did bring back a couple of those tight ends.
But no Logan Thomas.
Yeah, no Logan Thomas. And looks like Cam Latu, who I didn't see picked up by anybody else, the former third-round pick. He's not on the practice squad either. So they did bring back 2 of those tight ends.
Braden Willis is back. Did you say Willis?
Pline and Willis. Yeah, those 2. But
and they could be elevated. So on your roster right now, it is Kittle. It is Tolbert went back to the roster, right?
Mm-hmm. So
he's not on the practice squad. And then Jake Tunges are all on the roster. And then you've got the 2 tight ends, Mason Pline and Braden Willis. So I'm just wondering, the first game of the year, I think it would depend between having Tunges up on game day. Kittle and Tolbert will be up. Mm-hmm. And then the 3rd tight end, I think, would be Tunges, more of a route-running guy. Or do you want an inline blocker, and you could elevate Willis to do that. But we'll see. But they got 3 on the roster and 2 on the practice squad.
All right, we'll give you the whole practice squad in a little bit, but here, speaking of tight ends, here's George Kittle. He was on the Pat McAfee show yesterday, downplaying all the drama around the 49ers.
A lot of drama being chatted about your team outside. Do you guys hear it inside or no?
There's not really a lot of time to hear the drama and the outside noise. But, like, for us as the 49ers, like, I know that the guys who are going through contract negotiations, they're doing what they think is best for them, and we all support them in that. And as players, we're just going to show up there, we're going to practice every single day, and just see what we can get out of the guys that are practicing. And so, I got to ask, like, how tough is it that Trent Williams is there? And, well, yeah, he's a Hall of Fame first ballot guy, like, and he's going to play really good football for a long time. But I'm getting incredible reps with our backup left tackle, Jalen Moore, that I wouldn't get otherwise. And, if Trent's not playing, I have no idea what's going to happen. But I'm getting these valuable reps with Jalen, and when Trent Williams shows up, he's inevitably just going to be amazing again, and I'm not going to really need that much practice with him because he's just better than everybody else.
I love George, and I love the new spot for DirecTV and, nothing on top and all that kind of stuff.
The Skullet.
But you gotta get Trent back. You got Trent back, man.
I think he knows that.
He does know that, doesn't he? Yeah, he knows
I would
that.
think so.
I would think so. The guy right next to him.
The key thing, I think, right now is Aaron Banks. Where is Aaron Banks at with that fractured pinky?
Yeah.
So is he going to practice today? We're wondering about Aiyuk practicing, and it's a couple hours away. I mean, right now, the whole left side is a question mark. You know what? The right side, Brendel at center, Pooney at right guard, McKivitz at right tackle. Trent's a big question mark till he gets in here at left tackle. But Dante seems to think with his conditioning and just veteran status, he can walk in and play opening night, and I agree. Will a few snaps be compromised? That's the thing. It's Monday Night Football. It's all they're going to talk about all day, all night. Those guys have one misstep. It's going to all be because of the holdout, whether that's accurate or not. But who's going to start at left guard? If it's not Aaron Banks, John, would it be Nick Zakel? Would they move Spencer Burford to left guard? I mean, Dominic Pooney played left guard in college. He never played right guard before. In 2022, he played left guard. Last year, played left tackle. If Banks just can't go, and I think he will, but if he can't, then, who starts at left guard?
I know Kyle was asked that earlier in camp, and they like where Pooney is on the right side, so they're going to move. I don't think they're going to move him over to the left side where he played in college, but I don't know. Ronnie Lott says cut the damn thing off. I mean, what's going on? Fractured pinky? How much do you need that thing? Let's go. Let's move. Let's get going. It's Monday Night Football. You can't miss that. No, we haven't had really any updates for a long time on
we
Banks,
will today. I don't know if Kyle doesn't have to do updates till next week when they get into practice and they have to designate guys, but they'll probably ask him before first thing, is Aiyuk practicing? And then he'll have a list of guys that are not practicing or limited because usually that's the first thing they want to know, Eric Branch in particular, after practice. But Kyle's doing it at 2 o'clock and John Lynch at 2:45 before practice, and I think we are taking it live here on the Sports Leader.
Number 3 on the list today, out of the 4 you need to know, here's Debo, he's just making the rounds this year, man. He's been different because he usually doesn't like to talk a whole lot, but he's doing the up and Adams. He did that last year too, and he did receiver, and then now he's with the Insiders, and here's Debo talking about how Brock is going to improve this year.
Overall, like me personally, I think Brock's decision making been outstanding since he stepped in the huddle. But overall, I think he's got a little bigger, what we call Bosa quads. But overall, I think like his decision making is through the roof, and he's always calm and poised in the pocket. I feel like his arms just got a little bigger.
His arms got a little bigger. It's so funny that where things go year to year. Last year it was Brock, and whether he's going to be healthy. And this year it's been the summer of Trent and Brandon Aiyuk especially. But we haven't talked about Brock, but having Mike Sando on the show and a lot of evaluators in his QB tiers, bringing him up to 2 near the end of 2. And then I don't know if we've talked about this, but there were, 103 players surveyed, and he tied with Matthew Stafford as the most underrated quarterback in the league. So all these talking head shows can scream and yell and downplay Brock and say that it's all about Kyle and the offense and all the guys around him. But the people in the know, the people, the GMs and all that are giving Brock love, and the players around the league are giving Brock love. And I got to believe, we've said this from the beginning, a guy who didn't do anything in the offseason got better somehow last offseason. What kind of jump is he going to make this year? I'm excited to watch Brock, and we haven't talked a ton about him.
Yeah, we did mention it earlier. Brock and Matthew Stafford tied. Brock did also get a number of votes for most overrated quarterback. He did not win that title. It was Josh Allen of the Buffalo Bills got the most overrated quarterback in the NFL. Is that amazing?
Yeah. It is just
even
because,
more than Tua.
Yeah.
Who else? Was Dak up there? Or
yeah, Dak
Lamar
was
Jackson?
on that list.
Josh Allen got more votes for the most because he turns the ball over, but he's not overrated. He overturns the ball too much, but he's not overrated.
Yeah. Well, and I'm with you on that because people, again, these are the players in the league. I get it, but tell me this, and we'll find out this year. He's got a rookie number one receiver, and I like Keon Coleman out of Florida State, but he's not a burner or anything like that. He doesn't exactly have the best weapons around. He has a couple of nice tight ends, has okay running backs, decent offensive line. Josh Allen a lot of times has to carry that offense, running it, making plays that, maybe most times he wouldn't, but he believes in his arm so much. But he's got to make plays for that offense. He doesn't have a ton around him. So you're telling me people are saying that Josh Allen's overrated? I don't buy that for a second.
He's reckless with the ball at times, and he does run the ball excessively. I think they're going to make a change, and they already did last year when they made the OC change in the middle of the year and getting rid of Ken Dorsey. They made a real emphasis to run the ball. They did let Frank Gore Jr. go, and they
picked him up on their practice squad.
But he's not on their roster initially. Mm-hmm. I watched him. I watched every Buffalo preseason game from start to finish, and I thought he was one of their best players, wearing number 20 with Gore Jr. on the back. So, I mean, they've got running backs around him, but I kind of thought Frank Gore Jr. could be a contributor right away as a rookie. But they're going to run the ball more this year, but we're going to find out. And the pandemic year of 2020, when he came in on that December the 7th game, he just never saw a quarterback roll so hard to his right and be able to make throws down, especially up that right sideline over and over again to Gabe Davis. Now, Davis is gone. Stephon Diggs is gone. He does not have very many guys back, just Shakir. He's got some good tight ends, but going from Ken Dorsey, and we love Ken from Miramonte High School, to Joe Brady, I think they're going to calm it down a little bit and just not have him drop back and throw it 40 and 50 times a game, trying to run it 20, 25 times a game, and then just not have, as many design quarterback runs. But he can do it, and he just trucks you. He's such a great running quarterback. I mean, he's not overrated. He just turns over the ball way too much. He should not turn the ball over as much as he has, but I think they made a real emphasis to clean that up in the second half of last year.
I just know that if he was on the market after Mahomes, you'd have people diving all over themselves to try to get to him. I just think he doesn't have a ton around him, and he has to try to make plays. And he is reckless with it, there's no doubt. But I do think if he had some people around him that he wouldn't have to do so much. But I feel like he has to do a lot for that team, because if we go back to that duel a couple of years ago, the Bills and the Chiefs, I mean, that was incredible. I mean, he can do incredible things.
Davis with 13 seconds to go to give him the lead. They did not kick off properly, and Mahomes got to midfield, and Tony Romo didn't know how many timeouts Andy had left, and the butt kicker forced overtime, and Buffalo never touched the ball. I mean, everybody talks about the only guys to beat Patrick Mahomes in the playoffs are Tom Brady twice in a championship game at Arrowhead of the Super Bowl, and Joe Burrow. But damn, Josh Allen had him beat. They took the lead with 13 seconds to play in the game.
Yeah, I'd take Josh Allen. I think he's ridiculous.
We had to deal with that joker the Sunday after Thanksgiving. So do we want it to snow for that game on December the 1st or not? Because that guy can throw through anything. A blizzard.
Yeah, he can throw at anything. It's incredible, his physical talent. All right, let's throw one Giants one at you. They do beat the Brewers 5-4, although I want the Giants to turn into the Brewers. But they do win, and Grant McCrae with another one. Home run for Grant McCrae off the wall in right field. It was a big shot, and here's Grant McCrae after the game talking about his home run power.
I mean, yeah, dude, I guess it just showed up a couple years ago. I mean, that was never really my game, was to hit home runs. And, up until 2 years ago, I was only hitting about like 4 or 5 a season.
All of a sudden, pretty good
stuff. He
had
21 home runs in San Jose. When Joe Rizzo said that last night on the wrap, I was like, what? That skinny little guy had 21 home runs? He did. But most of the years he had 4 and 5. So, but this year, he's hit 3 And he's only been in the big leagues for a couple of weeks.
And they've been impressive. I mean, they're not like wall scrapers.
No, he's hit the same
shots.
pitch every time. Jesse Chavez started it with a cutter in, hard cutter in. A second one in Seattle was a cutter in. The one last night, a cutter in. So it'll get around the league. Don't throw that guy cutters in because he can turn on it. But he hit that one a long way. I mean, that was impressive.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, dude.
I like him, by the way. I like the attitude. Yeah, dude. And he's what the Giants need to be. I mean, if he can hit, he can sure field. He's smooth. He's an athlete. That's what they need to become is that more athletic kind of a team. You know, clearly, as we say with a lot of Giants prospects coming up, you know, jury's still out. I mean, Matos was a guy who won Player of the Week honors, for God's sake, and Casey Schmidt came up and looked hot for a while, so you just never know. But, you know, if this guy can be something until the end of the year, Pop, like we've been talking about, all of a sudden you add that athlete to your outfield and you get Jung Hoo back and Fitzgerald's an athlete, and now you're trending things in the right direction. If this kid's something, it's big.
Yeah, dude, his first year he had one home run in the Arizona Fall League. The next year he comes back and he hit one home run in the Arizona Fall League, 2 in San Jose. So he had 4 professional home runs. And then in 2022, it was, not 21, 2022. So 2 years ago, he had 21 home runs. How many people saw that in the San Jose Muni? He also had 2 that year in Eugene, high A. So he had 23 home runs that year. And then last year he had 14 in single A Eugene. So, I mean, what does he weigh? They list him at 185. You want to, how much do you want to get him in a major league weight room? And I'm sure they've been doing it throughout his life, but just to add more strength to him as he gets, he's 23 years of age now. But anyway, when Joe said that, I was like, what? And then he had 2 more in Eugene. He had 23 home runs in a professional baseball season, and he only played that year, John, 120 games. He had about 500 at-bats. That's pretty impressive.
Absolutely. All right, there's a little bit on the Giants at the end. Grant McCrae, they win 5-4 afternoon baseball. You'll hear the Giants and the Brewers right here on the Sports Leader. A little bit more on who's coming back to the 49ers. We'll give you that. We got a little Caboose pistol at the bottom of the hour, all that to come. And then the top of the hour, Tolbert and Copes only here on the Sports Leader.
I mean, yeah, dude, I guess.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
David Lombardi of The Athletic joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday to recap the 49ers cutdowns for the 53-man roster. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. Football is back, and I'm fired up about the red and gold, and I'm still slightly obsessed with Tony's Pizza in the North Beach. It's the best I've ever had. Tony's has been ranked #1 in the world, so I'm not the only one who thinks that, and it's my go-to spot for Neapolitan, New York, Detroit, Sicilian, and Grandma-style pizzas. They make fresh pastas as well. They're spicy bucatini. Mamma mia. And don't forget about Tony's other locations like Caboose, where he makes delicious tavern-style cracker-thin and deep-dish pizzas. One of his specialties there, the Chicago Italian beef sandwiches. They are large and in charge here. They have a good young quarterback. They're coming to Levi's later in the year. Save room for dessert after your meal. Finish it off with the best cannoli in the Bay Area. You gotta love tiramisu as well. And then the next morning when you're hungry again, Get up early, take a stroll through the North Beach, and try his homemade sourdough bread, pastries, New York bagels at his bakery, Toscano Brothers. And don't forget to hit when you're at Chase Center, Oracle, or Levi Stadium this year. Tony's Slice House locations, the fast casual restaurants serving up delicious slices. So bring back football and never forget Tony's Pizza.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This is KNBR, and they are Papa and Lund. Listen to us here and follow us on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Hello, friends. Very good and entertaining segment at the bottom of the hour. We call it the Caboose Pistol. That's coming up at 1:30. Good stories today. But interesting during the break, a couple of things. So we've given you the practice squad, and we'll do it again. But two things during the break here that are interesting. Say goodbye to Cam Latu, the former third-round pick out of Alabama, the tight end. He is signing with the Cleveland Browns practice squad, so he will be gone. But this one's really interesting. The 49ers are signing wide receiver Terrence Marshall Jr. to their practice squad. He's a wide receiver, 3-year wide receiver out of the factory of wide receivers, which is LSU, and he's a young receiver, been in Carolina. At LSU, though, his last 2 years, he got 23 touchdowns on about 90 catches, and he can get deep a little bit, average about 15 yards per catch. So, again, really good player at LSU, and has had a decent career, not great so far, but he's big, Pop. He's 6'2", 200 pounds. And so he could probably play that X that the 49ers are looking at. His rookie year, 17 catches, no touchdowns. His second year in the league, 28 for 490, which is 17.5 a catch, 1 touchdown. And then last year in Carolina, 19 for 139. But his second year in the league, 28 for 490 and a touchdown. That's 17.5 per catch, has 110 targets and 64 receptions in 3 years. And he's only 23 years old. Big receiver out of LSU.
Yeah, they had indifferent quarterback play. In 22, that was Baker Mayfield and Sam Darnold. Mm-hmm. And it was Baker at the beginning of the year, then they went to Sam at the end, and Sam played well. But his percentage of catch versus target was not good. Mm-mm. He was targeted 47 times that year and caught 28. But 17.5 yards a catch, as you say, and a touchdown. So.
Plus, former second-round pick. I mean, he was well thought of coming out.
The other thing, the year before, 30 targets, 17, and 33 last year, 19 with Bryce Young at quarterback. Niners did play Carolina a couple of years ago, so I'd have to go back and look and see what notes we have on him. So he goes to the practice squad. The Niners had a couple of spots on the practice squad available. So what number are they up to now? 16, including Alec Horn. Who would make it count, 17 because he's an international player. So I think they still have one more spot on the practice squad. And they did announce their list of Alec Horn is made it as the international pathway player, Evan Anderson, Alex Barrett, D lineman Jonathan Garvin, who played in the UFL this year and won the championship with the Birmingham Stallions. So he's trying to go championship and get one with the Niners. On the O-line, Sebastian Gutierrez. You mentioned hours ago Chase Lucas, who's a nickelback and a very good special teams player, a gunner with Detroit the last couple of years on the practice squad. Jalen Mahoney, who wore number 49, so did Garendo in the preseason, a undrafted rookie safety. Tay Martin, who they've had in the practice squad a number of years. T.Y. McGill, the big defensive lineman. Tanner Mordecai is on the practice squad as a fourth quarterback. Got 3 on the roster with Brock and Brandon Allen and Josh Dobbs. He got a 4th on the practice squad. Drake Nugent, the center at Stanford, and last year at Michigan, Mason Pline, who was a big target at tight end, a former college basketball player. We mentioned Trent Taylor, Tracy Walker, and Braden Willis is back. So I think they have one more spot available for the practice squad. Has Noah Brown been picked up by anybody?
Yeah, that's an interesting one. He got cut by the Texans, and he's been really productive.
Is he still available?
Yeah, I haven't seen him go anywhere. I'll double check.
Did they bring him back to their practice squad? I mean, I thought of him right away because he's a big body wide receiver, at 6'2", 2 1/4. So he's clearly an axe who can block. I remember him in Dallas years before, and he's kind of their Jawan Jennings in Dallas. Then last year, Houston had him, and that's Bobby Slowick. That's the 49ers system. And he had 33 catches for them and a couple of touchdowns. And obviously they got a great wide receiver room, and they brought in Stephon Diggs this year. But when I saw his name, I thought, wow, could you get a waiver claim into Noah Brown? But I thought he'd be claimed by somebody early. Has he been claimed by anybody on the 53, or is he going back to Houston's practice squad?
I'll take a look. I have not seen that. By the way, I was just looking more at Terrence Marshall Jr. Again, big guy at 6'2", over 200 pounds. He ran a 4. I'm looking at his combine stuff. He ran a 4.38.
Wow,
he's fast. Yeah, 6'2", 205 is what they listed him at the combine, and he ran a 4.38.
Coming out of LSU.
Yeah. So, again, the raw tools are there. It's just a matter of, and he did have a good second year in the league, but like you said, drops, and that's actually as part of his combine, they said, and he has had drops in Carolina and lack of focus kind of stuff. So, Interesting. But, yeah.
So how many? He's on the practice squad.
Yep.
So you got 7 wide receivers on the roster. On the practice squad, you got Trent Taylor, Tay Martin. Now they've added Terrence Marshall Jr.
Mm-hmm.
So they've got 10 wide receivers in the building, 7 on the 53 and 3 on the practice squad.
Yeah. So anyway, that's what we've got so far. As I'm looking at the practice squad again, like you said, Evan Anderson, Barrett, Garvin, Gutierrez, Lucas, Mahoney, Tay Martin, T.Y. McGill, Tanner Mordecai, Drake Nugent, Mason Pline, Trent Taylor, Tracy Walker III, Braylon Willis, and Ad Marshall, and minus Latu. Latu goes to the Browns. Other guys they've lost: Jalen Graham to Washington, Cody Schrader to the Rams, Jarrett Kingston to Carolina, Sam Womack to Indy. So that's the full list. Saubert goes back to the 53. So they're stocked on tight ends. So interesting day.
And one more spot left on the practice squad.
Yeah, one more spot is what it looks like.
Where is Noah Brown?
Let me see here. I want to see if I can find him for you. But yeah, he was productive. That was a surprise one.
53.
Yeah, he was a really.
Now he's a vested veteran.
Yeah.
So I don't know if Houston's playing the game where they cut him and they just wanted to bring him back on the practice. I would think D'Amico and Bobby Slowick would bring him back, but that's the one name I thought, whoa, they cut Noah Brown. He's a good player.
Yeah, have not seen where he's gone, but like you said, in 2023 he had 567 receiving yards. So yeah, he's 6'2", 225. I mean, that's a big dude. He's a receiver. Kind of a hybrid type of guy. But anyway, we'll keep you up to date on that. So that's the latest with the 49ers as far as practice squad, who they lost, who they gained, and a couple of intriguing guys. Terrence Marshall Jr. is an intriguing guy. Will Brandon Aiyuk practice? That is the big question. We may find out at 2 o'clock. Kyle speaking, 2:45. John Lynch is speaking, and then at 3 o'clock, Mike Garafolo saying this morning, but a lot can change. We know that with the Brandon Aiyuk situation, saying that's expected as they start to get ready for the Jets. So we shall see, or maybe we'll find out before when the guys talk. But make sure that you stay tuned right off the jump with the guys at 2 o'clock. We'll hear from Kyle Shanahan and then John Lynch at 2:45. But cut up next, your sweet, clean, family-friendly Caboose pistol, including this woman who's in trouble for not the dog biting her, but for her biting the dog. We'll tell you next, only here on the Sports Leader.
It was a 5-shot revolver. It was loaded, wedged in the crack of her buttocks.
Papa and Lund presents the Caboose Pistol.
The old Caboose pistol, everybody has one.
A few stories that slip through the cracks.
Did you say Caboose?
I know some women who could hide a machine gun in there.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, we're getting off track.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
I mean, yeah, dude, I guess.
I like Grant McCrae more. Yeah, dude. I hit bombs. I hit dingers, bro. I like them. All right, here's your sweet, clean, family-friendly Caboose pistol. You often hear stories of dog biting man, but how about when man bites dog? A man who admitted biting his dog's face to discipline the pup has been charged with animal cruelty. 24-year-old man. This is in New York. A witness said they saw him sinking his teeth into the female brown pit bull around 7:15 p.m.
Whoa, he bit a pit bull?
Yeah, he bit the pit bull to try to teach the pit bull not to bite. Do you think that's a good idea?
You mean Pitbull, the bald rapper?
No, an actual pit bull. No, an actual he bit his pit bull to try to teach the pit bull.
I've heard that in New York.
Not to. He tried to teach him.
Is he a dog trainer? Is that dog training techniques? I've never heard of that.
No, and he bit his face. Like, what do you do? Like, come on, bro.
What did the pit bull do back?
I guess he didn't bite him back, so maybe it worked, but somebody saw it, and so that's considered animal cruelty. So if you ever think, hey, maybe, I'll bite my dog back because he bit me, that's animal cruelty, and you can't do that.
All right, it's okay not to bite the pit bull, but to have those fence collars, the laser collars, where if a dog goes too
that's
far,
probably
they get zapped. Like
yeah, I don't think so.
Those are effective though. They do work.
Yeah, we our neighbors have one of those invisible fences. I've never used those, but those things work. Like their dogs are cruising around their yard all the time. When we first moved in, and I went, like, how is it that they don't ever leave your yard? And like we have one of those electric fences around it. And
you ever go through a walk through Diablo?
Yeah.
There's a huge white dog in Diablo that has one of those invisible fence lines in the collar, and I always forget. When you walk by there, the dog is
it's
huge.
Looking at you.
And the dog is menacing.
Yeah.
And it comes right up to the line. You think, oh, boy, I better start running.
Yeah.
And then the dog hits that line. They don't do it.
No, they have two big black labs, and not that black labs are all that ferocious or anything like that. They're generally nice, but they are big. And the first little while I lived here, I'm like, they don't leave their yard. That's so wild. And so they told me. So,
man bites pit bull.
Yeah, man bites.
But not pit bull.
Not the rapper.
There's a stadium named after pit bull. He paid to have naming rights for Florida International University's 23,500 seat football stadium is now known as Pit Bull Stadium.
Really?
Yeah.
You should do that for Levi's Stadium. Heck with Levi's.
Yeah, I could afford
that.
Make a Papa Stadium. They just got $200 million in improvements here because I sold my put Levi's right on my forehead. No, I mean, what artist would Pit Bull be the one you'd want? I mean, wouldn't you like Lady Gaga?
I don't know. Pitbull Stadium. If you're gonna say that it's an artist and what would sound cool, I mean, Pitbull Stadium's pretty good.
Well, the pit in Albuquerque, the basketball arena. Welcome to the pit.
That's a cool name.
But it's not the Pit Bull. Did you ever think of all artists to have a stadium named after them? It would be Pitbull would be the first one.
I think so. 415-808 KNBR, 415-808-567.
We got to come up with a better one than that.
I think Pitbull Stadium's pretty good.
Lady Gaga, the Boss.
I want it to be the Boss Stadium. Boss is kind of cool, but I don't want Lady Gaga Stadium. That doesn't sound menacing.
What would command the most money?
That's true.
What we're looking for.
Yeah. I don't know. Bieber Stadium.
Biebs would be good.
That would not work. That would not be menacing at all, actually.
Well, you know what? They're going to change the name of Arrowhead to Swifty.
Oh, God.
Swift.
You're right.
What's the company that Travis Kelce is starting, and it's named
Amazon. You mean the
no, not the deal with his
podcast?
brother. He started another company. It's a shipping company, and it's named something Swifty.
Is it really?
Yeah. You didn't hear about that?
No, but I'll tell you this.
Did the rumor monger drop that there may be an engagement ring involved? Did you hear that the other day?
Yeah, he did. She's making him a lot of money. That's all I know. She is making a lot of money.
Yeah, he was broke before he met her.
No, but if there's no Swiftie, there's no $100 million. I mean, Amazon's not doing $100 million. It's because they know the Swifties are going.
Kelsey, it was after the Mummers Day outfit when they won the championship.
They know the Swifties are gonna tune in. They know that's going to get big numbers. He owes her a lot. What does he have? Twice as many spots lined up for the NFL season as any other player?
127.
I mean, come on. They know that's the Swifties, man. He's got to give her some of that money.
No, it's a racehorse.
Oh, is it really?
So Travis Kelsey buys stake in Ontario. It's from Canada. Ontario-based horse named Swift.
So
I thought he had a company as well that he just started that was like a shipping company where he'll get there very swiftly.
Yeah, people are suggesting, Arrowhead move. Could you imagine if they changed Arrowhead to like Swiftie Stadium? I mean,
so the naming
Swiftie
rights
Field at Arrowhead Stadium or something like that?
I mean, we got the naming rights in the Bay Area from Chase Center to Oracle to Levi's. I mean, we got some of the greatest, musicians of all time.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, couldn't you have like Santana Stadium?
You could. That'd be a lot of money.
What would be the one you would do?
Well, you'd have to do that maybe down in San Jose or something like that. But, I mean, Steph Curry's got enough money. I mean, if he wanted to name Chase, although he doesn't have as much money as Chase.
Gaga's living in Marin now. She's up there.
Yeah.
She's getting married to the guy from Marin. So
he's got a lot of money. Metallica's probably got a lot of money. Metallica
They're out in Blackhawk.
Badass.
They're out in Blackhawk.
Yeah, Metallica Stadium would sound really cool. And then they would just play Metallica music for everything.
I like the way you say that. Metallica.
Yeah, it'd be awesome.
You're popping.
Now you're talking. Metallica Stadium would
Pitbull Stadium. Did you ever think?
It'd be pretty cool.
He would be the first.
Yeah. Rudest cities in America, San Francisco came in at number 7. We know this by personal experience.
New York,
we had to go to
Philly.
Well, yeah. You're on the right track.
Are they 1-2?
Philly is 1, and we know that from going back to the NFC Championship game. Philly is 1. This surprised me a little bit. Memphis, Tennessee was 2.
Really?
New York City 3.
Memphis is more rude than
New York. That's what it says here.
Where's Boston?
Boston is 5.
What's
Did you
4?
See that? Did you see the video the other day?
Anything west of the Rockies? Are we number 1?
We are the rudest west of the Rockies. We're 7. We're ahead of L.A. We are the rudest. San Francisco, California is 7. 7 on the rude list.
Mar-a-Lago, Florida, would that be one?
Philly, Memphis, New York, Vegas. Oh, Vegas is the most rude west city.
Not the people that live there.
Yeah, they're saying
Really?
5 Boston, 6 Detroit, 7 San Francisco. Yeah.
How do they gauge that?
I don't know. I have no idea. I just saw this list and thought I would present it to you. I don't think we're that rude. I think we're actually pretty nice. We're arrogant, but we're not rude. We think
We're
that,
rudely arrogant.
Oh, you don't live here? Oh, poor you. But I don't know if we're rude. I saw a video that went viral. You might have seen this the other day, and I can't do a proper Boston accent, so if anybody on staff can do this, they could say this better than me. But there was a video of a guy driving by a big accident in Boston, and he yells out the window in a Boston accent, "Hey, you can't park there." And the people in the accident just start yelling and F-bombing back at him in the New York accent. "Hey, beep you!" It was, I don't know why it struck me as so funny, but, it's just typical Boston guy, driving by with his window down, yells that, "Hey, you can't park there." And then all these Boston people in the accident.
That sounds like a Southie.
It's
That's
so
more of a
funny.
Southie Irish than a Northie Italian.
Yeah, it was definitely more Irish.
Yeah.
It was so funny because on cue, all these people who were in the accident, it was like 4-car accident, they turned to the guy and just start F-bombing him in those Boston accents, Oh, it was hilarious. It was hilarious. And so I'd probably put Boston at the top just based on that.
Just
But
because
it was
of the
funny.
accents?
Oh, yeah. It was, you can't park there. Like he was making a joke, and they just scream at him. It was unbelievable. So
Metallica and Tiburon now? Or are they?
I thought they were.
A couple of band members were out in Blackhawk for a number of years.
Yeah.
Now they're in Tiburon?
I think so. I think a lot of them, like James Hatfield, he moved to Colorado or something. But, yeah, I think they still have some stuff here.
Pitbull Stadium. Come on.
Yeah, you got to do better. I think we could probably.
I think we started something bad with Taylor Swift.
Oh, we did?
Let's just see. What do they call Arrowhead now? GGA or whatever it is?
Yeah.
I think Clark.
Well, he'd take the money. I mean, if you want to call that thing.
Clark Hunt.
Taylor Swift Field, like Arrowhead, Swifty Field at Arrowhead Stadium. They do stuff like that all the time. Like, how much you going to pay me? I think they do that. They'd probably do that. Let's see. Let's see. Megadeth Stadium. That's pretty good.
So did how much did Pitbull pay to have Pitbull Stadium?
Now we got to work.
The other way around
Pitbull
would be you'd have to pay Lady
Stadium.
Gaga or Taylor Swift to have it named after her.
That's
but
true.
I don't know why you do that.
Oh, he paid $6 million. It says right here. Pitbull Stadium in FIU is $6 million a year. A year, boy. Is FIU really giving you that much return? I guess we're talking about it right now, but is it getting that much return on Pitbull Stadium? $6 million bucks a year.
That's not Lane Kiffin School. Lane was at FAU.
Yeah,
Florida
that's right.
Atlantic. This is Florida International.
Yeah, because you know what? That's funny you say that because I was thinking, was that him? But
No,
he's long gone.
He's gone.
Yeah. So anyway, man, you can't go 3 spots without seeing Taylor Swift. It says Taylor Swift fans are convinced her cat made its debut on Travis Kelce's New Heights podcast. I mean, that's what we're doing here. Her cat. We're talking about her cat being on that podcast that just cost Amazon $100 million. Oh my God. Say it isn't true.
Dick Enberg
but it is true.
And Johnny Carson would not refer to that as a cat, John.
If
For
you're
one
part of the Young
time,
Demo,
I
look
used
it up, man.
restraint in my life.
That was amazing that you did that
because
you normally
decided to go more clever and keep it clean.
well
so
done.
I don't get in trouble.
Oh, the Johnny Carson one. That is one
Raquel
plump.
Welch, yeah.
That is amazing.
Go
look it up.
And Dick Edberg on Matt Duffy's Big Cat Skeeter.
Yeah. You know what, man? Do I love Dick Enberg? Was that an old iteration of the show, or did we do? I can't remember when we did that. Did we do that here?
We did it. Yeah, I don't know when we interviewed him.
Yeah,
but the line where the Skeeter line was years later. That was after. That was at his run with the San Diego Padres.
Yeah, but the interview we did with him on one of his last trips to San Francisco, we knew we had to get to him, and so Ogden was our producer at the time, and you and I went and we met him at Oracle Park, and we did the interview with him.
It was great.
He said how he wanted to die.
He wanted to be an octogenarian who was killed by a jealous husband, embedded by a jealous husband.
He was amazing that day.
When Dick did the Padre games, it was back to his roots because he broke into doing the Angels. He did baseball. He was a really good baseball announcer. He came in one time on Chronicle Live, and he came in during the day because he had a night game, and he wore the Bill Blast blazer, and it was Dick Enberg. And we sat, I talked to him for like 30 minutes. One of the most, I think, Michaels has been, I think, because of the longevity of it all, the best television play-by-play football announcer of all time. But I would put Enberg right there. Uncle Dick was so likable.
Oh,
he was
amazing.
great on football.
He was great. All right, that is your sweet, clean, family-friendly Caboose pistol. If anything's happening as far as the 49ers, we've given you the practice squad. Interesting that they would pick up Terrence Marshall, height, speed, weight kind of a guy out of LSU. Not great in Carolina, but certainly has some potential, a former second-round pick. And the guys who are gone, we'll recap all that stuff and any other things. And then stay tuned because Kyle Shanahan is speaking at 2 o'clock and John Lynch at 2:45. Is Brandon Aiyuk going to practice today? He may tell us that at 2. You don't want to miss it. It's Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Thanks so much for joining us. Kyle Shanahan, top of the hour. John Lynch, 2:45. Big story of the day. Mike Garafolo saying from the NFL Network that at least early on, it looked like as they're preparing for the Jets now and camp is over and got the initial 53, plus we have a practice squad as well. A lot of guys coming back. Terrence Marshall, an interesting ad from outside the organization from Carolina. Some guys are gone that Brandon Aiyuk could be practicing today, so maybe we'll find that out at 2 o'clock with Kyle or 2:45 with John, or at the very latest, 3 o'clock with Brandon Aiyuk, and haven't heard much new on Trent Williams. So that's where we stand.
We do, and I'm going to leave here right now and go on, get ready for the Player for a Purpose dinner tonight. The whole squad will be there. We'll see if Brandon Aiyuk shows up, Trent Williams, who knows. So we'll hear from Kyle at 2 o'clock on Aiyuk, and they'll be on the field at 3 o'clock, and then Lynch will give you the whole thing at 2:45 on the roster and where everything is with the practice squad. So Kyle at 2 o'clock, and then Kyle Harrison tonight, John, in Milwaukee, and he has not pitched in a while. They skipped an entire turn for Kyle Harrison. He has not thrown since pitching August the 12th. No, August 19th against the White Sox, right? So it was 9 days ago. So it's been a while for him to reinsert him back in the rotation. So the last few starts, he has gotten his fastball velocity back. The fastball command is not always back, but we'll see exactly, where he's got, where he is tonight. But then Hayden Birdsong will go tomorrow, and we have a day game tomorrow in Milwaukee. So we have exactly a 10-minute show tomorrow. What? We start at 10. We're done at 10:10 tomorrow. Is that amazing?
You can't even clear a throat in 10 minutes.
I can't say my name in 10 minutes.
That's what we're going to have tomorrow.
Is that what we're doing?
That's going to be quick.
Or is Murph and Marcus going to continue their show for 10 minutes? Either way, so it's a dome stadium. We don't have to worry about it. And there was a little bit of rain last night. The ball was flying last night. They left the roof open. It was hot and humid, and they had 3 bombs. So it will be Kyle Harrison, the very rested Kyle Harrison. And that's kind of how he worked when he was in AAA. They'd pitch him like once a week against Fastball Freddie. And he is throwing more than just a fastball, but they got their veteran on the mound tonight, Freddie Peralta.
That is the deal. And just to let people know before we go, practice squad, Isaac Alarcon, who is the part of the NFL International Pathway Program, so he does not count. Defensive linemen, we'll do these in alphabetical. Evan Anderson, Alex Barrett, Jonathan Garvin, all defensive linemen. Sebastian Gutierrez, offensive lineman. Chase Lucas, special teams and corner. Jalen Mahoney, a safety. Tay Martin, wide receiver. T.Y. McGill, defensive lineman. Tanner Mordecai, quarterback. Drake Nugent, of course, played at Stanford and Michigan. Mason Pline, the tight end. Trent Taylor comes back. Tracy Walker, the third safety. Braden Willis, tight end. And they added Terrence Marshall from outside the organization, which is an interesting one, former second-round pick of Carolina. And he's a fast guy, 4.38, is about 6'2", 200 pounds. So he is a big one. They lost Jalen Graham to Washington, Cody Schrader to the Rams, Jarrett Kingston to Carolina, Sam Womack to Indy, and Cam Latu to Cleveland. So that's the deal.
So I was making a mark every name you gave us, starting with Alarcon and all the way to the end, Braden Willis and the acquisition of Marshall. So I count 16. And with Isaac Alarcon being an international pathway program, you get a 17th player. So they have one more spot available on their practice squad. Is that correct, John?
That is correct. So still one more.
Noah, where are you?
That's
not Noah Eagle, Noah Brown. Would you bring in Noah Brown? Where's he at?
I have not heard. I've been scouring because there's a few sites that do a really good job of this. There's a guy named Aaron Wilson who's out of Houston who's usually all over these things. So
did they not bring him back on their practice squad?
Yeah, that's the guy I've been following because he covers the Texans, and so I would have thought that he would have had him up there first. But I've been scouring his feed here, and I don't see anything about him. So that's where we're at. Should be it.
What position group would you want to add one more to the practice squad?
That's a good
question.
Maybe
running back? You got enough running backs in the building?
Never, because it's one cut and go, right? Especially because, as we told you yesterday, they lost Elijah Mitchell. So, yeah, that would be one. I could see that. They got a lot of defensive linemen, a lot of offensive linemen. They don't have a tackle. Like I said, they don't have enough offensive tackle there.
That is interesting. Not one pure guy. Alarcorn's a tackle, but they played him mainly at right tackle, and you wouldn't put him out there against the New York Jets at Monday Night Football. The other old linemen are more guards and centers inside. So that's probably good news regarding Trent Williams, don't you think? So
I would think so.
So Kyle is usually late for these things, and especially when you have – today's a busy day because they got to get – first of all, they got to have all the practice squad. They got to see what players that they had out there that got claimed by other teams. They lost some guys. I think they were hoping to get back on the practice squad and then prepare for practice today. They got the big dinner tonight. And then they got to practice today right after they get done. Normally, Kyle does the Q&A with the media after practice, but today's going to do it before because of the player for a purpose dinner tonight. So in any event, Kyle's usually late. He probably will be late, but when he does start talking at 2 o'clock or thereabouts, we'll take it live with Tolbert and Copes because obviously the first question is going to be, is Aiyuk going to practice today?
Exactly.
In light of Mike Garafolo saying...
Well, are you nervous about that, Greg? Are you? Because, you really put your career on the line here, saying he may practice today. Everybody's anxious about this.
Well, I didn't say it. Mike Garafolo said there was an understanding.
I heard you say it. I heard your lips to my ears.
What did I say? Coach?
I didn't hear the Garafolo part. I was like, Greg's telling us some info.
No,
I'm messing with you.
No, we played the Mike Garafolo sound. He's the one that said it this morning. It was his report. I think he's tight with Ryan Williams there. Actually, I'm hearing now that he's not going to practice, but I really don't know. So we'll see.
This whole thing has been just so
what a mess. This whole thing's a mess.
Well, that's kind of Brandon going, Dave, minute by minute. So Garafolo had the report this morning before we got on the air. What was it, the wording, John? His understanding was that he would practice.
Here it is right
today.
here. He said, at this point, they get into the practice schedule this week, and they're going to practice this afternoon. Sort of the understanding was, and this is where it gets real weird. Sort of the understanding was at this point he would practice.
Yeah, that's from Ryan Williams to John. Said. And, Ryan Williams is represented by John Lynch. So, can your guys start to practice at this point and where they are, as far as getting him an extension? Would he be, if he practices without an extension, is he willing to work under the rookie salary number of 14.1? But we'll find out in minutes if Kyle says it or not, and then actually at 3 o'clock when they practice or he doesn't practice.
So when you hear that, the sort of understanding, and if that is with Ryan Williams,
it's between the agent and John.
Does that sound to you guys like if he's not signed by here, we'll make sure he's back out there type of thing?
No, I think it's I don't know where they are.
Where do you get that sort of understanding?
I think it's encouraging if he does, and it's not if he's not. If he's going to practice, he's going to sign. He's playing
play under the $14.1 million deal.
Which I'd be shocked.
He's already under
contract.
He's under contract for this year.
Yeah, I'd be shocked if he played under that after all this stuff. We
did
all this
for
stuff.
Months, this
no, I know. I agree with you.
So.
But to go back and forth to this extent and all these different things that have been done, and then to just say he's going to play on that, wow.
That would be the most surprising, I think, outcome for sure. Yeah. More so than a trade, more so than signing here and playing here, to play on the tag after all of that. I think that would surprise me the most.
The one thing is if he agreed to that, would they ask on the other side to not franchise tag him?
Yeah, that's a great point.
Then they're letting him go. Because then that number is going to be the average of the top 5.
How does that work, Greg? Do you sign something that says that? Does that get added to a contract?
Yeah.
You put an addendum to his existing contract that you can't franchise tag him. So the top 5 guys now all make over 30. Tyreek John is number 5. Him and Amon-Ra, 4 and 5, they make 30. You've got, 32 and a half, and the deal that CD got, and obviously Justin Jefferson. It may even go higher if Mike Brown gives the extension to Jamar Chase, because he says he wants 1 penny more than Justin Jefferson got.
Crazy. Love that. All right, boys. Kyle is usually late, but we'll let it go because we want the guys to be on time. We want to, just in case Kyle does come on time in the first question, I'm sure because of this Mike Garafolo report, that is Brandon practicing or not. Kyle's going to speak at 2. John Lynch is going to speak at 2:45, and you'll be at the dinner tonight, and you'll give us all the details tomorrow, right?
We will.
Very good. You're looking good. The hair is, I'd call that a 9 out of 10.
Copes is
pretty good,
hairdo.
Pretty good, though. All right, Pop will be down there for that. We're going to let you hear from Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch this hour as well. The boys are coming up next. Thanks to Danny and Walter as well. Great stuff today. Brian Anderson, a lot of fun to talk to, as always, as is Dante Whitner. If you missed any of those things, just go to KNBR.com. Tolbert and Copes now on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Thanks, boys.
The NBA brought him to the Bay, while his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680 Sports Leader.
What's going on? Adam Copeland and Tom Tolbert along shortly here. Tolbert and Copes, an abbreviated show here on a Wednesday afternoon. Joining the show today, we will, well, first and foremost, Kyle Shanahan is going to speak to the media coming up momentarily here. Scheduled to speak to the media at 2 o'clock, usually a few minutes late to the media room on those. So we will get you over live to the Kyle Shanahan presser as soon as he gets to the media room. And then shortly thereafter, John Lynch at 2:45 is going to meet with the media. We'll have both of those live and in their entirety for you right here on The Sports Leader. Also on the show today, Larry Kruger going to join us at 3:30 to talk about some of what's going on with the 49ers roster. I'm sure he'll have some ideas and thoughts about where they should be going with the rest of that practice squad. But again, keep it locked right here. Stream us, twitch.tv/thesportsleader, KNBR.com, the KNBR app, as well as on YouTube. You can be streaming us each and every day. But Kyle Shanahan's going to speak to the media at 2 o'clock and talk about what everybody's wondering. Mike Garafolo, today, you just heard John and Greg talking about it. John read you the tweet there about Brandon Aiyuk's sort of maybe the agreement. The thought was that he would practice today. They said they were treating today like it was week 1 of Jets week. We'll see how that officially plays out. Again, it is a Wednesday. You do a walkthrough type of thing. You'd have a limited contact practices and padded practices for this week, as Kyle told us late last week when we spoke to him. So we'll find out. I assume, and everybody assumes, the first question asked to Kyle Shanahan will be, is Brandon Aiyuk practicing today? Now, Matt Mayoko has put out some stuff today, and a couple other people on the Trent Williams front. Primarily that it's getting real complicated for Trent Williams in terms of the money the 49ers might have to. It's so funny how this works. You hold out, you cost yourself money in mandatory fines, and then because you're renegotiating a contract, the team almost has to overpay to make sure you're getting the value out of said contract for this year. So what Trent Williams is at right now is like $6.25 million in mandatory fines. He was due to make $20 million this year. Now they could move around some of the guaranteed money in the future years, maybe get him up to higher than $30 million, $32 million is what Matt Mayoko was talking about. But it's starting to get funky and a little bit confusing in terms of how much money he's costing himself versus how much the 49ers are going to have to pay him. We've got Kyle Shanahan. We'll take you live to the Kyle Shanahan presser at Levi Stadium.
I haven't got to see him today. Players got in late today. I've been doing the 53 and practice squad and kind of still working on it. But I hope so.
Is your expectation that he will be available to play week 1?
I don't really have any expectation. That's what I'm hoping for.
When you say you hope so, does that mean he has told you that he is going to practice today?
No.
Is there any reason to believe that today would be different than previous weeks?
I don't know. I haven't heard anything. I've been working on the 53, the practice squad. I haven't talked to him. I know he's been cleared by our doctors. So I hope that he's out there practicing today.
Kyle, if he is going to practice today, what limitations do you want to put on him?
We'll just have him go through individual things like that, start running routes with our quarterbacks. Probably won't let him go against guys.
Along those lines, what do you know about his conditioning at this point? What is he been able to do in that regard?
I know what he's told me, but I want to see it though. So that's why we're safe when we pull guys back out there, and that's why we'll ease them in.
Has he done any football-related activities with any representative of the organization in the last month?
No.
Did you have to make any adjustments on the 53? You carried maybe an extra receiver because questions about whether it's picked one?
Yes.
Has this reached a point where he could play on his 5th-year option without a revised contract?
Just like I think I've said from the beginning, it's reached a point where all options could happen, and nothing has changed on that.
Now, what do you think of Terrace Marshall? Once upon a time, he was the best wide receiver prospect in the country, ran in the 4.3s. What do you guys see in him?
I'm excited to get him here in our practice squad. We felt that way with him coming out. We really had him high on our list in college, and to give him the opportunity to come here in practice squad, get a chance to see him, feel he can help our team out.
Since your doctors have said he's healthy, if he refuses to practice, would you discipline him?
I'll deal with that when that happens, if that happens.
So just to clarify, if he practices, that's not any sign that anything's close one way or the other in terms of a contract extension?
No.
After watching Isaac Alarcon in 3 preseason games and training camp, what would you say of him?
I think he's going to help us out on our practice squad. I think he got a lot of playing time, which helped him get better. And, being down on some guys, you got to play a lot more in the game than these preseason games that Alfredo did in the past. And he took advantage of that. And I think that'll allow him to help us more here on the practice squad.
You've been in contact with Trent at all in recent days. At what point does he to show up in order to be able to fight?
That all depends on when we see him, how he looks, how he feels. I haven't talked to him for a number of days. But, Trent will give every day. We'll let it be as close as possible. But we just got to, when we got to get with him, we got to see him, we got to talk to him. Very similar to how we were with Bosa. There wasn't a day that we would put on the calendar would be our last day. You hope it's every day. That's already passed. So each day makes it harder and harder, but you don't really make that decision until you see someone and talk to them.
More difficult for an offensive lineman. You talked earlier at the beginning of the camp that with defensive linemen maybe it was a little easier to miss camp and come in, but how difficult is it for an offensive lineman?
I think all positions are difficult. I would say, in my opinion, and anyone can have a different opinion, I'd say D-line is one of the easier ones. So I would put that ahead of O-line. But the only ones that I would say that are truly easy would be kicker or punter.
You would have 3 offensive tackles on the roster once Trent rejoins. Is that enough? Would you like to have a 4th at some either on the practice squad?
Yeah, of course, you'd always want a 4th. 3's enough if no one ever gets hurt. But you usually don't plan on it that way, and that's why the final 53 is never the final 53, and it's still pretty fluid right now.
Are Brandon Parker and Chris Hubbard possibilities to rejoin at some point?
Yes, they are.
You sounded fairly optimistic about Trent maybe a week ago. Do you still have the same level of optimism that he will?
Yeah, I'm optimistic that things will work out with Trent. I'm not sitting here knowing what day it'll be. I mean, we're getting close to playing a game, so my mind is completely on preparing for a game without those guys. But yeah, I feel when 2 sides want to get a deal done, usually it happens.
You activated Talanoa yesterday. Can you just kind of lay out what the plan is for him over the coming weeks here?
Yeah, it'll be good to get him in practice today. He'll go out with the individual and stuff. We won't throw him in against anybody, but he'll be able to do all the drills and stuff on air with other players and coaches for the first time. And we'll probably do the same thing tomorrow and then evaluate next week. I think Tuesday's our first day, whether we want to get him in going against anyone.
Did Elijah got another hamstring injury, or is it aggravation? How tough is it to see him lose another season?
It's terrible. I think all you guys know how I feel about Elijah, how our whole team does. Elijah's a stud. He's had some real unfortunate injuries that keep happening. And he had a hamstring injury, and it got worse. And the doctor suggested he should have season-ending surgery. And I don't know when he's doing that, but that's what he should do, and he's going to do it. And it was unfortunate to not have him for this year.
Did he re-aggravated on Monday?
Yes.
You used the return from IR designation on Clea Davis. Roster cuts. Why not use both of them at that point?
We will, if we haven't already. I just don't think we've announced it yet. That's why I told Corey to do this 2 hours from now, but he wanted me to do it now. And there's a lot of things fluid, so it's kind of hard to carry conversations about all that stuff. I'm just joking, Corey.
You tell the backup quarterbacks what the order is going to be, or is that going to be a week-to-week thing?
Like I've said, I know we haven't told them. I feel very good about both of them. I think it's they're neck and neck. That hasn't changed. It's been that way for a while. Yeah, I wish it would in terms of so it makes decisions easier on us. But when anything is like that, I won't make a decision until I have to, and I don't think I have to for a little bit.
Weeks where Dobbs runs the scout team or weeks where Allen runs it, depending on what style of quarterback you're going to face that week?
Yeah, I think, when you have guys who are, to me, skill level and giving us a chance to win are very similar, but the ways they do it are slightly different. So those are things that you always look into for the scout team. Those are things that you always look into how our game plan is or what we think we need to beat another team.
Did you get any calls about those guys, trade-wise?
No, we didn't.
How do you feel about the defensive end depth? It seems like you maybe could use another guy there.
I mean, I like the guys that we have. I like the guys that'll be up, and I've liked their depth throughout training camp. So the guys we've got on practice squad, I feel real good about, and I think we got enough in our building to win with and to be able to survive some stuff if we do have an injury.
Is Booney the starting right guard, basically?
Kind of got me on that because we haven't announced anything or told anybody anything, but it's going to be hard to take that from him. That's how he's been playing. That's how we've had the lineup in, and we got 2 practices before we go into next week and really solidify everything. But it would be hard to take that from him in these 2 practices.
Is Berendo the kick returner probably, and Cowling the punt returner?
Well, Isaac tweaked his groin on Monday, so we're hoping to have him back next week. But he definitely, as you guys saw in the game he played, he's got a chance to do that. Same with Jake. I could say Jake is doing that right now, but we got to make sure that Isaac's healthy for next week.
Booney, did he surprise you?
Who's that?
Booney, did he surprise you that he could?
Anybody who comes in and gets that opportunity because of a couple injuries and kind of looks the part right away and stays that way. That always does surprise me. It usually takes guys some time and stuff, and we believed he could do it, but how quickly he's done it, how comfortable he's been in camp and these 3 preseason games is always a little surprising. But never would have counted him out for that. That's why we like to say we drafted him. But it's been really a credit to him how ready he's been, and hopefully that continues throughout the year.
Is Banks on track to be back?
Yeah, Banks should be back on Tuesday. Guys good? All right, guys.
As the voice of Kyle Shanahan, head coach of the 49ers, we got a lot to get into there. Primarily the question about whether or not Brandon Aiyuk would practice today. Kyle says he was not told by Aiyuk that he'd practice today, but says that if he did, that is not an indication of any extension. We'll connect with Tom Tolbert. You will also, by the way, hear from 49ers general manager John Lynch in about a half hour. Keep it locked right here, streaming twitch.tv/thesportsleader, KNBR.com, the app, and on YouTube. More from Kyle Shanahan, Brandon Aiyuk, no confirmation yet. Practice does start at 3 o'clock. We'll get more into that next, only here on The Sports Leader. Forty-Niners head coach Kyle Shanahan met with the media just minutes ago. When asked whether or not Brandon Aiyuk would practice today, he said, quote, "I hope so." We'll get more into that. Give us your thoughts on Brandon Aiyuk's practice availability and whether or not he'll be ready week 1 against the Jets on our socials at KNBR.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. They're Tolbert and Caboose, and they're back on The Sports Leader. Find us on Insta at KNBR on Instagram. This is KNBR 104.5 at 680.
Are you practicing today?
I hope so. I actually haven't got to see him today. Players got in late today. I've been doing the 53 and practice squad and kind of still working on it, but I hope so.
Is your expectation that he will be available to play week 1?
I don't really have any expectation. That's what I'm hoping for.
When you say you hope so, does that mean he has told you that he is going to practice today?
No.
Is there any reason to believe that today would be different than previous weeks?
I don't know. I haven't heard anything. I've been working on the 53, the practice squad. I haven't talked to him. I know he's been cleared by our doctors, so I hope that he's out there practicing today.
Tolbert and Caboose, Wednesday afternoon. That was 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan just minutes ago speaking to the media down at Levi Stadium on Brandon Aiyuk after there was reports from Mike Garafolo of the NFL Network that he may be ready to go today and that he may be on the field today. There was video of him earlier today walking, like there's a bunch of guys out of the practice field, and he looked like he was just kind of arriving, saying what's up to guys, still had a bag on, but wasn't wearing pads and was not dressed for practice. But Kyle there, Tom, saying he hopes so. Well, does that mean that he's going to practice today? Well, no, he hasn't told me that. Well, when you say you hope, does that mean that the whole thing about is there anything different today? A whole bunch of back and forth there. But really the big news is his back is good to go, cleared by the doctors, Tom, which is good news for Brandon Aiyuk.
What?
But also that Kyle says he has no expectation, which may very well mean that they're ready to go or they're preparing for week 1, is that they're not going to have those two guys.
He must have taken some Dones medicated pills. I still don't know how those work.
Maybe some Bayer?
I don't know how Dones know that they're supposed to go to your back.
Yeah.
I don't know that. I don't know how they, hey, let's take care of the shoulder. No, hey, we're back medication, pal. We don't do the shoulder. We just do the back. We bypass everything, go to the back. I don't know. I need a doctor to explain that one. It doesn't, look, here's what I want to hear, and here's when I want to talk about Aiyuk. He signed, he decided to play on his 5th year, or he's traded. I don't care that I don't care what Garofalo has to say. I don't care what Schefter has to say. I don't care what any of them have to say. I don't care if he takes them off his Christmas list. I don't care if he shows up with a bag. I don't care if he shows up with a backpack. I don't care if he shows up with cleats on or loafers on or Vans on or boots on. I don't care. Just give me those 3 things. He signed, he's going to play his 5th year, or he's traded. Period. That's all I want to hear about him. I'm done. Done.
Well, if he practiced today, and I wonder, eventually they'll just say, yeah, we're not going to reach an agreement, and he'll play on this 5th year if and when that becomes a reality. I mean, $14 million is what he'd make this year if he played on the 5th year option. And when I was in the face-off with Greg and John, we were saying, you wonder if he agrees. To me, that's the least likely of scenarios. Of the 3, that would surprise me the most at this point. That he didn't reach an agreement on any of these fronts, that he didn't accept a trade to any of those places where he could have gotten paid a lot more. Plays on the option, which is a big risk for him, of course. But they were saying that if he did do that, you'd have to believe there was some indication that, or some want on his end, that they would guarantee a no tag on the backside of this season, which you can do. You can negotiate that.
I don't know why they even, it's funny because I was like, I wonder, why do they even have the 5th year? And they're probably like, because if it was only 4 years, they would do this in year 3.
Yeah.
And they're absolutely right. I start giving out guaranteed contracts. Give a 4-year guaranteed contract. I mean, that's the way to work your way around it. But, of course, they don't want to do that. And I know a lot of people are saying, well, look, he's under contract. Trent Williams under contract, like 2 or 3 more years under contract. What's he doing? Well, let's not forget Eric Armstead was under a contract for another year, and the Niners said, see ya. So teams do this all the time. You have a contract. It's not guaranteed. They come to you and they say, hey, we need you to take a pay cut. And you can say, yeah, cool, or no. And if you say no, well, then you get cut. And guess what? You had a contract. So to me, it's one-sided when you say, hey, you have a contract, fulfill the contract. Teams don't do it. Teams cut guys all the time that are under contract. They're just not guaranteed contracts. So that's the key, is getting the guaranteed contracts, getting more guaranteed money, and making sure years are guaranteed. But they don't want to do that because football is a violent sport. Guys get hurt, and you're stuck with the bag of this money, and the guy can't play anymore. I mean, with basketball and baseball, and even hockey, I guess, there's a reasonable expectation you can finish most of the games, and you're not going to have a catastrophic injury where you're going to be out all year. So guaranteed contracts.
Football, nobody has to touch you, and it might happen. Yeah.
Nope, you don't get it. So I just, it can't be, well, you signed a contract, honor it, and then the teams can go, well, yeah, we signed the contract too. We're not going to honor it. We're going to cut you unless you take a pay cut. This is the way it works in the NFL. It just is. So hopefully they'll both be there. It'd be awesome if they were. I kind of feel the same way he does. Like, you hope, but you don't really have any expectations. And he really can't have any expectations because he's got to concentrate.
He does
on
have to focus on the game plan.
They're actually
roster.
there.
Yeah, I would like him to.
Exactly. It's like these are my guys. This is what I'm going to battle with. This is what I'm focusing on. The other stuff, yeah, I'm sure he's kept abreast of what's going on, of course, but he can't concentrate on that. That's what John Lynch does. I mean, that's what the front office does. That's what they do. Their job, to me, is more important during the offseason. During the regular season, a lot of the front office, I mean, you just kind of watch at that point. I mean, there are people to pick up. There are trades that happen occasionally in the NFL, stuff like that. But, for the most part, you're just kind of watching. I mean, your job is the draft and the offseason. So this is the front office's job to do. And, again, I'm sure Kyle, of course, is going to be kept abreast of what's going on. But he's a coach. He's got a job to do. He's got to get him ready for the Jets now. Camp's over. Time to get him ready for the Jets.
Tolbert and Cubs is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Redwood Credit Union offers auto loans with competitive rates and personalized service because your journey matters. Redwood Credit Union, for all that you love. If you're just joining us, Kyle Shanahan met with the media just a little while ago. It's about 2:03 this afternoon, about 20 minutes ago, and said no indication to him yet that Brandon Aiyuk is practicing. He's hopeful. He was asked also if he does practice, is that any indication of any extension? And he simply said no. No, it's not. So there you go. He's been cleared by the doctors, and they asked if he was out there, what would he be doing today? How would you ramp him back up? He said he'd do individual drills, probably run routes with quarterbacks, but not go up against anybody. And on the expectation he'll be ready to play week one, he said, I have no expectations, which is probably smart for him at this point. A couple other injury things in terms of Aaron Banks, Elijah Mitchell, his status. Isaac Guerrero, I guess, had a little bit of a tweak. We'll tell you about that in just a couple of minutes. But John Lynch is going to speak to the media himself. We'll hear from him live here on KNBR at 2:45. We'll get you back out to Levi Stadium for the entirety of the John Lynch press conference, and maybe we'll get more on what's going on with Trent Williams and Brandon Aiyuk. But in terms of Aiyuk, I'm doubtful that we'll get more information on that. Now, what's interesting is Kyle's attitude and his tone about the Trent Williams situation a little bit different. We'll tell you about that, and we'll play that sound for you when we come on back. Tolbert and Copes, no word on Aiyuk on the practice field as it stands right now. We'll tell you what he said about Trent next on the Sports Leader.
Catch KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Yeah, I'm optimistic that things will work out with Trent. I'm not sitting here knowing what day it'll be. I mean, we're getting close to playing a game, so my mind is completely on preparing for a game without those guys. But yeah, I feel when two sides want to get a deal done, and usually it happens.
That was the voice of Kyle Shanahan about a half hour ago, speaking to the media at Levi Stadium. Did not say the optimism word about, or did not use that word talking about the Brandon Aiyuk situation. He used hope in terms of practice today for Trent Williams being out there. I'm optimistic that we'll get a deal done. When both sides want to get a deal done, usually that happens.
Yeah, hope isn't a game plan.
No.
It's not a game plan.
Optimism is not necessarily a game plan, but it means something's working. Something feels good.
Yeah, that feels different. Feels different. Hope feels like, I don't know if it feels like just hopelessness. Like, I don't know what we're doing. I mean, I know what we're doing, but I don't know what they're doing. I mean, I guess I kind of know what, I don't know. I just hope he signs. I'm in the hope phase right now. I just hope. I just want it to be done. Just move on. Let's go.
But we want it to be done for different reasons, too. Like, we're we're at the mercy of Brandon Aiyuk just waiting around. You think he's been waiting, and you guys are fans waiting. I mean, there's nothing coming out of this thing.
I'll just throw this in there. This is a little, not quite off topic, but when it comes to, like, fantasy football, if Aiyuk hasn't signed, what does that do to his draft position in fantasy drafts?
Well, we have a draft Sunday night, right?
Yeah. Do people still take him? Like, where he's slotted to go, which is like third round, end of second, third, or do you wait a little bit and say, I don't know when he's going to play, and I don't know how healthy he's going to be when he does play. I'm just curious how people.
I would say this.
People might look at that.
I would say that in normal drafting of like Debo and Aiyuk, and they're going pretty close to each other, I think, in terms of where they're slotted. I would almost always, if things were normal, pick Aiyuk first. But because he's not there, even if he does sign, like if he signs this week, I think it'd still go like. Early in the season, you might get more usage out of Debo, might get some carries out of him, rushing. Like, again, it might be a wash anyway when it comes down to fantasy points at the end of the year. Yep. But right now, I don't have as much confidence. I'd rather take the guy who I know has been there the entire camp and is right now the number one, which is Debo.
Yeah, I'm just curious because I had no idea how people might react to that and that might fall, because I was wondering the same thing about CeeDee Lamb, but he's signed now and should be good to go, but again, I said this, I remember saying it with Robbie Ray. When guys are out a long time and they're not working out with the team, and Robbie Ray did have a pretty good ramp up in the minors, but when you're holding out, holding in, whatever, and you come back, it takes a little while. Remember, it took Nick Bosa a little while to get going last year. Debo didn't even have a very good year after, and his holdout wasn't even a long one. So it can affect players differently. You don't know. Like there's that unknown factor of how a player is going to be the first week, the first 4 weeks. Is he a bigger injury risk going into the season? I know he's in great shape. I don't think there's any doubt about that. But talked about it yesterday. It's just different. In every sport, it's different. You need those calluses, whatever calluses are provided by each sport. You need those. And to think you can just like work out and all of a sudden show up. Like I worry a little bit about Trent Williams too. I think he's going to be in fantastic shape. I mean, that guy's always in really good shape. But, you get a little bit older. You're not out there doing it. It's just, it's not, let's put it this way. The offseason is not ideal for the 49ers.
No, it's not big great. I was playing golf this morning at Golden Gate Park, and this guy I was playing with was he's from Texas. He's been out here for a long time, but he's from Houston area, so he's a Texans fan, and he's hyped. And we were talking D'Amico Ryans and the moves that they made this offseason. He goes, you guys got to be excited as Niner fans. And I was like, that's the first time somebody like outside of the Niner fan kingdom has said anything to me about whether or not I was excited for the season. I was like, right now, I can't tell you that excitement is the right word. I really, to your point, I hope this thing gets settled, because then you can have real hope and excitement for what the season offers. But right now, there's so many question marks and unknowns. Ricky Pearsall is going to be, you would hope, a factor. Hasn't seen the field yet. You know what I mean? In a preseason game or as a professional. So you've got a rookie kick returner in Isaac Guerrero who's going to be out there. They believe tweaked his ankle on Monday, they say. So he's hoping he'll be available for next Monday's game against not next Monday, the Monday after, the 9th against the Jets. But Jacob Cowan could be out there as well. Aaron Banks, who had the finger surgery, he's going to be back next week, so that's a positive thing as well. And how about the Elijah Mitchell injury. I guess he retweaked it on Monday, and Kyle was saying he's going to have season-ending surgery on the hamstring.
Man.
Which is what, so it's like and he was like, how much we like him and love him. I mean, he was a big part of this backfield. What's interesting is they lost Jacob Schrader. Or is that Corey Schrader, excuse me. Corey
the
Schrader.
running back, running back from Missouri.
Yeah.
Okay.
Went to the Rams in division. They opted to keep Patrick Taylor Jr. was the guy they opted to keep instead of him, who's got a couple more years of experience. But I thought that was a little interesting. And by the way, yesterday you had Sean McVay saying that Kyron Williams was going to kick return for them. I was like, your starting running back's going to be your kick returner.
Really?
And now that they've and punt returner, they said. But now that they've picked up Schrader, maybe you see him working some returns for them as well. We'll see what happens. But
who's their backup? Corum?
Is that Blake Corum?
I think Corum's with I think he's with the Rams. Yeah,
Ronnie Rivers or somebody.
Oh, the old Aztec. I believe he went to San Diego State. But yeah, this is the most pessimistic. Maybe the right word, may not be. I'm not sure, but the most pessimistic I've felt about the Niners going into the season.
Least excited in the last few years. Yes.
Yeah, and not like pessimistic as they're going to suck, because they're going to be really good. But I like in the last 3 or 4 seasons, I was like, this team's going to be really good. It's a really good football team, and I would expect they're going to get to the playoffs and go deep into the playoffs. I don't have the same feeling that I've had before, just because of all the unanswered questions and all the distractions they've had during the offseason. I mean, the talent is there. There's no doubt about it. And they're one of the best teams in football. There's no doubt about that. I mean, look at the Super Bowl odds. I think they're second. I think the Chiefs are first, they're second. So they're expected to win a lot of football games and vie for a championship again, which is what you'd expect with that roster. And we don't even know, maybe Brock Purdy hasn't even reached the level he's going to reach. And if he's like better than he was last year, then look out. I mean, the team's going to be really tough to stop with or without Aiyuk. But it's just, again, I use the term noisy. Just a noisy offseason.
Well, too noisy.
And yeah, that's not what you want. You want it to go smoothly. You just want everything like flowing, and camp comes and you're done, and the injuries are good. You just head your way, steam your way into the regular season. But this has been very turbulent, I think is a good word.
Well, and it's too noisy for a fan and for an organization, to your point, that, it should be all about how good this team is going to be, an opportunity to go back to another NFC championship and another potential Super Bowl after losing last year. But so much, it feels like, has overshadowed that none of that has even been a statement, because until the team is together again, that can't really be the focus of where this team is going, because it's a different team without Trent Williams and Brandon Aiyuk out there. Still no word on if Brandon Aiyuk is on the practice field. It starts in about 20 minutes at 3 o'clock. Kyle Shanahan, who met with the media about 40 minutes ago, did say that he was hopeful Aiyuk would be out there, but no indication that today would be any different. And if he does practice, that is not an indication that any extension or agreement has been worked out. He has been cleared by the team doctors. Trent Williams, he said he's optimistic that they'll get a deal done, because when two sides want to get a deal done, they usually do. The general manager of the 49ers, John Lynch, is going to meet with the media at 2:45. 2:45, we'll have it for you in its entirety right after this break, right here on The Sports Leader. Kyle Shanahan said he is optimistic that they will reach a deal with Trent Williams, though he has not yet reported over $6 million in mandatory fines. More on that is available now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tolbert and Copes Wednesday afternoon. We do have Giants pregame coming up at 4:10. We will hear from Larry Krueger, who was at the Kyle Shanahan press conference that went down about 45 minutes ago, and John Lynch's press conference. He'll be there momentarily, and we'll get you live out to Levi Stadium to hear from 49ers general manager John Lynch. Kyle Shanahan said a little while ago, optimistic about the Trent Williams situation. Something that's come up on social media in the last few minutes, Tom, is because Kyle said Brandon Aiyuk, and we don't know yet if he's back at practice. He said he was hopeful. Said he has been cleared by our doctors. That means gone are the days of the not practicing and not getting fined for it. Once the doctors have cleared you,
Correct.
They say you're good to go. You can't say I've got an injury. We've got John Lynch at the podium. We'll send you out to Levi Stadium.
National reports or suggestions that Brandon Aiyuk was going to practice today. To your knowledge, is he going to be out there?
We'll see. I think you'll see right with me. I know he's here today, and that's the expectation.
When was the decision made, and when was he examined to make sure to see if his back?
We don't get into those details. That's medical stuff, and but he has been cleared, and we're ready to roll.
The only dynamic that's changed here that would make him practice today?
Yeah, in theory, yeah.
If he does not practice, chooses not to, will he?
Then we'll deal with that.
You told us you're impatient and this thing's really dragged on. Is this just driving you crazy?
Yeah, fortunately, there's 90 players here. There's preseason games. There's the work of getting better, and that goes into putting a team together. But no question about it, when you've got some of your better players, two of them in particular, that aren't out there, and that's your job. Yeah, you take a lot of pride in that, and I think. One thing, we got a lot of really good players, and we've rewarded a lot of good players, and that makes things tougher at times. But, I remain optimistic. We'll find a way to put the best squad out there, and really happy with where this team's at and, what we do have to offer. The players out here that have been here are working really hard. We got a lot of love for the two guys that aren't, and we'll continue to work on that to try to bring that to a resolution.
The Trent situation?
No, there's no updates there. I mean, there's good communication. We're constantly working, throwing out ideas to try to have a breakthrough, and it just hasn't happened yet.
Is there good communication between you and Brandon?
Yeah, there's communication, and it's been ongoing. With Brandon, with his representative, and on that one as well. We just haven't been able to break through.
I asked this to Kyle a couple weeks ago. With this team as close to a Super Bowl as you obviously were last year, can you say that the franchise is putting up enough money or financial commitment to make sure you have the best chance this year?
Yeah. Well, first of all, Tim, I don't think you can ever make an assumption that you're ready for a Super Bowl. You got to earn that every year. Nothing is given in this league, and we have a very talented team. We have a very proven team that's won a lot of games, but this is a new team. We like our team. We feel like we've improved. This team has never fallen short on resources. Since we've been here, we've been one of the top spenders in the league. And I think there's reason for that. We've got a lot of good players. Our talent acquisition has worked, whether it be through the draft, whether it be through trade. And as a result, we've had a lot of top players in their leagues at their respective positions. So that's a good thing, but it does make things tougher. Those are our challenges. Those are the things we have to deal with.
Back to Trent Williams. Has he threatened to retire at any point in this?
I'm not getting into. I've always said that personal conversations and things like that aren't ever going to get told to everyone. Those are private conversations, so I won't get into private conversations that Trent and I and Trent and our organization have had.
John, given your friendship relationship with Brandon's agent, have that changed the dynamic at all? Have you had to step aside at all through this?
No, you never know how that's going to play out. Ryan was he's my marketing guy for a bunch of years. A lot of people say he's your agent. Well, my last couple deals I've done with Jed directly. That's how I've handled my business. So that's worked well for me. There is a friendship there. But I've got a lot of friendships in this league with agents and that have developed over time.
It seems like you saw this standoff with Brandon Aiyuk coming a few months ago. Did the Trent Williams situation surprise you?
I don't know that I saw the standoff with Brandon. I saw a situation that we were going to have to deal with, and man, we've been trying for a long time. We don't get paid to try; we get paid to do. And I'll take accountability for anything that hasn't happened, but I won't stop continuing to fight to find the best resolution, whatever that may be. The Trent situation. Things come up, and this has, come up. Trent's a fantastic player. He's a tremendous leader on this team. I will never fall short on my praise of Trent and what he's meant to this place. It was a great day, when I got that call from Rivera saying that they would do that trade, and he's been incredible since he's been here. So we value Trent. We love Trent. We want Trent here, and I'm hopeful that can happen soon.
Brandon has gotten to a point of you're waiting to see if he'll practice today. It sounds like he could be disciplined if he doesn't start practicing. It doesn't sound great. Are you disappointed it's kind of got to this level?
Yeah, sure. But, I've seen these things look dire before, and they can quickly turn. So that gives you hope, that we've been in these situations before, and those things can quickly be forgotten. So, we'll remain hopeful.
Was it communicated to Brandon's camp at any point, say in the last few weeks, that he would be expected to practice starting?
Yeah, I'm not going to get into our communication again, but there's, at some point you got to play.
John, is the addition of Marshall in any way Aiyuk insurance? They play kind of boundary X receiver spots.
That's just a good football player. We were very fortunate to get in the building. I don't know what went on in Carolina. I know that I got on the phone with Terrence along with Leonard Hankerson and Kyle, and just told him about the way we do things, what we thought of him coming out of college, and that this could be a great landing spot for him. He's going to have to earn everything, but it's a fun place for receivers to come and thrive. And whatever your best is, I think you'll find it here. So we're excited for that opportunity, excited for our practice squad. It's tough to lose players. I think, Schrader, man, I love that kid and everything he represented. And the way he attacked it, Sammy Womack had a really good offseason, was proud of him. I think we're deeper than we've been at corner, and so those are tough decisions that you have to make. One more, Jarrett Kingston. Jarrett was doing some really good things. You can't keep everyone. Really proud of this rookie draft class. There's been some injuries, but I think we're getting healthy. And we got the right type of people, the right type of players that are fits here. They're going to help us a lot. So a lot to be happy with our roster. We'll continue to work to get it complete, and can't wait for Levi's to be rocking here. And what are we, 10 days out, 9 days out? It's coming.
At tight end, it seemed like when you drafted Cam Loxley last year, you knew that he might be a bit of a project. Did that go more slowly than you expected? Why cut ties with him 2 years in?
Yeah, Cam did a great job, Matt. Had 2 knee surgeries in his time here, but couldn't have asked for anything more in terms of his work ethic. I think we just kind of you fall into some good players. Tolbert is a guy that we went out and got in free agency. Really has been a nice find for us, both at tight end and at special teams. Jake Tonjes has been really, I'd say, a surprise, and played really well. Braden Willis was a tough cut, but he's back on our practice squad. So I think there was just tough competition, and Cam can do a lot of good things. I saw he landed in I believe Cleveland's practice squad, and I'm excited for him and his opportunities. I mean, the thing everyone liked about Cam coming in is he could do a little bit of everything, and it takes. I mean, I always tell players it took me until my 3rd year to start in this league. And things went pretty well. So it happens at different times for different players. You want to be able to hold on, but when you've got a roster, sometimes you got to make tough decisions, and that was certainly a tough one because Cam gave us everything he had.
I don't think we've seen the final 53-man moves yet today, but are you still planning on keeping Logan Thomas around that room?
We'll see. You know, Logan's a guy that unfortunately had a hamstring injury during camp. And, you know, we like what Logan brings to the table. And you know, we're in contact with him. We'll see what breaks. There's still a couple more final practice squad spots.
Earlier today on KNBR, Dante Whitner said that tonight he's going to watch film with Malik Mustafa and trying to get him ready for week 1. You know, you're a Hall of Fame safety. Would you watch film with Mustafa? Can you help bring him along? I mean, he's a talented guy.
He's doing all right, man. He's, you know, it's always awesome when you think you see something on film and then you see it in person and it's even better. And, you know, Kyle talks a lot about something that I tried to live my career. You want to play with no hesitation. And when Malik sees something, he goes and gets it. And he can go get it in a hurry. And it's not perfect yet. It shouldn't be perfect. He's a rookie. But, man, he's been impressive. He's going to make an impact on this team. I think we can all see that. He plays fast. He plays physical. He's a Niner. And we're really excited about what's to come. And, you know, he's got a long way to go. Malik knows that. But he's a worker. Danny Bullocks is doing a really good job. Love that guys like Dante are around. But I like Malik's a historian, too. You know, Ronnie was over here a couple weeks ago. And, man, he was like a kid in a candy store. Seeing Ronnie Lott. Some of the guys, embarrassingly enough, didn't know who he was. Malik sure knew who he was. Yeah.
You made roster moves today to the 53-man?
Nothing today. Yeah.
How filling is it to see Pony? Looks like Kyle basically said he's a starting record to say for sure, but
yeah, I'll leave that to Kyle. But he's been really good too.
Yeah. Rendo's a little banged up, but to see this draft class kind of produce immediately. What's that been like?
We thought we really hit on this draft class, and that remains to be. I always tell people, ask me a couple years down the line. But, yeah, I mean, Ricky's going to be a really good football player. He's had some health challenges. Ricky's a good player. Pooney, the way he stepped in. Renardo Green, he's everything we thought he would be. He gets up, he competes, he's sticky. Pooney stepping right in. What we loved about Pooney was his versatility. He played a lot of different spots, played a lot of football. But, man, that's a guy that, like, you know, I'd be lying if I haven't said he's better than what I even thought he might be, you know, because there's always our style, the way we get out and run. There's a little, it takes a little time, but he just took to it. And he's still got a lot more in the tank. And so he's doing a really good job. Our 3 4th-rounders, Garindo, Mustafa, and Cowing, all of them explosive, bring speed. They're playmakers. So these guys are all doing really well. We're proud of this group, but they got a long way to go.
Was there in Kingston, and obviously not being able to keep him on that 53-man, was that a numbers issue up front, or were you guys more focused on keeping experienced linemen ahead of?
We wanted to. It just ran out of numbers. You play the waiting game and think maybe we can sneak them through. It didn't work. So those ones hurt.
Along those lines, how relieved were you that you were able to bring back Drake Nugent, the center?
Drake's doing a really nice job. You know, he's shown that it's not too big for him at this level. Center's a tough position because there's a lot mentally put on him. Drake's done a really nice job there, and he'll be on our practice squad, have every opportunity to get better. But we're happy to have him in the building.
Is there a trepidation to expose Mordecai to waivers, and how did that quarterback discussion go? We feel like we have 4 really good ones, and unfortunately, or maybe a good thing for us, Tanner didn't get as many reps in the preseason as we would have liked for him to get, because I think the 2 guys that Dobbs and Brandon were fighting out that, and so we wanted to let that play out. Tanner's a talented kid, and we're happy that he's on our practice squad, and we're excited to work with him.
Do you guys have a time frame for when Huff would be capable of going and playing in a game?
Going to be judicious, going to be smart. He's done a fabulous job, with his rehab, and he's been doing everything he can to the side. Today's a big step. Get him back at practice. I think Kyle said earlier, we'll get him through individual. Won't throw too much. He kind of like to phase that in. And, will he be ready week 1? Not sure. I think it's going to be tight. But, I think it's telling that we made the decision not to keep him on PUP, bring him off. And we expect him somewhere early in the season. So I'm real proud of Huff and his progress. He makes us a better team. So it'd be great to have him.
You guys kept Feliciano on the roster. Kyle said, I think it was last week, that he's dealing with some injuries and it might be a couple of weeks that he might be IR designated. What went into the decision to put him on the 53?
Well, when you do that IR to return, you have to put him on for a day, and so that's what we did with John, and we'll have that opportunity to bring him back at some point. Yeah. All right, guys. Thank you very much.
As 49ers general manager John Lynch, and a lot of stuff to get to. I mean, he was asked many more questions, it seemed, about Trent and Brandon Aiyuk than Kyle Shanahan was. Kyle told us that he was hopeful. He said, I hope so, when asked whether or not Aiyuk would practice. Practice getting going in about a minute or so. So the media is going to head out there. We should know momentarily whether or not Brandon Aiyuk is out there. I guess, Tom, my number one takeaway here is John's tone around the Brandon Aiyuk situation. He sounded upset. He sounded not upset. He sounded frustrated. He hates that he still has to talk about this stuff. And when it came to asking about whether or not he would be out there, he said, we'll see. And then he said, that's the expectation. And basically said the same thing Kyle did about being cleared medically. They've been able to get rid of some of those fines for Brandon Aiyuk. He's been able to do that hold in. At some point, he said, you got to play football, which John Lynch is one of the hardest hitters of all time. He said, at some point, you got to play. And that's kind of where they are. This is the leverage the Niners have. If he wants to hold out, it'll now cost him money if he does not want to practice. And they said, both Kyle and John, if it comes to that, we'll deal with it when we get to that process.
Yeah, he wasn't going to get into that, obviously, but that was the one thing that really jumped out at me when he just said, at some point you got to play.
Yep.
So I think that says, without actually saying it, that, yeah, if he's cleared to play and he's not practicing, well, then fines are probably coming, or fines are coming. And, the rules are there for a reason. So I don't know if that makes it any harder to get a deal done, but you can't start, start breaking. Well, you know what? I know rules are different. I've been a part of them. I understand it, but there's some rules you just can't say, okay. Because then the next guy that holds out, he's going to say, we didn't find him.
Set a precedent, yeah.
Well, yeah. So those would be my expectations. If he's healthy and he's not practicing, then he's going to start getting fined. He knows that. He knows the rules. His agent knows the rules. So it is what it is. And yeah, you could sense the frustration. No doubt about it.
I kind of got a kick out of it too because he was asked about Trent Williams. He said no update on Trent. Pretty quickly, He said there's been a lot of good communication, a lot of really, really good communication. Then the follow up was, has there been good communication with Brandon? And he said there's been communication. So I went, okay, it's a little bit more tenuous or stressful of a situation potentially. But we'll talk more about some of this stuff. As far as Hufanga goes, this is a big step for him today. And again, they did not put him on the PUP, meaning they're hopeful, I'm sure, that he's going to be available within the first 4 games. But today's a big step after he got through the individual workouts. The other thing with Trent Williams is he would not say, which is fine, not talking personal conversations and how you're negotiating, but he was asked whether or not Trent had ever threatened to retire. And I thought, well, he has to. If that's the only leverage Trent Williams has, is, well, then I just won't play football anymore. As David Lombardi said to us yesterday, he's got himself a private jet. I think he'll be okay if he decides not to play this year. But again, the tone around Trent Williams, even with how Kyle spoke about it relative to how John spoke about it, it just sounds different. And I think that's why all of our feeling is different.
Yeah, I agree with that. Absolutely.
What did you think about Tim Kawakami's question about the organization putting up the money to win? I thought this was an interesting one. He said, when you have a team that is ready for a Super Bowl, don't you feel the organization should be doing everything it can? That's the Joe Lacob logic, right? In spending what you have to spend and paying that luxury tax, whatever it is you've got to do. It's different in the NFL, of course, but in saying, shouldn't you just be paying everything you can because this team's ready for a Super Bowl? And John, with a pretty good answer from a player's side of things, saying you have to earn that right every year. That said, you're pot committed, right? I mean, that's kind of where you are.
Yeah, I get what he was asking, and you said it. It's totally different than the NBA because the NBA you can go into the luxury tax, you can go across the salary.
Talking
cap.
Aprons,
we're talking aprons. There are no aprons. Okay, you're cooking. You got shorts and a t-shirt. That's it. You got no apron.
Bacon splatters. It's frying you.
You slop on it, man. It's just like you better go get it in the wash quick. So they have that to contend with, and that's a consideration when you have a roster like they have moving forward. So, yeah, I think they do want to pay what it takes to win a Super Bowl, but it comes to a point where you're like, okay, we're not going to go – it's not that we're not going to go this far because they could afford it if they wanted to, but you can't start giving in to everybody. And, reading Tim's article, it sounded like – Bosa kind of took him to the woodshed last year, and they didn't really have much of a choice. And I think what they're saying now is, look, we do have a choice. We have a choice. We don't have to have you guys. Now, I would argue Trent Williams is somebody they have to have, but Brandon Aiyuk, you need to win, to have a good chance. I shouldn't say good chance to win a Super Bowl, a better chance to win a Super Bowl, because no one's going to argue they're better off without him. But I still think they can win it without him. Bosa and Williams, I would say no. Their chances dim considerably without those two guys. So, it's not just, hey, give him what he wants. It's okay. We want to do right by the players, and they have done right by the players. It's just we want to do right, but we're not just going to give in to you and give you, what you're asking for. I mean, this is negotiations. The Niners are trying to get a good deal for them and still do right by Aiyuk, and Ayuk's trying to get the most money he can. That's it. And I don't blame either side for the way they're going about it. It's just, my goodness. It's talking about dragging on.
Yeah.
This is getting to a point where you're like, it's like watching a series where it runs 2 seasons too long. You're like, you should have cut that. That season's garbage. Yeah. That was horrible.
Lost? That's what we're talking about?
Yeah, that's what this is feeling like.
Messy? Yeah.
Like we're into the last season of this. We're like, yo, man, this should have been handled a long time ago. But again, I can say it should have been handled without blaming anybody, because I don't think really anybody is at fault, and I don't know the particulars. So yeah, just we're on Panda Watch. We're on Aiyuk Watch for practice field. Is Aiyuk going to practice? He did. What does that mean? Absolutely nothing.
Well, my feeling is that we're going to see him now in some capacity. And who knows? John said that's the expectation, but it also sounds like this is the 49ers drawing a line in the sand saying, okay, now we're a week out or 2 weeks out from the start of the season. Now we need to start implementing game plans. You're healthy. You're under contract. If you're not going to be here, it's going to cost you, because you're expected to be here and play. And just because you have decided you haven't gotten the contract you wanted, we're under contract right now. And so we'll see what happens with the franchise tag situation. Again, if you're just joining us.
And to watch.
Thank you, Brian Fantana. Kyle Shanahan says he hopes Brandon will be out there, but had not spoken to him. He said prior to practice when he met with the media, John Lynch said, we'll see, but then said that's the expectation in terms of whether or not he thought Brandon Aiyuk would be out there. The other thing that's weird is you said, like, in terms of Tim Kawakami's piece about them spending all the money they can to make sure this team has its best opportunity to win. I'm with you on the Trent Williams factor, and you don't really have another choice. I mean, you can go with a weaker offensive line, and I don't know that you can get to a Super Bowl without Trent. You have one of the weaker offensive lines in the NFC, probably, right?
Yeah.
Without Nick Bosa, same thing. So you said he took him to the woodshed last year. They didn't have an option. In terms of Brock Purdy, that may be the similar or asimilar situation next offseason. You don't have a choice. That's just what you have to pay for that premium position. The weirder part about the Aiyuk one is there were other avenues and other options, and if we're to believe some of these other avenues were pursued in terms of the Patriots offer, the Steelers offer, the Browns offer, all that stuff is the 49ers covering their bases, doing what they could do, and they've gone that route before with a guy like DeForest Buckner. They didn't execute the pick well for Javon Kinlaw with that first-round selection, but they got back what they needed, got a guy to go somewhere that he was happy to go. It feels to me like Ayuk's got one team in mind or two teams in mind. Neither of them are on the table for him right now, or he wants the money and he just wants it to be here. Wants his cake and eat it too, but it just feels like if that's the case, you're not going to get what you want. Not everybody's going to be happy with that deal, and I think both sides come out a little bit upset if it's high 20s and it's not where Aiyuk totally wanted to be, or mid-20s and it's not where he wanted. But that's the best compromise.
Well, those are generally the best negotiations, or the ones that end with both people thinking, I should have done a little bit more. I should have got a little bit better. Like, nobody completely happy, but everyone okay with it. Like, okay. I mean, I wish we would have been able to get more. So, we don't know where any of the compromises are. Again, to really know this, we'd have to know where they started initially, and when it sounded like they were close, and then where Aiyuk went to after that when they saw the wide receiver market, and where they've been ever since. So that is a critical piece of info that we don't have. Like, we have no idea if the Niners, because it could be, you could find all that out and go, man, Niners wouldn't kick in an extra $500K or $1 million. I mean, he definitely should be right there. Or it could be, Aiyuk thinks he's worth that much, or he's trying to get that much. Of course, okay, now I get it. But without knowing that, as I've always said, without knowing that, we really don't know a whole lot. 415-808-KNBR, 808-5627, the number to call and to text. After hearing Kyle and John, their thoughts on Brandon Aiyuk
Where are you 49er fans? As I said earlier today, I was playing golf this morning, and some guy from Houston said, "Oh, nice, you excited about your Niners?" And I went, "I don't know yet. I don't really know." 808 KNBR, where are you after hearing what Kyle had to say, what John had to say? A little bit frustrating for John Lynch. He obviously felt frustrated, or sounded frustrated, I should say, in terms of how he answered a lot of these Brandon Aiyuk questions. And again, asked about the good conversations with Trent. Were there good ones with Brandon? There have been conversations. It's the way he went about answering that. We'll let you know if Brandon Aiyuk is out at practice. John Lynch says that is the expectation. And our guy Larry Kruger, who, by the way, the relentless efforts of a Larry Kruger, he does not give a damn how many All-Pros, Hall of Famers, big-time Super Bowl caliber players are holding out and not on the roster right now. He wants to talk Terrence Marshall. Both press conferences, dude, we were like in the thralls of Aiyuk and Trent Williams stuff. He's like, gotta ask you about this guy from LSU you put on the practice squad. The relentless efforts of a Larry Kruger. He's going to join us at 3:30, and of course, Steve Kerr at his usual time. We'll get into this next. 808 KNBR, your thoughts on Aiyuk and Trent on the Sports Leader. '49ers general manager John Lynch met with the media just minutes ago and said the expectation is that Brandon Aiyuk will be at practice, and if he's not, they'll cross that bridge, likely with punishments when they get there. More on that is available on our website and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group. Look, making the transition from work life into retirement life, it can be jarring and disorienting, but it doesn't have to be. Greg O'Donnell and the team at O'Donnell Financial Group are dedicated to achieving a smooth transition into retirement life, and they can help you prepare to retire at a time that works for you. Sooner than you think, you may have an entirely different lifestyle, but it doesn't have to be in one giant leap. The experts at O'Donnell Financial Group will help you craft a plan tailored to your desired timeline. You can transition into retirement confidently and on your own terms. So don't wait. Contact Greg O'Donnell, CEO and founder of O'Donnell Financial Group, for a complimentary review of your financial situation today. The number to call is 866-496-2300. That's 866-496-2300. Or you can visit online at odfigroup.com. That's odfigroup.com. If you're a licensed financial professional, please consult your compliance department prior to giving any specific advice. All information included herein is confidential and proprietary to Lone Beacon. All associated content or any portion thereof may not be reproduced or used in any manner whatsoever without the express written permission of Lone Beacon.
wherever you are. We're streaming 24/7 at KNBR.com. This is Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Communicated to Brandon's camp at any point, saying last few weeks that he would be expected to practice starting.
Yeah, I'm not going to get into our communication again, but there's at some point you got to play.
That was one of the headlines of the John Lynch conversation with the media just a few minutes ago. At some point, you got to play. I felt like that was coming from the heart. Like when John Lynch said that, I was like, as a former football player, as hard-hitting of a dude as he is or was, and a Hall of Famer and a Super Bowl champion, he's like, come on, man. We got to play some football. Let's get out and try to win this thing. He knows how serious this thing is and what this window looks like. A little bit more from the John Lynch press room. We got a little bit more sound from you, too, or for you, too, from earlier today on KNBR. A little mini sound soiree for you. By the way, Larry Kruger in about 13 minutes going to join us at 3:30 from Levi Stadium, talking Terrence Marshall, undoubtedly. And
loved him at LSU.
Loved him. God, he was one of the highest-rated receivers coming out of college.
Really was.
Matt Mayoko, by the way, we got a little breaking news sounder here on the Aiyuk practice saga.
Oh, here we go. Panda Watch.
We've officially got Aiyuk Watch at 49er practice. Brandon Aiyuk, according to Matt Mayoko, not at practice.
Not at practice.
Not at practice. 808 KNBR. Your thoughts on all that?
Back to you in the studio.
Back to you in the studio. We'll get you more updates about him not being at practice if and when they become available. But if you're just joining us, after John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan both said he's been cleared medically, and John said that is the expectation. Like, you got to be out there at some point. He's healthy. We need you out there, or there's going to be some S is going to hit the fan in terms of fines potentially. Not at practice, according to Matt Mayoko. Here's what Tim Kawakami asked John Lynch about his expectations for this season.
With this team as close to a Super Bowl as you obviously were last year, can you say that the franchise is putting up enough money or financial commitment to make sure you have the best chance this year?
Yeah, well, first of all, Tim, I don't think you can ever make an assumption that you're ready for a Super Bowl. You got to earn that every year. Nothing is given in this league, and we have a very talented team. We have a very proven team that's won a lot of games, but this is a new team. We like our team. We feel like we've improved. And this team has never fallen short on resources. Since we've been here, we've been one of the top spenders in the league. And I think there's reason for that. We've got a lot of good players. Our talent acquisition has worked, whether it be through the draft, whether it be through trade. And as a result, we've had a lot of top players in their leagues at their respective positions. So that's a good thing, but it does make things tougher. Those are our challenges. Those are the things we have to deal with.
We talked briefly about that in terms of the finances. By the way, Niner fans yesterday, I don't know if you saw, they put up like a brand new scoreboard or something at Levi. It's like a big, or they're putting one in, some big new thing, $200 million for the Super Bowl and the World Cup and all this stuff coming. Niner fans like, I'd rather have a left tackle. For a lot of football fans are so fun. Rather have a receiver and a left tackle than that new Wi-Fi scoreboard. Like, okay, well, I think everybody wants it all. We all want it all. But just your thoughts on what John had to say about, the expectations for the season. I know he's got to give the GM answer there, and he's real good at doing both because he answers some stuff, but he'll give you some GM speak. But just a reaction to what he had to say there.
By the way, I don't think the new scoreboard precludes signing guys.
That's kind of what I thought. I was like, I don't think this is holding us back.
I'm pretty sure they're separate funds. They're all one big pot, but everybody has their departments, and I'm sure.
What's the cap hit for the scoreboard? Yeah, I don't think
it comes out of a different department.
If it breaks, is there dead cap money? Do we not get? Yeah.
Can you get that money back for the scoreboard? We're trying to sign Aiyuk and Williams. Oh, it's not refundable. We're screwed. We're not getting both those guys back. Damn it! The scoreboard's gonna look nice though. I don't know. I mean, John Lynch is really good at saying a lot of words and not saying a whole lot, which is kind of what you want your GM to be. I remember saying Dunleavy was the same thing, where you just talk a lot and you don't say a whole heck of a lot. But it's not great for us. It's not great for the fans, but that's kind of how you want to have your team run. You want to have your team run where everything that really needs to be said, whether it's coaches getting on players, players getting on players, GM coach, GM players, owner, whatever, that it's behind closed doors. That you handle that stuff, and then in front of the press, that everyone's unified. Everyone's together, everyone's going the same direction, even though that's not the case for any team going through a season. It doesn't happen. but you don't want that to be out for public consumption. You want to be able to handle that stuff behind closed doors, and I think they do a really good job of that. I think John does a really good job of that, but I think you're right. There are times where the player comes in and the frustration comes in a little bit, and I don't think there's any doubt that if you asked him off the record, off mic, just sitting around at a bar, like, do you feel like these guys are, obviously doing what they want to do, but like they got a chance to win a Super Bowl here? Like this is a time you don't have this many chances to win a Super Bowl, but they're kind of letting this slip through their fingers a little bit. He might say, yeah. He might go, yeah, kind of a little bit. Like I just wish they were here and ready to go, and we could have the whole team together and try to get back to the Super Bowl. But that's just not the way the game's played off the field. And he gets that too. He gets it now more than ever since he's a GM. He completely understands it. But when he's talking, he's not going to, that's just not how he handles it. That's not how he operates, where he's going to tell you what those private conversations are, nor should he.
That's basically what he said in this next answer. Enjoy this nice word salad here. Dress it up. Cam Inman asked him, has Trent Williams threatened to retire? Here's what John said.
Has he threatened to retire at any point in this?
I'm not getting into, I've always said that personal conversations and things like that aren't ever going to get told to everyone. Those are private conversations, so I won't get into private conversations that Trent and I and Trent and our organization have had.
Also, you start doing that stuff, now you've drawn a line where it's like, that's not good for your negotiation.
It's not good for you. It's not good for...
It vilifies the player is what it does.
Yeah, players are thinking about joining in the organization. It's not good business. It's great for radio. It's great for talk shows. That kind of stuff. That kind of stuff gets eaten up. But usually that's bad organizations that do those sort of things. It is where there's dysfunction in the organization. Even though the Niners were winning when they had Harbaugh and Balky, we heard about that stuff all the time. And that's dysfunction. And you knew that wasn't going to continue on. But these guys have been really buttoned up since both of them have showed up. And again, not great for us, but it's the way you should run an organization. Absolutely. You want to try to give as much information as you can, because you have a lot of fans out there, and fans want to know what's going on with the organization. They want to know what's going on with the team. They're interested in what's going on. But there's got to be a line there where you're trying to give some information and you're trying to keep everybody abreast of what's going on without, hurting feelings and doing stuff like that where you betray confidence. And that just, again, those are dysfunctional organizations. And that's the one thing the Niners have not been in a long time now, a dysfunctional organization.
They've been one of the class and best run organizations top to bottom since Kyle and John got here. There's no dispute. We talked the other day about show me the other organization that has missed on their top 5 pick, and it was a quarterback, and they didn't miss a beat. It's hard to find one because teams that are that good usually aren't drafting in that position. But to find another quarterback the following season is just it's something you just don't see. More here from the mini sound soiree. So Dante Whitner, who does the preseason broadcast, and he'll be on KNBR and with us and on the shows throughout the season, talking 49er football. One of our favorite and funniest guests, dude, Dante Whitner. He's on the preseason broadcast with Bob Fitzgerald and Keena Turner. So he was in Vegas. He was on with Papa and Lund today. And John Lund said, I know you talked to Aiyuk in Las Vegas last Friday. You had a conversation with him. Did Dante Whitner? Will you tell us what he said? I would guess that Dante was like on the side of like, get your money, Aiyuk. Here's what Dante Whitner had to say about what his conversation with Aiyuk was like.
Get your money. There's only one or two other people. There's only one or two other people in the world that's in these circumstances. A wide receiver coming off an all-pro year. It was him, C.D. Lamb, and Jamar Chase. I said, so you should be the happiest guy in the world right now. I know that it might seem a little uncomfortable having a hold-in where you have to be around the 49ers front office and coaching staff, and everybody's trying to pressure you to take the deal. I said, but you should have a smile on your face each and every day, and do not step on the football field until you sign a long-term contract that you're happy with. So that was part of our conversations, which I would tell any player, right? When it comes down to getting paid for your productivity and all the hard work that it takes to be a top NFL player, you deserve your reward. So I feel the same about Brandon Aiyuk.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with Dante. Again, I hate to be redundant, but I'll go back to what I said. At some point, it becomes, look, you're not worth that much. Because by that standard, you could say, well, ask for $40 million a year then. Get your money. Don't practice until you get your money. Well, at some point, you're going to look at it and go, well, you not only are you getting your money, you're getting everybody else's money too. Like everybody's, the garbage man, the neighbor, the kids that are mowing your yard, like everybody's getting their money. Like, get your money, but that's where it comes down to, okay, what is fair? And that's where it's in the eye of the beholder, right? Like, what's fair in John Lynch's eyes is what's different than what's fair in Brandon Aiyuk's eyes, and that's negotiations. And then you try to come to an agreement that what's kind of fair? What can we live with? What's kind of fair for both of us? And then you hug, do the Roger Goodell bro hug, and get back on the practice field and get back to business and get with your guys, because that's the one thing I can almost guarantee you. Like, he's missing being out there with his guys. I don't think there's any doubt about that. Being around practice, watching those guys go through camp, I'm sure he misses it. He feels like a guy with an all-access pass, that he's part of the team but not really part of the team, because the team doesn't wait. Nobody waits for an injured player, whether you're holding out or not. They just don't wait. They keep moving. I mean, time keeps ticking, and somebody else is out there, and he's probably even thinking, man, they get somebody out there that could do kind of what I do. Maybe the offer goes down, and maybe I don't even get that. So, I mean, I'm sure there's 1,000 thoughts that have run through his head throughout the course of this. But I know that as much as he loves to play football, man, when he's out there, it's probably killing him to be on the sidelines, because there's just no doubt he wants to be out there.
Tolbert and Copes is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Redwood Credit Union offers auto loans with competitive rates and personalized service, because your journey matters. Redwood Credit Union, for all that you love. Text line said, I don't think the scoreboard is holding out, at least not to the extent that Brandon Aiyuk is. If you're just joining us, Kyle Shanahan met with the media earlier today, as did John Lynch. Both Kyle hopeful that Aiyuk would be at practice. John Lynch said that was the expectation, but he said we'll see. And we did see Aiyuk is not at practice today. Larry Kruger is out there at Levi Stadium, was at both press conferences. We'll talk to him about what he heard and about what we can expect from Brandon Aiyuk. Larry Kruger joins us next on the Sports Leader.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for the good people over at Kugelman Law. Tax, crypto, and estate planning with they have a helpful tax tip for you. We can all use helpful tax tips. The best one is pay your taxes, pay on time, keep Uncle Sammy away from you. And they want to let you know to do that, don't be swayed by the pennies on the dollar tax outfits that are running around. Like, hey, you can save a whole bunch of money. Just do it this way. And then all of a sudden, hey, someone's knocking at the door. Maybe it's my check. Oh, no. It's Uncle Sam. What's he doing here? You didn't do it right. And you certainly didn't do it right the first time. So you want to avoid all that. I know I talk a lot about tax issues, tax problems you may have, whether they be late filings, crypto filings, criminal, everything and anything. They can handle that. But the best way is to not handle that. All right? Keep Uncle Sam away. Keep him away from the phone calls, from the door knocks, from the correspondence. You don't want to open up your mailbox. Hey, it's mail. It's bummer. Didn't want that. Don't need that. So to do that, give Alex Kugelman a call or check him out at sftaxteam.com. That's sftaxteam.com. Set up the consultation and get your taxes done right and get them done right the first time. That's Kugelman Law at sftaxteam.com. That's sftaxteam.com. Kugelman Law, your tax, crypto, and estate planning attorneys. Alex Kugelman, managing attorney, 21 Tamil Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California, 94925. This paid endorsement does not constitute a guarantee or prediction of results.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tolbert and Copes with you Wednesday afternoon. A pleasure to be joined by our next guest. You'll hear him starting next week on KNBR weeknights from 6 to 7 p.m. Niners Nightly. And, of course, you can see him on the Krug Show. It's our guy Larry Kruger joins us on the Yuma Guest. What's up, Krug?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Down here in Santa Clara, just walked off the practice field.
Well, you were on the practice field. Somebody else was not, I was told.
Yeah, we were waiting for Brandon Aiyuk. We were told that there was a very good chance he was going to practice today, but he's not here. So I don't know what to say about it. I do kind of feel like, the other question is he's not here, and the doctors have cleared him from his quote-unquote back injury. So now the question is, are the 49ers going to fine him for missed days? Shanahan was asked that question about a half hour ago and paused for a long time and was like, I'm not really sure. So, I'm not really sure what to make of it. I do kind of feel like this is the pressure point in the negotiation, though. If they start to try to levy fines against him, I think things could go south pretty quick.
Was Terrence Marshall on the practice field?
Oh, dude, you're the relentless Terrence Marshall.
No, not yet. And that was actually erroneously reported by Schultz. I think they said he was on the active roster. If he does sign, it will be on the practice squad. And Lynch just said that, Hankerson, the wide receiver coach, and Kyle really, really liked him. They don't know what happened in Carolina. They feel like he's the player that he was at LSU, and they feel like he'll be better here. So we'll see.
So let me ask you this. When's the last time you asked about a player and they said, yeah, we really don't like him, but we owed him a favor? So
he's just here for numbers.
I know his uncle. Yeah, I know his uncle, so we figured we'd get him in.
I got a dad. I had a bad run, 3-team parlays about 5 years ago, and I needed to put him on there to make things right with the man. So
what do you think of player X? Camp body. He's a camp body.
Yeah, he's just there. He's just taking up space. What kind of demeanor did John Lynch and Kyle have? It seemed like John was a little more like frustrated than Kyle was, because of course Kyle's got a coach, so he's got to worry about the team that he has right now. He can't worry too much about what's going on, but it just we didn't see it. I didn't see it anyway, but it sounded like Lynch there's a little bit of frustration. Did you sense that at all?
Oh, definitely, Tom, definitely. And like he at one point said there has been great communication between us and Trent, and then immediately the follow-up question came, hey, has there been how would you term the communication with Brandon? And he smiled, paused, and said, there's been communication.
Yeah. Which is different than good communication, which he clarified for Trent Williams right before.
I think the one word means all the difference in the world.
Yes.
The good communication versus the communication. But, and then Shanahan out of nowhere kind of, if you went back and looked at that transcript today, he's like, out of nowhere, without anybody really pushing him on it, he's like, all options are still available in regards to Aiyuk. So, I hate to say it because I know Niner fans are gripping about this and nobody wants to see him traded, but I think him being traded is a very distinct possibility still.
Well, if he's not out there right now, we're talking to Larry Kruger on the Yuma Guest Line. That was kind of my thought, is if he's not out there right now when they're like, okay, we're drawing the line in the sand, you've been cleared, you're healthy, there's no more hold in, we got to start preparing for the start of the season, either with you or without you. And if it's without you, we need to figure out what the future is for him here. I thought of the three options of the playing on the franchise tag, signing the extension, and being traded. Playing on the franchise tag to me seemed like the least likely option. It now appears to me that that's still maybe on the table.
Well, you mean the
fifth-year option. Excuse me, not the franchise tag, the fifth-year option, my mistake.
Yeah, which is still a ton of money, right? $14.1 million, but it's half of what he's hoping to get as far as a long-term deal. Yeah, I mean, I personally, guys, don't think that's an option. I know, there's the people that say, just make him play on the fifth-year option. I think would become a real negative influence. Now, I'm not saying he's not a pro. He's a pro, but I think his discontent would be hard for him to hide, and I think it would create a bad vibe in their room. So I don't think the fifth-year option is viable. I personally think they're either going to get something done or they're going to move this guy on.
We haven't talked about it hardly at all, and I didn't hear anybody ask either Lynch or Kyle about Christian McCaffrey. Are we? I'm assuming that the calf is fine, he's good, and he's in line to be 100% week one.
Yeah, Absolutely.
Okay.
In fact, I just walked by him walking off the field, and, he's working out diligently on the side. And I think they just, once you get the calf strain, the last thing you want is the calf tear. The calf tear is tragic, right? That kills your year, or at least half the year for sure, maybe the whole year. So as soon as he had the calf strain, they're like, you know what, we're going to shut it down. We're just going to let him do his thing at his own pace and get ready for the Jets how he sees fit. So, yeah, he's on the side field, but he's been out here on every practice, so he hasn't really skipped any days. So I think he's progressing towards week 1.
Is there a hope/belief that Ricky Pearsall could be healthy enough to play week 1? And if he is, has he had enough reps to play week 1?
Someone said, a buddy of mine asked me, Krug, you're out there every day, man. What's he looking like? I'm like, he's looking like a ram. He's wearing a blue jersey every day. The guy wears a blue jersey, and that's good, but it's the jerseys are red here. He's got a shoulder that obviously is going to probably need some kind of surgical deal. I don't know if he can withstand the pain and they can hold off on that and do that in the off season, or at some point if he's going to relent and have surgery and be on the shelf. So I think there's a lot of options available there. They're going to slow play it because they do have great numbers at wide receiver, and they took Ronnie Bell and they added Terrace Marshall to the practice squad. So they feel good about their depth there. They love him as a player. In fact, they love him more than the day they drafted him because they've seen his work habits and the way he practices. But hey, man, you got to play, right? You got to get out there on the field and play. And so far he has been unable to get out there.
Larry Kruger, the voice you hear on the UMA guest line. Niners Nightly starts next week, every night of the week on KNBR from 6 to 7 p.m., and you'll get it over on YouTube. In terms of Isaac Guerrero, who's out with not out, but I guess he tweaked his groin, Kyle said on Monday. Are we looking at returners that are going to be 2 rookies, a kick returner rookie and a punt returner rookie in Cowing?
Those have been the best 2 guys. Cowing's been the best punt returner, and Guerrero, you saw it with the 93-yard kickoff return. And it's funny, that question came up literally like, oh, yeah, by the way, at the end. I don't even know if Kyle was going to tell us that he had the groin strain. So it sounds like Guerrero may not be there week 1 against the Jets. But obviously he showed how dynamic he is. I mean, Cody Schrader, by the way, wound up on the Rams today.
That's a bummer.
Which I thought that was a little gamesmanship by McVay with the Niners and Rams playing in the first month to try to steal a player like Schrader. But Guerrero kind of outplayed him. As soon as Guerrero hit the field and showed that 4.3 speed at 225 or whatever he weighs, it was like game over for Cody Schrader.
I get the feeling we're making too much out of the kick return and the kick returners, because from what I've seen in the preseason, and granted it wasn't a lot, but it didn't seem like there was a whole big advantage to kicking it off versus just blasting it out of the end zone.
Take the 5 yards, right.
And taking it at the 30. I think we're going to see a lot of that week 1. I think for most of the games I saw, it wasn't enough of an advantage to not say, you know what, we'll give him the ball at the 30 instead of getting it at forcing him to take it at the 27 with the possibility of a bigger return. So I think it's going to end up being much ado about nothing. What do you think?
Oh, yeah, I mean, the average field position on kickoffs in the preseason was like the 28.5-yard line.
Great.
If you boot it, so why would you put somebody at the 28.5 and take a chance they could take it to the house? Why not just boot it through the back of the end zone and give them the 1.5 yard, for your effort? Because that's really it. I mean, you're going to put the ball at the 30. They screwed that up. I mean, they really should amend that. If they should either push the kicker back so that it's impossible to kick it through the back of the end zone, or make it more punitive to kick it to the back of the end zone. But to just say, well, ball comes to the 30, why would you risk somebody running it back like Guerrero did if you could just put him on the 30-yard line and kick it through the back of the end zone? So, yeah, this whole thing is going to be much ado about nothing. But I think they'll tweak it in the future to make it a little bit more relevant, let's say.
A little bit of an update as well. Leonard Floyd back at practice today after the tweak of the ankle in the Friday night preseason finale against the Raiders. You asked the question, I believe, to Kyle in his media session earlier today, Larry, about the depth at defensive end. Do you believe that's a thin position right now?
Yeah, but I mean, I'm shocked that this is a team that used to have, like a couple years ago, think about all the Sheldon Day and all these guys, and they had all kinds of backups, and Abu Kam and Amenahue and all these guys. Now all those guys are gone. And Robert Beal is defensive end 4. Drake Jackson's out for the year. So, yeah, I think they're really, really thin there. But maybe that's a good sign that Yetur Gross-Matos and Leonard Floyd's, injuries are not that major. I know Gross-Matos is week to week, so obviously his is considered a little bit more serious. But, I'm hoping that maybe their lack of – Kyle basically told me, hey, I like our depth at defensive end. I feel good about it. I feel like we can win with it. So we'll see, because the Kwanu from Maryland was a practice squad guy that's not really highly regarded, and he made the team. So,
is it even a debate, Krug, to say that without Trent Williams, the offensive line is the weakest unit on this team?
Yeah, they were 17th last year in some of the rankings that I saw with him. And if you take him out, and it's not just that you take him out, Tom, it's that they don't really have a proven tackle.
Yeah.
And right now they're going with 3. I think Chris Hubbard potentially could get re-signed back to the practice squad to be their 4th. But yeah, they could get into a game against the New York Jets, who have a very good defensive line with Colton McKivitz and Jalen Moore in week 1, and they could put Brock Purdy in a bad spot. So they're really gambling. They're really, for a team that's, got Super Bowl aspirations, man, these negotiations have clearly had an impact on the start of their year.
Yeah.
Now that we're just looking towards week 1, and I know we'll get into it next week as football officially starts a regular season next week after Labor Day weekend. But against the Jets and that defensive line, don't feel great about this week 1 without Trent Williams.
No, Trent is just such a special player that he's the dominant player at his position. Even at 36 or whatever he is, he's still the dominant player at his position. So, yeah, you take him. Getting him for what the price they paid was maybe the greatest trade in the history of the league, and not having him could be a crusher, especially in that first month.
How much of an impact do you think Jacob Cowing could make, not in the punt return game, but on offense? Do you think he'll get many snaps, or do you think he'll just be mostly used as a punt returner and maybe get a few snaps here and there?
Well, he's really natural as a punt returner, but, without Aiyuk, I think Cowing represents a dynamic playmaking option down the field that it's really important in football to have that space-creating piece. They cut Danny Gray. Cowing is their vertical speed. So I know the plan probably, if you ask Kyle, would be like, we don't want to play him too much. We don't want to overextend him early, especially because he had the hamstring. But I think they're going to be really tempted to get him out there to try to stretch the field vertically a little bit and create space underneath. And so I think they'll utilize him a little bit more than people think.
Well, Larry Kruger, the voice you hear on the Yuma guest line, Brandon Aiyuk was not at practice. Kruger was until he saw that Aiyuk wasn't. Then he's like, I'm going to call Tolbert and Cobes.
I'm out of here.
Let them know. You get out of there, dude. Get some rest, and we'll hear you again. Niner Nightly starts next week, Monday from 6 until 7. Looking forward to it, dude.
Fired up. I got to talk to, I got the good lead in, so how could I lose?
When you get the KNBR plug-in for Dante Whitner during the press conference, so we appreciate that, too.
Did you like that?
I did like that. I heard Dante Whitner on KNBR. I was like, nice way to get that in, crew. Good work.
See that? Yeah.
Good work. Like you never left.
I'm hustling down here.
Like you never left. Good to see you, bro. Talk to you later.
See you, Krug.
Sounds good, guys. See ya.
Larry Kruger, the voice you hear from Levi Stadium down in Santa Clara after Kyle and John both met with the media, and then Brandon Aiyuk did not meet with his teammates at practice. All that for naught. Brandon Aiyuk did not attend practice, and imagine there will be some fines or some punishment levied, but as Kruger said, he still believes everything still on the table, and I think I kind of believe that too after the way John was talking, and then he did not show up to practice today. We've gotten into this pretty deeply. We got some sound to get to next. We'll jump off of the 49ers briefly before we get into a Giants pregame, which is coming up at 4:10, Giants and the Brewers. I asked Niner fans earlier how they were feeling just in general, and some guy on the text line, the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, said, considering the Giants are 500 plus one, I'm loving talking about this rather than the San Francisco Giants, who can keep it rolling tonight after Logan Webb start last night in a big Mike Yastrzemski home run. When we come on back, we got an official sound soiree and a little soup du jour for you. So we played the Paul Feinbaum sound the other day about his disdain for Deion Sanders banning questions from a certain reporter in Colorado. Deion has responded. Sean McVay shows up, questioned by the media about trading away linebacker Ernest Jones. And LeBron James pops up about his relationship with his new teammate and son, Bronny James. We'll talk about that next, only here on the Sports Leader. just a stream of milk. Forty-niner practice is underway, and there was no sign of Brandon Aiyuk in warm-ups. The media is no longer allowed to watch full team drills, but Aiyuk was not expected to be at that portion anyway. John Lynch and Kyle said they would address this only and if only he did not practice today. More on that, available, KNBR.com and the app.
This is Tolbert and Cope's Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
Soiree, what? Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Wednesday afternoon. Giants pregame coming up at 4:10 today, so about 18 minutes will get you to 17 minutes now. We'll get you out to a Giants pregame in Milwaukee after they won last night 5-4. Brandon Aiyuk did not report to practice today. That's the story after there was expectation and thought and reports that maybe he would practice today. He showed up at the facility but did not practice. That's per reports from multiple 49ers reporters. Let's get you a little sound soiree, though. And then some soup du jour. Should we replay the fine bomb on Deion? Do we have that, Tim? Because basically what went on at Colorado is Deion Sanders is just running things like he always has. And now they've banned a certain reporter from asking questions at press conferences to Deion. He said he's not going to allow him to – he covers the team, not going to allow him to ask questions. I guess the school and the University of Colorado are supporting him. And Paul Feinbaum, noted college football pundit on ESPN, was very critical of Deion. To me, this is just kind of who Deion has been for the entirety of his career, both as a player and maybe now as a coach. Here's what Paul Feinbaum said about it.
Coach Prime is showing he is not ready for prime time, Greeny. I find this whole thing to be disgraceful. Deion may want to talk about love and joy, and that's been the cornerstone of what he seems to be spewing out. But treating reporters like this seems like we're in some autocratic country. This is not America, and the fact that it's in his contract is really even more absurd. But don't forget, he did this at Jackson State. This is a trait of Deion Sanders. He wants to have it his way, and I find him to be a bully and a hypocrite, and quite frankly, as someone who has been a fan of his throughout his entire career, even at Colorado, I am mortified by his actions.
Okay, we talked about this the other day. Yeah, probably not the best move, not acceptable. Sort of tracks for Deion, I thought. Well, Deion then went on the RG3 and Wife podcast. That's just what it's called, RG3 and Wife.
All right.
Robert Griffin III and his wife of a pod. Anyway, Deion's going to respond to Paul Feinbaum on this podcast. Here you go.
So when you hear guys like Paul Feinbaum calling your program irrelevant,
Colorado is nothing. They don't matter. They're irrelevant in the big picture of college football.
You're talking about us. How can we be irrelevant and you talking about me? Like, every time I turn around, somebody's sending me a quote that you talking about.
He's a fan.
How? Well, the thing about a fan, you got to understand, a fan only blows when you're hot. So we must be hot. I know what he's doing, and I'm proud of him, that he's smart enough to understand that this generation and this thought process and the way we communicate on sports is different, and he's a dying breed. So what does he have to do to stay and keep up with this change? Oh, I got to go find that big bad wolf and talk about it.
Yeah.
So now I keep my relevancy. And I'm saying, cool, but I'm not going to help you. I'm not going to add to you. I'm not going to respond. Because that's what you want. Yeah, you just want me to respond. I don't do that. I'm not going to help you come up.
I love it. Listen, there's so many layers to that reference that you made. Right. He said, I got to go find the big bad wolf.
That's right.
And he got that great beard.
That's right. That's right.
Look at
That's right.
But isn't that exactly what he did? Respond?
Yeah. That's exactly what I thought. I was like, well, I mean, you said
I'm not going to respond while I'm responding. I mean, that's a neat trick right there. You actually said the exact opposite of what you were saying, and you said it in the same sentence. But very, very, very impressive. And look, Paul Feinbaum wouldn't be talking about Colorado, and he is right. Paul Feinbaum is right. Everybody knows that Colorado is not relevant when it comes to the national landscape of college football. Yeah. It's just not. It's relevant because Deion Sanders is the head coach. That's it. And the only reason they're talking about Deion Sanders in Colorado right now is the fact he banned a reporter from being at the press conference or asking questions. Look, if Nick Saban would have done that, if Dabo Swinney would have done that, Kirby Smart, I mean, name a college football coach, that's who they'd be talking about. That's exactly. He isn't special. It's not like they're trying to, like, oh, let's Let's keep our names in the spotlight. Feinbaum doesn't need any of that anyway. Anybody that did that, any coach, Division I coach, maybe even maybe not Division II, they might not even care, but any Division I coach that did that like anybody cared anything about at all, that's what they talk about, because they just don't do that. There's a reason they don't do that. And I think everyone that's had an opinion on it has been in lockstep and right on in the fact it's disgraceful. Without even, they might not even use the word, but that's the tone of their articles. And
lame as hell.
Right.
Yeah, the not responding while responding is pretty funny.
That's hilarious.
And also just, this is a classic Dion. Well, you know what they say about fans. They only blow when you're hot.
Yeah.
It's like, what? You can't just, and to Tim and my ears, Dion never has any accountability for his actions at all. It's just kind of true.
Just keep rolling.
He's been the same guy forever. I'm not really surprised by any of this. And also some of the stuff he said about how people receive media and how this younger generation does. All that's true. You also just did something that had nothing to do with anything that that they're talking about,
yes,
which is an action that you're responsible for. So moving on here from Deion Sanders, how about Sean McVay, Rams head coach? They did not reach an agreement this offseason with Ernest Jones, the linebacker who led the team in tackles, by the way, and had 4.5 sacks last year. They didn't reach an agreement with him as he's in the final year of his rookie deal. They traded him to the Tennessee Titans earlier today. He was asked, Sean McVay, by the media about the trade of Ernest Jones.
When you say this is a football decision for the best of the team, that might sound funny given the way that Ernest has contributed, especially this past year. I'm wondering if you can elaborate at all, whether you mean long-term, short-term.
What I said. How do you take what I said? What do you think that means?
That it was best for the football team.
So that's what it means. It's best for the football.
But that could mean long-term. That could mean short-term. That could mean long-term. That could mean short-term. I'm just curious if you could elaborate.
Based for short and long-term.
Okay.
Jordan. You guys are funny. Oh, you're funny. Jordan.
Hey,
let's hurry this up.
Is that it, Tim? Is he finally done? There we go. All right. Oh, you guys are funny. Oh, man. But he was pissed about that one. He was pissed. But he also came out with just a chalk answer because he initially came out. He's like, yeah, we got rid of a football decision. It was best for the team.
Let's hurry this up.
Asked him to elaborate. He said, yeah, he was an amazing guy. He was great for us for a few years, but we felt this is what was best for our football team. What you mean is what was best was not giving him a long-term extension. Yes. He's entering the final year, and he was holding out all offseason. Couldn't reach an agreement. Didn't get there. I like him revving at the level he's revving at, though. Like 12 days from the start of the season or whatever it is.
Let's hurry this up.
I mean, it's a natural question. If a guy has success for you, then you get rid of him, and you're saying it's good for the football team. Like, are we talking contractually? Are we talking? I mean, I know it makes sense.
Short-term and long-term.
It's long-term, short-term. Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
Both.
It's good for us.
Everything. We're better special teams without him, even though he didn't play. Doesn't matter. It's football. We're better.
We're better without him. You got like a 6-rounder. You know, they got like 2 6s back or something.
Exactly.
Blank those picks, except when we need those 6-rounders in return. For a guy who's a better football decision, Ernest Jones. They drafted pretty well, though, this past April. One more here from LeBron James. He's on the shop from Paris. He's doing this podcast. And the question, you'll hear the question, but he's asked about his new working relationship. I can't imagine there's going to be a lot of work they're doing together. Working relationship with his kid, Bronny James, the newest Laker.
Have you thought through, not relationship, because you always be his dad, he'll always be his son, but what's your working relationship? Is he going to call you dad at practice in the locker room?
No, we already laid that. No, he can't. We already laid that down. He cannot call me dad in the workplace. All right. Once we leave out of the practice facility and the gates close, I could be dad again. Okay. In the car if we ride together. Okay. At home, I could be dad. No, he got to call me like 2-3 or Brian. Okay. Or, GOAT if he wants to. That's up to him. I mean, it's up to him. But it's easy for me. It's easy for me because I've been calling him Bronny for so long. Yeah. It's not like I've been calling, hey son. So it's easy for me. It's gonna be the adjustment for him. But we cannot be running down the court and he'd be like, Dad, push the ball up, Dad, I'm open, Dad, come on. Like, no, you cannot do that.
It's really cute. He thinks they're going to be running on the court together.
Yeah,
I think that's
exactly.
sweet. That was the
same thing. Oh, really?
sweetest part about that. I was like, I don't think
You're talking practice, right?
It's like you're not going to run into many of these issues, I don't think.
You're talking preseason?
If Bronny's out there, LeBron should not be. You know what I mean? If there's a reason for Bronny to be playing, LeBron's probably been on the bench for the last 35 minutes.
Exactly. Either they're up 30 or down 30. One or the other. If he's even on the team. I mean, he might not even be on the team at all this year.
I was thinking like G League is kind of what I was thinking, but yeah.
Well, I think that's where he'll start.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's where he'll start, and then we'll see. But that's funny. I mean, he didn't need to drop the GOAT. That was a little.
Call me the GOAT.
But you call me the GOAT, whatever you want to do. Yeah, he's going to call you the GOAT.
Hey, GOAT.
But that
GOAT.
is interesting. You know, it'd be funny. The rest of the team going to start calling him Dad. Just
dude, that's all, dude. Just to mess with him and Bronny.
What's up, Dad? Good to see you.
What's up, Pops? How you doing, Pops? That's going to do it for your sound soiree. I think we have a little time for some soup, yeah?
We do?
A little soup du jour? Yeah, we got time. We got Giants pregame in about 7 minutes at 4:10.
Excuse me, Flo? It's that time of day.
What is the soup du jour?
It's the soup of the day.
Tolbert and Cope's soup du jour.
That sounds good. I'll have that.
We all know it's been a little bit warm around here. There's some places warmer than others. Alameda's not too warm, although when it's like 78, it feels hotter here. But I'm sure out in Livermore, they're probably pushing 90s and above. Maybe up north, a little 90s. I mean, we all understand like what you do in the heat. Maybe you take a cold shower, you turn the fan on, you maybe have air conditioning. And you just go outside, get in the shade, hang out in the shade, and you get some lemonade, get a beer, whatever you're going to do. What you don't do, I mean, what most normal people wouldn't do is this woman did in Florida. It's always Florida. Just go outside and walk around naked. Just walk around nude in the backyard.
Naked guy, of course.
cruise over to the fence and see what's going on. Hey, neighbor, what's happening?
She's in her own yard, this woman?
Yeah. Well, neighbor, if you'd have been paying attention, you would have noticed while you're walking around nude, they're having a kids' party over here.
Oh! It's not allowed.
The lady had to tell the kids to go inside.
I've heard of a bouncy house, but this is ridiculous.
Oh, man. And look, yeah, and I'm just going to take a wild guess here, too. Grace Ann Sharp, 56. I'm going to guess the cage was a little loose. So I'm going to guess for the kids it probably wasn't a great experience.
It's cool. I've been naked before. I get it.
Gonna ruin it for him. So yeah, and then they called the cops, and then she just walked back inside. Just like nothing. Like, we're good, right? We good? You need to go get the paper? Oh, yeah, we're good. I'm going to go back inside.
She had to call the cops? The neighbor did?
Yeah, they called the cops. And
she wouldn't go
I guess
back
she was just chilling.
Oh.
Yeah, she was just outside in her own backyard. And I don't know the rules on this. I mean, I guess there's part of me that says, well, you're in your own yard. I mean, you can
But we're trying to have a society here. I mean,
But it's like, now, for those people that don't know, this is very common.
You ever seen a grown man naked?
This is very common in the South, and I had to get used to this when I played in Charlotte, when I played in Orlando. I didn't even think about it when I moved there, but I knew about it growing up, not growing up, but going to Alabama, visiting my relatives when I was younger. They don't do fences a lot there.
Florida neither. Florida.
It's just a yard. It's a yard, and that's your yard, and we'll just kind of guess.
You're just kind of on your plot. Yeah, and you can sort of tell who
should be.
You can tell who mows sometimes because there'll be like a property line.
Yeah.
Somebody mows their lawn, somebody else doesn't, and there's a big grown-out lawn next to it. But yeah, usually, and Florida's like that too, like in Central Florida at least.
It's weird. Like I had to when we lived in Charlotte. That's back when we had Thunder, and Thunder was Alaska Malamute. And we spent, I forget what we spent, $2,000, $2,500 to put a chain link fence up around the property. And it was a pretty big property. It was probably an acre in the back, but no fence. I couldn't let Thunder go out there. Who knows what would have happened. Yeah, it'd have been like that dog in Funny Farm. You'd just taken off and you'd been gone forever. So I was like, I had to talk to the owners. You mind if I build a fence back there? They go, we want to keep it. And I'm like, well, yeah, I'm not going to have them come and install a chain link fence and then have them take it down. What I'm going to do, take it back with me to California? No, you can have the fence. I just need it here and of course, Thunder never even walked the property. He just went outside and laid down like 2 feet from the door. I'm like, thanks, appreciate that. So, yeah. So I don't know if this was a case where I thought I read during the story that there was a fence. She walked up to the fence, but who knows? I mean, being in that it's Florida, she might have just walked up right to the.
Surprised if there was a fence, yeah.
Oh, it says right here, too, she said, hey, party, I got my suit on.
Right up to the hedges?
She didn't say that.
I didn't think she did.
Went to the hedges. Oh, my gosh. And, yeah, they got a...
You guys got a cake? Because I got some. That's what you said. I'm bringing my own cake.
You can have your cake and eat it, too.
Oh, come on.
Hey, kids. Hey, now.
It's funfetti.
Hey-oh. Oh, no. Kids, please get inside. Oh, my gosh. All right, I got to read this one because I'm not even sure where it's going. I'm just going to surprise everybody with the, pretty normal-looking guy, the mugshot. Let's see what the headline says. It's a doctor. That's why he's a normal-looking guy. Doctor busted for bizarre urine antics. Like, how bizarre can urine antics? You can only do so much with urine, can't you? The 59-year-old became upset over the business with the purchase of Dr. Dinesh, 32, runs affiliated, blah, 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 blah. Oh.
What did this doctor do with these? Did you get to it?
Investigators allege he went to the victim, Dinesh's office, and soaked the front doors in gallons of fluid.
Well.
Is it necessary for me to drink my own urine?
No.
That's it?
Probably not.
That's not that.
Probably not.
Play the whole thing. Probably not.
Probably not.
But
No.
it's sterile.
But I do it anyway because it's sterile and I like the taste.
Probably not.
The urine-smelling liquid soaked into the the front wooden doors.
Oh, no.
Causing irreparable damage.
They're like, well, they expanded. They're all warped and expanded.
Urine-scented doors.
Oh,
I mean,
come on.
dude, the dogs are going to be peeing on your door. It's just, I mean, it's a nightmare.
Happen.
It's a nightmare. Well, you shouldn't have to worry about being robbed, at least via the front door. No one's going to walk up to the door and go, oh, God, it smells like hell in there. You kidding me? All right, let's get out of here. I had to get that one in there. So there you go. I guess that's what you can do with your own urine. I want to know how long he was storing it for, though, if he had gallons of this stuff.
Just been waiting to get pissed off, right?
That is it. Thank you. Let's thank our guest today, Larry Kruger. Kruger will be on with you starting Mondays. What is it, 49ers After Dark or 49ers Insider or 49ers...
Niners Nightly.
Niners Nightly, Niners Fetty. Who knows? Thank you, Krug. Thank you, Derek. Thank you, Tim. Appreciate it. Time to get you ready for the Brew Crew and the Giants here on the Sports Leader. Take it away, Dirk.
Welcome to Milwaukee, Wisconsin and gorgeous American Family Field for Game 2 of this 3-game series against the first-place Brewers. The Giants will try to make it 2 in a row and win a series tonight as they send left-hander Kyle Harrison to the mound. The Brewers, they're going to counter with 8-game winner Freddie Peralta. I'm FP Santangelo along with Joe Rizzo, and we'll be talking a lot tonight about baseball. Is 2 in a row a winning streak? You betcha. The Giants pregame show starts right now.
Hey, everybody, it is August 28th in Giants history. Let's go back to a fabulous year, 2012. We all love it. The Giants are on their way to a World Series championship, but they had to kind of fight and claw to get there. And on August 28th, 2012, they were at Houston and needed to rally. They were trailing Houston 2-1 going to the ninth inning at Old Minute Maid Park. And Brandon Belt, well, he starts off the ninth with a base hit. Okay, we got a little action here. Joaquin Arias, a really fun 2012 Giant. He's facing Wilton Lopez of Houston. Take a listen to this clutch swing, the kind of thing that championships are made of.
Arias waiting. First pitch. Arias swings and pulls one past the reach of the third baseman down the left field line and rolling toward the corner. Belt around second, heading for third. Tim Flannery's going to wave him in. Here comes Belt. The relay throw, the slide. He's safe at home. And the Giants have tied the game at 2. And Joaquin Arias with the double is standing at second with still nobody out.
That's a clutch knock, man. Timely hitting is what gets you to October. So we're not done. Lopez then strikes out Brandon Crawford, but old Bruce Bochy in the dugout. He's got Santiago Casilla due up, so of course he's going to hit for him. Who does he send up? Hector Sanchez. Take a listen.
The pitch. Sanchez breaks his bat, hits a looper into center field. That's going to get down, base hit. Arias sprinting around third. Up with the ball is Barnes, and he'll have no throw home. Arias scores. And the Giants have gone ahead 3-2.
Man, very, very, very 2012 to scrape that rally together. They were just a clutch, gutty team, man. The never say die 2012 team. And then Sergio Romo said, give me the ball. Shuts him down in the ninth inning. 1-2-3, gets his 7th save. He would, of course, a few weeks later get a few more in October. And the Giants would increase their lead over the Dodgers in the West to 3.5 games. Really fun one. August 28, 2012. And this has been Brian Murphy with this date in Giants history.
It's time to get you ready for the Brewers and the Giants, and to help us do so, Joe Rizzo. Joe, how are you?
What's up, Joe?
I'm well, guys. How are you today?
Doing good, doing good. That game last night reminded me of the old show they used to have, Home Run Derby, where they'd pit and they had some great players on there too. I remember Henry Aaron was on there, Mickey Mantle was on there. I mean, it was big time. But last night's game reminded me of it just because of the saying in Home Run Derby was, it's all or nothing here on Home Run Derby. And that's basically what last night's game was. It was either home run or it was nothing. You had the goofy balk that allowed McCrae to score on the ground out. Other than that, it was just bombs. That's all anybody could score on was home run last night. It was just the Giants got one more.
Yeah, who wants to see manufactured runs and a steal and an RBI ground out and a good situational at bat?
Well,
hit a ball 450 feet. The ball that Churio hit, it knocked out part of their video board here.
That was wild, dude. That was high up, too. That was wild.
They've actually marked it on the video board electronically with an electronic baseball and the number 11. in the middle of the baseball, and it's like covering part of the advertisement out there. I don't know how long that's going to be up, but I thought that was pretty cool. 449 feet, but. Well, the Giants didn't get a single hit yesterday with a runner in scoring position, so that continues to be an issue for this team. But you can overcome that on a given night if maybe you hit the ball over the fence 3 times. And if you do it with a couple of guys on or one guy on, in the case of Mike Yastrzemski, then maybe you can still survive. And it was a really fun game here yesterday. The roof's going to be closed today, so I don't expect the ball will be carrying quite as well for the game here tonight. But, this park was live, and to come back against one of the best bullpens in baseball, just a really impressive win for the Giants. And their bullpen as well, that obviously had been struggling with what happened in that series in Seattle, to have a nice bounce-back effort from a number of guys yesterday to key that victory. So a good win, and now we'll see if they can back it up and maybe win a series against a team that almost certainly will be playing playoff baseball a month from now.
I'll tell you what, all the home runs that were hit, and I don't want to shortchange McCrae either, because that
was a tank too.
Crushed that one to right. I mean, he's got some sneaky power. But with all the home runs, I thought the most important play of the game for the Giants was that incredible play by Fitzgerald at second base, where he just saved Candace Bacon on that throw. I'm not sure how he caught it, and then how he caught it and managed to touch second base. I mean, that was some superior athleticism right there.
I was just going to say athleticism. It's something that the Giants have been so desperately looking for on this team, and to have that up the middle right now, obviously when Patrick Bailey is back, he handles that spot at the catching position. Tyler Fitzgerald is just playing with so much confidence right now. We've obviously seen what he's done at the plate here in the second half of the season, but it just has to be so nice as a young guy to show up to the ballpark every day and basically know you're going to be in the lineup starting at short. He's an everyday player right now, so you're not looking over your shoulder. You have a chance to build confidence, and I think that's reflected in the plays that he's making defensively. I mean, look, he's not Brandon Crawford over there. He's not a Gold Glove caliber shortstop, but he needs to go out there. He needs to make the plays. There are still a lot of ground ball pitchers on this Giants staff. And the play you mentioned yesterday, that's a winning baseball play in a one-run game in the 8th inning on the road against a playoff team. Because if that ball gets by him and is into shallow left, you've got the tying run maybe at third. The go-ahead run perhaps is moved into scoring position. The whole complexion of the game changes. And that's the second time that he's done that on this road trip. He kind of saved Lamont Wade Jr. on a similar play over the weekend in Seattle. So it's fun just to see the growth for Tyler Fitzgerald, not only in the hitting of home runs and stealing bases. We love that. But some of the plays that he's making defensively, and that truly was a winning play last night.
All right, coming up more, Joe Rizzo getting you ready for the Brewers and the Giants here on the Sports Leader.
Back here with Joe Rizzo ahead of Game 2 of this 3-game series, Giants and the D-backs. It'll be a righty, Freddie Peralta, a veteran, takes the ball for Milwaukee tonight. Kyle Harrison, off of his victory on August 19th against the White Sox. He pitched pretty well, 6 innings, comes in 7-5 with an ERA of 4. What do you thought of him over his last few starts, Joe?
Yeah, the last outing was a good one for Kyle Harrison. A couple of hiccups earlier in the month where actually the long ball was kind of an issue for Kyle, but he seemed to lock in that last time out against obviously a White Sox team that's having a very difficult year, 6 strong innings with 1 run. I think we look at some of these recent starts for Kyle Harrison. He hasn't been quite as reliant on his fastball. And has had success with that. Look, his fastball is very good, and it's not so much the velocity of the pitch, usually in that 91 to 94 range, but it's got that good carry that when he elevates, it can play up above the zone. But when you're throwing that pitch 60, 65, 70% of the time, which was the case in a lot of starts earlier in the year for Kyle Harrison, big league hitters are going to start to adjust to that. So it was up to Kyle, I think, to kind of adjust back. And it is something I believe that he's doing a better job of here in the second half of the season. That means more of that slurvy breaking ball and more of that changeup, a changeup that he didn't really need in the minor leagues because he could just overpower people with the fastball slider. So the development of that third pitch, I think, has been a nice story for Kyle Harrison here in the second half. And I also like how the Giants are kind of approaching his workload because that last start was 9 days ago. Giants had a couple of off days. They could maneuver some things around. I think you want to maximize Logan Webb and Blake Snell, get them out there as much as possible here at the end of the season, which at the same time allows Kyle Harrison maybe to get a couple of extra days off. So we'll see if 3 extra days off in between these starts, if maybe the fastball has a little extra life. And that would certainly be a nice thing for the Giants here tonight in Milwaukee.
Would you think it's going to be hard for Duvall to get that closer roll back? I mean, I don't know about the future, maybe in the future, but certainly this year with the way Walker has handled it.
I do. I mean, how can you move off of Ryan Walker with how well that he's throwing right now? I mean, the numbers for Ryan all year, outstanding, of course, but he's taken it to a whole nother level here since he's started closing games about 2 weeks ago. And we had him on post-game yesterday, and it seems like he has totally embraced this opportunity. And closing isn't for everybody. I mean, you could be having a great year as a 6th inning guy, a 7th inning guy, even an 8th inning guy. And the 8th inning is, I mean, those are high leverage at bats when it's close. But the 9th inning can just feel totally different for a lot of relievers. And the fact that he has elevated his game and has turned what was already an outstanding year into kind of a superstar type year out of the Giants bullpen tells me that he is more than ready for this opportunity. Now, look, you can never have enough reliable late inning arms, and there may be times where, Ryan Walker pitches 3 times in 4 games, and he's unavailable for a night, and Camilo Doval might be your next best option. So while I think Ryan Walker is pretty locked in as the closer for these final 5 weeks, I think there are going to be some chances here where Camilo Doval is going to get that opportunity in the 9th inning. And if he throws well, that'll only help his confidence level. And then I think we'll kind of see where we're at next spring and the composition of this Giants bullpen, and they'll go from there.
Yeah.
Joe, have a great call tonight, man. Appreciate it.
All right, thanks, guys.
All right,
thanks,
talk to you soon. Tolbert and Copes wrapping it up here. We'll be back tomorrow after the Giants day game in Milwaukee. We'll be at the ballpark at 58 Social on Friday. And next is award-winning Diamond Nuts. That's coming up.